to be able to get
those
one
doubles,
to get those doubles on the entry. That should not really be as frequent as it, because you should always be looking to hold angles that, okay, oh crap, he traded me, but it's okay because he's overexposed now for our second peeker to then immediately trade him off, call for reinforcements, drop some smokes. But if you're getting traded away right away, you can't even delay the push, and that makes the retake so much harder. So it needs to be on this micro level. I think, yes, we're all kind of agreeing on the same points. They don't play very well together as a single unit, but I think you need to start here in the site, and then the rest will come naturally. They need to get better at communicating with each other within the site, within their own teammates, holding the sites, and I think from there, it will come naturally. That then yes, the rotations will come through. Okay, delay them. Okay, I'm doing my best, right? I think that will need to come through, because right now Morph kind of was just running them over on attack.
Maybe when they get their map pick, which is the second one will be their map pick, Enter's map pick, maybe that eases things out a bit. It could be that they weren't prepared. I mean, I know it's only 4 maps, so you really should have a strategy for everything. But to be honest, it also would seem fair to me that you prepared maybe 3 out of the 4 maps, hoping that one you wouldn't be get picked or something like that. And you're more confident, you have more tactics in different map.
Honestly, I don't like that mentality, right? Because I think every team should be going into this assuming we're going to go to the grand finals, right? Grand finals are best of 5.
Sure.
Worst case scenario, you have to be ready for every single map. You have to be ready for every single map, right?
Yes.
I think
not best of 5 for us.
I get what you're saying, though. I completely understand the point. But even for a best of 3, right? You ban one map, you have to be prepared for the other 3. I mean, I totally understand that point, but
I'm trying to see, the
definitely
devil's advocate of like what might be happening here.
Definitely. But I think that these guys they just have to be ready for the worst, right? You know, you're not always going to get your ideal engagement. Sometimes your site is going to be less defended, but you can't panic. You have to be cool, calm, and collected. Cool as a cucumber, ice in your veins. Just line up your shots and play your game here.
Let's not take anything away from Morph, though.
No,
I mean,
no, of course
they play
not.
very aggressive. Their playstyle might have thrown out Enter's game plan a bit. You know, not being used to that aggression. It is a different server they're playing on. As well, you know, Southeast Asians, you know what they say about Southeast Asians, it's always just go, no tactics, maybe something that the Taiwanese are not familiar with. So we can give them that benefit of the doubt for them to adapt for the second game. We might see a completely different Enter.
Sure, and we also see Morph, which is probably, I would say, in the Indonesian scene, the most variable team. They always manage to take good games off the top tier teams in Indonesia and also elsewhere, but they also will fail sometimes to very lower teams, you know, like they will beat RRQ and they'll beat the Boom Esports in a tournament, and they'll lose to a team that is not even managing to qualify to this, right? So that has happened before, and that variability gives you a lot of unpredictability, which of course adds to the difficulty for Enter.
I mean, and I guess the problem is maybe they just don't know how to play against this style, right? Like you guys are saying.
There's always that one team in the group, right? We had the Paper Rex, we had Kodak yesterday. Like these guys are just bringing completely different Valorant, and that gives you an edge.
Todak, yeah.
Which I'm going in the camera direction.
Yeah, I got you. That's because, my goodness, when they took a site, it was just picture perfect, wasn't it?
Thank you for the save. So, yes, I feel like every group we've seen that. Maybe Group A was probably the most standard Valorant.
The most stable teams all around in Group A.
Yeah,
Group
but
B had
even their Ambu was kind of special, right? Ambu still brought something, because Ambu was like, Rafi, carry us, please.
Killjoy,
right? That's how it works.
With the Killjoy.
Yes, exactly. No matter what map, doesn't matter, right? So, you know, you could give them that maybe against these teams. We saw the same thing yesterday with Todak, that particularly the first game they absolutely dominated, and then later the teams were much more adaptable to them.
So it might be just the first round getting used to the feel of playing this tournament. I mean, this is their first match of the first day. Is only the group stages for them so far. So they have chances to improve. Of course, they have 5 more maps to play. But you know, every single round you're giving away is just slowly whittling away your chances.
And would you say that Morph is one of the most difficult contenders in this group?
I mean, this kind of slippery play style and maybe a little bit of unpredictability, especially in the same region, but the sort of different server region sort of play style might be contributing to this one a bit for sure. But I think for their group, who knows? Maybe they are going to be a bit of the wild card here going in.
So you don't think they're going to be the top contender?
No,
I don't think so. Based on just past history and looking at their consistency, they can take off games, but you know, being able to stay that way throughout the group stage, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, especially in a game like an FPS, where yes, you are going to be a little bit unpredictable, maybe a little bit with that instability, which can help you take rounds. But it's kind of a double-edged sword because if you're a little bit unstable, a little bit too aggressive, sometimes you can very easily lose eco control, and a better team will punish you for that. Exactly. They will very so much. They'll just choke your eco out. They'll play it safe. They'll go after your save rounds and they go for these exit frags, which can really cost and puts their economy in a pinch and put them at a really big disadvantage.
Certainly, and then also when it comes to this unpredictability, of course, if you compare, say, tactical FPS to I don't know, an RTS, for example, or MOBAs or action RTS games, then you have in those games you have much more variance in the strategies, and they're not always easy to understand, right? Whereas here, you see someone doing something, you know, you watch the replay, you're like, oh, okay, that was it, right? It's not as difficult to figure out what the enemy team is doing. Which we saw yesterday with Todak particularly, that Boom Esports figured them out after just a single matchup.
That's because they were using their sentinels very brightly.
Yeah, no, of course.
And credit to that, but
no, it's very impressive that you can analyze a team.
Yes. But yeah, sometimes it feels like sometimes you're trying to go, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna bait them here, hope for some rotations, and just hope we can get the good entry. And I think that's what you're getting at.
Yes, exactly. Like it's not, it's something that people can adapt to, and at the end of the day, consistency is definitely key, right? Variance is nice, but consistency is what you need to get to perform at the top level.
Indeed. We are going to Haven, by the way.
Oh, okay. That's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna take. What take are they gonna have on the map?
Do we know who's an attack and defense?
I don't, but honestly, I still think Morph is gonna take this.
Okay.
No, just because it's Haven, right? We saw them on Ascent, which can be a little bit more difficult sometimes for the attackers, especially if the defenders are set up.
They'd be great as a team.
But even when the defense was set up here for new team esports, right? They couldn't get it together for Enter.
What would you think? Do you think Morph's gonna take this as well?
Yeah, I think Enter needs some more time to actually analyze, the playstyle of the Southeast Asians. So they might not be able to take this game, not in time.
Okay, we'll see if you guys are right and if Morph manages to get that 2-0, which would be a great start for them in the groups. Or if Enter can actually manage to tie this out. I mean, they do have a wonderful logo. Let's see if the playstyle suits this logo. We're not going to check out what happens in this second map. As we throw to the casters, Hound and Gideon, please narrate this wonderful matchup between Enter and Morph.
Now it is game 2, Enter versus Morph here at the Royal Sea Cup, coming in from ePulse. This has been a definitely a little bit more lopsided, but my name is Getting Queued. This is the Hound as we will be casting this second game here, and I want some of your thoughts, Hound, as we are moving to the next map on Haven. Attackers going to be Enter, while Morph is going to be on the defending side.
All right, Haven is going to be a very strong attacker-heavy map. We did see that Ascent was a very revealing map indeed for the side of Morph. We did give a slight little favorite towards Enter to win this out. However, Morph has shown that the Indonesian team of Morph is just a force to be reckoned with. So for all of you Indonesian viewers out there, Indonesia boleh for sure.
Definitely.
And we do see that with the precedence that has been set, 13-7 in the previous round, with the Killjoy being such a annoying nuisance for members of Enter, not only to set up pushes, but also to deter pushes on the retake phase. We do see that Morph is actually working it in a way that doesn't allow members of Enter to play the game the way that they would like. And I believe that that disruptive playstyle that puts you out of your comfort zone on the opposing team is definitely going to be very, very beneficial to the team that's able to basically execute it with efficiency. However, with Haven being very attacker centric, and there's a lot of room for rotations and mid control being a big part of Haven, I do believe that this is going to be very revealing to see how these teams are going to be adjusting to the playstyles, how they're going to be playing it, because we do see that the first 3 to 4 rounds are very important for any team to actually get a semblance of a lead.
Yeah, but they're going to be duking it out here on Haven. Let's see what everybody is going to be bringing to the table. Starting off with Morph, let's look at their composition with a Jet, Omen, Cypher, Sova, as well as Breach, followed up by Enter with their own Omen, Cypher, Jet, Sova, and Raze.
Well, I think it's pretty much even across the board in terms of agent pickups here, with the exception of the Raze and the Breach for Morph and Enter respectively, for Enter and Morph respectively. So we do see that flashes are going to be a very strong part of the kit for members of Morph. They will be able to set up the flashpoints, as well as the Rolling Thunder is going to be a strong one. We did see their fault line is going to go over towards Senhochik as he is trying his best to basically hold on to it. We do see that, oh my goodness, some craziness happening here as we do see this push from the side of Enter towards A. They immediately hold it up, and the rotate coming from Morph is going to be a bit late, signifying a retake situation.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all, because Morph, for sure, they kind of gave up the A side almost immediately the moment they heard that they were actually going for the push. But Cud from Morph's side, he's got Heaven control here, and he's going to have to peek first while the rest of the team is looking to push out the side. He finally peeks, and the first couple of trades come in. Mal getting the first blood, but ACL, Poppamore, and him and Holla are getting cut down immediately after. Whoa, that site take was really good. That post plant, very nicely done. And I think the diversity as well as the slow rotation really hurt Morph on the defense.
Morph and Enter now going at it against one another during the pistol round. We do see Enter were able to come up ahead. Oh, is that a phantom buy for Mao? Very, very, very brave indeed. We do see that it is going to be a pretty strong anti-eco round from the side of Enter, but we don't want to we don't want to see Mao lose out on that Phantom, so he's got to be very careful that he doesn't get caught out in a detrimental situation. As we look into it, ACLX onto Fidel, wow, and the Enter. The entry into some okay. And Hola onto Freya. Nicely done with the tap onto Freya.
Yeah, really good flick there. Now they're rotating. They already got 2 picks, and they don't necessarily have to go to A. Looks like the pings are asking them to go through mid grass here, but they got to be super careful for the side of Morph, because now they have to kind of look for that information on where they're going to rotate. Breach, he does look through Heaven, sees nobody on the site. They're not even hard pushing, as Jet looks to get a little bit more information as they push into Gardens.
Well, I would like to see members
Beautiful flick, but now they got the spike onto C. This is going to be a real easy site to defend, especially since their Cypher is still alive. They have the tripwires. They just have to watch through garage side and as well as spawn, leaving the last 2 members, Jet and Breach. They got to make something happen, or they could just give up this round, save for themselves, and hopefully look for those exit frags.
I do like the fact that they were able to go for the plant onto C for C long. Even if members of Morph decide to go for the diffuse, it's not going to be very well for them, considering that Enter still has 5 members. It's going to be a flawless round for them as it ends.
Breach is trying to get out of the blast radius. He should be okay in the safe spot here. Alright, he just made it out there. I was worried for a second he was going to start defusing because he was running out of time, but he just checked site just in case there were anybody just lurking around as we move into the next round. The operator coming out of Cud.
Cud right now putting all his eggs into the operator. A bit of a glass cannon here. Got to be very wary of the peaks. I do believe that from the side of Enter, relatively full buys here except for ACLX with the Spectre, and I think that this is going to signify that he is going to pick up an operator later on in the round. So it is quite an investment early on, so if members of Enter are able to win this out, it's going to put them in a very good spot in terms of economy compared to Morph.
Don't peek this, Cypher. You don't peek this. You got to learn your lesson. He's pushed himself all the way back, but Ray sees the first initial one, but an Owl Drone is going to be distracting him in that position. Gets the punish. 2 pickoffs as A defense crumbles, forcing the rest of Morph to rotate to that site.
Alright, so we do see here that A long is where the spike is going to be planted for, or at least A sewers. is going to be there might be a push either onto A sewers or A spawn connector. So I think this is going to be a very interesting one here, as we do see a little bit spread out in terms of the angles that are being taken from the side of Morph. Maybe they might decide to go for a save here, considering that their economy would be in shambles for the next round. So I think it would be wise for them to actually stave off the bleeding to make sure that it's going to be safer for them to go into the later rounds.
I mean, we saw at the beginning of the round, they just bought themselves out here, but unfortunately they lost 2 of their members, and I think that's as much, that's as many casualties as they're willing to take. They could look for exit frags, but it's still so risky, especially so early on into these rounds. So I think it's better just to kind of save, hold off on your own, stay alive, keep your guns.
Alright, another flawless round for Enter, not losing out any members. And look at that, ACLX with about 7,500 credits here in his pocket. Morph still holding on towards Cut, excuse me.
So really nice play coming in from Enter. Let's see if they can pull it off one more time. Get rid of the recon drone. Be very careful of that smoke, Fat Penguin.
Alright, so we do see Fat Penguin now putting down the smoke. I think that's going to be a wise choice to slow down the push. We do see there's going to be a push from Amenhola onto A sewer. A bit of exchanges there, not going to be able to hit that much or put any members of any members of Morph down for the count. But we do see a re-rotate here. I think this is going to be a very wise choice from the side of Enter. They will consider moving towards C, forcing the rotate as 3 members from the side of Morph are onto A.
Yeah, and I think Jet at this point, even though she's like switching between sides, she really needs to kind of pick her fights, pick exactly where she needs to be as she watches the doors towards window. Breach is going to be buying some time. They need to rotate fast. He finds the first initial pick. One more flashpoint. Does it hit? No, it doesn't. Popo main gets traded off. Breach goes down, and Jet blocking line of sight, but unfortunately, she takes a more aggressive approach and gets punished for it.
Very nicely done there from Cut to be able to get the kill. However, Senhochik will be able to get him down for the count. Seems that it is going to be another plant for C Long, if I'm not mistaken, or at least C Garage. But we do see Amenhola from the side will be able to take down Fat Penguin as well. Fidel takes down Senhochik, as we do see a 2v1 fight here between Amenhola and 2 surviving members of Morph. It's going to be the defuse here. No more flawless rounds for Enter, as we do see a the first win for the side of Morph.
Morph, really good double peek on that on the garage for the final guy, ensuring that they don't lose anybody in the process and they have enough firepower to gun him down. No trades overall, but it's looking good. Morph finally winning this round. Their eco is starting to get a little bit healthier. However, they're still not out of that red zone yet.
Okay, so let's take a look at how Morph as well as Enter are going to be playing out this round. Another operator pickup for Cut still in play, and he's not going to be so glass cannon, so that's something to look forward to. We'll be able to survive it a little bit longer. ACLX as well as the gang of Enter now, Vandals and Phantoms across the board. So we do see that it is going to be very interesting to see how members of Enter are going to be playing it out. Maybe it's going to be an A push from A Long and A Sewers, but I think considering that the utility is going to be quite well spent onto A, they might actually consider a rotate. But we do see that one lurking member from the side of Enter now heading towards mid side where double doors and B doors are.
Yeah, I think overall they're just like kind of holding their area. They see the utility being used. He's now starting to rotate back onto A. A side, they're willing to give it up, and Morph, they don't mind them letting them into the site to fight for the retake, because so many times they got picked off trying to defend the entrances. They're trying to adapt, trying to find a new way to punish them, as now Cypher now is going to get smoked smoked from heaven. He has no vision, but now he's getting the kills once it goes down through the smoke as well. They're going to be pushing through. Cut. He's got to be careful. That cage is going to give away an audio cue. And aftershock, can he land the first hit? Yes, he does. One more kill would be enough as the flash comes through, securing that kill. Morph takes the round.
Cut right now, Morph right now, 2 rounds in a row to take it away from Enter. And it was crescendoed by Cud and that very aggressive peak, very aggressive push. We did try to see her actually tailwind and jump up high to try to get that over the roof shots. However, very cheeky indeed, but not enough of charges, so he's gonna have to consider moving out from that. Because updraft as well as the tailwinds are definitely something that can be very, very sneaky in terms of setting up some of these angles. However, we do see their operator shots coming in from the side of Morph here, not wanting. Must be cut there, trying to stop the push onto mid. It's going to come out through double doors. Got to be very careful. It doesn't get picked out from the side of Senhochik.
I mean, I like it. Morph are getting a little bit more aggressive, but after they get aggressive, they like to pull back almost instantly. They are full committing towards this A push here. Both sides looking to hold down strong. Sova got to deal with some smokes, while Freya from Heaven's side hasn't been smoked out just yet.
Well, we do see Cut as well as two other members from the side of Morph are going to be helter-skelter moving towards A, excuse me, where all of the action is going to be. A spawn connector here could be where most of the majority of the action could be. Freya will be able to take down Senhochik very, very convincingly, as we do see that it could be A tower, or Heaven, excuse me, where it's going to be some hold being practiced. Excuse me, A hell.
Yep, and there we go. The aftershock comes on through. Nobody's pushing to the side, but Hunter's Fury is going to try and hook up, but Freya is able to pick up those kills as they spill into the side really nicely. Up from Heaven's side, looking real good. Freya drops down, takes out that Hunter, and secures the round as they spill in for the retake.
Well, it's going to be 3-4-3 at the end of round number 6. As we head to round number 7, it's going to be our lucky stars to see that it's going to be a very competitive game between Morph and Enter, both of them right now. Very much even across the board in terms of score as well as economy, but it is going to be slightly in favor for the side of Morph, as Senhochik will only be able to pick up the Spectre in this round, and a bit of a paper cannon pickup here for Mao, considering that he only has light armor moving forward.
I mean, that was just a huge play coming in from Morph. I mean, Freya, he dropped down from Heaven to ensure that kill and stop the Hunter's Fury from allowing his team from getting into the site through the connectors to spawn. But it's a tough matchup overall. Let's just see how they pull off, as, you know, they're slowly doing it again. Enter, they've done this so many times already that I think Morph have really started to adapt in this 7th round.
And we do see that in the 7th round, as you said, adaptability seems to be on Morph's side. But it is on a defense here, as Enter has had quite a bit of a tempo build-up for themselves. But can it work out for them once the swap comes in? We shall have to wait and see. However, that's us getting ahead of ourselves. We'll have to focus on what's been happening as of right now. Very much split across the board, very evenly from these teams. We do see that for the side of Morph, they are going to be holding two men onto C, one onto B, and 2 onto A. That might signify that this could be a bit of a C push from the side of Enter here, as we do see that for the side of Morph, Omen is going to be holding on to C. So there's going to be a lot of utility as well, the paranoia that could actually slow down the push. 30 seconds left. Urgency definitely going to be felt for the side of Enter.
Yeah, Omen, he's already going to try and stop the initial push. The tailwind coming through. He's got to be careful of the jet, but unfortunately, he's going to be taken out almost instantaneously as the team rotates through in towards garage side, and spawn. It's going to be difficult here. They've been spotted out by Cypher's ultimate as well. Positions locked. Jet walking, making sure that there are no flankers on their side as they look to try and retake this side. But this is going to be so difficult as they're going jumping like flies one by one as Enter looking to hold strong, pushing through the smoke and gunning them down. Sees all 3 members, and that's going to be it for Morph.
Very unfortunate indeed here for the side of Enter, as we do see that it was, actually for the side of Morph, it was
Jiggle peek just to get that information.
Well, I believe that for the side of Enter, for the side of Morph, there was a little bit of a communication error there, considering the amount of utilities that was spent. But Senhochik will be able to open on to Famous here, and it seems that advantages are going to be in favor of Morph. However, that advantage has been nipped in the bud, considering that Fat Penguin will be able to get a kill of his own, a frag of his own, excuse me, on to Enter. 4v4 fight here, as we do see Freya right now may actually be in a very particularly beautiful situation, as he will be able to take down 2 before ACLX takes him down for the count. It's going to be a 2v3 with Morph with the man advantage, but nope, ACLX says nope, you're not going to get any more advantages here, as Spike has been picked up from the side of Enter. They're going to be actually rotating here. Very interesting choice of words, interesting choice here. B, I think C would have been better here. C would have been a lot better, but it is what it is. Holding on to his B side planted for Gong, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I personally think that if they set up a crossfire here, it'd be really, really nice, and that's why they decided to go onto the B side, because this is going to be a little tough. Oh, he made sure that the attackers are going to be winning that round. ACLX landing the shots, and Silva just couldn't get them to connect.
Right, so looking at how Enter has been able to steal away these 2 rounds, moving in at the conclusion of round number 8, excuse me, we do see that round number 9 is going to be a very interesting one. Eco half buys, or at least ecos, could be on the minds of members of Morph here. Considering that Fat Penguin as well as Famous already have picked up weapons here, there might be a bit of dispute here between the team members as to maybe they want to be saving it out, or maybe do they want to buy this and try to make it work. Because looking at what we have to offer, from what they have to offer towards Enter has a full kit. They have their utilities as well as a full set of ARs, Phantoms, and Vandals.
Oh boy, looks like they are going to take a technical pause here to kind of get their members back in. I'm pretty sure one person has DC while the other one is lagging pretty hard here. Looking at the pings, you can definitely see the reconnect coming through. They want to make sure that they're at their full strength, playing at the best, because they don't want to give another round over to Enter like this after a strong game 1.
Alright, so we've been told that it is going to be a technical pause due to connection issues. We do hope that that is not going to stifle your viewing pleasure. Excuse me, your viewing pleasure,
Yeah, that's true.
That is true, your viewing pleasure.
I think you were looking for...
dirty-minded person,
I was thinking you were going to say experience, and the fact that you said pleasure, I was like, darn it, couldn't predict it off the top of my head.
Well, viewing experience, viewing pleasure, similar things I would say. However, it is going to be a bit of a stifle for the flow of things. We do apologize for this, but it is the nature of the game. It would have been a lot easier for us to have everyone here in attendance to play it out, but considering now that we're in the middle of a pandemic, it's always wise to make sure that we are all safe and sound. Always maintain a little bit of your distance there. And it seems that Cut has reconnected already, and that should signify that we should be back in the game relatively quickly.
Yeah, that'll be great. I mean, it gives this team it gives both sides a little bit of time to kind of really think about what they've been doing, because again, these pre-game rounds, buy rounds, they're just thinking about, okay, where should we be attacking? How do we kind of change the variations of this? Are we going to mix things up? And right now, for the fact that Enter hasn't really diversified in terms of how they attack the site, it looks like they really like just muscling it out, making sure they're either going A or C. I mean, the B plant was a little bit weird, but they still won it at the end of the day, so I don't really have much to comment about it. But overall, I think Morph has a little bit more versatility on the attack. I do think that the retakes are a little weak, but Enter, I could say the exact same thing, but I can't wait until they switch sides and really just kind of show my point.
Well, Fidel Wow has been disconnected from the game, unfortunately. Hopefully, we shall see whether or not this case will... Actually, not this case. Whether or not this will be a strong case for... big long pause, or maybe even a short little break. Hopefully that's not going to be the case for the side of Morph.
Well, I guess in this time we could definitely talk about game one a little bit more.
Yeah,
talk about
I
game
think
one.
we should do that.
Because, you know, a lot of things, especially on a map that is going to be either attack or a defended side, the setups are going to be super important. And I think right now, Morph, they'd like to play it a lot slower. And I think when it comes to these retakes, it becomes a bit of a struggle for sure, especially when it gets very chaotic. I think the communication needs to be a little bit better overall. But also, I will say there is a lack of commitment to being aggressive on the defense. I mean, Omen, he initially did get that pickoff down C side, so I don't know, maybe he gets a bit more bold and pushes up forward.
Well, I do hope the same thing as well. Let's take a look at the beautiful scenery, the butterflies, and it seems that Fidel Wow has reconnected. Wow, that ping of 150.
That's got to be rough.
That's a very rough. That's very rough indeed, and we do hope those issues will not persist. As normally, what I would think is that the ping spikes here from 100 and above are very much noticeable and are not exactly conducive towards a fair gameplay from either side, sometimes because of the nature of the lag, and sometimes you do have the connection disadvantage or connection advantage, especially when it comes to peaking. So it can be used as an advantage or a disadvantage. So we do hope that these connection issues will be resolved as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and personally, I'm really hoping that our observer Magical is going to be able to find all the Easter eggs all across the map. If you haven't noticed just yet, you got to thank our production for making this happen, because these guys are working hard to make sure we're still learning more about the game, and especially with those Easter eggs, I absolutely love it. I think he showed the last time it was he showed the sumo one, he showed the little bear. I'm not entirely sure what are the other Easter eggs
from yesterday.
The cafe as well. Oh, great. So just keep an eye out, because these observers, they're trying to make sure that they are looking for every little detail, including the nooks and crannies of the map.
Well, for those of you who are not entirely aware, that the Skull Cafe actually means that this game of Valorant actually takes place in the League of Legends universe. So that's something to actually consider there.
Hey,
maybe it could be in the League of Legends universe, or maybe it could be a homage, or maybe it could be a, how to say, an Easter egg, right? But I don't think it can be out of the window here, considering that that game, the League of Legends, as well as Valorant, are produced and published by the same creators.
I mean, obviously this gotta have some similarities, you know. I'm just waiting for the big collaboration on either side. But I mean, they have kind of, you know, dropped down a couple of skins that kind of look similar, just to kind of, you know, tease at each other. And even though they are separate games, they're still under the same big company, and they are making some great design choices overall with their agents in the game. So hopefully we can keep this up as we move into the future.
Rito, project's over, please.
Project's over, please.
Please.
A lot of hopes. But yeah, I honestly can't wait for a lot of the things that are in plan for Valorant, especially for the esports as well. Honestly, what did you think? Because I mean, you were also casting that game with Seek and Strike, where there was the 7-game overtime, and I was talking with Seek and Strike the other after the game, and he was telling me about, you know, yeah, it is a cool idea being able to, you need to win those 2 rounds to secure yourselves. You're not going to have to worry about your eco, but it's just enough such that you don't have full utility, forcing you to make sure you really consider what your options are. I think it's a good idea, but what about you?
I think it's a good idea too, but at the same time, they have to be very ginger with how they want to be approaching this, because when you look at that kind of perspective, right? I mean, yes, sometimes it can go over the clock in terms of those 2 teams just going back and forth. But I feel that, considering that Valorant does put quite a bit of emphasis onto the economy of the game as well as the utilities, I do believe that there has to be maybe a form of punishment, a little bit stronger punishment. Maybe they don't have to win 2, maybe they have to first to 5, for example, but then you create this element where if a team wins out and they're not able to get like they get a flawless, for example, and then they are rather behind in terms of economy, then it creates a it creates kind of a kerfuffle for a team in the sense that, okay, we lost that round and now we can't come back from it because we don't have economy, and the overtime is effectively lost. It basically negates whatever lead that any team is able to get in that set. Towards players that gives a lot of, that be playing well and gives advantages towards the player, but at the same time it doesn't punish the players that weren't performing not too well. I do like the idea, but I onto the seaside connector from Spawn.
Alright, looks gonna be like an owl joust for now, but they've got a really good post plant here. They've got 5 members on it, 4 need to be able to get the info. Oh, can they get that first pick? No, they did not. Jet coming in from the back, finds out one, gets a second, gets onto the side with a tailwind, one more, they haven't stopped him! Coming up from C Long, this is looking so bad as Jet quickly tailwinds on the other side, but 2v1, what a play coming out from Cud. They need to be able to cover all their angles.
Where was the track wires? Where was the man taking care of the back? I am just surprised coming in from Enter to have this brain fart moment. I would expect a little bit more from Enter. The rush was good, the push was great. However, the look that came from Cut was the difference in that 9th round. As we head into round number 10, it seems that Enter is starting to step up slightly, or maybe Morph is just playing a little bit differently.
It's tough to say, but it looks like they're going to do another technical pause again because Fiddlewell has disconnected. He's going to be coming back into the game shortly, and they can start the motor once again. But I think overall, Freya really dropped the ball because he should have been, making sure he should be positioning himself in a place where he's actually looking through C long side. But I guess play overall, they got to be a lot faster with these frags.
All right, some beautiful artwork here. One thing I would like to say about Valorant is the fact that I've always thought of other tactical first-person shooter games, right? They tend to focus a lot on keeping the game grounded, and it isn't exactly the most visually creative game in terms of what they leave behind. I mean, I'm not trying to say that. I mean, visual creativity, I believe, is very subjective and very determined on your own taste and your own views on visual creativity. But considering what Riot is doing for Valorant, I do like these little touches here. It's a very, very nice game to look at. It's the art style is very nice I mean, it has this very I mean, you wouldn't think a game like this would be very serious but very self-referential at the same time. And it has that
it's got that
not
flavor.
Too gritty. It's not too gritty. It's not too dark, or it's not too bright. It's just a nice balance of things,
Yeah, and I think it's just some great design choices overall because there are some gameplay aspects of it. Like if it's too cluttered, like what am I supposed to be looking at? So they like to take the smooth approach to it. Like you can definitely see the way the walls work, the way that all the environment is. Everything is very smooth. Some of it looks a little flat on purpose so that when you do see something proactive happening on the map, like somebody walking by, they really stand out.
All right. So apparently Fidel Wow's game crashed. So
oh no, not like this.
Oh no, I do hope that that's not going to be the case here. Stuck on a loading screen.
They'll eventually get over this at this point. They'll have to take their time with it, and in the meantime, everybody is just going to be enjoying themselves, making sure that their B-hopping skills are sharp, and especially for the observer, he definitely is having a ton of fun, making sure he is keeping
Hello, and welcome to the panel. We're here, and still continuing with our day. We just saw a tie occur. My name is Mr. L+. We're here with Seek and Strike and Zero.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, actually, it wasn't a tie. It was an Indonesian team that was able to actually force the draw 1-1.
But I said we saw a tie occur, so unless that's how you think people are born. Yeah, no. I knew you were going to go for that. That's why I phrased it.
You got me on that one, my friend. No, but a nice comeback here on Halo.
Yeah,
honestly, I didn't think they could get it done based on what I saw on Ascent.
Yeah,
but I was completely wrong there. And actually, I love being wrong in instances like this, you know, because then the teams are like, excuse me, you don't know what you're talking about, and then I get to learn.
Yeah, exactly.
We're pleasantly surprised at them being able to adapt, you know, after the break, after the one game. They're able to get together. You know, their retakes look a lot better than they did on Ascent, and you know, it felt like this was how they were supposed to play in Ascent, but maybe someone had mic issues, or maybe they just woke up, wasn't on the same page. But the second game looked a lot better.
Yeah, they looked like a real modern Major General on that second map.
Actual teams,
they did have a bit of a disconnect as well, literally. So some disconnection issues. So, but they were able to fight through that and just had no problems. I feel like sometimes it can be hard to really, once you get into the swing of things, to have that sort of stop motion, right?
Knowing when to slow down, you know, talk about it. You know, there's no tactical pauses in this Royal Sea Cup, but you know, they're able to use that break time in between the maps to actually talk things through, and it shows in their gameplay. They're actually gelling together as a team.
Yep, definitely.
It also has to do a bit with maybe them getting the map pick, right? That gives you a lot more confidence. You definitely have, because if you know that map is coming, of course, right? You can also have some strategies planned beforehand. In between games, you're probably saying, all right, this is the next map we're gonna play. Let's organize ourselves better. And we could tell that they actually had some tactics ready. So we talked about this matchup. I don't want to gloss over this, but we kind of want to talk about the next matchup of the day, which is between Bren Esports and AHQ. Esports Club.
I think AHQ probably the favorites in the group to move on. I think
even the entire tournament to win it all, they are one of the favorites.
Potentially, right? Potentially. I definitely get where you're coming from. I think this group is actually pretty close overall in terms of the bottom and the top in terms of skill, right? I think we're going to see a lot of it come down to, like you said, maybe agent choice, maybe map choice, instead of, you know, Vision strike to sites and doing whatever they wanted, right?
Exactly. You can't G2 this tournament, right?
No, yeah.
You actually have to play with tactics and everything. I don't think anyone in this group particularly has weaker or stronger mechanical skills, as you mentioned. So it's interesting. I think it's probably the most tight group we'll have. I mean, I'm guessing a lot of 1-1s, honestly, in this group.
It's looking like it. The first map was 1-1, and I think this next matchup will potentially be another 1-1 as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look here, trying to judge. Remember, if you were tuned in for our first day of the group stage, we saw a bit of attack all around. So able to best them in that best of 5, just edging out. It took actually all 5 maps for them to do it. It looks like they went to Haven twice, where they lost one and won once. So you know, they're good all around. We see them. They did lose that map on Ascent, so we'll see. I believe we're going to be starting off with Bind.
Bind, yes.
Yeah, they actually picked Bind, so they're going to be starting off on attack.
Yeah, Bind's one of their best maps. They have a almost 67% win rate on the defending side. This time they're starting on the attacking side, I believe, so they won't have that advantage. But when they switch over, you're gonna be facing an AHQ that is completely prepared for any attack that you can throw at them.
Where do you think Bren lies in that skill? Because do you think they're a better team in the offense or in the defense, or are they just kind of neutral?
That's the thing. Bren, they have players that can do everything. You have Dubstep as well as Dispenser, who are great side openers. You also have Jesse Vash, you have Borkum. You leave them at a site, even they are 1 versus 3, they can hold their own and definitely be able to hold until the rotate comes in. So Bren Esports, they can match in terms of tactics as well as gunplay. It's just down to the micro mechanics, the rotations, what angles, which player is going to look out for. That is going to show who has the edge in this matchup.
I'm taking a look here. They used to pick Sage on Bind. I don't know if that'll be the case anymore, to be honest.
I don't think so. I think they will adapt to the changes.
Yeah, because they used to have a very, very set lineup that they would run on Bind here for AHQ, that is. So I think they're going to have to be forced to adapt. So maybe if they don't get it right, I assume they've been scrimming, playing a lot of pubs, right, as a 5-stack together. So hopefully that they can come at this with a different angle. Because like you said, they are really good on the defense, but I think Sage had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, Sage is fantastic for defense. Like you having a slow orb, the barrier orb, she's just made for defense.
Especially for the old barrier orb, which let you play a lot more, I don't want to say aggressively with it, but use it way more aggressively.
Exactly.
What do you think the score is going to look like for this matchup?
Honestly, looking at the maps, I think it's a 1-1. Like both teams can take points and maps off each other, and I think this is one of those maps.
Okay. So you think the game will go to whoever picks the map then, or?
Yeah, I think whoever picks the map, they will win that round. But we'll see.
Well, do you agree with that, Second Strike?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was easy. So the game is about to start. We don't want to delay this any further, so let's go right into the matchup. The first map of the day will be between esports and the second match of the day for these two teams. It's gonna be the first match. However, Bren Esports versus HQ Esports Club. Let's see what the better esports team is, and Bind, which is gonna be the first map of the series. Take it away, please, casters.
Back to the Royal Sea Cup as we're about to jump into this game. All of this brought to you by ePulse. And I mean, today's games have been a little bit more interesting. It started off a little bit slower, but hopefully it's going to be much as we continue on for this ride. My name is Q once again on the caster sets with my friend here, YOLO Lee. Finally, we get paired up. It took 4 days.
Yeah,
4 days until we met each other.
I mean, 4 days is a very significant number for certain people. But anyway, yes, I am finally glad to cast with you for our Valorant. I believe this is going to be our first Valorant cast together for this entire series. And it cannot be even better because the first game we're going to be casting, or second game in this case here, will be between Bren Esports versus AHQ Esports Club.
Yeah, really big teams here as we will be going into Bind. That's going to be a big map coming here because a lot of teams, they start off. I like teams who like to start off in Bind because it really shows the mettle on defense and attack. It really shows their grit, what kind of setups they like to do, and how they actually kind of react across the map.
Oh yes, and the best part about it as well, Bind is a very defender-sided map too. So coming from the side here, both these teams, I know it is, like I said, it's dependent. This
I mean, it's not as bad as like Ascent and stuff like that. Ascent and Haven, which somehow everybody seems to want to like take advantage of.
Oh my god, don't even get started on Haven. We have seen so many Haven maps at this point. I know you hate Haven.
I don't like Haven, but as long as it's not split, then I won't lose my mind.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, Split really splits everyone's mind for that one. But anyway, ladies, finally jumping into the first game of this BO2 between Bren Esports and AHQ here. So AHQ is going to be starting on the race side. They're going to be the offense here with their line of composition. Same goes for Bren, who is on the defender side.
Pistol round's going to be start kicking things off AHQ's. Rainy already taking quite a significant amount of damage as the team looks to try and push onto site. And Cypher is all by himself. He doesn't know what's going on. The first 2 picks goes up to Dubstep from Bren as C Long is now going to be pushed over. They drop the spike, and now this is going to be the problem for the attackers. They are going to have to try and get onto site and look to kind of push out of C Long. That's going to be another pick. AHQ's rating double headshot as the defenders found the spike and closed in on Q.
Dude, I love what Bren Esports was actually really trying to go for towards this B long as well. The minute they got the first 2 pickoff and instantly realized they dropped the spike, they're like, guys, this is the moment. Just push at them and literally push them out of their comfort zone as we constantly pick them up one by one. And remember, this is the pistol round for them, so they have literally nothing to lose here. So now Bren Esports only losing 2 members. They're going to be having that economic advantage here. We'll be able to bring out that firepower to go against AHQ.
Yeah, I mean, the people I've talked to previously as I was prepping for this was really highly commending Bren Esports as a big standout. Well, maybe because they were Filipino as well, that's probably going to be a big factor, but they definitely have the skill based on their history in the game so far. Bren's Dubstep, once again, he does not mess around.
Dubstep just really dropping the beat there for the rest of the team here. Now, last stand is going to be AHQ here, this Brimstone. And the thing about this as well, although, yes, by facts, anyone who's got any pistol, Igor gonna go against pistol, will never have the advantage. But then again, Arbiter was still able to trade things off again here with the classic, by the way, and might just get the spike down too. But here comes the rotation coming in, but with the paranoid, a little bit blind there, and Ching will literally put Arbiter, the last member of AHQ, down on the ground, and will casually defuse this spike.
AHQ is just not ready for how aggressive Bren is going to be. Like, they are on the defensive side, and they are pushing out through B and making sure that they are getting those frags while still having anchors on site. So it's something that AHQ is going to have to adapt to. Then again, we also have to remember that was the pistol round, and they did win it for the side of Bren. So, you know, they were expected to lose for this second round, as AHQ finally can actually have enough money to make those buys happen. But it looks like it's only going to be like somewhat of a half buy, almost. Kind of interesting coming. Oh wait, sorry. Full buys coming out for AHQ. I got the colors mixed up because I'm a little cross-eyed, unfortunately. And this time, Bren is going to be sticking with their guns, but bringing an operator into their arsenal.
Because Bren just really wants to try to save, really control their own economy, at least in this case, and at the same time it shows that they're really confident with whatever weapons they have from the previous round. So with 2 Spectres, they're going to be able to do quite an amount of damage, and also at the same time, if AHQ were to beat Bren in this round number 3, then they would have, their economy wouldn't be hurt that much at all. By the way, Arbiter pushing towards the showers.
I mean, that's a good time. I mean, their setup, especially Arsenal coming in from Bren, is just the perfect example of how to like save up, not looking to go for the upgrades, but maximizing the weapons that they have until otherwise the aftershock is coming through. Does it actually connect? No, it does not connect onto Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, it's never gonna be easy to land that aftershock at all. Like, it's a very simple skill to really evade. But the whole point of the aftershock is just to really try to force any player out of position here, out into its open, that allow the rest of the team to have a really great pick off here. By the way, now we can see a slow rotation coming from AHQ, slowly rotating towards this B side. I guess they were trying to hope that they can force Brandon towards this A, but anyway, that doesn't really work out. Damson was able to initiate here by taking out Mill. This Brandon pushing straight towards True Hookah. Oh, and a double kill as well. Still going down the line, and with this miss, and even with their power, he will be able to sustain.
Yeah, he's going to use the second Leer as well to try and reposition here, but he's got to be careful. The smoke comes down. This is some good team play over all. The Omen dropping the smoke as Dispenser moves up forward. They don't know how close he actually is, but Breach, he's got 13 seconds to make this happen. He picks up 2 Rainy, but unfortunately, Dispenser, the one who finally catches him off guard, and they save the op.
Oh, really well played coming from Dispenser as well, getting a beautiful triple kill for himself in that last round. And remember, although Brandon only lost 2 members here, they didn't really hurt their economy that much. They're still they have a lot of saves. They won in that round or 2. Now, but on the other hand, AHQ is currently in that losing streak. Although yes, it will be unfortunate if they lose 3 more rounds, but they're still going to be getting quite the losing streak goal here.
Yeah, Brent overall just really good play. They're still making sure that this economy is in shambles for the side of AHQ, and they're AHQ actually going to go for an anti-eco round this time, and this is going to be big because if they get more than 2 to 3 kills, that's going to be so good. One more up, no, fault line's going to be coming down. Ching going to be dropping down the recon arrow.
The Recon is going to be doing quite a amount of vision as well. By the way, Ching, he knows someone's there as well. Especially with the Aldrin, going to be pretty well. Oh, he better get out of the way as well. But beautiful push coming from Jesse Vash to really support his team as Cam was actually pushing him in. Broken on the other side was able to get the drop on Rainy. We're looking at 2v5, a potential flawless round coming from the side here of Brand Esports.
Wow, I definitely thought Sova was going to get traded off there, but it's really good team play coming in from Brand. They really are showing their stuff here. The op still a problem. Ching lands the shot, and as you call him, Boscoom finishes up the headshot to secure the flawless defenders round.
Oh man, like I think at this point Ching was pretty much like just shouting at his team. I was like, "Oh, Jesse, save me! I don't have my gun,
Jesse, don't let go of my hand."
Oh man, this is the typical Team Rocket here. Jesse and Jace, but sadly, Brand as this solo is actually going to be Ching instead. Now coming back to this buy, this is actually going to be the second time AHQ is going to be losing here, so they're going to be getting an additional 500 cash for their credits. But it looks like they're not going to go safe for that 3rd round. They're going to be fully committed because they have quite a savings for themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're equal.
Like, it's not the best for sure, but I think with all the rifles, I think they should be able to contend with Brand Esports in this 5th round.
I mean, true, but it's not like they're going to put too big of a dent. I think they need 2 full buy rounds to really hurt Brand's economy so far. But I mean, that's going to be a good initial pick-off from Brand's side. AHQ looking to try and gain some information. They like to actually split up. They actually like splitting up just like this, having having a good dispersion to figure out, okay, where's the Cypher is going to be? Where are they usually trying to set up? Yes. And it looks like A side looking to be quite clear. However, Omen is on the flank. Raze could easily make something, but can't. He doesn't need any help. He's just going to 1v1 Borkum this time.
It's really unfortunate too as well, losing the fact that Borkum would get picked up. But Dispenser instantly trading things out as he was able to pick up Arbiter. It's going to be looking down to a 3v4. And Dispenser knowing that the fact that he has to quickly go back towards his side after spotting him towards that middle side. But look at it. The rest of the team is go for the rotation, but Dubstep once again with the double kill in this round. Picks up and shuts down Ayo. And now HQ has 2 more members, but it looks like they're not going to go for the safety. They're looking very confident. They still want to try to get at least any more kills or at least get this spike planted.
30 seconds left.
Just look at this crosshair placement coming in from Ren. So far, it's just their kills have been so clean. They really haven't dropped the ball just yet. They've only lost they've only taken 1 casualty so far, which is not too bad considering that they are 4 rounds up. Now, he has to make sure he is checking up these corners. That cubby is not safe. They've got 10 seconds right now, as Bren are very happy to just play for time.
Oh no, anyway, it looks like they're going to be trying to fall back here, and most importantly, they're not going to really leave these positions yet because they have no idea where's this potential rotation. They heard the teleport themselves, spots him up, but oh, my Cat was able to get the jump on Dispenser first. They're trying to go for the hunt. May was able to jump another member, but Dubstep clean stealing the deal here with a beautiful double kill. Literally all members of AHQ got dropped there, and none of them came back to the next round with any weapons.
But I mean, it is a play. It is a play to make. You're pinned down. You're essentially pinned down. You could have pulled backwards, but then the call is going to be made to start hunting them. So they just kind of hunker on their own, because they don't know exactly how many members are in hookah that side. So pretty smart play coming in from AHQ, making the best of that situation.
Just really unfortunate. I think they really wanted to try to bring those 2 weapons, those 2 rifles in particular, to this next round, because this is the 5th round. They get an additional 500 credits. One more round. If they were to lose this round, then they're going to be getting the additional 2,900.
Yeah, but you know the pace is definitely being set by Bren here. Ow, drone gonna get taken out, but still pretty good. Making sure that they're using the shoulder peaks as a way to kind of bait out the shots. In this case, the tracking dart.
By the way, here comes a full-fledged engagement as well. They're getting ready to drop down all these skyballs, and even the orbiters are trying to force them all the way back towards Lamb. That's going to be giving them quite the amount of cover here. A lot of utilities going to be used just to allow them to get on top of this side, because they want just to get on top of it, get the plant down. But just look at this out there for Reina. He could have teleported, but I think he's just still holding on the line. Maybe he's just having a little bit of connection issue here.
No. He's probably just holding. They don't know how many people are on the site, but now that they realize that everybody's here, AHQ needs to kind of hold strong. Ren's starting to fall apart here. They need to get those picks. Unfortunately, that Aftershock is going to isolate that jet by herself. They need to start peeking out, as once again, that Brimstone smoke, so good. 3 of them, they last pretty long. And this 1v1 still hasn't been able, but Ching is able to connect the shots, and that is AH's Q. Their first round against Bren. Finally, a victory.
Although, yes, Bren was playing the waiting game as well, because he really wanted to ensure whether there's how many people is currently pushing towards this B. But at the same time, there's a lot of utilities. Even altars were being thrown into the mix. Although, yes, they only saw a majority of three ages of utility was being used here, including the orbital strike. But I think Brand was just playing a little bit more safer here.
No, I think Brand also were making sure that they had an extra contingency plan, because again, this was a B site push. If if AHQ decided, oh yeah, let's commit just enough people so that once we have enough of a rotation from Red, we could just hop into the teleporter and push through showers into A once more, forcing them again to start rotating once more.
Ooh, okay, he's going to be ready for that recon ball. He has to fall back a little bit, but Jesse, he's very confident. He's still going to be holding out that corner and angle, while also at the same time trying to give a lot of information to his team. But here comes Rez with the blast back. He manages to spot him out and literally retaliate it back with that cyber cage.
He is making sure that he's taking out this owl drone here once more. His position has been compromised. He's going to take a wide swing here, but unfortunately, that's going to be Ken winning it out, as AHQ's Rainy is going to be there for the trades. The Hunter's Fury coming on out here, trying to get some information and pushing them out of this default position. But the counter all coming in for Ken. He makes sure he takes out two. Dubstep, but Ching bite the dust.
Ken, it is the Hunter, and the Hunter is online as he was able to pick up a beautiful double kill on the Hunter's Fury. But here comes the last man setting. Brandy spots Reina.
Another one?
Okay, constantly, but sadly, Ken is going to end this round here with a bit of a triple kill on his belt here.
Another one bites the dust again. Oh my goodness, they're just rolling on. AHQ coming up pretty strong into this round. That's pretty good. But the eco starting to hurt on the side of Brent. If they lose this one, that means AHQ breaks even.
Oh man, but interesting fact as well, like AHQ actually came to this round without the Jet, but I guess this just shows as well that they're a little bit more, they feel a little bit more, how to say, better, feel a little bit more better with having a little bit more utility that not only allows it to be defending, but also able to push on top of that side here.
I mean, they've got a versatile team composition, and more importantly so, they got that Brimstone, so it really helps their post-plant situation. Getting onto the site with Breach and Race is a great way to actually play this, but now it's going to be Brim. Arbiter is going to get that headshot onto a Borkum as they start pushing through, blinding in towards U-Haul. The fight will begin.
Oh, and beautiful timing as well with the paint shot. It's going to be actually forcing Jesse Vash outside of that U-Haul, allowing Mill to go for the spray down. Even through the cyber cage, by the way, with the neural tab, they're going to be able to know where's the majority members of Brand East. But it looks like they're going to be falling back. They know, like, okay, we lost the side. There's a lot of utilities going to be used on the side of AHQ. They're just going to fall back and save for the next round.
Yep. Looks like they're going to be able to have no issues here whatsoever. Brand, they know their economy is starting to hurt, so they can't afford to lose too many people. They're going to take their time and start lurking here, as Jet is just making sure that she is holding spawn site. I don't think AHQ should be getting too greedy. They should just let the bomb go, hold this position, and not push any further than this. This is a good spot to be in.
Ooh, oh, no, he looks like Dustin's gonna be able to take a nice, beautiful kill for himself. And the worst part, he's a Jet. He can get away with it either way. After one pick out, tailwinds away.
I mean, Dubstep, he got milk.
Oh. Yeah, he definitely got milk. But so does Rainy, who's definitely liking to go towards that dispenser. 2v4, but that round is going to be going towards the side here of AHQ here. Economy-wise, Brand still was able to pick out quite a number of weapons for the Jesse Vaz. I believe he's going to be able to ask for a drop from his team here. Still fully equipped and ready to go. But then again, should Brand were to lose this round, they probably had to go for a second eco on this next one.
Yes, that's true, but Brand can't afford to lose. Really can't afford to lose. Ooh, that's not going to be enough. He picks up the Phantom, but only light armor, 200. Just a little short. But overall, sorry, really short, but overall, he's got to make the best of this situation as AHQ, once again, going to try and go for that shower to bath push.
Man, Mill really hates those Aldra, going for the spray down too. But anyway, we're going to be seeing still a slow push coming from the side here of AHQ, as they really want to try to see if they can bait any of them out towards this A. That's pretty much why we saw that nice sky smoke towards that A side bar to hopefully to try to divert. And it looks like it's working as well, because already Brand East was still holding down that position, 3 members holding down towards this point A, whereas Brand East, they have no idea how many people is towards this B.
Yep, paint cannons, the paint shells coming out, the showstopper as well. Ooh, it's gonna be a zoning. It's gonna be a zoning showstopper coming in from Milk, just in case there was another person stacked behind the canister. As the rest of the team is starting to pour into the side, smoke side, elbow is gonna be cleared out, which opens up spawn. Now this is gonna be an impossible situation for AHQ to lose, as Brent is gonna be cleaning up the rest, and you can just see Dubstep is like, hell nah.
Yeah, man, he's dropping the beat on the majority of his members here too, and it's such a Dubstep was able to take a beautiful kill on Milt though, but Rainy is going to be able to trade things back. Last man standing is going to be our dear friend Rainer here, and Dispenser, I don't think he really want to try it. Every time we see Dispenser, I guess his main role here is going to be the main as a lurker, as he constantly goes towards his back line, towards his back here. But I just feel that Brent is slowly being pressured to the fact that AHQ is just constantly just diverting their attention here and there.
I think that's what AHQ has got to do, because they have some really strong post-plant strategies, and overall I think that you're just better on that post-plant until we see Brent actually on the opposite attacking side. But for now, their defense, as long as they can keep them back from the site, it's always a plus. However, the moment AHQ is on it and has the numbers advantage for a post-plant, they really take it all the way home.
Alright, anyway, this is going to be the 9th round here. Sorry, the 10th round, 10th round here. And we're going to be trying to get all this weapon for themselves. Light armor for the side here of Borkum. But then again, he is pretty much very confident as this. We have seen his firepower come for the side here of Borkum. So he's still pretty fine, especially with that one-tap weapon with the Vandal. He's going to be checking out all those corners. And remember, both Cypher and Omen really great anchors and for both of the side here when it comes down to defending.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is hurtful with Dubstep actually going with that entry frag on cannon. I believe that was actually a really great pickup coming from both sides here towards that long.
Yeah, very nice pick. Very nice pick. They're making sure that they're making sure that Showers is always going to be clear. But the moment he gets that kill, he's going to be backing off. As the rest of the team trying to get onto B site once again. The rotation should be getting called here, but just in case, they set up a one-way smoke down by A as they make the full rotation into towards B side. The hunt begins.
The hunter begins indeed, and now Ching still going to be able to find out. Ooh, but Rainy was still able to sustain here. He has the spike, so actually going to be trying to go for a couple attacks here from Windows or Hookah in this case, but he's going to be slowly falling back. But look at the teleporter. We see our dear Fred Jack getting ready to teleport anytime soon by Flashpoint. Going to try to see if he can go for a couple of wallbacks or try to do a little bit more damage here.
He's waiting for the opportunity to walk through that teleporter. And Dubstep, he could easily do this with the up, but now he doesn't need to go. Dispenser dispatches AHQ's Rady.
You know what's really amazing? I love the fact that the instant reaction coming from the side here or Brand. They instantly tell us, alright, Dispenser is like, I'm not going to stay on A anymore because a majority of this push is actually coming from the side here. AHQ has always been towards this B side. Although there were some engagement towards this A, but the majority is going to be this B. So Dispenser is like, you know what? I'm going to change my position. I'm no longer going to be A. I'm going to go towards this B side, and it totally worked out in their favor in this case.
Yeah, I think at this point, that Brent is really making sure. AHQ doesn't really want to attack A too often and likes to actually go for the defaults, just because they do push through showers, and showers is highly compromisable because you can really hold people in showers because it's such a weird layout in terms of the map, because it really forces you into these 1v1. If you don't win that gunfight, there's nothing you can do. And Heaven is also a very powerful point on the map to make sure that shower entrance is going to be watched over.
And we're just slowly rotating towards Heaven here on point A, and the rest of the team slowly rotating back as well, because Obelisk is going to be used towards this U-Haul to try to force them back as they slowly get towards the side. Rainy gets a beautiful headshot kill on top of Broken, tying things up between a 4v4. Skyvar's going to be dropped down along with the side with this spike as well. After shot trying to throw them back, but that's he has the vision. He knows he has to come out of this smoke as well, so he's going to be trying to see if he can get picked off anyone with this blade stuff. Ooh, recon ball is going to spot him out here, but here comes the rolling thunder. But that's just all he's ever tried to evade away, but not going to be good enough. But Io and Jesse trying to turn things around, but sadly enough, AQ turn things back towards his favor, and now it's going to be 6-5 here.
What did I say? AHQ, their post plant is really, really nice, and the great utilization of that ultimate coming in from Breach, making sure like, hey, I'm gonna make sure that even the bomb is gonna get covered by that rolling thunder as well. But I'm almost guaranteed to get an initial pick off here if Jet doesn't have her tailwind, which she so happened to try to updraft to get over the rolling thunder. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way.
I mean, come on, man, it's rolling thunder, man. It's really hard to really educate unless you're literally out of their range for themselves here. But anyway, coming from the side of Brandy, so they're gonna be in this very last round. They're gonna be picking up the judge for themselves here. Although the score is very tight here, but Brent is still sort of in the lead here.
Yeah, they are, but they've really closed the gap here. Brent started off really, really strong, but now they've closed the gap so much. It's 6-5 as this round is going to be so important. Milton gets the first initial kill onto Ching, but the rest of Brent, they are making sure that they are rotating fast to get onto site. Elbow is still being held. If Cypher holds on a little bit longer, he is going to be able to get off so much as the team looks to rotate. Even from Hookah's side, that's good spawn. Gonna be dead. Dubstep and Borkland gonna be down. Cypher still hasn't spotted out yet. Double P coming in from AHQ, killing them off, and that last member is gonna be Dispenser trying to make this play happen. No, Empress gets another kill. Overheal is gonna be working out for him. Fault line comes through. He's just waiting. He just needs to find an opportunity. It's a 2v1 situation. He just needs to get another headshot here, and he might be able to pull this off. He sees the peek. He gets another one. Can he ace this? Oh my goodness! The dismiss comes through. He's gonna tap the bomb real quick. Speaking on the left side, he's gonna make sure he clears through. Dancing left to right. He's got to jiggle. Keep jiggling. 7 HP. Oh no! And that's gonna be the classic kill from AO. Oh my goodness, that was almost the cleanest ace.
Dude, it was super clean and very smooth coming from the side here of Dispenser as well. And the best part about Reyna as well, like we were talking about Reyna so much, or me in particular, I have always said that Reyna will always be a hero that's very conditional, because let's be honest, if you're not a top fragger, if you can't get a lot of kills, you're pretty much a very skillless hero. Although yes, your Lear is probably one of the best flash in the game, but if you're not able to step up, you're not going to be able to fully utilize your full kit and just and dedicate towards his team. But in this case, Dispenser really popping things off with a 14-7 and 1 KDA. Absolutely insane here.
Yeah, I mean, when you are playing Reyna, you got to make sure that your fundamentals are strong, that you've got you got to give it to the best aimer on your team, because again, it's a very snowbally agent. Like the moment you get that first initial kill, you're going to be trying to create as much of an advantage to get the second one and the third and the fourth. That's going to be Arbiter picking up the ult orb. He's going to get out of the way just before Omen was about to peek him.
Oh, but anyway, here comes the retaliation coming as Brent East's going to push it down to the side here. Dispenser pick up a beautiful double kill. Going to be committed at Dismiss and Devour to try to get themselves a little bit of that healing. Pushing down to the side after shot. Ooh, he barely gets out of the fall line too. Chin gets a beautiful pick up on Mill. We're looking at a 2v3 here. It's going to be a very hard defense or retake coming from the side here of AHQ. Can't spot one, go for the combo attack. Was not able to connect though. Oh, sorry, scratch that. He managed to connect it on dubstep, but here comes the flash from that flashpoint. Rainy finds one angle, takes the pick, but Morgan gets him first. And Ken, with the frenzy, was able to nail down Jesse, but Shane will be the one that puts Ken down.
That's going to be the attackers winning this round, 7-6. Bren against AHQ, a very good default push. A default plant onto A, making sure they have full control over onto U-Haul and as well as on Showers as they finally pushed on through, knowing that they had the numbers advantage to close out this round. But now let's see what what else Bren has under their sleeves.
Look at according to the bias, we're going to be seeing 2 Bulldogs, 2 Phantoms, and 1 Venom on the side here of Bren. Whereas AHQ, this is going to be the second eco round for them. But then again, Can not going to be picking up the Sharon. He feels like since we're going to go for the eco, and let's be honest, Bucky is like 100 cash, a little bit more than the Sharon. Brings up the bucket, and I guess he's going to be trying to position himself literally right inside of Hookah there, and was to see if he was able to pick up any members with that shotty.
Yeah, but here it comes. The smokes are coming out pretty quick here. The fault line is going to be coming out of Breach, making sure to slow down this push onto B long, as the rest of the team going to be droning out garden side. Yep, he checks the corners, making sure that he's safe. Now he has to make sure he gets some vision onto U-Haul, but smoke is going to keep him covered.
Now Mill, he has already spotted out the owl drone. He knows someone might be potentially pushing towards his B long too. I think he spots out the legs. He's already has his sights and aim towards it as well. But here comes the tailwind. They're going to be initiating straight towards the side. Dacia was able to pick up a beautiful kill, but then Io was able to trade things back. Now we're looking at currently a 2v2. Currently on majority of the teammates on towards the side. Mill comes in with the flashlight. He has the bucket, gets the tag, but not the headshot he was looking for. As Dispenser was able to trade things back and Devour to get back to HP. But Dispenser surviving with HP, and Io playing with the surrounding gets to heaven divine judgment on our dear friend Dispenser, who was only 1 HP.
Nicely done coming out of AHQ with a thrifty round, playing from behind. Now Bren, oh boy, they got to eco this round.
Definitely they have to go for this eco here, but it looks like the Bucky really came through here for the rest of the team, but Sally was not able to get enough damage to pick up Dispenser. But oh man, that trade coming from Io was absolutely insane.
Yeah, really nice job all around from AHQ. It looks like, you know, their defense is looking to be much better than they were on their offense in comparison to Bren. As Bren looking to try and mix things up. Oh, Dispenser finds that pick off onto Milk. Got Milk again.
Oh man. That name and that call phrase is absolutely insane to me, Gideon. But anyway, here comes Brady. Gonna be pushing.
Would you prefer if I just said got apples?
Oh no, Gideon, come on! We can't say that on the Twitch stream, man. But I think he went to the supermarket to get himself some apples as he went to pick up that Omen, tying this out to a 4v4. But remember, Brand Esports is currently on the eco side, although they have their share it. But Rainy, here's it coming to picks up a beautiful headshot with the Vandal though. Now HQ holding down the side really well. Play Arbiter with a long range spray with the Phantom. Really making it work here, but 2v4. The spike is still in the hands of Brand. They can still try to push this through, but the location has been revealed here, and now so much information has already been fed to the rest of the members of AHQ.
Yep, now they know they can tell by the sounds. They know what the weapon area is going to be. They know that they're ecoing this round, so they aren't that. It's not like they were going to lose too hard. They just want to minimize the casualties just in case somebody had a sneaky shotgun.
Oh man, but then again, they did brought a shot inside this game though, so it's. But sadly, it was just not good enough in this case, yeah.
No, it's just really smart from AHQ's side, because in most situations, people get a little bit, they're ecoing this round, let's just be a little bit more aggressive, and all of a sudden, they get caught off guard by taking a sharp corner, and bam, gets hit by a Bucky or even a Shorty in most cases.
Now anyway, full buy is going to be coming for the side here, our dear friend Brand Esports. This might be the turning point as well, because remember, now both teams is fully equipped here. It all comes down to who is able to make that fast play and those quick picks, and I believe Dispenser is ready to step up to take that role here.
Arbiter gets spotted out in Showers and back, which means that they're going to rotate backwards to kind of control the site more than they want to control Showers. Sova making his way onto that rotation here. Lurkers are starting to push out from B side to hopefully, find a potential pick.
Still holding on the line. Arbiter's getting ready to counter initiate with those guys for the try to force any pushback. Ooh, not sure if the Outer did spawn him out exactly where he was, but anyway, CMB is going to be drawn up for a couple of good measures. But from the shadow, it's going to be committed as well to try to go for the TPs. But ooh, Dispenser getting Arbiter first. But I was able to trade things back on Dustin. No Jet, but Ken was able to pick up Broken with the Operator. He's going to be hunting for more. Remember, this is Ken who was able to pick up a beautiful double kill with that Hunter's Fury, and he is the Hunter right now on the hunt for brand esports members.
He just needs one more and he'll be able to get his ult, and if he wants to, he could probably finish off the round with no issues whatsoever. Oh, that shock arrow nearly connecting. He's got to be careful. He's only at 33 HP.
But 33 HP and also 33 seconds on the clock as well. They still have a little bit more time left if you really want to go for the apply, but the position come up for the rest of the team. And Io, very patient with that angle, was waiting for anyone to go for the spin here. Here comes the Nero, they're going to be able to find out exactly where they are. Rolling Thunder's going to be committed towards this U-Haul to try to force anyone back. But unfortunately, they're no longer there. They already prepared to rotate towards this B side, but the spike is a little bit too far here. They have to be really quick about this.
Breach.
Oh no, breach! But sadly, Jesse Bash was able to pick up ready right before the count. But then again, it's only 2 seconds clock, and there's just not enough time for Brand to get towards that side.
Yeah, because again, that's what happens when you have U-Haul control. When you're able to kind of control the default area of the site, you do have access to the teleporter. So if things go bad, you're just hopping into it, TPing over to B site, and making sure you get that plant down fast. Unfortunately for Omen, there was no way for him to cross, no way to drop any smokes, no flashes, no utility to help him get there safely. He has to take the long way around.
Yeah. So, in other words, just a really good usage coming from side here, Rainy, after using the rolling down and securing that U-Haul to get towards the teleporter just to buy a little bit more time. But anyway, this is going to be the buy round once again for the side here of AHQ. Brand Esports looks like it's going to be a partial. It looks like because 2 members was able to save here, but not the rest of the team is going to be committing this buy. Really well played and saving that economy here.
Now the rest of the team is going to be slowly pushing on through. Ooh, that's going to be the spy cam being broken off, and that means AHQ, they're not going to be aggressively pushing from the B side, knowing that there's a spy cam there. So they know that the left side of the map has been a little compromised, so they might rotate through Spot, or maybe even through Hookah, just to play for picks.
Still taking it nice and slow, making sure covering all the angles and as many information as can. Because remember, Cypher is the kind of agent where he's not really fast when it comes to that offensive plays. He's the kind of character which you just want to take it nice and slow, get enough information, and just deliver it all towards the teammate. That way they can figure it out. But anyway, here comes the push coming in from Dubstep.
Not enough height there on that updraft. Oh, he fires one, but unfortunately, Arbiter reacts a little bit faster. He's going to be dropping down the orbital strike as well. Are able to get one, but the headshot's coming in strong as the retake comes on over. Ching, he's out of here. He doesn't want no part of this no more. Ooh, boy. What a play coming in from Brimstone.
Oh, man, but then again, he's already on top of the side. He had to quickly go for this plant as well. Gonna go for the fake one, but suddenly the rotation is a little bit too quick for him. Ching was able to get the nice job on Rainy, but Milk with the ball back will be able to drop the last man of a Brand Esports, and AHQ will be the first team to hit that double-digit score.
7 to 10 right now. Bren really struggling against the defense HQ. But let's look at that replay one more time, because I think Ching did some really smart moves overall. He hopped out, he was setting up for this site, knowing that they would be coming through spawn. He thinks about it, alright, get that one pick off the spawn. Alright, I can't really see. Gonna try and get, I personally think that if he pushed out more, rotated a little bit more and dropped it towards the towards U-Haul side a little bit further, at least then he could start playing for Cubby. He can look to play all the way at the back, or even elbow as well.
Yeah, but I think in that situation as well, he didn't really underestimate teammates at all. But Borg started things off as he instantly gets rid of the Sova here. Although AHQ still has the Cypher for a little bit of information gathering, but here comes the push. Borkum slowly walking through a hook-up, 5 spawn, almost connected the third one too, but anyway, 2 kills, pick up from Kasaya Borm. Borkum was pretty amazing as it is.
He's going to be smoking off backside here as Reyna is going to come in hard. Dispenser cleaning up shop, and now that's going to be B side as they look to push out. Are they going to go hunting though?
Oh no, there's no way. They're pretty much very happy about this as well, since AHQ is pretty much just 3 more rounds before the game ends, so they're not going to be taking any necessary risks. But also, I like the fact that this time Dispenser was able to get the revenge picked out on Io, which pretty much the exact same way was how Io was able to pick him off. But then again, Dispenser was like 1 HP in that last one. So
yeah.
it's totally fair enough. But again, I love what Arbiter did before he died in the last round. He was just pretty much like, if I'm gonna die, you're gonna die with me with the orbital strike, boy. Burn.
It was a good orbital strike. That oh man, that just absolute reign of terror really chunked out quite a decent number of people from the side of Bren. But at the end of the day, here AHQ is still up in rounds, and it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Bren to bring this all the way back.
I mean, it's gonna be taking a while. Baby steps, Gideon. Baby step, one step at a time. Sure, I believe that Brand Eastman and all their fans out there is hoping for Brand to just get a clean win for sure, right?
Oh, but of course, that goes without saying. But I think AHQ on the defense right now are looking really, really strong. It usually just comes down to who gets that first pick, and then everybody makes that rotation for the all-in. And in most cases, AHQ comes up on top.
And you also must take into account as well, AHQ, they're not a pushover team at all. They're absolutely skilled. They got 34th place back in the Africa TV Asia Showdown. And in that 34th place, they contended with the top 2 Japanese team, absolute justice here. And the score wasn't really one-sided at all. But anyway, coming back towards this game, Brand Eastwood taking it nice and easy as they slowly get as much information as possible. And this Cypher for the side of Brand, he's trying to do as much look as possible to get as much information on how many members are there of AHQ is on A.
They're looking for any kind of information, and that's kind of the name of the game right now. Who's going to be able to make that first move? Who's going to aggressively peek and give away their position? Because if they do it right now onto B long, they're going to have to deal with this Jet. Recon Arrow comes through, and Milk unfortunately is going to get spotted out. He goes for the spray. He goes for the paint cans, making sure that it explodes midway. But unfortunately, even with the Lear that was shot a little bit too far, not going to work out.
Oh man, either way, I also love the fact that even though they have a one-man advantage, they're not really forcing straight onto the side just yet. They're taking it nice and easy. They totally know the AHQ might just try to go for this rotation as well. It all comes down to how much information Cypher can get towards this point A here as he slowly rotates back to get the spy as he rotates back towards his B.
Oh, there we go. Can't gonna be able to get dubstep here this time round, but there goes the Hunter's Fury. They've been spotted out at Morcom. He is kind of trapped here. Oh, he's gonna take one, but he's already pushing through it. Luckily, that paranoia is gonna help out the team as they take control over the site. One in elbow, one coming through spawn. Omen, he's gotta be careful, but he's gonna smoke it off just to deny vision as they get the plant down.
But I mean, beautiful usage of the dark cover, so they're gonna be forcing that Blizzard to be out of position. But anyway, Broken pushes forward, taking 3 kills for the team in this side of the round here for Brand Esport here. Now the score 9-10. Baby steps, getting like I said, baby step, and they're slowly climbing back up to this.
Definitely, and now they're gonna be starting a new round, new day,
triple
9-10. Ooh, triple Bucky. Oh, okay. Looks like it's an anti-eco round.
Is this gonna be another repeat of Myth gameplays with 5 Buckies?
It probably isn't, because we also have to remember that not everybody has like a lot of credits to kind of work with here. So yeah, sure, you could get the Buckies, but some people, they're gonna be forced to be like, all right, I'll take a Sheriff with some light armor and
I thank God for that. And I thank God for that, seriously. Myth with 5 Buckies, that was absolutely insane. Against a full rifle round, by the way.
True, but I mean, Seek and Strike, he'd be very happy. You just see 5 Buckies all over again.
I guess it works too, since they're on the defender side too. But anyway, coming in, Brand taking it nice and easy. Most importantly, I think maybe they just have a rough idea. They're doing the exact same thing which they did in the last round too, just taking it nice and easy, get that information. Boom Buddy, or the Roomba in this case, doing his job, but sadly didn't live long enough to fully complete it.
Yeah, but Milk is still holding Hookah here real strong. There's nothing much they can do except to throw down the shock arrows. He's at an off angle, so there's no real way to bounce it in, other than just bouncing off that corridor wall into his face. But even then, it's a tough shot, and you're not entirely sure where she's going to be there. But Brent rotating towards A side here, looking for any picks as they slowly push out through Showers, but it's been mollied off, and this is the problem with Showers.
Incinerary is definitely going to be running out soon. The mini runner, he's just going to run through the flame with the Lear. So he can try to pick up any member. Good one as well, but sadly it's not going to be enough. If Armida was able to pick up a double kill with the Bucky, he's making things work, and Rady with the pickup of the Sheriff on Porkum. This is not really a fully committed. It's actually an equal round, but then again, 3 Buckies, they're making it work. They're doing so much economic damage here, but Showstopper going to be committed towards his bar, but sadly it will not be able to connect on anybody. But and Wu Jing was able to find one person towards his U-Haul. Now it's going to be down to a 2v3. Jesse Vash, he has the operator, but then again, they are fighting against Buckies. They have exactly 6 seconds to go for this plan though.
They can't. I mean, the spy carrier. Yeah, the spy carrier died in a very awkward spot. They just can't get the bomb back. As Arbiter is going to pick up, is going to be picking up this Vandal, and still Bren aggressively peeking, making sure that they want to kind of like hurt somebody, thinking that the round is over and catch them off guard.
Oh man, but then again, really well played coming from AHQ, especially like making full use of their positioning and fully understanding that this Bucky is not really great at that long range. Played the close games and being very patient about it. But at the same time, really amazing thought coming from Brand Esports, because remember when our dear friend Ching was actually committing a recon ball towards that hookah, right? He realized there was no pre-firing. He knows someone is there, but no one was pre-firing for it, and he was wondering why. And he sort of assumed like maybe they're going with Buckies, maybe they're going with Shotties here. Instantly, guys, go towards point A where we can fully utilize our range and this operator play. By the way, Canada Mill was already starting this round with a beautiful 3-man pickup. Oh my lord!
Get him, boom buddy! As they go quickly drop on the cans as well, but unfortunately Jesse Vash was already prepared to deal with whoever peeks out a hookah, and he profits off of his position.
Okay, anyway, here comes our dear 1v2 battles on the other side, and on towards this beat, you're gonna be seeing a really tough one too. Where's our dear friend Omen? Oh, there he is. He's gonna go for this local play, try to see if he can try to catch anyone rotating from this back line and try to secure this beat if he could. But AHQ, they're playing it very disciplined. They're not too greedy. They know they're only 2 more rounds away. They're just gonna hold each side by themselves. And remember, Cypher's very great at anchoring down the point and even great as a lurker.
Yeah, I mean, overall, AHQ, their defense top-notch. They're making sure that they are covering every single one of these angles here. Oh, please.
A shot. They don't see it.
Okay, alright. He misses the entry. And now he has to turn around. Omen tries to make it, but he still gets the headshot. And almost another one. And Borkum managing to duck under before the bullets connect. He's going to teleport on out of there, but he's got 36 life. Can he make this work? He's going to take an operator in hopes to make the in hopes to secure this round. But unfortunately, he doesn't get perfectly behind the corner and gets cut off immediately.
Just really unfortunate. He was trying to use the shrouded step to try to get back that operator, but seriously, that's just how annoying these lurkers, all these lurker plays, all these plays are trying to go for. So Io really well played, although yes, the first initial engagement wasn't really in your favor. He was actually trying to go for the headshot, although he missed, he still managed to follow up through the cyber kick. When I thought that was absolutely insane.
Yep, looks like the pings are coming. Danger on the B side, and looks like they're going to try and make a push for it, while Cypher just holds A side with the spy cam to get information on it, on anything that AHQ performs.
Although I love the usage of the lure as well, like Dispenser already started to figure out like maybe AHQ might be a little bit more confident to try to go for this side picks, and instantly try to follow up with his teammate who was trying to go for this trade-off. But sadly, our dear friend Breach on the side here of AHQ, he decides to back off from it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised. I think they are just expecting somebody to be sitting in hookah, and that's why Sova, he's just taking his time, waiting for Cypher to pick up that bomb, and then afterwards dropping the owl drone just to double check, just in case, because you can never be too careful. Now that they know that hookah is cleared, they can start pushing up.
Slow and steady wins the race, ladies and gentlemen. And in this case, Brand Esports taking 1 step at a time because they only got 1 more shot left. As AHQ is only 1 round or 1 point from winning this game. But here comes the Rolling Thunder, going to be committed to the side here of AHQ as they were trying to force any members back. But Cannon ready, shutting them down time and time again. Each player was able to get a beautiful pickup for themselves. It's going to be down to a 2v5 Dispenser.
30 seconds left.
With especially with the newer theft as well. He's going to be able to find one, but Dispenser was able to get the drop and pick up on the cannon. Try to get the second one. Ooh, that's a double kill. And even with the Dispenser, he was able to sustain it. Okay. He's trying to cost this round. It's coming down to a 1v1. Game in the but Arbiter will be the one that puts him down to the ground. I guess in this case, Brimstone, even though he's an old dog, he still has a lot of tricks to show here.
I mean, of course, and especially on mine, he is still a pretty effective agent. Let's look at the replay one more time to see that clutch. I mean, Dispenser is just—he's really good. He's really, really good, making sure those shots connect. He was able to get 2 there, uses the dismiss, still at full HP, didn't want to use the over here, but here's where it got really, really tough. Because overall, like, when Dispense got towards that last, initially, I think he was just looking, okay, I got to be able to check my corners, because if I do the overheal, if I take overheal right now, I could just straight up die.
Yeah, and also at the same time, really unfortunate. I believe the breach was actually flashed one of their own ciphers as well as he was trying to defend that site. Literally at the bottom of hookah, is pretty much like, where is he going to go for here? By the way, what a well play coming from both sides of this team here. And AHQ, they really tried. AHQ really just gave it their all and literally just showcased to everyone here on the stream that the fact that we're here in this tournament and we got that third and fourth place back in the Africa TV tournament.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, you know, I've been talking to a lot of people, and remember when we were preparing for the tournament itself, and I was telling you, these guys are big, well, I wouldn't even say big fans, but, you know, they definitely, when we're talking about the Philippines here, they are very prideful about their teams, and I think, you know, for good reason, Bren did show some really good defensive sides. AHQ, however, I think they have a much tighter defense, and a lot of the way that Bren is actually playing, I would kind of give him is a little bit looser, just very similar to the way Todak actually approaches things, especially on the defense and attack, but I do think Bren has a lot more versatility in terms of the variations of their attack.
Of course, because we're talking about, like, we're comparing between both of these teams, right? Definitely firepower wise, both is absolutely phenomenal. But when it comes down to the utility, Brand's a little bit more, like you said, very flexible, very versatile, because they're not like, they didn't come to the game like set in stone, like we're just gonna do this combination or this strategy. Yeah. They're just gonna be like, all right, we're gonna go with this line composition and we're just gonna try to casually, with our own personality, with our own methods, we're gonna push towards the side. Whereas AHQ, they're pretty much very tactical. They've been playing, they've been very active in competitive scenes here, play against like really top tier teams. And so in this case, because they're so used to all this warm up plays, I like to call it warm up plays. Warm up plays to the other tournaments. They're pretty much just like, all right, we're just gonna go with this stress, and if it works, we're just gonna stick with it.
Well, that's gonna be enough for us at the casters table. Hey, this is Yoli, and my name is Giving Q. Let's throw it over back to the casters panel. Let's go to the analysts on panel. Miss Alvo, take it away.
Hello and welcome to SCA Cup panel, as we are here to do a little pit stop mid-series and figure out what happened, what went right, and what went wrong. Your panel has slightly changed. I am, of course, still your host, as I will be for the rest of the event, Mr. Avo Plus. But now joining me and replacing Zero, it's Play the J. And, of course, as always, Seek and Strike.
I changed. I moved over one seat. It's a completely different.
I did ask for a change for you, but I think they misunderstood me as to what I meant.
Well, really what he said was, I need this guy as far away from me as possible. And they went, okay, and they moved me over one chair.
This is as far away as possible as we can do on this panel.
It's too far, Alvaro. But it's so proper social distancing between us anyway.
Indeed. Just you and Jay will...
Yeah, well, you know, we're in the bubble.
No, we're in the bubble.
Yeah,
so
we're in the bubble.
fine.
The caster bubble.
The casting bubble. Oh, that's true, it's true, it's true. If you speak all the time, of course, all your saliva goes away, and you
know what else was a bubble there? That eco for Bren. And I got popped by the shorty round, or sorry, the Bucky round coming through from AHQ. That was really effective. The hold was really strong coming out up from showers. He was able to get a 2K straight up for the rifle, and from there, Bren, unfortunately, I think that match was lost.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real innovative play coming out. But, well, in any case, maybe not, you know, unseen so far this tournament. I mean, we have seen Myth bust out the Buckies,
I was
you know.
say, they did
yeah, I mean, this is the first time since maybe day one that we've seen it in such high volume. Usually you might see one or two here and there, but yeah, the three of them there just to really drive it home, because at the same time, that was to stop the momentum that Bren was building in that second half. I mean, they had a great defensive half where they did manage to really bring it to AHQ Esports, so Esport Club, sorry. And I think there was 2 round wins that they managed to muster after losing quite a series of rounds. But yeah, I think the Bucky play was going to be you know, a godsend for them.
I mean, in the case of Myth as well, you can see clear difference, because in Myth they tried it like, what, 3-4 times in the first game, especially against AAA.
They actually tried it twice in a row.
Yeah, right. They failed in that game against AAA. But then at the last game of the day, they actually did succeed thanks to that Bucky surprise, I guess. Yeah. So it was a bit A bit better executed this time. It seemed like it was a bit more. They had a better game plan.
The map actually played a bit of a part into that.
Okay.
You know, like when Myth brought it, quite substantially, it was on the first map was the Ascent, right?
Correct.
So on Ascent, it's actually going to be a bit wider open. You know, depending on where it is. Maybe only A short, you can actually have a Bucky, you know, which might be more reliable. But here we had showers, close quarters. You know, U-Haul. There's going to be hookah. All these tight spaces really going to be absolutely useful.
Yeah, and to that point, right, mid lane and Ascent a bit too wide open, so it didn't really work out for Myth. However, here on this map, actually, he was playing Arbiter. It was that actually got the 2K there with the Bucky. He was actually playing a pretty standard position here behind the boxes on site. But I guess they just weren't expecting someone to be playing that aggressively on what they knew would have been an eco round. They didn't scout any of the Buckies. They knew that there might have been some shenanigans in hookah, as there always is. So they decided to avoid that. They're like, oh, there's a raise in there. We don't really want to mess with that. They go through showers only to be met with the Bucky for 2 kills. And yeah, they were lucky to save there. It was a good job saving. It's a good damage control from Bren, but they lose the following 3 rounds regardless. And it's going to be AHQ taking it 13-9.
Yeah, but I think like Bren, they did have their moments for sure, you know, especially on the defensive half. I think they really caught HQ off guard, you know, right at the start, as they were looking absolutely crisp here in their very first game of the day. And we did see that 5 rounds in a row did go over towards the Filipino team. But of course, HQ started to muster their own performances. I think Kant really stepped up at the start. And, you know, for him to also wield the operator, and there's a jetless lineup here coming out from the likes of AHQ, was really contending well with Dubstep. But yeah, I think Dubstep was a huge factor as why they were able to take those first 5 rounds.
Definitely. I think a key turning point this match was going to be in the second half in favor of AHQ. They lost the pistol rounds, but then dominated the eco round, and it's not like they full bought or anything like that. In fact, Io, who got 3 kills, only started off with a classic and no shields. He didn't spend a single penny, and he was able to finish that round, I think, with probably a stolen Bulldog or Vandal even. So just an insane play there to then secure the next 4 rounds and really take the half.
Yeah. So
well, if we want to talk about the operator usage by HQ, we have seen this from other teams as well. Actually, ironically, it was another Filipino team that did this as well, which was Ambu, of course, which they didn't use the Jet either as their operator user. We talked this in the beginning of the panel, but you weren't there, so I want to hear kind of your opinion on that because everyone always talks about, you know, Jet, the best operator user in the game, but this creativity is usually netting them some good wins.
Yeah, so I think when you're not bringing Jet as your operator user, it's really going to be coming down to how the rest of the team is going to be supporting you. And the reason why Jet is so used is, and we've been talking about it here on the panel at the caster desk all the time, is because you can deny the refrags, the trades that are coming out, and really take those aggressive angles. So we're not seeing overly aggressive angles that a teammate cannot come in to help with the refrag. You know, so say for example, on the defensive side, he was watching Showers going for an aggressive peek, you know, to try and catch any of the Bren players coming towards Showers. But when they do come in for a push that he's not able to land the shot for some reason, there's still going to be coverage coming in from the side, and they're not going to be able to instantly take away Can, you know. So that's how they try and circumvent that. When they attack as well, they're going to be in support. There's been a number of instances so far just in this tournament that, you know, the Jet can afford to play by herself, you know, just because she can evade and get away from the rest of the opposing team. But yeah, in this kind of format, you can already see that HQ is playing a lot more cohesively to try and circumvent this.
Yep. I wanted to ask you, though, we were talking a little bit about the no flash lineup here, especially versus Jet operator. We did have utility. We got those 2 cyber cages, of course, breach, and then, of course, the brimstone for those 3 smokes on top. But that was all AHQ actually had to work with. Do you think that has any kind of effect on the effectiveness or the efficacy of like a Jet operator? That seems to me like it would actually be a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we consider having that particular lineup, it's definitely going to be a little bit difficult to deal with that. I think they place a heavy reliance on Dubstep's ability to, you know, be able to deliver without having these kind of aspects within the repertoire. You know, of course, you know, they didn't bring the meta flasher, which is of course going to be on the breach side of things here, with the Reyna coming in. Not going to have quite the same effect, but I think you know, this is definitely playing into their playstyle. They're comfortable being able to try and deal with these aggressive angles in that sense.
Yeah, Brent really liked going for those first picks. You were mentioning dubstep, and just as a reference here, checking our stats on the spike.gg, we do have 5 opening picks on the defensive side in favor of dubstep alone.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
And actually a few other as well on the other side of Brown Esports. So they definitely like to be able to at least start off the round in their favor, get that lopsided and tip the scales in their
But why
favor.
are you not able to transform these into a round win when this?
Well, to be honest, they did for the most part here
so
on the defensive side, right?
So the first pick means for them that they set the tempo of the game, and therefore they're able to better control and win.
Yeah, especially on a map like this where there's no mid lane, right? So split, of course, with those 2 ports are going to be extremely loud, so you can hear it from basically anywhere on the map. So it allows you to be a little bit... It's kind of a double-edged sword, because usually you'll see teams usually hold at least 1 person in each site, just in case the ports are used and they try and sneak around and be a little bit sneaky with that. That's a very high-risk, high-reward sort of play, because teams are always expecting it. I'm surprised we didn't see it more, to be honest, though. Against the Cypher, I guess it makes sense, right? Because that's just a little bit too dangerous, but... usually, the opening pick on a map like this is going to be really, really useful, because there's only 2 ways into each site as opposed to the usual 3.
Yeah, and when you do go a man down on Bind specifically, there's no easy stopgap or measure. You're kind of at the mercy of the other team, who can now start to wait people to either side, and come out with an aggressive push. This kind of works on both angles. But if you're the team that has gone a man down, you have to make a decision. Either you get some immediate intel to actually decide how you want to distribute your players. Because if you compare this to maps like Haven, where you can start to pile more players around the A and C link to try and maneuver your resources to decide which is needed the most, or just plan to go for a retake. On Bind, retakes, can sometimes be very difficult, for the defensive side if they get this part wrong. So they're not going to have that second chance. So that's why you see Sova, of course, very prevalent, and I think we've been talking about it yesterday as well. To get that additional intel, defense, they have to go for these aggressive peaks sometimes to just get a little bit more information.
We actually did see this in Group B, with Vision Strikers particularly, who did take advantage of that Sova very much within Bind, and also yesterday, particularly Boom Esports, when they were dealing with this from the aggression from Todak, they also dealt really well and actually managed to get a lot of retakes because of that, right? Yeah. But as you mentioned, without a clear game plan of how to do that, sometimes it's really easy to just simply scatter in that map.
So we talked about how difficult it is to rotate on the attacking side here for Bind without making it clearly obvious where you're going, and usually very painfully obvious, as you don't end up always winning those rounds, which we don't see the ports used. Now we're going to a map that's really easy to rotate around on the attacker side. We're going to Haven, right? So 3 sites that all the lobbies are very, very connected. There's not many angles you can aggressively peek from. The lurker really has to commit as well, usually coming down C or A long, and it's a very, very risky proposition. So I think actually AHQ might get the better of them this map, as AHQ will be starting on defense here.
But wouldn't you say that because of that, you can actually have more variability within your offense?
That's exactly the point, though, right? Is that here Bren would get the opening 4v5 and they could rotate accordingly, right? Because they knew if AHQ had to defer, either they were going to take upwards of 20 or 30 seconds even to rotate from B or A through the connector or even through the caves, right? Takes forever. Or you're going to take the port and immediately get that info. Whereas here on Haven, AHQ can kind of just go, okay, that's okay. Let's go ahead and back up safely, regroup, and lurk around here, because Haven, 3 sites, lots of options for the attackers. So that is going to be my main concern here for Bren. So I think they're going to need to really get the ball rolling here on the offensive side to make sure that they can apply some pressure to AHQ, make sure that they have to maybe go for some unideal scenarios, right? AHQ, if they're down going into the attacking side, they're going to be under the gun.
What kind of plays are you looking for to accomplish that? Or maybe are there any picks that you think would help you accomplish that on Haven?
Well, I mean, I think they would definitely play to the strengths on attack. I mean, we of course did see them take both Jet and Reyna on the previous map, so we can
double duelist.
Double duelist, and honestly, it's something that we have been seeing so far in this tournament, where even losing out the Cypher, for this kind of action as well.
Indeed.
So we can probably see the same kind of spread here. Both Jet, we seen Boom do that yesterday as well, and really try and get these attacking rounds to really work for them. because yeah, it's about really throwing them off balance. Because when it comes to AHQ, they're gonna also be having a pretty good attacking side as well, looking at the takes that they've had in the first map. So if they can get a decent round lead and then get lucky on the pistol and get the momentum rolling, they're going to be in with a shot here.
Okay, well, the game is about to start, so as always, the final predictions. I think I already know what you're leaning towards, so you can strike, right? You think it's an AHQ 2-0?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think Brent Haven is going to be their map. I think they have the right idea. They know how to put HQ off balance, so they're going to be able to get a better round differential, I think, here and in the positive.
All right, well, earlier today when you had 0, he actually thought the exact same thing as you, so it's a perfect replacement here. We're just saying whoever picks the map is going to win. Let's see if my analysts are correct. And in fact, AHQ is capable of taking map number 2 again. Sorry, if Brand Esports is capable of taking map number 2 against AHQ and tie the series, or if AHQ will start with the best score in Group D. Guys, we're going to start any second now. After a small break, we'll throw away to the casters as we get on with map number 2 of series number 2 of Group D. Please take it away, commentators.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack all round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EPOL's Royal Sea Cup here for the Valorant Ignition series. I'm Anthony, also known as Yoli. Joining me once again is the one and only Gideon Q. I hope you guys always very sure. I've been telling this to everyone on the panel and because it's very important for you guys as well to not forget to drink water because we have a lot of amazing games. I know you're smiling. You're like, no,
I know for a fact that you were about to do a diff there. It's like, no, that's not right. But yes, it is a good point. Make sure you guys are drinking your water, making sure everything is rehydrated going into this game. Game 2 between AHQ and Bren. And so far, AHQ looking to be on top and more more def team in comparison to Bren.
Yeah, but at the same time, Brand is, even though, yeah, sure, Brand was not able to take the first game away from AHQ, but the score wasn't really one-sided. They actually fought back a couple of those trade rounds. But in this case, when it comes down to the utility usage compared to Brand, AHQ just seems like they have a more better idea compared to how Brand is fully utilizing here.
Yeah, I agree as well, but I also have to think that, like, maybe it could be a map factor here, but I mean, Bind is relatively neutral overall, but let's see, because now I think both sides need to see it up, and especially with an attacker side of map like Haven being the next rotation here for these teams. At least now we're going to be able to see how it's like for an attacker side of map for both of these sides to see, who's got the better.
Oh yeah, and the best part about it as well, Haven is like pretty much the bread and butter for all of us Valorant players because we had trained so many times, time and time again. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the last of the BO2 games of today between AHQ and Brand Esports. Will they be able to tie this round, Gideon, or will it be a straight 2-0 for AHQ?
It's really tough because I think AHQ and Bren are really on par with each other right now. AHQ kind of performing a little bit better in terms of a majority of the team in comparison to Bren. I do think some people really need to start stepping up because they cannot lose these gunfights.
Gunfights for sure, but and speaking of gunfights, this first round is going to be really crucial as well because whoever wins the first round in this pistol round who's going to be having the better firepower in the next one. And then straight away from the winners, that's a tag, and then again, he gets tagged instead, and with the tailwind, he should be able to get out of the way, but Cannon was able to trade things off with this Spencer, but so goes Ching, a little bit aggressive coming from the jet here, and instantly gets punished by Barker with the headshot with the ghost.
It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Bren, only losing Lorena in the process, but they're landing these shots. Oh boy, Dubstep now at 9 HP. He can't be the first to go in onto this site, as the rest of Bren Esports going to be moving towards Garage, checking their angles, making sure it's clear. Cypher going to loop around towards C long in hopes to get some information for the team.
Oh man, at the same time, they're not going to be going through C windows either. They're going to be straight away jumping straight to this side as well. They know they have no armor and other. Oh my Dubstep! Dropping the beat once again with that double kill on the team, but Ken managed to turn things around, but it's still a 1v2, and Ken with 6 HP, can he do it? I say cannot, as Jesse Vosh will put Ken down to the ground through the dark cover smoke.
He probably heard that, heard the audio clue on the drop. Yeah, literally on the drop, securing that game. That's going to be 1 round for Bren. They should be able to pick up this next round as well.
Actually, let's be honest, I think pretty much Ken started sweating like bonkers the minute he dropped it. He's like, dong. He's like, oh god, did they hear me?
That was a lot louder than I thought.
But I mean, in this second round here, our dear friends are going to be able to pick up a couple of weapons for themselves here. Bren Based off on the south here, and looks like we're gonna be seeing 2 shotguns, 1 shotty and 1 bucket gonna be picked up on the side of AHQ. But I guess it fits as well because they're playing on the defensive side here. They're gonna be able to fully use that corner and angle. But beautiful usage of that aftershock coming from Ching, trying to force him out anyone from that corner. One's gonna be coming to the fault line to see if anyone is there. Mill did pop down, but he will not be picked.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna go through garage. They saw Jet just kind of hop and cross over, B hop right over as they look to push through C long here. I mean, Cypher is pretty deep into sewers. He's waiting for an opportunity to get a lurker, but the rest of the team, they got backside down, dubstep, making sure that his shots land. But this Bucky might be the biggest play ever. He could just be running them down. Just wait for it. It's nearsighted, but you can still see very close towards you. Somebody's gonna poke out, and there we go. 1, get 2. Come on, get another one. Get another one. Can he get a third? No, he cannot! Oh, that could have been the biggest chain in the world, but Arbiter, he's pulling back. The damage has been done onto Brent. This is a huge round for them, as Brent gonna be trying to take one more out! It's a 1v1, especially on a round that Brent wasn't trying to eco, and AHQ put a dent in the economy. If they can win this round, that's gonna be gigantic for the team.
Dude, absolutely big as well. They were on the eco, but anyway, Porco with the Bulldog will insulate Bark back at Io here as Broken was able to secure this round with 3 kills on his belt. But then again, Gideon, so much damage has been done. Although, yes, thankfully, it's not like a full rifle round or anything. But still, dropping Spectres, Bulldogs especially on the side here of Team Brand Esports, that's going to be putting quite a dent towards that economy.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. You can definitely see that somebody has to pay the price, and apparently Jesse Vash is going to be the one taking the hit. He's going to be ending up with a Spectre here as well as full body armor. The rest of the team can't really do too much about it. Nobody can afford anything to give, but AHQ coming out fully kitted.
But then, anyway, Dubstep was able to pick someone towards that chubby corner as well. Anyway, here comes the Aldroid to try to force him back, but he will be able to use the Shrouded Stab to teleport away to safety back towards the site.
Yeah, their attack on A side looking pretty good here, but we also have the Cypher just sitting by double doors just in case somebody gets a little too aggressive. He's going to be lurking pretty well as Dispenser, who is going to be the first entry fragger. Breach could help out, but it looks like they're going to rotate back towards mid side and hop through the window, maybe going through B.
Rainy coming through, checking out from C windows. He has a rough idea that he wants to try to go towards his double doors, but then again, with the knowing that there's the existence of Cypher and Omen, who is amazing at lurking, by the way, Cypher in particular here, he has to play a little bit more careful, and I just love the discipline as well, because he's like, I'm defending, there is no need for me to be over aggressive, especially in this round of 3. Already still was able to punish. Jesse Voss was actually camping towards behind that double doors. Now, majority of the members of Brand East was currently on top of this B. They're trying to cover from all angles, but the wallbang is happening all across the mix here, and our brother was able to pick up a beautiful spray down on Borka, but then again, Mill was trying to literally deliver Mill to the rest of the team here. Ching goes down here, Arbiter picking up the double kill for himself here on Dispenser. Now we look at that 1v4 scratch down. Mill coming in strong here, taking down his mirror image here, Dubstep.
I mean, Mill can feel it in his bones. The calcium running through his veins as he's absolutely shredding through. B-side is really difficult to actually set up. If you don't have the numbers, it becomes so difficult to play, and especially since they were looking to play backside and close off the 3 members here on the defender side, especially from the B to A connector. That was just really unfortunate that they were literally an army of 2 blowing through the rest of Bren.
Yeah, but also, it literally, even with all the UTs all being used by both teams, it literally just comes down to those one tap plays. And in this case, AHQ was just a little bit more stronger in that last round. By the way, Dispenser was able to open things up with a beautiful pickup with the Sheriff on Rainy. Now there's no breach. It's going to be really hard for the counter or the counter retake to the side here of AHQ. Should the spike be planted, but the air drop, the updraft with the Blaze-Stone combination. Io gets put down for good.
Yep, he's going to be dropping down his main gun to give it to somebody else to fully maximize their eco here. Dubstep, he's already got the kill, so he should be able to get a full buy next round. But now here comes the Hunter's Fury looking for anybody. Can he get that backside? Unfortunately, he doesn't, but he does chunk out. Cypher pretty hard as they're looking to try and penetrate through the.
Oh man!
Ow!
That is so painful. But once again, Mill is delivering Mill, but same goes for Arbiter on the other side. Jesse Voss was able to trade things out with the Vandal spray. Mill once again double kill, but again here comes double step with the Was not able to connect though, but it's going to come down to a 1v2. Now it's Mills to go with the blade zone. He pops it over. Tailwind in. Sally with the connect and dubstep will put him down with a headshot with the classic. Very classic of you, dubstep.
Oh my goodness! I thought after the initial whiff, he had to bail on out of there. And I thought, okay, now it's time for AHQ to really start stepping things up. But unfortunately, that's going to be some really good opening shots coming in from dubstep.
Oh man, seriously, dropping him with the classic, very classic coming from the side here. But then again, now AHQ, they have to go for the eco here, but looks like they're going to be committing 3 buckies here, and that's totally fine with it because they not to say they don't have the best of economy, but they have quite the amount of savings, so that with this buckies, they want to try to do as much damage as possible and hoping to pick up weapons from the other side here or Brent.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to make sure that they're hurting them as much as they can here, as the rest of AHQ is looking to defend, especially. Make sure that Brent takes the brunt of that damage. But look at Brent, the way they're playing for picks. They're looking for any opportunities to weaken the defense before looking to jump onto the site.
Slowing down the push. Brent just really taking things nice and easy, and that's what I really love about it, right? Brent just fully understand after playing one game with AHQ, they're taking their time with this, especially they know they have a Cypher on the team here. They don't really have a Sova to really like instantly just scout out for them with that recon ball here. So with the Cypher, they're taking one step at a time, but Will, trying to go for the tank, but gets spotted first. He has to quickly fall back away from double doors, but he's still hanging around because he knows he can play around with this corner.
He's got to be careful. Double doors is being watched as the rest of the team has a good wrap around B side. However, if he pushes through double doors and gets close enough, he can make a difference. But the Leer is going to be enough. Dispenser takes out Can onto the B side here as they look to maybe plant or maybe rotate. I'm not entirely sure.
And the best part was the positioning of the Leer as well. He put it as high as possible, trying to force them to not allow them to transition easily back towards that main door.
Oh, here comes the aftershock, and unfortunately, Dispenser going to take a little bit of damage there, but he's going to be A-okay as they look to try and push on through the buckies, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. Cypher uses the ult to spot out the rest of the enemy team. He sees the other Cypher on the backside of A to B connector. He needs to finish this off, but unfortunately, he's going to have to wait for the rest of the scene to make this work out. Pushes through the smoke, can't make the shots connect. Dubstep clearing out, as well as Jesse Bosch clearing out the rest of the team. That's gonna go another point for Brent.
Dude, I was a little bit concerned for Brent as well when AHQ members started picking up 3 members off of Brent Eastfront. I was like, alright, my god, is AHQ actually trying to turn it around, coming back from an eco round for themselves? Although, yeah, they have 3 buckets, but they were actually 1 man short when they were contesting towards this B. But then again, beautiful plays coming from Jesse Vash, really stepped out alongside with Dubstep. But 3 members were dropped, fully equipped by the way, fully equipped with rifles and everything. So that is quite a big hit for them. But they still have enough savings to really try to bring back all these buys.
I mean, it was a good eco round. It was really a good eco round coming out of EAHQ. They weren't expecting to win that, but they got a lot of they put a lot of damage into Bren, and you know that's going to start adding up into the later rounds here. Bren, they're going to continue to play for picks. They know that the AHQ might get a little bit aggressive, and when they do, they're going to take full advantage. If not, they're going to be pushing through B, and I think that's, so far been working out for them. However, they need to be careful because AHQ will start to adapt. See, they don't see anybody on A side, they start moving towards the connectors.
Still holding down the line. They're going to be, looks like they decided to go try to see if they can manage to pick up anyone towards this A line as they slowly push towards this A. Here comes our dear friend Mail holding that angle. Ooh, not able to connect the shot. He has to tail away and get tagged by a little bit, but he's still going to be quite healthy and will be able to survive for the next coming clash.
Well, the team still stuck together pretty tightly knit as Omen waiting by the B side entrance. Doesn't see anybody just yet, and nobody is coming for it. I think Breach is down by Sewers, and he's going to be using that ult to kind of bait out a push onto A side. The rotation is coming out hard, and this is looking super good for Brent. They're going to be getting onto the B side. They will be able to catch people off rotations, but unfortunately, that's going to be 2 picks.
Oh man, 2 picks in there, and the best part about it is that AHQ didn't fully commit it and believe it as well either. They instantly, when they found out the rolling thunder and no one really followed out with it, they instantly rotate and start to go towards this B side. Flashpoint coming in, Broker was able to trade things out towards this can. It still is a 4v3. Armin trying to go for the blind paranoia spam. Gets a headshot with the wall bang too. Milk with the shotty on Dubstep, and was still able to pick up an operator for himself and will nail it as well in this last round.
That's going to be the round going over to AHQ, bringing it to 2-4, coming back strong.
Oh my god, apps. Just like every time like we see Brand taking the lead, I think Brand had the same play as well for the last. He had the lead, but then after that, AHQ just slowly realizing like, okay, this is your play style. This is like what you like to do, and they started getting accustomed to it. They started getting the feel of it, getting used to it, and they started exploiting whatever weakness is an opening which they can see from this kind of pushes.
Yeah, and you know, as long as they are just remembering the patterns and habits, they're gonna slowly start stepping up one at a time. You know, going one step ahead, 2 steps ahead, and when they change it up, okay, where are we at? Step 1, step 5. Okay, we can make this work, and they have to just keep on adapting, and that's kind of the beauty. That's kind of the beauty of Valorant here. It's just a big game of rock paper scissors, with their utilities and where you are going to attack the sites.
And I mean, Dispenser going to be holding out from this Chubby from the side here, B long, trying to see if he can hear anyone on towards the side. Of course, a little bit too far, but whatever information he can get is going to be really big for the rest of the team here. Everyone taking step by step. And even look at the trip mine as well, as they slowly pushes towards this garage, towards C windows.
Looks like it's going to be, wow, great transition. They're going to be attacking C-side from their back as well, but unfortunately they're going to be losing Dubstep, going to be taken out by Kant here. Omen coming through, as well as the Breach ultimate, trying to slow down the push, but unfortunately backside still not clear. One more, and that's going to be it coming from Omen as they open up the site. Huge play coming in from Brent, even getting the ultimate from the Breach, a 3v2 situation that AHQ are going to have a tough time. One from Spawn, one from Garage.
Especially since they will not have the Breach to really set things up for them, although the Breach for the time here of AHQ was able to use the rolling down to slow down that push coming from Brand East, but he still fell here. They still, on the side here, they still have a lot of smokes here. They have the dark cover, they have the cloud buzz, and even the tailwind to fully equip here. Now it all comes out to picking, but with Borkum putting down Arbiter down to the ground here, Mill is just trying to look for any exit kill before he backs away from this side.
Yep, he's just waiting for exit frags here. He can't afford to lose this operator over to Brent, but just wait for it, and it looks like they are going to take the safest path, knowing that he's coming in from Garage. That information is valuable, so nobody's going to get exit frag this time round. Breach might have an opportunity to spot out the Jet, but it really depends if the Jet comes out of window side.
Yeah, but in the end, he's going to go a little bit. He's just going to stay in windows because he knows there's no way they could get to him in time unless they fully just ran at him with knives.
They just go hunting, and it's just like, yeah, we're going to run in, and then lose 3 just like last round.
But no, Brand learned, this is like you see, as we all know as well, sometimes losing is a greatest lesson here. So I guess in this case, Brandon was like, no, let's not make any more kind of mistake, like any overconfidence plays here. Let's just play with what we got here and just constantly increase the gap distance between AHQ and Brand's score.
We're already 7 rounds in as we're moving on into the 8th. Brand still up by 3 rounds as AHQ looking to try and even out the score. It is a very attacker-heavy favorite map, so you know every one of these rounds that they take away from Brand is one more round that they're going to give themselves on the on the attacker's side to help them win.
Still holding on line. Beautiful initiation coming from Io with the Sheriff headshot. But that's the trader coming from Borkum though. But the most important thing is this, right? Brand lost their Breach. Now it's going to be really hard for them to push into the mix. They really need Borkum as well with that dark cover, but instantly there goes another initiator as well. They still have the Cloud Burst to get a little bit more cover. But Io just picking up members one by one. That's the second frag headshot with the Sheriff too. But finally with that pickup, he will be able to get this Vandal as he slowly rotates from the connector towards his B.
A site is now going to be where the spike will be dropped. The rest of the team is going to have to make this work. It's 2v2, 1 in heaven, 1 on site, and the rest of the team, 1 might be pushing through. Ooh, Breach has a difficult choice to make because, yes, he does have members that kind of help him out here, but they could they could try to double peek the stairs on heaven's side, or they could look to get onto the site. Both of which are very viable options, but it's a tough call.
Ooh, but anyway, Ayo slowly pushing down to the side here. Spots step, but he easily hammers him full of blades here. Now it's gonna be down to a 1v2 spike. The counter is slowly getting down slower, but Jesse Voss is gonna end this round as he picks up Rainy.
Oh, Brent now still maintaining that 4-round differential as we move into the next one. Let's see how they're going to adapt their playstyle accordingly, because so far it's been working out really well going through B, but I think AHQ are kind of done with that at this point because they've done it quite a number of times and they've managed to transition to A site pretty frequently.
That's the amazing thing about Brand, what they're really doing right now. They're just constantly changing things up. They're not constantly pushing it one side for many rounds. They're like, all right, we'll try C, we'll try B, we'll try A. We'll see where it works. If it works, then we switch up to another side. And that's all they're constantly doing this. And they're literally forcing AHQ to try to make a choice. But Ken, once again, a beautiful opening, picking off Broker with the wall bang here. Aftershock going to be trying to force them back from the C window as Ching was trying to set it up for that operator pickup.
Well, they're going to be destroying that owl drone here, but they do spot out that breach all the way back there. I don't think they're going to peek double doors. They probably saw the operator as well. But here comes Omen. He's kind of like dancing around. He's like, do I want to play risky? Do I want to roll the dice here?
Yeah, and the best part about it is like majority of HQ members can like really stick with this. Oh, what a pickup coming from him with the double kill as well. Lear, although the Lear was dead, Dispenser was finally able to find the pickup he needed. Although losing 2 members from the side here, Brains, oh sorry, Scratch that, make that 3. It's going to be really hard there for them to push towards any of these points here.
Yeah, it just means that Dispenser is going to pick up the op for himself. Can't waste that. As he's looking to cover double doors. You can see Cypher already pushing up towards B site here. But that's a difficult place because the moment he walks in, he could potentially get gunned down from 2 angles, which is pretty annoying. But what can you really do as he's waiting for one? They're going to make sure position themselves on the left side. Try to take him out, but no! He takes out the tripwire at the wrong time. And now Reyna, she's on the run. She does not want to be here anymore.
Oh my god, literally at this point Reyna is just like, I really need to cut losses here for my team. He has to fall by, but then again Brand is still in the lead here, so I think they're totally fine giving this 1 round. It not what really left. Matters is the next one, but anyway this person was able to get a beautiful extra kill on Ken, who was actually trying to push forward to get the kill on this Reyna. They find him, guess, he gets tagged instead, but Seiko's with the jump spray with the Vandal will put Dispenser down, and with that there goes the operator.
It's one of those things where it's like, it's pretty good, you know? It's pretty good. You jump, you manage to get that sprayed down, and it's those it's the little things that make the difference, you know? Making someone question themselves for half a second or having to react a little bit further than they should. Those are the small things, especially for a tactical FPS with such precise gunplay that makes all the difference.
Yeah, and what even better as well was the timing for his jump too, because after missing, he knows it takes like a couple, not to say a couple of seconds, more like 1 second for it to clock out the operator before it gets a fire again. So he made full use of that spray and was able to pick up this Reyna, who was actually very low HP in the first place.
Looks like Brand is going to make the call to take a quick pause here. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is going to be. It could be it could be a number of things, but at the very least, hopefully it's going to get fixed up so they can play at their tip-top shape. Maybe arguably, maybe even better. Maybe it's one of those things that have been bugging them for so long. It's like, all right, it's time to get this problem out of the way.
Yeah, and also, but at the same time, right, if he slowly comes back into the game, so just look at the scoreboard, right? We're looking at 4 available ultimates on the side here of AHQ, and don't forget they're fully equipped with rifles and even an operator as well. So they are very scary, very solid. It's going to be coming for this defense side, coming for AHQ. Brand Esports has to be really careful about this and how they want to play around.
Yeah, I really think that they should be careful here because, again, the more and more I watch AHQ, the more I realize that they are playing in the sense that they're holding their ults until they absolutely have to use it, rather than, oh, I get the ultimate, I'm gonna use it willy-nilly just so that if I get the kill later, I'm not wasting ult points in general. They're trying to be efficient with it, but I do believe that AHQ, they like to actually use the counter ultimates because every time we've seen Sova especially in game 1, Sova is gonna use Hunter's Fury. Guess who else is going to be using Hunter's Fury?
Yeah, and not just the ultimates as well, like all the utilities, right? The minute they hear like a little bit more like a fast-paced push, there is the reaction. There is the counter smokes. The counter flash is trying to force them back here. Anyway, Fault is going to be coming in to try to force out this operator because Dapstep is trying to take 1 step at a time. I believe he's going to be using that cloud burst and he'll be coming to just get onto the side. But the flash forward just makes him literally look at one direction for a little bit too long, allowing Ching to get the nice pickup for himself and follow up with another one on here for Dubstep.
Unfortunately, he couldn't finish the animation for the reload as Arbiter is still sitting onto the site. However, the spike is not there. The fake is at working out. They dedicated 1 member who got
got 1 for 2. Sorry, 1 for 2 Jet's life for AHQ's Jet as well as their breach. It's going to be harder for them to get back onto the site, especially without that breach.
But either way, Brand already is on side A and has already planted the spike though. And we can see Dispenser getting ready to counter Inage with that layer. Oh, by the way, really great one as well with the timing with the cyber cages. Now all counts are good for the pickup. Dispenser finds Armin and go for the spray down. Follows up with the double kill. And Jesse Vars, but can't. Down to the ground.
Brand moving up again, once again getting another good round, especially on the attacker side. This is definitely going to be expected here. AHQ, once this turns around, it's going to be another 2 more rounds until they switch, and that's when AHQ is going to have to show their stuff on the attacker side.
Still coming for the buys as well. Looks like AHQ is gonna go for this eco, but time and time again we see AHQ coming picking out the double bucket, the triple buckets. But in this case, they're gonna be coming in with 3 buckets. Not really the best weapon. Oh, now my IO sells back the bucket just to bring out the sheriff instead. Cause I guess in this case, 2 buckets is pretty much very sufficient for them. But it's really cool that AHQ is really trying out how many buckets is adequate or sufficient for them to go against Brand Esports for this defense.
This is going to be interesting. First smoke is going to be coming out from Omen here as they look to try and push on through, but the Aldro not going to get a lot of information here. I think the most they'll see, they see 2 people down, and it's the spike carrier Jet. Yes. They have a good idea, and they're going to reposition. The aftershock is coming out as well.
After trying to force them out towards that corner, but I guess in this case, no one is going to be holding that angle at all. Maybe in this case, maybe that aftershock wasn't really used to try to force anyone out. It's just more like just to secure towards that sewers because he was actually trying to hold out that angle.
Potentially, I mean, you can already see Cypher. He's just holding sewers, making sure that Bren is not going to be able to get onto the site. But I think AHQ are assuming, okay, that they are going to rotate. They've done this before. They pressured A and then rotated towards C side. But at Bren, they kind of changed up the strategy. But the Hunter Fury coming out big to try and slow down this push.
Oh, managed to tag him too, but he was actually trying to use the updraft to try to juke it, but he did get tagged instead. But then again, quite sufficient damage already been done by Brand. But this is a Nikora coming from AHQ, and Dispenser was able to pick up the double kill for himself, and even the overheal from the Dispenser. I love it. He used the Dispenser just to get that intangible as he pushes forward to get that vision. He does it again and finds it out and cleans it out with a quad kill in this round. Dude, Dispenser usage of that dismiss and his position was ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, and he didn't use it straight away like a lot of Raider make the mistakes of, I'm gonna kill this person, I'm gonna pick up that orb, no problem. Go into that. I'm gonna go for the overheal and not really think about what they're doing. Like, he comes out, he could have easily done the dismiss and walked out, but instead he saved it for about half a second just to check his back, just in case anybody else was in the smoke and he didn't notice them, and then on out with the Empress and finishes off this game.
Oh my god, I guess in this case the Empress the Queen is in town here. But I mean, it's a dude playing the character, but still.
Hey man, all queens to me, baby. All queens to me. But at this point in time, unfortunately not his round, as Kant is going to stop him right at his tracks.
Actually, time and time again we've been seeing Kant open things up with that first blood picker. I'm pretty sure he's going to be having one of the top score here for first blood because he has been pulling things up and setting things up for the team here. A Milk gets flashed, one gets flashed. He has to fall back a little bit to wait for the rest of the team to try to engage. I love the fact both Cyphers are looking it out, but then again, this IO will be taking the top win here against that 1v1 pickoff.
Drone coming out. He's going to see one by C-Long. Oh, and one at back sight. Throwing out the recon as well. After fault line is coming through, and he's going to wait for him to finish it off. He's not even going to cancel it. Very bold move coming out of the Omen. That's going to be one frag. Unfortunately, he misses by just a little bit too high with the crosshair placement, but well done to AHQ being able to take away this round. Oh, that was so close for Brad. They almost had it.
Yeah, dude, they almost had it, but most importantly, I really love what this Omen did. Self-sacrifice. He uses Ultimate from the shadows on top of that container just to give that vision towards his entire team who was actually pushing from garage, and he's just like, hey guys, he's right here, I'm totally fine dying. If I could kill him, it would be really great, but sadly that could never happen. But either way, well played coming from Bork, and he to really set things up for the team.
Yep, he's doing a really good job overall, but I think he's got to be a little bit more careful in general, especially since the Aldrin wasn't taken out almost immediately, and I think they should have just taken it out while he was sitting in backside before he got spotted.
Yeah, but either way, coming down to a new round, by the way. That was the last of the first half, by the way. This is currently the second half. Their friend Brand Esports going to be on the defender side, and now AHQ going to be on the offensive here. But Dubstep with the Shardy going to be holding down here in front of C Winners behind double doors.
Yep, pistol round once more, and let's see how AHQ's attack is going to differ from Bren, as they are going to be on the defensive side of the map.
Still, AHQ this time, not to say taking a nice slow pace here, but then again, remember, AHQ has been doing really well with that one taps in that pistol round. It just comes down to whether AHQ will be able to take this first round away from Brand Esports or not.
I mean, it's definitely going to shift the momentum. If Bren can take it, they're going to be bringing up to at least 410, and that's going to be a huge mountain to climb for AHQ, because at that point, you can't really drop too many rounds, and even if you do, one eco round could cost you the game.
Anyway, we're going to be seeing a very nice slow pace, you know. Everyone taking a nice stroll towards the side, especially this Jet player. Then again, Jesse was able to spot him out with the spy cam, but then again, Jesse is in hammer, gets blinded by the dark cover. Location is going to be revealed by that recombo, but here comes the retake side coming from the side here of Brand Esports. I was able to get the pickup on Borkum, and now Dubstep getting ready for this dark cover to die out, so they can slowly push towards the side and start picking heads off.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough. They've got some ghosts. They're going to have to open up with the Leers. They go for the entry frag. The fault line doesn't land on anybody, but they got to clear hell out. There's two people there as they push on through. The flashpoint. Can he actually go for it? Come on, buddy! Oh, but everybody was blind. They couldn't see what was going on. But unfortunately, that's going to be the victory, the W for AHQ in this round.
Oh, dude, Captain Dispenser below heaven, or at least in this case, in hell. And they're like, where are they? Where are they? I can't see anything. Who flash?
Yeah, like you can see how quickly this turned around for the team. I mean, Jet got picked off, and this is just complete blind fire. And by the time he came out of it, it's like, oh shucks, my god.
Dude, and the best part, Ken at the last moment, just for security, he actually crouched. He ducked just in case there was a potential one tap, but unfortunately, Dispenser was actually reloading.
Once again, let's see how this attack is going to go for the side of AHQ. I do notice that they kind of like to stick together relatively close. Like they like to, they play as if they're playing for picks all the time until they find an opportunity to kind of get in, and that's when they start spreading out. But very tightly knit team in comparison to Bren, who plays a lot looser.
I mean, then again, if you think about it, so maybe they're just like a family team. They just love each other. They like to stick really close. They're like, we like freaking plans at the end, right? We're strong, but aim strong. We stick together, that kind of situation. But instantly, they were able to safely secure and get right onto that side without any resistance. But then again, it might be a strategy coming from the side here of Brand Esports. They probably have this feeling like we're better at this retake, so let them take this side as we slowly go for this retake. But then Milk coming in with that wall back, with that Spectre play, and now you're coming in strong as he was able to pick off that lurker.
Yeah, unfortunately that ult's going to be coming out, so they know exactly where Rada's going to be coming from. But Io, he's going to try and pick off another one. He's going to be careful. That Shorty is going to be taking him out. Dubstep going to be picking up that ghost. He wants to be able to get those one taps real quick here. But once again, the defense are getting pushed out, are getting hunted down actually by AHQ, making sure that they're going with their buddies to secure these kills.
So Io was literally going, Io, how could I not get the kill on the Jet? How could I not get the drop? Which I had an advantage, but Ken on the other hand was able to punish Dubstep and Ching before, as they were trying to rotate back and go for that exit kills here.
6-8 right now in favor of AHQ, but Bren, this time at the very least they could get some big boy guns.
Oh yeah, big boys indeed. But then again, look at the side here. They are totally fine giving it to them for themselves, because like, look at this. They're literally forcing in whatever economy they can get to try to take back the round. Because remember, and we all can say it as well, 6-8. It was 4-8, a 4-point difference. Now we're looking at it too. How AHQ is slowly bringing this as close as possible.
Yeah, and not to mention that, you know, oh wait, Dubstep being very aggressive here. He's gonna be he pops on out, and that they missed it, but now they're gonna chase him through, and Reyna was able to pick it off. What a play coming in from Brent. Some good teamwork and good coverage, but now they're gonna be pouring into the side from Suicide. The aftershock isn't gonna slow them down. Dispenser, the next to fall. They gotta watch through through spawn as they drop the cage to cut off the field of vision, dropping the bomb. Finally, the spike has been planted. 2v3, 2v2 situation.
Oh, dude, Dubstep was raining all over Rainy's parade, dude. He didn't expect like a freaking operator out of the shadows, too. Anyway, Jesse Val's gonna be pushing towards his A lead here to try to get towards his retake. The timer is still in their favor, but this is a 2v2. But most importantly, Brand has his bridge, so it's gonna be making it really difficult. But then again, Can's gonna be able to trade things off him. 1v1, but looks like Jesse Vosh here will be your one and only Cyborg Cowboy.
5 HP, and he is still alive, going strong as AHQ 6-9 against Bren. Bren just need 4 more rounds under their belt to end this and bring it to 1-1.
Oh man, 6-9, beautiful number, very nice, but also at the same time, looking at the buys here, looks like AHQ, they can try to some of their economy. It's definitely not the perfect one, but they can try if they want to try to turn things around here. Because 6-9 is still not a very big lead just yet.
Let's look at this replay one more time, because look at how it does. Tailwind's out of there, and then after that, the follow-up tailwind, very, very bold coming out of AHQ.
Oh yes, very, very bold. But let's just be honest, it's just Jet. It's
some jet things.
It's a Jet thing, you know. If anything, if a Jet kills you, it's just a Jet. But anyway, Broken was able to open things up beautifully as he was able to pick up AHQ's Jet here, as Milk will not be able to get his Milk in this round here. The shot going to be forcing out of the corner, but then again, Dispenser was like, you're forcing me out of my corner, I'm going to punish you for it. But anyway, a couple of trades happening from both of this team here. It's going to be down to a 3v4, but the solo on the side of AHQ not looking that healthy at all.
Yeah, really not looking healthy at this point in time, but so far so good. It's 2 for 1 in favor of Bren. It looks like they are very good at securing these, but now the Hunter's Fury is coming out to try and get some information onto the site. He knows that one person is there. Can he find the other? Unfortunately, does not connect the shots.
Still now that at the same time, AHQ just sort of figure out as well, like there is no way we can actually push towards his B. We had to fully commit towards his A while we still had the chance, and they actually can as well because they still have the bridge. But looks like they figure out like, okay, maybe we stayed here a little bit too long. Let's begin to rotate back to find any potential lurkers on the side here of Brand Esports.
Looks like they're taking this really slow.
Games, dude.
Yeah, the mind games, right? You know, AHQ, they've attacked A so many times, and Brendan's like, okay, they haven't pushed on through. What are the odds of them rotating? And they did, while still AHQ holds position, but unfortunately, Dubstep is going to be watching that suicide cat the first to go. He gets his revenge, sees the next one, takes him out, and that's going to be Dispenser finding the shots, connecting, making sure that he's connecting the shots and securing the kills. Cypher all by himself. He just has to wait it out.
Like, coming back to the mind game, seriously. Holding out that A for very long, buying a lot of time. The best part, they went back. We all thought they were going to go for the rotation. Suddenly, they went back again. I'm like, make up your mind.
Strong, no, this is some strong mind games, because not only are you thinking one step ahead, you're thinking 2 steps ahead as well, because you're also thinking about what your opponents might be, you know, what are the thoughts that are going through their head, and in their head, Brent's head, they were thinking, all right, they're going to probably rotate. The odds of that is pretty high, and AHQ one step ahead, but unfortunately just couldn't secure that round.
By the way, we're going to be seeing all the buys coming from the side of the team here, but looks like our different Dubstep bring in the Judge. They're going to be holding down that Suet. Let's be honest, Judge is not like the Bucky. You can spam that weapon. That shotgun is going to be really annoying. But anyway, that's going to be the spike carrier draw, and most importantly, they pick off Rainy. Not just Rainy, but Breach in particular. It's going to be so hard for them to push onto the side here. Dispenser making things even more harder. Was able to trade things off with Mill. Ionian gets the drop on Borkum, and Jesse Vosh. All these trades are happening. Brand Esports is so good at trading, regardless of losing one of their members here, and they just made it work.
Yeah, it worked out so well, and this time, you know, AHQ, they didn't really want to commit to this A push, but unfortunately, they lost so many members within the early stage of that round that they really couldn't do anything else as Bren started to become aggressive. But once again, here it goes. We're expecting an A push coming in from AHQ.
Ooh. But then again, we have seen them like tricked us a little bit, especially in that last round with that mind game. So far AHQ, especially, I think at this point, AHQ is feeling that pressure now, right? Because his current score is 6-11. Brand Esports only needs 2 more points before ending this second game of this BO2 here. They are just taking this as slow as possible, getting as much information too. Although they have the server to try to scout things out for them, but they just need to know where is this Reyna, where is this Jet, because this Jet is just constantly picking them off one by one. And don't forget about Borkum, my god.
Yeah, but just look at the way Bren is taking a different approach here, because if they are pushing through A, they would have been there already, but Bren is using the process of elimination, getting an aggressive push on through B side, walking through the smoke as well, but they find one. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to learn, and now the big ultimate coming through as they're going to be pushing onto the side. Reyna is going to be the first to go down, can't securing that kill, as Breach is going to be flashing, pointing to Kingdom Come, making sure that they will always be blind. Rainy finds another one, looking for that last kill down, and spot through the smoke, he gets Ching!
Dude, the pre-firing is absolutely insane though. But then again, coming down to the mix here, our last man standing, Decisive, he's going to be saving that weapon, going to be holding down the side of C. But then again, he is, Cypher and Oma is really one of the best anchors when he's holding down the side. So he's going to be staying there, he's going to be able to save that weapon. But beautiful engagement coming from the side of AHQ, making full use of the rolling thunder. But remember, now they have to try to capitalize this advantage which they sort of set for themselves, but Brent still has quite the economy, so they should be able to buy for the next round.
Yep. Well, now that the round is going to finally end, they're not going to be looking for any picks, they're not looking for any hunting, that's not AHQ's style, but they are playing very tightly together, and I think, you know, so far the A pushes have been pretty good. I do think that they would need to kind of switch Cypher out and put him on A side just to see how AHQ will react, because I feel at this point in time that they're actively trying to avoid Cypher.
But the best part about it as well, as they were slowly pushing towards this A, like you said as well, they really want to know where this Cypher is constantly positioning at, right? And instantly, with the Rolling Thunder and spotting out the Reyna towards that A shot, because he actually got hit by the Rolling Thunder, they easily got that full information. Cypher is not here. Push down into the mix, because let's be honest, if Cypher was actually on that A, he would have been able to spot them out with the spy cam, and this Jet is definitely going to be going for that side pickoffs with that tailwind combo.
Yeah, and especially, you know, the tripwire really does limit your movement if it catches you, actually, is the word. But there goes the first pick from Dubstep onto Arbiter, and let's see if they can get any more than this, because they're moving out of sewer so quickly, but they are committing. AHQ are committed to make this work, pushing in from sewers as well as A long.
Dubstep still holding down the point too, and I also love the fact that after he, like, constantly after he side speaks, right, and he's holding behind the side, he always ensures that he doesn't get flash with that flash.
Oh, that was good. Well played.
Dude, Dubstep is like, are you gonna pick me? You're gonna pick me? You know, whatever. I'll pick you instead. And barely at the corner, he got him too. Oh
what
man,
get
milk at this point.
Yeah, got milk this time. Akane is going to be coming out with a refrag here. Unfortunately, he's going to go down the trading 1-for-1, and at the end of it, it's going to be Bren with the numbers advantage. They got their lurker all the way around A long. Well played, Dubstep.
Dude, really well played. Really setting things out. They really need.
I don't know if you saw the tip of the elbow initially. That's why he peeked wide and then went into the second zoom to ensure he got it, or whether it was just a pure guess.
Dude, instantly he saw that, like he was trying to guess by doing that side peek, right? And then when he went a little bit further, he saw like the very edge of the elbow. He was like
I couldn't even see the very edge of that elbow behind that
this
wall.
This is Brandy's pro we're talking about, or this is Dubstep we're talking about. He has this long history of FPS gameplay, so bringing all that experience inside Valorant is gonna be making so much great plays for him.
Man, talk about dying because your elbow happened to be sticking out. Man, what are the odds of that? Well, well done for Brennan in that round here. They need one more to secure this game, and he still has that tracker dart stuck on top of him. He needs to pull it out, and finally it is gone. But you can see that, you know, AHQ, all right, we're done with this. We're done with our relationship with A. We're going for C.
Ooh, they're almost very close. Oh, Mel finally getting that revenge straight up. You know, Tailwind's with the place up on side. He barely misses Borkum. He throws the bait exactly in front of his face. AHQ, only 2 more members left against Brand Ipso, who has 4. Although yes, both sides still has the breach though, but I don't think taking C is a very difficult thing for them. But already was able to pick up Jesse Vash, making it down to a 2v3. Maybe they can try to retake the side here, but I think it's a little bit more safer if they actually try to fall back a little bit.
Yeah, but it's a tough situation to win from. I mean, AHQ at this point still has to drop down the spike. He's got 34 more seconds, Brent can just play for time, and they've secured pretty much every other angle that they need to actually get in on. They can't go through Garage because they're going to get spotted out. If they try and go through B, Reyna is going to take them out. Ching is going to slow that out with the flashpoint once more. He's caught out in the open, and that's the spike carrier. He's going to use the fault line this time, making sure that he gets the cubby as well.
And the fault line is going to be coming in, going to try to force them back. And now our dear friend just got tagged a little bit. He's going to be diving right to the side as well because he doesn't really have much time left. But the headshot finisher coming from Ching, who was literally anchoring and holding down C point by himself.
And that was the Bren I was expecting last game, because I think the defense, it was looking pretty good. And I mean, overall, the aggressive entry frags on their attacks looking really nice, and Dubstep being a very big initiator for the team.
Yeah, I mean, not just you as well. Like we both are pretty much rooting for Brand Esports in this case, but AHQ really strong too. We definitely can tell that AHQ definitely have the utilities, but when the game finally came down towards the line here, Brand Esports just came online. But most importantly here, what I really want to talk about is that the switch out coming from the game here from the first map bind towards the Haven here. I mean, I get it, sure. Raze, after the nerf, she's not really, like, not to say viable, but it's just not as effective compared to playing on the map or split and bind here. So in this case, they managed to switch things up here, and they were a little bit more comfortable because Dispenser, he is the kind of player, after witnessing his gameplay in this game, he's not the kind of player where he wants to just hang back. He just wants to try to look for a couple of kills, go for a couple of picks, because he's very confident he can pull it off. So him picking up the Reyna, like, I mean, sure, sometimes I am picks. I always think like, oh, maybe it's like a flex pick. You just want to get a couple of frags. It's like a gamble. Or some people, they just want to fully utilize that Leer. But in this game, Dispenser stepped up. He's like, I can use the Leer, and I can get many frags too. And he fully utilized that kit with the rest of the team, and I think that was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think so far, I mean, like, both teams, they're looking kind of even, honestly.
Yes.
Maybe it could come down to, like, just map, but a lot of it has to do with momentum. Like, the moment Bren got three rounds in a row, they really just took the ball and started running with it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I literally just saw, like, pictures like, run away from HQ! Don't let them catch up to us!
Go! Yeah, but that's how it definitely felt like that.
It's always going to be like that, especially like Brand just fully understands, like, all right, because only 2 teams from the group stage will be only going towards this playoffs here.
Yes.
And I guess at the same time they realize this is AHU is a really strong team here. So them not really dropping the ball at all was really well played coming from Brand Esports.
Yeah, but both of these teams still going head to head. They still have more matches to play, but let's have a look from the panel and what they have to say about this game.
Hello and welcome to the Royal SCA Cup panel as we just finished the second series of the day with a very exciting tie. So we continue with the tradition of complete ties in Group D, perhaps the most competitive group that we've seen until now. My name is still Mr. Alva Plus. Joining me as always, Player the J and Mr. Seek and Strike.
I agree with you. This is our most closest group by far thus far. And I'm a really big fan of the action.
Did I say that? Or
I mean, you were just about... Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry, what can I say? I'm just so good with words, you know, words and stuff. This was actually a really back and forth round here. I was watching lots of outplay potentials here. I mean, Haven, I think this map always brings it for both of the attacker side, as we see really both sides winning on the attack. AHQ a bit more heavily in the first half.
Yeah.
So I thought for sure, I mean, up 8-4, I thought that was enough of a lead for them to kind of seal it. But nice job to Bren there, who, you know, they they reset at the half and are able to actually take it in the end. Good stuff.
Is this map very attacker favored? Up to the point that 8-4 is reasonable?
Well, I think in any case, we know that this map can swing either way depending on how the teams do want to try and set up. You know, so when we consider the kind of lineup that is being brought by Bren as well, they are doubling down on the aggression. You know, they are bringing the Reyna still, and of course the Jet. So with the Breach now providing ample flashes, let's remember in the previous map they only had one set of flashes to work with. You know? So now with this, it would allow them to really stomp on the competition.
Yeah, I think that seemed to be the case. They were just a lot more confident moving into site, and to be honest, I was shocked. I mean, I was going for AHQ here for the 2-0. You know, I'm not ashamed to admit that I was wrong. In fact, I love being wrong. I said the first thing after I was wrong for the first panel, so I'm just like a broken clock. But no, but to be honest, I was really impressed. They made plenty of adjustments there, changed up the agent meta just a bit, and I think maybe that was the difference maker here.
Yeah, I think, you know, with these kind of changes, they were going to work pretty well. They knew that from the side of AHQ, they were probably going to also turn it up a little bit. Now, let's not forget, when we last met here at the panel, we were talking about how AHQ, they didn't actually bring Jet on the previous map, and they kind of relied on Kant to actually do the operator duties. But Haven, of course, is Jet's playground. You know, to really not bring her, I think is going to be a little bit of a mistake. And of course, we did see AHQ bring in this instance. So they kind of preempted the agent picks that were going to come out from AHQ, and they adjusted accordingly. And I think it's going to work out quite well in terms of the contrasting agent picks.
Yeah, no, definitely agree with you here. I think the Reyna Jet here, the two aggressive, maybe even 3 or 4 if you can count. I mean, look at this. You got a Jet, Reyna, Omen, and then the Cypher, right? That you could use to, all of those guys could potentially be up in your face, very aggressive, right? And I think maybe that was enough to throw our boys AHQ off balance and force the draw here on the second map.
Yeah, a lot of those flex picks really going, you know, in that direction where they could really overload it when they really wanted to.
They also seem to deal better with morph strategies, especially, sorry, with morph strategies, not morph, with AHQ strategies. The shotgun round this time did not work as well as it did last time. Last time it was actually partially the surprise factor, of course, but partially also the map, as you mentioned. This time, they were very prepared. It was impressive how they played against those, keeping their range, actually fighting in really awkward spots they usually wouldn't find duels because they were expecting those shotguns, and that shows the adaptability by Bren.
Yep, I think it's a bit easier on a map like this, though, to be honest, right? Okay. Because you do have plenty of long angles you can approach from, being A, B, even through mid. You're not going to want to be going through garage or B or A short, right? I think that's going to be a death trap. But I mean, it's no mistake that they didn't take these routes, right? They were very aware of this, as you pointed out, and I think, as you say, that's definitely the adaptability. But I think the map definitely aiding, at least in them able to at least get a better round in here.
No, I think for that particular round that we're talking about here, they did manage to do significant damage. It just only managed to kill 3 of them, and because you're really hampering yourself if you're not going to be getting enough economic damage, because again you're spending 900 credits or cash to actually buy any of these buckies, and yeah, they got 3 of them in that particular round.
Yeah, I think that it was an interesting attempt to do that again, right? But like, of course, you know, these variable strategies, we see a bit of adaptability. I think they also, Bren decided to play Econ just better. It seemed like they controlled that overall. We don't see these hasty partial buys or you know, these forced Econ rounds either. It was much more of the, you know, just playing decent Valorant. They never lost their composure, as well as Richie said, you know, Seeking Strike said, sorry. Coming back from the 8-4, that shows composure, that shows nerves of steel, to be honest. And not many teams have been able to do that this tournament. Usually who gets the first 8 to 9 points has to steamroll the other one.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and correct myself initially because it was actually Breen going, oh wait, no. Yeah, no, you're right.
You just...
I thought I baited myself, and then I baited myself again, and then I was going to only bring it up since you were quoting me, but we're all good.
That's
correct.
That's exactly so let's go back to Jay while Richie figures out what's correct.
While I figure out what day of the week it is over here.
2018.
But
anyway.
But definitely the momentum that Bren managed to build in the first half, 8-4, I think that's what carried them. They obviously knew how they wanted to approach the map to try and swing the series back in their favor. And now, as a result, they're going to be tied at 1-1 apiece. And you know, looking at the other matches that we have in store, you know, I think it's going to be really coming down to the wire, you know, when we consider all the permutations.
Yeah. How do you think these guys match? I mean, honestly, we've seen 2 ties right now, right? Now we're gonna actually see. It's actually also the 2 sides, right? We had the Morph on one hand, and then now Bren versus AHQ. Now finally we're kind of mixing this up. Bren versus Morph. How do you think these matchups are gonna work? How do you think Bren actually matches up against Morph? Because these are probably, maybe besides AHQ, they're coming as the favorites. These are very much the enigmas in the teams, because Enter came from the closed qualifiers, or sorry, the open qualifiers, so they're a bit more special. These 2 slightly established teams, but with a lot of variance. How do you see them match up against each other?
I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to say after just seeing them play like 1 round each. You know, they might still be just idling on or something like this, right? But I think I like what I saw out from Bren, at least this round. I think, especially versus a team like AHQ, who I at least was very much so expecting them to be able to very easily dispatch of Bren. So I think I'd actually really be scared here if I was Morph. Morph, so coming out technically on top, though, it should be said, over their opponents in that previous match. So they still, at least with the tie, they do have a +1 round difference. It's actually really, really close here in Group D. Yeah. So like you were saying, all these different permutations, all the different timelines that could play out here is going to get really exciting as the day progresses.
And I want to look at the 2 different styles, right, between Bren and Morph. I think these probably, look at the last 2 matchups, were more on the aggressiver styles. If that's not really a word, but whatever. The slightly more aggressive styles were from these times. Maybe not as much as Paper Rex you saw, or maybe not as much as we saw from Kodak yesterday. Yeah. But certainly slightly more than their counterparts, which are playing more defensive and more consistent style. How do you think these 2 match up against each other? Do you think they can adapt?
Well, I think Morph will have watched that match with a bit of a magnifying glass to really see how they want to alter their approach. I think when we consider how the Bren players kind of line themselves up against AHQ, I think, you know, they definitely did make some adjustments, you know, how they wanted to approach, and honestly they did a very good job at it. But of course we saw on the first map that HQ was able to slam the brakes and reverse the trajectory that they were on, because let's not forget, Bren did streak to that 5-0 lead in that first map. So now when we consider Morph, they're going to try and tailor their approach to counter the aggression that we're seeing, the pure aggression coming out from Bren.
Do you think we might say them play a bit more defensive style? We saw Morph today. They picked up, yes, the Reyna as well, but also they were big fans of the Breaches, Cyphers, their Omens, the Sobas. So do you think maybe they can just try and dig themselves in and kind of let Bren dismantle themselves along this defensive wall that they might be able to set up?
Well, I think they will take a different approach. I believe that, you know, to really throw an aggressive side off, you have to also meet that with some other aggression, especially when the aggressive side is playing on attack. You have to push out as a defender.
Best
to
defense
really
is a good offense.
Exactly, and really that really messes up the timing. And again, then the ball will be in the court of Bren to basically adjust the timings, the rotations that, you know, are going to counteract what is being done here by Morph. But Morph, they could be able to surprise them at the start in terms of this counter aggression, I feel, but it might be something that Bren can break down accordingly and adjust to that. So I think the first map is most likely going to be a little bit closer. So first map is actually going to be on Haven, which is going to be Bren's pick. We did see them, of course, take it just now, and that's going to be vividly in the mind of Morph, and they're going to do whatever they can to disrupt.
It's very similar as well, because Morph also, of course, chose defense, as almost every single team in this tournament has, except for Todak, because they're insane.
Can I interject real quick? I think something that's going to be really interesting to look out for is going to be the entry fraggers, like the first kill. Maybe I put a little bit too much emphasis on it, but I really think that it depends a lot on how the rest of the round goes, right? Depending on who's getting these kills, who these kills are on, you get a lot of information, you get some rotations out potentially, right? We got Dispense and Dubstep on the side of Bren Esports that are very, very aggressive and very, very prominent. Even actually Borkum here for Bren Esports is going to be something to watch out for. Combined there in that match, they had over 21 first bloods. So very, very, very impressive stuff. But also, you know, Morph, they're no sissies when it comes to this either. They've also got a few very, very aggressive lurkers here. Just trying to make sure that I don't miscredit someone. It will be for them. I believe it's Cud. Yeah, it is going to be Cud. So he plays on that jet operator, so nice and aggressive as well. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult here actually for Morph, because I think Bren, they can really bring a lot more attackers to them early on for these opening pickoffs.
Yeah, so when we have maybe two sides who want to play very aggressively, they're looking for these first picks, because once they get that, they know that they can play the trading game. They can then approach the sites from a very mathematical point of view. But of course, we did see in the previous game that you know, Dispenser and Dubstep just really taking it to another level. And I think that's really carried a number of the rounds for Bren, but I think we've seen very good overall contributions as well. So that's something to consider.
Well, we'll see what happens as game number 1 is about to be underway between Bren Esports and Morph. This game matters a lot for this group, because it's the first thing that kind of breaks the group apart, right? If Bren or Morph takes a 2-0 here, then you start to break from the constant ties that we've seen until now, and this is going to be a major decider for who passes from Group D. In fact, if any of these teams win 2-0, they're pretty much secured a spot at passing from Group D. So it's a really, really important matchup. Let's see what happens as we go to map number 1 of this great match. We just need to wait for the casters to get ready, so enjoy a small break with, of course, one of our great produced videos by Ryan Central as we wait for the casters to start the game. Enjoy a break, and we'll see you guys very shortly.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. We're going over the final group, Group D, and to see the results of these teams, the general history, and who should be expected to go through to the playoffs that start at the end of this week. We'll start with AHQ Esports, not only likely to get out of groups to go to playoffs, but also to potentially get to the finals and maybe even win the tournament as a whole. I say this because this Taiwan team won the CGA Ignition event and also came second in the Africa Asia Invitational, losing to Attack All Around in the finals then. The CGA win was really good for them. They had an amazing showing in the really close finals, and they wanted to take that momentum into the Africa TV Asia Showdown that happened last weekend. This was a tournament that had Vision Strikers from South Korea, but also Absolute Jupiter, a real strong team from the Japanese region, and a team that beat AHQ in the semi-finals of that tournament. AHQ took a bit of a beating there, didn't really get to show their real strength. Still clear favourites to step out of their groups, but after that loss, will have a point to prove. You would expect them to have dominant results, much like Attack All Around and Vision Strikers had in their groups, but the other 3 teams in Group D will certainly want to avoid that. Bren Esports is going to be one of the teams. They're from the Philippines, and there really isn't too much to their name. They recently did win the Rise of Legion tournament, but unfortunately it was only a small event, and all other attempts to qualify for much bigger tournaments have been met with losses. Their lack of qualifying for the Hunter Fury event is another concerning sign for them. Are certainly going to struggle against the likes of AHQ, but might be able to string a couple of wins against these other 2 teams that we haven't mentioned. Morph Team is one of them. They're from Indonesia, and they do have a little bit more experience in some of the bigger events in Southeast Asia, but nothing to show this team being a dominant force, even in Indonesia alone. Whilst they took part in the CGA Pacific Open, they came bottom of their group, losing to AHQ and Team LZ, that is now known as Todak. He also came second in the Garuda Invitational, but there weren't really any teams from this tournament participating, not anybody that was really worth noticing at all. I'd say overall this is a team likely to take second place based off results alone, but there's definitely a void of potential not only for Morph, but the other teams within this group. Finally, we have Enter. This is the qualifying team from Taiwan, and yet again, it's a team that you certainly won't recognize the name from, but looking at Amenhola, A6, and Popoman, these are players from Super Domineering. They played in the CGA Pacific Open, they qualified for the event, but came bottom of their group, losing to Fives and Only One Word, who bombed out of Group A. This is a slightly different team, however, and these players did show promise for Super Domineering. It's a great opportunity for them to take advantage against some of the other quiet teams and book themselves a position to get to the playoffs, which are looming ever closer.
Kamusta everyone? David Zero ang pangkalan ko, kaibigan si Yololi. I'm just kidding. This is not the Tagalog channel. This is the English stream. My name is Zero. My co-caster today is Yololi, and we will be going into the first map between Bren and Morph.
Honestly, I was a little bit concerned too. I was like, oh my god, Darwin can speak a different tongue, but at the same time, I can't understand what he's talking about. Actually, I'm just kidding. I know what exactly he's talking about. But anyway, thank you all so much for joining us on this stream. This is going to be our third BO2 of today, and it's going to be between Brand Esport versus Morph Esport. How are you feeling about that game though?
Yeah, Brand Esports, they just came off a very tight series between AHQ, one of the favorites of this entire tournament, and they drew 1-1. I think Morph has it coming to them. This is one of the toughest series they'll play throughout this entire tournament, and they have to come up big with everything they have in order to move on from this group stage.
Oh yeah, but also at the same time for all you viewers as well who wasn't really joining us from literally at 12 o'clock today, SGT by the way.
Yeah.
So we have the first game, which was Morph between Enter. They tied the round between 1-1. Our second one, HQ and Brand.
That was a big one.
Oh, that was a big one. 1-1 as well. Very close game. By the way, finally, third BO2 is finally underway on the first map of Haven, and it's gonna be Brand Esports map pick.
Yeah, it was Brand Esports win as well against HQ, and that was a huge win. 13-7 was the scoreline. Dubstep and Dispenser was absolutely ginormous in this map, and I think they would be able to do it again.
Oh yeah, but also don't forget about Ching as well from Brand Esports in that last game, that 1v2, not really a 1v2, but it's a 1v2 on the C point, but he held it down. The Twitch chat, everyone was going absolutely nuts. They were like, Ching,
I was going nuts. Yeah, and this is going to be the first pistol round of the first map. And looking at the setup here, it's still pretty loose. Brand Esports, this is one of their favorite maps, and they have they're going to play on the attacking side, the favorites of this side, and let's see how they are going to do as they are poised around mid.
And it was nice and slow and steady. Does win the race as well. But anyway, coming from the A side, we already see the Sova already, or from the side here, Morph Esport. They already engaged their owl drone to try to scout out that A shot towards their Sova. I'm pretty sure they already spot out the Cypher, but it's not a good reason enough for them to really push forward just yet. This is the first one. It's going to be pissed around where it's very crucial for both of these teams here, because whoever wins this pistol round will get that gun advantage in the second one.
Yeah, look what they're doing. Morph is really smart. They're pushing aggressively into a sewer and making sure that this is only a lurker, not any sort of commitment. Dubstep going in, he dives in, he does flash. Oh, Jesse Flash gets the opening, gets the second as well. Oh, Cut will stop. As well gets a double onto his Dubstep and Ching, and it's back to a 3 versus 3. Brand Esports, they're putting on the brakes. They are stopping this for the moment. But look at this. They have Colin. Dispenser is in B and no one else is in there as well. They're rotating the spike all the way towards A.
30 seconds left.
Oh, look at Dispenser right behind him, gets famous. That's going to even out the odds. That's going to give the advantage towards the side of Brent and Dispenser. Can he come up big with 2 more kills as he stops the rotation and the spike is just going down?
Oh man, Spice has been planted as well towards his A side. Now it all comes down to the retake. But Morph is one-man shot, but it actually spawned Jesse Vash as they were looking from a different angle. But here comes the spike and to try to scout things out. Beautiful place as well. So this is going to be allowing him to watch that A lane entrance. But the last member of Morph, he's not going to go through from there. Khan is actually going to come through from the heaven to deliver that divine judgment and punishment. Getting ready to jump down, easily making quite a bit more. Get the fall damage, and Borkum will be able to punish him for it with a beautiful headshot with the ghost.
Great decision there by Brent, knowing when to rotate, knowing when to stop pushing into C, and they just went all the way towards A. That got them the spike down. Dispenser with a huge lure got a kill on towards Famous before he was able to do anything else, and that just gave the first round towards Brent. On the attacking side, they're going to be able to buy up in this round, and let's look at the buy here. It's going to be a full eco buy. a full eco round coming from the side of Morph, while for Bren, they are opting to save actually some of the guns. They're not going to buy up. Oh, looks like they are. Ching might be seeing something else, but they are playing with 2 ghosts and 3 rifles here.
Yep, and the best part about it, they're not gonna go for the full. They're not gonna go for the full anti-eco round either. They're gonna be bringing up a lot of rifles, bulldogs, vandals, phantoms as well as they contest it. Ooh, beautiful reaction coming from Jesse Vash, but then again he saw the trajectory and was able to pick this out. Ooh, he was able to go for the tag, but the rotation coming from Freya was not really on. First of all, Borka with the bulldog gonna go for the trade out, catching up 2 members. And Dispenser on the other hand will be canceling the rotation coming out from Fade. Last man standing, Fiddle Wall, scratch that because Borka gonna seal his fate with 3 man's heads in this second round.
Yeah, smart play coming from Bren there, using the Jesse Vash, who didn't have any guns, only the ghost to lurk. So even if he dies, he only loses just that ghost. So he didn't lose out on too much. He didn't have great armor as well. So it was just a lurking role. And Jesse Vash, he got 1 kill before he died. Got the information that there was a lot in A sewers, and everyone just went C, and that just gave the second round towards Bren. But this is where it matters here. First spy round, Morph has an operator on Cut, while Ching has one for himself.
I also love the fact that one of the members of Brand Esports is still going to be sticking with the bulldog, but look at the initiation coming in with the fault lines trying to try as they secure this A long, slowly pushing towards the side here. I love the rest of the members trying to reposition towards that cover, and Dubstep has his side towards his corner and Haven, but look at it at the very last minute as Freya finds one, go for the tag, but Senate was not able to get the pickup. Dubstep, tailspin below Heaven, spots out A lane, sees the outro, but get tagged instead. Drops out the cloud for good measure, but Freya has arrived and with
Freya.
the wallbang spray, he gets the Dubstep.
Perfectly timed there from Freya, knowing that where is wallbangable. You saw him walk towards near the windows, and he got the kill. That's gonna help them out in this retake quite a bit, as it's down to a 4 versus 5. The post-plant position though is perfect coming from the side of Brent. They have all stations covered. Oh, the operator gets 1 kill. Cut gets 1. Dispenser will not be able to get the cut as well. Second kill goes down. Fatback with the famous though. Strikes in Dispenser. Can he do it again? We've seen huge plays coming from him, but no, not enough. Fatback will stop him in his tracks, and the defuse will come in. Morph is able to get themselves on the board and get the defuse.
Oh, so unfortunate as well. He was trying to buy a little bit more time when he committed the dismiss with the intangible. And once he got out of it, he was hoping because his weapon, his Phantom, actually didn't really have much ammo either.
Yeah.
He went for the swap with the operator, but it just took too long for it to reset to allow it to pick up anybody.
Great effort there coming from the side of Dispenser, getting 3 kills all by his lonesome, and last man standing, having to ace that round to win. That was a tough ask. He tried his best here, but they are still able to play here. They have 4 rifles here from the side of Bren, while it's still gonna be a full buy coming from the side of Morph.
Still holding on the line. 1 Spectre in the hand of Morph Esports as well. But then again, this is one of the moments where Cut and the rest of the team members of Morph Esports has to really step up, and they pretty much did in the 3rd round, which really turned the tide back towards their favor. But Brand Esports was still 1 point ahead. Aldro is going to be more. I think the right way is expire here in this case.
Yeah, it poofed.
Oh my god! And speaking of poof, Borka poofing, making all kinds of magic towards famous here. Now tying things down to a 4v5. One defender shot the other side. Sorry, scratch that, making it 2 as well as Dispenser picking up members 1 by 1 with his rotation rounds.
Yeah, Dispenser has just been catching all these aggressive pushes, and that puts Morph in a huge disadvantage right now. 3 versus 5. The spike's heading towards mid. Oh, Cut might stop them in their tracks, so he has an operator and he wants to play a little bit aggressive. Hopes to stop them before they get into a site. But it doesn't seem like he will be able to catch the timing just in time, as the spike will be heading towards the sewers.
Dude, what's even better as well, Zero, is that the fact that because they stayed on C for so long and did quite an amount of presence, they actually rotated towards the C. The mind games is happening, and Brand Esports anticipating that they rotate towards this A. Now they're going to be really quick about it, throwing out the Paranoia and even the Death Cloud. Although there is one member with the rotation, he drops out the Cyber Cage for a little bit of a good measure, but here comes the Shrouded Step, going to be committed for that teleport right below Heaven inside Hell.
Yep, 3 versus 5. I don't think that Morph is gonna even think about retaking this, and there we have it. They are running towards C, holding on towards their guns. They did full buy this round, so whatever they can get away with, they will have to be content, as Bren will be able to almost certainly get round number 4 here for themselves, and that's gonna help the economy. They didn't have the best buy coming towards this round, but still, after what Dispenser did, in mid towards Famous as well as the Omen, they will be able to secure this round.
Honestly, what Dispenser has been doing the entire time is just absolutely so nasty. And the thing is this, like I told Gideon in the last game as well, like Reyna has always been like a flex pick to me. Because Reyna is one of the heroes where if you do not have frags, you're pretty much skillless. Although your lair is possibly the best flash in the entire game. But if you're not able to get frags on top of it, then that's all you are going to be known for.
Just a flasher.
Yeah, it's just a flasher.
Not a good thing.
I mean, girls a flasher is never a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing for us guys, but you know, please don't do that in public. But still, Dispenser, really the main fragger for the entire team. His entry frag is amazing. His rotation route, especially, he got this entire map pinned down with that knowledge for himself. So anticipating, expecting, you can definitely put your bets on Dispenser. He's gonna cut you off guard.
Here we have it, Dubstep and Dispenser pushing towards C. That's gonna give so many warning signs there. Like the Jet and the Reyna both are at C. Everyone rotate now. We can't handle this with 3 people. We need 5 of them to handle against Dubstep as well as Dispenser. But no, it's just poking and prodding, getting information. Fidel able to spot 1 player out, or at least get the information that Decisive is lurking there. Just the confirmation, of course. But right now, still holding on, hoping that someone from the side of Morph will push in towards that crosshair. Morph's playing very, very disciplined.
Yeah, very disciplined. But God was able to put down Borkum for good with that pick, with that operator. Really well played too. Now Brent Eastwood 1 man down, but it's definitely not the end of the world because they still have that breach. They have the flashes, and speaking of smokes, there goes Dubstep as Freya was able to spray him down. Same goes for Ching as well. No more initiative, no more engagement towards the sides. Looks like both members of Brent Eastwood, they're gonna go for the saves here. But look at the rotations.
Look at the rotations again. Everyone rotates to C, and that leaves A fully open. And Brand spots the weaknesses, will go there straight away. They're gonna get a spike down for sure. Only the Sova is nearby, so there is no way they can stop the plan. But the retake should be quite simple.
Dude, I love it so much as well, because Brandon was like, you know what, fine. We lost our engages, we lost our initiatives. It's totally fine. We can just rotate. They think we're on C, and now finally they got the plan down. All Brand Eastwood have to do is hold down the corners, hold down the angles, and get ready for an engagement coming up from Morse. Here comes the
he dinked him.
Dinked him, but not enough to kill him, Sally.
It's Dispenser on the defense. But Freya way too sharp this time, and he's able to get both the kills. That secures the defuse, and Morph able to breathe a sigh of relief as they get a flawless round against Brand in round number 5.
I mean, you don't call Freya the goddess of the Valkyries for nothing, man.
Absolutely
seriously.
Not.
3 kills on his belt in that last round, absolutely insane. And most importantly, very objective kills too. Getting rid of both the Jet and even the breach as well. Both engages, which was necessary to push towards the sides, really helped set things up for them. But then again, Brand pulling out the mind games, goes for that smart, quick rotations too, allowed them to drop the spike. So that's going to be allowing them to get up 1 point for that upgrade.
Yeah, they definitely made the best out of a bad situation here, and still with that plan able to afford another full buy. Utilities might be running a little bit scarce here, but Decisive does have the Neuro Theft. Borkum has From the Shadows ultimate, so they can make those work as they are pushing aggressively towards A long, and that is completely clear for them to take.
But here comes a lot of members of the Brand Esports getting ready to get engaged towards this A long. But most importantly, I really would want to see what kind of pickups they want to go for, because look at this Omen. He is constantly ensuring to see if any rotation coming from the side here or more will be denied by him should his Cypher teammate were to fall from that double doors.
Yeah, this Cypher aggressive lurk is pretty interesting. He threw the Cybercam on the tree, so if Fat Penguin pushes in aggressively, he's going to tell. But he heard the sound cue that they use the Cyber Dart, so he knows that the Cybercam is on the tree. He's not going to push out. He's going to back off here. He's still causing a lot of noise though, but still, 3 players here towards A side. Can this work out for Brand?
By the way, beautiful usage of the dark cover and the layer as well. A lot of cover is going to be coming down. Judd has to be really careful. He has to run towards the side. But look at the retake coming from the side here on 4. Eastboy will be able to hold down that fort.
30 seconds
on
left.
point A. Last member of Brand Eastboy instantly has to fall back. The lone lurker is now forever alone inside this round of 6.
Yeah, just the timing of everyone looking at different angles. Brand Esports was not able to spot out anyone in the meantime. Morph somehow just got to the back of everyone's head. ahead and just wiped out everyone. Only Jesse Vash holding on towards his Vandal. He's not going to try and make this a reality. He's going to play it safe and save his gun because they are almost out of cash.
By the way, the Indonesian team turned things around here, tying the score against Brand Esports from the Philippines here. 3-3. They're coming back into this game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, really strong. At this point, right? If I'm not mistaken, too, the engagement coming from the side of Morph Esports is slowly. I wouldn't say coming online. I think it's just maybe they just need a wake-up call, that warm-up,
Yeah, of course. Getting themselves in the groove. It's a different opponent. They have a different pace. They have a different play style. Right now, they might have gotten a read on how they play, but they might not be ready for this. Look at this. It's gonna be a full-on push, full-on rush towards C-Long and see what happens from there. It's gonna be dubstep. Kondo gets an early kill onto his Ching. Famous strikes down Borkum as well, and that's gonna slow down Brand quite a bit. This was not what they expected.
Oh man, that's the thing about picking operator, or in this case Jet operators. It's just such a nuisance to do it.
It's so silly right now. I mean, eventually, I think they will deal with it some way or another, but we still have to live it out. Dubstep gets a kill on towards Famous with the Blaze Storm, and that's gonna start things off. That's gonna be possible for Brent to take B side.
Oh man, I guess in this case you can definitely tell that our different Dubstep is cutting them down the side. He can't cut even more. There goes their own Jet here. Time is now gonna be down to a 2v3. They got control of this beat. Now they have to get this spike. He gets another one with the triple kill. One more standing. Ladies and gentlemen, can he get this quad for himself? He may not be the Blaze Storm, but he has his sight on that bad, and he will get him.
Dubstep with that. Do gets 4 kills.
Oh my god.
I
thought you were about to drop the beat here like now, Zero. I was like, what is he actually starting to do with the dubstep here? DJ Zero?
Oh yeah. Great play there from Brent. On an eco round, you get 4 kills on just Dubstep as well as a kill from Jesse Vash, open things up, and that was actually Dubstep's first 4 kills.
Yeah,
surprisingly.
Yeah, first 4. I mean, definitely more.
More will be coming.
Yeah, more will be coming for sure. Like if you say first 4 kills, like first 4 kills, but like there's still Brent still got another BO2 to play, and I definitely can tell you for sure he wants that ace for himself here. But anyway, Hunter Shuri is going to be committed for the side here, and actually he will be able to snipe a 1 member as well. Fiddle, wow! Big wows coming from the rest of the team here. Famous was able to go for the spray down on Borkum. 2 members short here for the side of Brand Esports, and with the lair, this match will be able to get the upper hand against their opponent Reina Famous.
Definitely, even though they are undermanned, you cannot count Brand out. They've got this dispenser, they've got Dubstep, they can do anything when they are really determined to enter these sites. And still 3 versus 4. We have just a regroup right now coming from the side of Brand. Looks like they want to hit A, and they might get themselves 2 quick kills on towards the sewers. They get the first on towards Freya. Dubstep, can he get 1 more? He's chasing, but Asoba is running away. He's gonna get away to safety, and he's able to hold on before the rotations come in. But look at this, Brand. They are rotating away once again.
God. Oh my lord, the mind games coming out for this Zero. It's an absolute shame. I'm getting so confused. Brad, what do you want to do? Every time we think you're going to be pushing towards the side from a certain angle, you decide to say like, hey, maybe they're thinking this way. Let's change things up.
Left.
And now currently, they're going to be trying to push towards this speed. They only have 30 seconds here. And I don't think Morph Esports Omen doesn't know about it because he's not pushing through B. He's actually going through double doors.
I mean, this is perfect. I mean, Brand has just been playing with their minds. You think we're going A, nowhere B, to nowhere C, and the spike will go down. Dispenser will fall to a Spam Penguin. Fiddlewell gets a kill onto Dubstep, but Ching will hold on. He has the operator. He will not get 1. Cut on the other side, able to get the kill, stops it, stamps the bleeding, and they will be able to get the defuse. Very close round though, very close.
And the best part about it, Ching would have been able to hold it down longer if he actually connected that Rolling Thunder. But let's be honest, it's just Jet. It's just freaking Jet.
Just Jet things, right?
It's just Jet things. And that's why I'm so happy when I heard the rumor coming from that Riot will be trying to tweak that operator a little bit. So at least we're not going to be seeing too many combos with that Jet op. But there's still going to be that nuisance of that Jet shorty. So, we'll see how later in the future, because currently there is no nerfs or anything right now. Only the common patches for certain agents.
Yep. So Cut as well as Ching both having the operator. We've not been having any operator do so far, but Cut might want to start aggressive towards garage doors. Let's see how it goes. He might get Ching. Ching is just waiting for him. He's way too fast. Cut, get out of here. And he does actually, just with Tailwind getting out of there. and you hold on to a C.
It's just freaking Jen. Get out of my life, Jen, at this point here. But either way, beautiful pickup coming from the side of Morph.
Dispenser.
The Indonesian team still holding strong against the Philippine teams here of Brand Esport. Dispenser gets tagged. He's going to be falling back just for a little bit of safe measure. But Dubstep coming in from Suish here from the Asia. But he's constantly going back and forth. He's waiting to see what else his team's going to be doing because they're currently one man short. They don't have the bridge. So taking the side is going to be a little bit more difficult. But they still have their own flash and smokes.
Yeah, they just do still have the paranoia as well as the leer coming from the Reyna. So definitely picking up the Reyna is a smart choice here. But still, Bren, I think they're still playing their mind games. You know, where are they going? Where is the rest of the teammates? Morph right now, they have no information at all whatsoever. They have no idea where anyone from Brand is. And look at the rotations. Sova is running into a C like, hey, they might be coming to a C. I gotta help out right now. And
30 seconds
it's only Freya left along at A. And somehow Brand gets that read. Somehow they know only one player is in A.
And now, beautifully enough, and so with only 20 seconds on the clock, they have to quickly dive right to the max. Beautiful usage of the dark cover, and another Decisive tried to hold down the line as long as possible, trying to delay that incoming retake coming on the side here of Morph Eastward. Now look at this, 3v5. Paranoid is going to be able to connect upside, trying to hold down the line. Leo deal with the win just one good matches away. Morph was able to get a beautiful kill on shot. Freya headshot spray now with a double kill on Dispenser, and Famous will take down Dubstep and Morph. Tying things back, and now they are in the lead by 1 point. Indonesia, all their fans right now, they're going absolutely wow.
Yeah, Morph definitely showing that they can really fight against the best here, and this is the first time they've taken the lead, of course. But look at the scoreline, 4 defuses. Oh, the post-ban situation has not been great for Bren. They've only been able to win mostly rounds with killing. And Bren still definitely has this, it's not over for them yet. They still have another buy round. Let's see if they're able to even things out once again. But it is getting close to the first half. And then when the round stops, we might see a completely different scenario.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And also a little bit concerning for Brand as well, because should they lose this round, they will have to go for this eco. Whereas Morph, they currently have a very stable economy. But let's be honest, Brand Esport members, each of their members, they are very quick to turn things around when the game really calls for it. But anyway, Dubstep with the Sheriff is going to be able to take 1 point for himself. He's literally only 1 frag away from getting that ultimate, whereas Chud here has only needing a 3. Oh, but Dispenser! Chud tries to go for the flick, but Dispenser is just way faster than you. But anyway, that's going to be the trade for here on Fiddle WoW.
Yep. Oh, a lot of kills going on towards that side. Ching as well as Dubstep both striking. Jesse Vash will fall, leaving only 2 left for Brand. But where will they go? We still have no idea, as Ching still holding on towards the spike on towards mid. He's hearing the footsteps from Famous though. He actually doesn't know this. He might get caught out here as he's holding towards deep in towards mid. Borkum has rotated. Look at the lurk coming from Borkum. Oh, he spots him out. Famous gets ahead of Ching. That's a spike down, and everyone's gonna be running towards the spike. Borkum, can he do something about this? All alone, he's lurking towards the garage, but Freya somehow has his number.
30 seconds left.
But looks like Borkum, he knows 30 seconds is left, but he's not gonna go for the save. He's trying to go for the spike, but Freya will put Borkum down to the ground. And looks like Brand Esports, they will have to go for another save. But finally, Zero, we're seeing a 2-point difference between this team. And Morph Esport is at 2 points.
Yeah, Morph definitely is proving their mettle here, able to get a full buy and forcing Brent to go into an eco here. Brent has to have to rethink their strategy a little bit. It seems like they haven't been able to close out these rounds, and they're forced on eco, of course, so this round is not going to be as important, but they are saving for the last round of this half. So let's see how fast or aggressive Brent can play with only just pistols.
Yeah, and that's pretty much why we see Dispenser even picking up the Spectre too, because he's like, I need to try to drop as many weapons as possible, although sure, Morph Esport will be still have the money to come in for the last round, but still doesn't matter. Oh, here comes the Fallout to be able to connect and forcing cut the D-scope from that operator, but here comes the Cloud, here comes the reaction, here with the Leer, trades are happening all across the map, but Todd with the double kill, but instantly gets punished by Chink with the headshot with the Sheriff. Let me remind you again, Brand Esport, they're the one on the eco round. They're the one that's saving weapon here. And still going to town. Freya was able to find one, but Spencer picking up that operator. Finds one, go for the tank. Barely misses. But Ching, the gun is stepping up with the team. and then Spencer will end Famous down to the ground.
They made it work, you know, we lost with rifles, whatever, we've got pistols, we made it work, we rushed to a C, we got 2 kills, and we got a spike down. Morph, despite their best efforts, that was just Bren all the way. The Spencer coming up huge with the Operator, as well as Dubstep opening the side with his Blade Storm, and right now, Bren, off of that victory, is going to look at a very great economy heading towards the half, of course, but look at Morph. Double Operators.
Oh man, double Operators. This is the last round as well. They'll literally say, I have dominated more, but here comes Trout with the jet op combination. But then with the reaction plays, he knows that Trout might try to go for this pick once again, which he has been calmly doing at his double doors. He drops down the side of the cage just to force him to go back. But look at the rotation here coming from Brand Eastwood. They know this is the last round. They're taking this nice and slow as they push from the A long towards his A side.
Oh, look at them using from the shadows to great effect, using on towards heaven, knowing that rotation is coming. Dubstep gets killed, those Famous, but can they get more? Fat Penguin still playing towards heaven, trying to spray through, trying to connect the wall bang, but not able to as the spike will go. What was that? Oh, okay, Dubstep just doing a little dance there before the opponents do come in. He wants to get that little jiggle, that little exercise before he goes for the battle. Here comes the Blade Storm because of the Operator. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Is going to buy so much time, slowing them down. They are dazed, they are dizzy, and they are just waiting for it to end. Oh, the fault lines, come on, come on. Okay. Bren, they have bought so much time. The spike is almost gone there. 20 seconds left. Jesse Bash gets the kill to Sprayer. He will fall Borkum straight in between, and the spray through the smoke. Borkum and Dubstep clears things out. Bren able to win it out and tie it up in the first half. What a fantastic defensive round.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing like a beautiful tennis game. They're going back and forth at it. They're literally going head to head here. Now finally, I believe this is the first time we actually see inside this entire group stage where both teams actually tied it up in the first half 6-6.
Yep. What a half. I mean, this wasn't the scoreline we were expecting. We were expecting Brent to roll over Morph, but Morph says, now, we're going to fight all the way towards the end. They even took the lead at one point for 2 points, but Bren, being Bren, they have able to even things out, and we are heading towards the second half on an even scoreline.
I mean, that's because, Morph is saying, that Indo pride,
right?
Indo
pride.
Like, we're Indo pride, man. If we're going to go down, we're going to go down hard. But then again, they're going so hard at Brand Esports. Brand Esports like, you're going to go hard at us, we're going to go hard back at you. Both Philippines and Indonesia right now. Absolutely so happy here.
Yeah, Laban Pinas as they say, but look at this. Morph pushing aggressively towards A. Only 2 inside of A, but Borkum has already lurked so far, but Freya waiting for the lurk. Absolutely perfect positioning there. Cut able to get a kill onto his Dubstep. Famous with the headshot onto his Spencer as well. This side is wide open like a clam, and Cut will be able to reap in his rewards as they will get the spike planted.
Oh man, Morph Esport, one-tap hero as well. And the thing is, if they're able to secure this first round as well, Morph is going to be having a beautiful 2 points lead by themselves. But not to say it's by default, but by analysis. And this lead, Famous, you know what he's famous for? Just pushing right to your face and making you so uncomfortable.
Yeah, as well as getting those headshots. I mean, we might see a 50-60% headshot percentage here coming from side of Famous, and he's looking for more. I want those great stats as he's pushing from the backlines. Leave it for me, leave it to me. Let me get the kill. Look at that. No, Freya's gonna just KS it. No, it's mine. Thank you. Flawless round coming from Morph on the attack. Bren will be starting off this half with a disadvantage in terms of buy.
Yeah, but still, really great start coming from the side here, Morph. Not losing a single member and getting a flawless round off and taking it away from Brand Esports. But of course, as you guys know, this is Valorant. Anything can happen. Anything can happen here. But anyway, Dispenser, I think he wants to pull all the stops here because he is bringing up the shorty here.
The strongest gun in Valorant here.
Most broken. The most broken
it's
gun
a $200
ever.
gun side, $200 sidearm.
Exactly.
Hashtag balance.
Oh man, speaking of balance, they might just need to balance Ching if Ching starts popping off like the previous game anyway. By the way, coming back to this one between Morph and Brand Esports here, 7-6 here, and now Morph taking it nice and easy. Although despite this being in the eco round, they are totally not underestimating Brand Esports firepower at all.
Yeah, but look at where Decisive is. He might actually catch them off guard playing at such a close angle. Ching is just there to bait them to push in a little bit further. Let's see if it works out. But if it doesn't, that Brand is just going to be one man down throughout this defense. Looking from the side of Morph, they are poised to take towards C. They have 4 members here. And they are going in right now.
Ooh, anyway, that's the tag. It's gonna be able to try to fall free for.
Oh, no.
John once again gets away with it, and he almost would have assisted with his team. He will be able to survive despite being hit by the fault line. 2 members of Brand Esports instantly falling down from the C defense, and Famous and Fat Pack was still going on strong. Last man standing. He has to try to make the play, but they're going for a couple of pre-fire through the dark cover, through the smoke, and Famous will be so famous in this round because he got 3 kills on his belt.
And it's a flawless round as well. Very clean, great round there from Morph. Morph Brand wasn't able to do anything, but right now they should be able to with the buys they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe the 5th Vandal as well on Borkum, or maybe he'll be going for a little bit more utility. Nope, he's gonna go for the Vandal whatsoever. Just gonna go into this round full force. Well, on the side of Morph, they're still playing with 2 Spectres. This is gonna be a very precarious round from the side of Brand. They cannot lose this round because if they do, their economy will be in the gutter.
I mean, that's in the gutter for sure. And Brand Esports, this is the round loss, so they're going to be getting that bonus 2,900 credits. And whereas Morph, I love it, 2 members, they're not going to be committing that buy. They still want to work with their economy. Ooh, but here comes the spray up. This man's going to be initially getting a beautiful pickup. There's the dismiss, going to be able to sustain as he will be able to back away from the firing power of Morph Esports members. But that's a lot of information he gathered from the rest of the team from the engagement at A-Long.
Yep, and the rotations have already came in there, but Morph might pull out a Brand here. They might just, rotate on towards the other sides, but the other sides have eyes on them as well. We have Borkum playing towards C, Jesse Vash towards B as well, so it's just going to be this 3-man stack on towards A. And Famous checking all the corners, hoping to get someone, hoping to pick up someone playing aggressive before they initiate in.
Dude, I also love the fact that you said pulling a Brand. You make it sound like it's a magic trick coming up on the rest of the team, yeah? But here comes the corner check-in with the Spectre, but suddenly Dispenser was able to follow up alongside with Dubstep headshot kill. Fiddle Wild making all the wild plays and able to get a double one on Dubstep. Then main fragments are all down. Famous is coming in hot with the rest of the team here, and we're looking at the 1v2. They're gonna be planting down this spike. The spike has been planted. Last man standing. He gets blinded by the layer, but he's already safe and cover. But the headshot pickup coming in from Famous is just so good. And with that, more Esports finally from a 2-point difference, we're finally gonna see a 3-point deficit.
Yep, great plays there from Morph. Really coming in hot here in the second half there. And right now, Brand is going to be forced on eco once again. Will we see or a judge coming from the side of Dubstep? We'll wait and see. But oh, I see something. It's a shotgun. It's just a shorty.
Yeah, it's just a shorty on the hands of Dispenser. But of course, you must also understand as well, this is Haven, right? The bread and butter for most of this team. But most importantly, this is an attacking side of map. Not really heavily favored, but by stats itself, it is an attacking side of map. So the fact that Morph was able to rack up tight enough points, but here comes Famous coming from the E-Long, picking things up and then 9 Dubstep with that jet tailwind waves. And now Brand Esports, 1 man short here.
Yeah, Famous has been just so good in getting these picks, and I'm not sure of his current scoreline, but it has to be something really spectacular right now. Famous, as well as the rest of Morph, will back off right now. They know that they have forced a lot of utilities and maybe looking to get something else on the other side of the map. But Bren might have gotten a read on that as well. The rotations are coming in fast. They're running towards C, they're running towards B, and hopefully they make it in time before Morph goes in full force.
And the best part about it is that it's a clean read coming from Brand Esports as well. Like they realized, okay, they're holding A for a little bit too long, and there's absolutely nothing happening. So they realized, okay, maybe Morph also going to be playing the mind games and go for this rotation, and so will they. And with that dark cover as well, their answer has been heard and questioned. But a bit of a timing with the fall line, but then again, Famous and Freya just a little bit too good with that pickup. Still going strong, jump pushing forward towards Garage. He's getting ready to mow down the last member of Brand Esports, but he's not going to go for the save. He's going to see if he can try to get a couple of frags or maybe even an exit kill with this Sheriff.
Yeah, these back-to-back flawless rounds will eventually really help out Morph in the long run. But oh, what a tough round right now. Brand in the next round, Morph is leading currently at double digits already. Looks like Dubstep will go for the Yo Faithful here, going for the operator. Hopefully he's able to get something done here, playing that aggressive. But oh, the rest of the players of Brand, they do have to step up a little bit. Ching as well as Jesse Vash, they have to do a little bit more. Almost thought they went for double operators there on the defensive side.
Yeah, I thought it was at that point, I was like, oh my god, is Brand Esports about to throw all the cards on the table?
Yeah.
Are they going to go all in with this double up? But anyway, just for good measures, they're going to be bringing out the rifles because they also realize that Morph Esports playing style is a little bit more aggressive, especially when the game is only 3 points away for Morph to take this win.
Dubstep tries to get someone onto her sewers, but not able to. He's gonna wipe it. Gets one! Were we expecting anything else?
Nothing, dude. It's just Jet. I'm just like, oh, it's Jet. But then again, it's at the same time, it's Dubstep. Yes, it's just Dubstep too. So now we got two things to blame it. It's Jet and it's Dubstep.
Nerve Dubstep, you know. Give him one leg so he can't go as fast.
Exactly. VAC that. Vac him. Vac Dubstep in this case. But anyway, coming back to the game. 5v4 here. This is going to be slowing them down a little bit. Although, yes, they lost one of their heavy smokers, but they still have the Jets. Crash that. Shake the god. Coming in strong here. Picking up favorites and deny him from being any more aggressive here.
Yeah, he spots them out as well. That was the Reyna using Empress. Borkum strikes fast, strikes hard onto his Freya, leaving it to a 2 versus 5. And this is looking like Brand's round, at least, for the second half. They haven't had too much success when they switch the defensive side, so this might be just the start of a huge comeback here. Ching gets a kill on those Fiddle
30 seconds left.
And it's just left down to Cut. Can he get something done here? Yeah, he gets one. He gets Dispenser. He gets Dubstep as well. This might be something as it's down to a 2 versus 1. He's just pre-firing. Goes aggressive. Barkham, he has it. He knows he's gonna come for it, and he just holds the angle. They'll be able to save the operator as well. I think, did they scoreboard now, please? Yeah, they saved the operator. And woo, Bren, you almost slipped through the hands.
Dude, at the same time, it was also almost a flawless as well for Bren. But Chud stepped for Indonesia here for Morph Esports and was able to pick up 2 beautiful kills. Could have been a third too, but I guess he tailwind too much towards the open there, where Barker was pretty much very prepared for him. Man, Zero, this is very, very close here. But then again, Morph still has enough economy to go for another full buy round for themselves here. But if should they lose in this second one, this might be a little bit concerning.
Yep, Dispenser as well as Ching playing aggressively through a sewer. Ching gets the kill though somehow, some way. They get the second and that's the spike down. They have all the information. Fiddle Wild peaks at exact perfect timing. Here comes the Rolling Thunder! Going through everyone, but the smoke is proving too difficult. He's trying to spray through there randomly. Fault Lions to buy a little bit more time. He's being pushed. The reload! Come on! Fiddle Wild gets the kill for Ching and it's down to a 3 versus 3. They retrieve the spike on the side of Morph. Bren right now has rotated, but Dispenser is holding on. Oh, Neurotep comes out, getting all the information they need. They see everyone, and from that, they are going to make the exact correct play, which is to go A, because that just baited them. They just made Bren think that they're going to rotate towards C or B, because they saw a lot of rotations towards A, but nah, 600 IQ, I'm going back towards A.
And also at the same time, it's full reason why for him to go back to A2 for the Cypher Jet 2, because understanding the fact that both Omen and Cypher, they're really great at holding down the side and just being a very strong anchor, regardless of whether they're attacking or defending. But Chad's gonna tailwind right to the side here with the Blaze Stone, but realizing there's no one here from any corner or angle, he's gonna re-equip back that gun and Dubstep with the operator, just getting ready for this retake. Not being too aggressive, just wait time with his team as he's holding down this angle from that A-Link.
Yeah, they have no flash though. They have to rely on just this Dispenser Dubstep going in, as well as the information you can get. Oh, Dubstep gets one, Borkum gets a second. 2 versus 1, and they get it all! Jesse Bash with the nice last kill. Bren is able to clean up, and they will make it an 8th round on the board for the side of Bren. Nicely done on the retake. Not overzealous, not good one, but a coordinated attack that got them the upper hand.
Oh, dude, this is really great for them. Although, yes, Brand is slowly working with that, balancing their own economy. More in this case, this is their last round. But then again, also at the same time, even if Morph were to lose this round, this is going to be their 3rd consecutive loss. So in other words,
they will have enough buy as well.
Exactly, they'll still get enough buy for the next round with that 2,900 credits. But of course, I don't think they really want to lose at that point.
No, of course not. I mean, getting to 11, that puts a lot of pressure onto us, Bren. But the economy control on both of these teams are just top-notch.
Yes, top-notch indeed. They both fully understand this, man. And of course, Haven is pretty much the bread and butter for all of us Valorant players. So it all comes down to who has it better when it comes down to those pickoffs.
Coming down, they went down towards mid, but Dubstep strikes her first onto his cut, and that's the end for the side of Morph. Heavily nerfed Dubstep might be able to get the second flick. Doesn't connect, but he's off to a safe position. Famous gets hit by Paranoia. He has to back up a little bit. Double Leer used to try and buy some space. Borkum and Shing strikes hard. Gets 2 kills. Dubstep gets his second. And then the spike carrier down. Freya stuck towards mid. And Dispenser will dispense him off. Flawless round for Brent. Finally, they close the gap, and it's just 1 point difference between both of them.
Oh my God, Zero going back. We're going back and forth, and now in this case, both of these teams here, a lot of pride, so much pride coming from both sides. All the fans are absolutely going well down in the guys. Whoever's back at home, seriously, comment down in the comment section below. Give them a lot of love, because both of these teams, they're not giving an inch at all.
Not a single centimeter, in fact. They're going for another full buy here from the side of Morph. Like you said, their economy management is perfect, but can they switch things up? Morph have to change things a little bit. They have given away 3 rounds in a row towards Bren after getting the first 4. So Bren have adapted, can do the same.
The thing is this, right? At this point, it's more dangerous for Morph as well, because this is actually the 3rd consecutive round. So if Morph were to lose here and their economy, their team is not looking that great at all, then they will have to go for that 2 full round eco. And I don't think Morph wanna do that, because Brand will be able to top things up and get that rack of so many points before they clutch this round.
Oh, that was very low health left on towards the Reyna. Borkum almost had him, but still able to back off. 2 Leers were used, so the Reyna is pretty much a useless agent right now unless she gets some kills.
Still pushing on the line here. Goes to Cloudburst with the tailwind combo just to get a little bit more cover. Judd barely gets out of the range. Freya going to go to town while Jesse Vash drop step. Then again, the nice Judd dispense on the other side. Gets a beautiful spray down, and we're looking down to a 3v3. Tying things down. Reyna not looking at healthy. But Fat Penguin stepping things up for the team. He spots him up. Go for the snipe. Dubstep gets 1v2, but sadly, Famous going for the round flanks with the Dubstep and more respawn, taking the game back towards their friend. Not even kidding, though. When the game's on the line, more respawn is gonna come online.
Fat Penguin just stepped up huge there, getting that 2 kills. So did Fiddle. I mean, they just held down the side that they took so strong. You know, Brand might have been a little bit overzealous as well, not going for the retake, instead just wanting to trickle in 1 by 1 after they got the first 2 kills. Remember, it was 5 versus 3, and it became a 3 versus 1 out of a sudden.
Yes, but this is the round.
This is the most important round in Brand's life for the next 15 minutes at least, as they will be forced to match point if they're not careful here. Brand on the defense, they have to cross all their T's and dot all of their I's, or however that goes. Morcon gets ahead of Borkum, and that's gonna open things up for the side of Morph. Brand 1 man down. Dispenser has to step up here, as well as Dubstep. They have to get really meaningful kills to just stop the train that is Morph that keeps just chugging forward.
Yes, and also at the same time, Chad was pretty much just like, surprise, my friend, you're gonna die here.
Yeah.
Welcome to the smokes. But anyway, coming back to the game here, we see Ching holding out this angle here with the dark cover and getting ready to pull out that flash. Ooh, but as he comes out to the source, Famous was so prepared as well. Ching wasn't really having his gun out either. But anyway, Jesse Bass gets picked up by Shot. It's going to be down to a 2v5. Scratch it, made it down to a 1v5 in the last man standing. Dispenser, can he clutch the round? He finds one. He was waiting for the most opportunity moment because he wasn't getting.
Oh no!
But he barely missed a kill. He should have taken a shot. Now he's missing everything. And Fat Penguin getting the headshot with that wall bang. A beautifully flawless round for Morph. The score is 12-9, and this 0 is match point.
What an unexpected turn of events here. Morph reaches map point, and Brent right now are in a very dire situation. Dispenser, the trigger discipline was perfect, but what happened after that was a little bit dicey. Misses the shot up, giving away the his positioning, and just completely whips his spray. That is something they have to look at. It doesn't happen again in order to move forward.
Anyway, last round. Brand has to turn things around as well. I don't think they want to give up this first game either.
No, definitely not. This was one of those matches that they were expected to win. I mean, Morph is on paper a weaker team. Brand has all the pedigree they need, all the experience they have. They should have been able to make this round their win, if not much closer than this. But Morph right now on the teeming edge of taking the first map. Bren, this is your last chance.
By the way, Ching at the C-Long Chubby here, and that's giving a lot of information towards his team, saying like, hey, C-Long is very empty. But then at the same time, they're getting nice as well. Oh my lord, starting things up and getting rid of one of the main fraggers of Brand Esports too. Although sure, there is still the breach of the jet, which is what they need for their defense and retake, but they need Dispenser's firepower as it go if they really want to go toe to toe with their opponent's Jet Chud.
Definitely, and looks like it's gonna be a hit. We have Dubstep as well as Jesse Vash. They are their last line of defense before they're forced to retake. Dubstep, can he come up huge in this push? There is still plenty of utilities ready to be used here. As here they come. Oh, the shot not gonna connect onto his Dubstep. Pops the ultimate. Blaze Storm will be used. Second Leer will be used by Famous as a spike. Go down. Paranoia does connect. And the retake is coming.
Oh, anyway, Fault Line's going to try to force him back. Dubstep still holding out the A-Link, but the Dark Cover is going to make things really hard for him to go for that side pick. But Fiddle, wow, picking on Jesse Vaughn from the heaven. And Dubstep getting ready to jump right in with that Blaze Storm going to be coming out through the smoke as well. Smoke's going to be coming up, goes for the angle spot. No. Sally gets picked up by Chud, but Chinglian has still stayed strong for the team. But Sally is not going to be good enough, as Chud will see you the last round here with 2 men standing, and the score will be 13-9.
What an unexpected result coming in from the side of Morph. They've able to topple one of the Titans in this group, and that's gonna put Brand Esports in a very precarious situation. They tied against AHQ, which was great. But right now, they are looking to, at best, tie against Morph, which is, not the situation they expected themselves to be in.
And the thing is this about this as well, like although a lot of people, especially us as well, we were expecting Brand to be again.
Yeah.
Morph probably this morning was just like, because they were the first game for today. Probably they're just warming up. They just woke up, and now finally after playing 2 rounds with Enter in this third BO2 of today, they're like, Brand Esports, come at me. I have fans. I have people rooting for me from my country. I am going to go all out. So there is that big Indo pride here, and really well played coming out from this team for taking that first game.
Yep, definitely. I mean, that was just a spectacular to watch. The takes, the retakes, the just the frags themselves. I mean, those were definitely on point from all the players. Cut especially, he was just wow. I mean, 6 first bloods on him. Look at his stats: 22 kills, 13 death. I mean, he was definitely the MVP of the match.
Yeah, and of course, he even got 6 first blood, which I already said during the in-game as well. Like, he's definitely going to be the one who has the most first blood pickup, but that's because he is a jet, and he fully utilized it as well.
He's just a jet.
Yeah, it's just a jet. And then the best part, even Brand Esports jet not too far behind, he got first blood pickups too. So, yeah, it's just Jets right at this point here. So I can't wait until Jet gets a little bit more nerve, a little bit, make the game more fair, okay? It's a little bit more better. But then again, kudos to both for this team here in that first game. Really gave it them all. Although yes, this first game, if I'm not mistaken, is actually Brand Esports pick. Brand's pick on the map of Haven here. So really unfortunate that Brand was not able to win on their map pick. But there is still the second. Remember, this is the best of 2 here, and of course, this match will not like directly decide who's going to be the top 2 teams, but it just ensures that one of these 2 teams will have a better spot and a better chance of being that 2 teams to go towards this playoff.
Yep, definitely. I mean, Bind, even though it is a Morph's map pick, Brand will be starting on defense, which is the more favorite side for the side of Bind.
Oh yeah, that is very true.
Yeah, so Brand will have that advantage going in, and if they get themselves to a great start, like 10-2 score, 3-9 scoreline, they're going to be able to roll over once they reach the attacking side. Yeah. But if more to pull off upsets like this once again, Brand might face themselves in a very dire situation. They'll be down with 1 tie and 1 loss. That's not going to be a position that they want to be in.
Maybe it's just a couple. If we actually try to break it up between both this team and their gameplay, I believe there's just a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of careless mistakes. It's just that there are just some areas where I get it. You're very confident. Both of these teams, or these players in particular, like Dispenser, both of these Reynas in this case, or both of these Jets, they're very confident they're able to go for this pickup. But at the same time, it's a high risk with high reward, but at the same time with high amount of punishment. So every time you go for this first picks, and if you were to fail, especially like major agents that's being picked up like breaches and even Cypher, you lose a lot of things, and it depending on whether you're offensive or attacking or defensive here.
I agree completely. I mean, they just played a little bit too aggressive, gave away too many free kills. That just created such a advantage from the side of Morph that just tilted in their favor. But enough from us. The panel has to say about map number 1 between Bren and Morph.
Hello and welcome back to the panel. We're here to break down our favorite games of the day, and honestly for me it's all of them, because every game in Group D has been extremely exciting. Close matchups, high levels shown by both teams, honestly. Incredible Group D. This is why we were waiting for this until the very last day. My name is Mr. Travel Plus, and here helping me break down these games is a completely new panel, Gideon Q and the Hound.
Good to have you back, and I have to say, Group D, I was a little skeptical because it's like, oh, these big names, these big teams, they're coming in. Are they going to be able to take these games away? It should look really clean, but I think, the day started really slow, especially for both Morph and Bren. I do think they have some holes in their play, and I think the big name of the game is consistency. I don't know about you, Hound.
I totally look at groups A, B, and C that were a little bit more. It's a little bit more concise in that sense, right?
Yes.
I mean, there were more 2-0s, maybe an occasional one for one, but I do believe that across the overall 3 matches that we have seen thus far, it has been 1 for 1, Morph and Enter, Bren and AHQ have gone 1 for 1, and now it has gone
Well,
Morph.
we only have one match.
Yeah, now it's gone Morph 13 and Bren with 9.
Indeed, yes, thank you for the recap, and that is, again, another relatively close matchup, right? Until now, we've mostly seen 13-7s, 13-8s, it was around that area. Why were these teams too close? You were talking about the consistency, right?
Yeah.
Can you point out specific plays that you saw that you're like, oh, okay, they're starting to lose the plot here a bit?
Well, mainly when Bren they selected this map, and they're coming in on the attacker side towards the end. It's looking pretty good, but it's still relatively tough because again, a lot of these shots are not landing. Like there's a lot of opportunities where sometimes it goes for both teams, Morph or Bren. They get an amazing flank all of a sudden, a huge opportunity, and they only get a 1 for 1 when it could have been a 1 for 2 for certain had they been able to connect those shots. I hope it's not nerves, but I definitely think that in this group of death, a lot of pressure is being placed on these players' shoulders.
There was something I really noticed about Morph particularly, which is their tactics. Something I really enjoyed was that you constantly saw them peeking with one and then hiding the other person there. And then, oh no, did you get a trade? Oh, you killed my guy. No, wait, I'm here to destroy you. And this is something that we haven't actually seen from the bottom tier teams in most of the groups, but always the top teams, AAA, Vision Strikers, even teams like Paper Rex, for example, they got eliminated, actually did these strategies to great success. And that probably is one of the factors why Morph managed to get those 4 extra rounds above Bren Esports.
I think also to add on to that is also the fact that even if the trade doesn't come, right, there's also the opportunity to get the to deny the information that comes in. So that's something that I feel that's very important because yes, you hide one guy, you get the trade, and then you try to go for a peek because sometimes they'll either linger on or they get the trade and they immediately rotate. So they play around the knowledge, and there is a certain level of expectations coming in from both sides. Is he going to stay there longer, or is he just going to shoot, bug off, and maybe find a place to set up another angle? I do believe that with the state of play that's been happening thus far, and more teams are getting more familiar with each other, it's going to get closer and closer. If this is just the groups, I can't wait to see what playoffs have to offer.
Yeah, again, it's just a huge mind game thing. You're expecting your opponent to do a certain line of play because, again, standard, it's effective, it's really consistent, but you're going to have to take it one step further. Trade it off, and I'm just going to sit here and wait. wait, and the rotation happens, and they push into the site without resistance. Simple things like this can really change the state of the game.
And we saw this maybe coming more from Morph than Bren. We were talking about their styles a bit earlier, and we were saying that Bren usually maybe the more aggressive.
They're looser for sure.
They're looser. Yeah, you let the turn from zero. Huh?
It actually suits it quite perfectly. You know, it really fits the build.
And this kind of creativity and outside the box thinking from Bren will net them some wins, but at the same time, sometimes it seems like they lose their plan, right? It seems like they don't know, like they get to a certain point, maybe they're really good on getting on the on site, and then they lose their plan and they don't know how to deal with the retake that Morph was doing sometimes, which did net them a couple of losses in those rounds.
Well, I do think it's like a lot of it has to do with a lot of chaos, especially once the smokes come in. You're just not entirely sure where to look.
There's also the caveat of time as well. I mean, on an attacker's team, on the attacker side, you tend to be a little bit more urgent with making some of these plays work for you. Whereas defenders, the clock is always on your side. So when you have a situation where the clock is always ticking and you are on defense, you tend to be a little bit more, secure in that mindset where, all right, whatever it is, they have to come to us. The urgency for the defenders normally come when the retake phase comes in, right? So I do believe that for members of Morph and Bren, there was a few specific situations where retakes across both sides were a bit chaotic and were a bit all over the place. But at the same time, the amount of communication that came in from both Morph and Bren shows a very well put together team. And I feel that for specific maps like Haven, for example, right, which does favor attackers, Morph was actually pretty good at trying to actually push the time in as much as they can, or even try to, play with the time as much as they can, try to get members of Bren as impatient as possible and try to get them in angles and situations that did not benefit them. Because to me, Valorant is always best played when you are in a gunfight with another player and the other player takes an unfair advantage, unfair gunfight, excuse me.
Yes, you want to make things this unequal, so it's not just up to the mechanical skill. I'm going to try to set you off so that I get an advantage in the little, wars, the 1v1 duels. But I do want to mention that this was actually Bren's map pick this time. And we actually saw this last series. They were actually able to take this map, despite the fact that they started on offense, which is, again, usually regarded as the harder or weaker side. But here, they were unable to bring it back. Why? What happened? What's the difference between Morph and the previous opponents here?
Well, I think, it became very evident now that Bren, even in their previous matchup against AHQ, they get a little impatient. Some of them they need to just, I don't know, they can't keep it in with themselves, and they look for those jiggle peaks, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Greedy.
I wouldn't say too greedy. Greedy would be not only jiggle peeking, but actually pushing up forward and hoping like, oh, you know what? Let's go through A long one more time. I'm going to have one person sit push all the way up just at the edge and have one person stand all the way back at A long. It's going great. Oh no, my backup just died and I'm stuck here. Like, I can't really do too much about it.
Fair enough. That would be greedy. But what do you think is the problem then? If they get impatient, what were some of the mistakes that you were seeing besides, of course, the scary jiggle peaks?
I think it's about information gathering and kind of understanding how patterns work, because a lot of these teams, they will have variations of the same strategy, or sorry, not even strategy, the same attack pattern. And I think Bren, for the most part of it, they are very, very careful. However, some of their players do get a little bit impatient, and the moment they make that mistake of, oh, I'm going to peek out now, I die, he's not going to do that again. And you can see that they, after the first couple of rounds of playing a lot looser, they become tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, to the point where they're not as aggressive as they initially started when they should be, because it's very hard to judge the situation without the info.
Yeah, Hound, you earlier mentioned the time pressure you feel on defense once that spike is planted, right? Trying to do the retake. You think that was one of the things that the Gideon is mentioning, where you start to see some of the mistakes because you see the pressure onto them?
I totally agree with that. There tends to be a little bit more pressure onto the defender's side, especially when the spike has been planted. For attackers, of course, there'll always be a natural amount of pressure that comes in because the clock is always against them. But it also reflects upon the overall agent pickup from both sides. Because when we look at Morph, they picked up Sova, Omen, Cypher, Reyna, and Jet. Whereas for Bren, it's Omen, Breach, Reyna, Jet, and Cypher. So theoretically, right, when you're on Bren's side, with Breach, you'll be able to clear out quite a bit with the Rolling Thunder, with the Flashpoint, and there always is an opportunity for teams to basically utilize Reyna. Whenever someone picks up a Reyna, it means that they want to play it as aggressively as possible because of how the skill set is. And I do agree that Reyna, there are other agents that are able to do they are able to do what Reyna does, but slightly better. But the kit is geared up in such a way where whenever you get a kill, you're able to either dismiss or heal, and you're able to sustain yourself. But the valuation behind it is definitely more in favor towards Morph, and I felt that they played around their composition of agents a little bit better compared to Brand. Not to take away any of the hard work that Brand put in.
What's the strength of the composition they picked? If you want to compare the two, like, what are the strengths and weaknesses that they picked?
Okay, so when we look at it, right, between Morph and Brand, the Sova actually gets quite a bit in terms of information gathering.
Yes.
Even if the recon bolt gets destroyed, you do get at least a sound cue that comes in. And that's, even these little things, at the highest level, they make a lot of difference. And I do believe that with that being said as well, Hunter's Fury, the ultimate, is also another thing that's very good for post-plan or even for pushing in. And when you are in a situation that actually favors a team that plays around your particular tools, and the kits are being used in such a way where it basically builds up this cascading effect in that sense, you know. For Morph, I think they put it together a little bit better. Bren, I feel that they needed to maybe tweak a few things in some of these little fights that I feel that, like Gideon said, they tend to be a little bit overzealous and they try to push the advantage a little bit more sometimes. And when they put themselves in a situation where, all right, we're confident we'll be able to play it, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Right. You believe that the extra intel might be a bit easier to play around than, you know, I mean, you mentioned the breach particularly, right? If you're playing that breach, you kind of want to win those gunfights. That's the whole point behind the flashes. And it didn't seem like they were capable of doing that all the time. It's also, of course, much harder to execute that specifically, right?
I mean, for sure. But
I think Intel's quite safe in this game, quote unquote.
I mean, it is safe in this game, but it also depends on, you know, the agents you have to actually help you gather that information, you know, because, you know, everybody can shoulder peek, everybody can strafe, everybody can jiggle peek to get that info. However, at this level, of course, it is expected. I think the main difference, you know, is going to be that Sova coming in from Morph's side. They have safe ways to say, oh, this side, generally, I should expect how many people. I can use the owl drone to actually help the sound cues. They can easily check mid, which is by far one of the hardest places to actually contest.
And we did actually see Sova being used to great effect by other teams as well, right? It was one of the, actually one of the stellar picks. You know, Vision Striker's also doing really well, and a lot of variation now. People are playing Sova, which is quite interesting. I'm wondering if we're going to see this in this second map. Do you think it's going to be similar agent combinations?
I'm thinking maybe we might see a little bit of a variation, maybe a tweak coming in from Bren. I think Morph may swap because I think we're going to be playing on Bind.
Okay.
So what do you think about that?
I think in terms of compositions, I know, seeing how Bren has played so far, I don't think they're going to be, they could go Cypherless, but I think that's going to be something they're probably going to bring. The Reyna, more likely so. The question is whether or not they're going to bring Raze.
Okay, that's going to be an interesting one. 'Cause that's another one that also can gather intel, especially, you know, we did mention this in the morning panel. That Roomba can help you, sorry, Boombot can help you gather intel when they shoot it, right? The sound cues we're talking about, the Owlbot does kind of apply to the Boombot. But we're going to have to see as the map is about to start. I think we've done some pretty decent analysis, guys. I appreciate it, both on agents and maps. We got to really break down this last matchup, but now it's all up not just to the tactics, but also to the skill level of the players. Let's see if Bren can do the impossible and beat Morph on their own map pick. You know, so that has to happen for Bren to really continue stably in Group D. Otherwise, they're going to start to have some trouble. We're going to take a small break before we throw to the casters, and then you get to watch game number 2 between Bren Esports and Morph.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another round of the ePulse Royal Sea Cup. And of course, thank you so much to our boys at the panel, Alvo, Giddy, and the Hound, for giving such an amazing analysis after that first game between Brand Esport and Morph Esport. But anyway, I'm Leonard Lee, also known as Yoli. This is the one and only Zero. But most importantly, before I pass it back to you, have you guys all drink water, because it's very important to stay hydrated, because we have such an amazing team. Why have you not
drank water.
Thou shall be punished. Oh my god. By the way, yes, coming back to game number 2, it is going to be on the map of Bind, and it will be Morph Esports pick. What do you think about this, Zero?
Well, Brent has played a lot on Bind as well, so there are no slouches, whether it's on the defending or the attacking side. They're going to start off on the defending side, of course, but you know, Morph has been able to punish the aggressiveness of Brent over and over again, and if we see the same thing happening in this map, I mean, we might see Morph take a 2-0. It's unprecedented. No one expected Morph to take a 2-0, but they seem like they can do it.
Yeah, they can do it as well. And the thing is, they sort of like more like get accustomed to what kind of rotation and aggressive plays that are coming from Brand Esports as well. Because how many times have we seen Dispenser? I mean, like, although yes, his fragging is absolutely amazing. He has the confidence to back it up too. But at the same time, when you are going for this overextend confidence picking, it gets used. People get used to it. You notice it. You like
people adapt, you know, and punish you.
So Valorant is the one. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. You know, whipping him back to shape, right? By the way, I believe in this game, Brand Esports, after like taking that few minutes break as well, they're gonna be able to reset themselves and tell themselves, all right, there is still the second game. Let's get it on. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're currently here on the map of Bind. This is the last game of the best of 2 between Brand Esports and Morph Esports here, and Brand Esports gonna be starting on the defender side because they picked the side. And Morph will be starting on the attackers.
Yeah, interesting buy here coming from the side of Morph. Freya has gone for the ghost, which means that he only has 1 trap wire as well as 1 cyber cage. Jesse Vash has the light armor, but usually that means he has 1 trap wire and 2 cyber cages. So that's a little bit more utility on his end, but let's see if any of these teams can get the early advantage.
Anyway, Dubstep's going to be pushing from the middle, and looks like Adir Fan getting ready, and instantly Fat Penguin with the frenzy will be able to punish Dubstep once again for an overextension there towards that mid. Really unfortunate, but then again, Brand Esports is still in the game. They still have 4 members, and they should be able to hold down the line here.
This was exactly what you said just now about, you know, being over aggressive and being punished, and Fat Penguin does the same, does the punishing. In the first round. He barely lost any, he didn't lose any HP at all, and he still has all the utility he needs. Dispenser does have his curveball, gonna use it. Oh, catches one from gets a headshot, which was famous. What a shot that was, and Dispenser is able to back off, but they're pushing in aggressively, trying to reach him. No, he's fine, he's getting out.
Oh, no, not
even cut as anything to say about it, but Ching will be able to stop him in his tracks as the spike is heading his way towards B side. Oh, Jesse Vash.
Oh, dude, just really well decision as well. Come from the side here, Morph Esports as well, because he knows and realized that a lot of rotation and Fat Pang once again. That's gonna be his double kill with the frenzy and a headshot at that. He's gonna be able to drop the spike here at Metal, but with the paranoia, will not be able to connect. But Chick coming in to clean things up, and despite the early over aggression coming from the side of Brand Esports, they were able to turn things around with positioning and corner picking.
Yeah, it was all down to Borkum as well as Ching. No huge shots getting them. Jesse Vash able to stop that one of the players going towards B as well. So all these individuals, they stepped up. Dubstep, of course, unfortunately he died early first. But you know, he's gonna be okay with that as long as his teammates was able to win the round.
The thing is, I think at this point Dubstep was a little bit very confident because he was like, all right, I'm a Jet, I have Tailwind, I have Updraft,
I can get out.
Exactly, I can get out. But what happened was he didn't expect that Fat Penguin was actually going to bring a Frenzy instead of a Ghost or Classic, because of those are the 2 weapons which is not really able to spam that much compared to the Frenzy.
Yep. And speaking of spam, Dubstep has the Judge, which can spam bullets.
Oh yeah,
but a lot of shells towards your body. He does have the Updraft as well as the Tailwind if he wants to play aggressive, but looks like this time he's not, and it's going to be Morph heading towards Hooker as well as B long. Ching is gonna scout things out. Only spots 1 though. He only spots 1, so that might have been given away some misinformation to the rest of his team.
But at the same time as well, like with the rotation, there is going to be a quick tag coming from the rest of the team as well. Jesse Vish still going to go on that spy. Can to see if we can find them anywhere else from B long. Ching easily retaliates back with The recon getting a lot of information. He was able to get a beautiful pickup, but cut forces forward with the classic. We'll be able to pick off Ching. Now we're looking at a 4v3. Two members of Morph Esports very low, very unhealthy. But then again, Dispenser coming in strong with the Spectre. Same goes for Borkum, and each member of Brand Esports will be able to dominate this round and only costing one member for this defense.
Yeah, very clean round there for the side of Brand. Much needed for themselves. It was almost a team ace. Of course, Dubstep not able to reach in time to really contribute, but still great hold here coming from the side of Brand Esports. Jesse Vash with the perfect traps, as well as Ching here, right here with the recon dart, got him so much damage done, and he almost got another kill as well. Still fantastic hold coming from the side of Brand.
Really well played too. But then again, this is the third round as well. So Morph will be able to get that third round bonus here. So that's going to be a total of 2,900 credits back in the bank. That's going to be allowing them to go for this full buy with rifle. But Brand Esports, majority of the members, they're not going to be picking up the rifles. They're going to be saving their previous round weapons and trying to elevate themselves towards this round. And it's totally fine too, because they're defending, especially Dubstep, who is also quite an amazing combo, Jet with the Shardy. Not very commonly used, but with his current positioning and such a very close quarter combat, I think he's totally fine with this judge.
Yep, he definitely can get something done. But speaking of getting things done, Fat Penguin strikes hard on towards Borkum. That's going to open things up towards the A side. And the Phoenix will have to rotate. Oh, Dubstep, his position has been given away. He has to GTFO out of here.
GT, get out for sure. By the way, here comes the curveball, followed by the retaliation initiative coming from the side here of both Brand Esports and Morph. With the race going to be with the pain shot, going to be able to force out Dubstep out of that corner and allow Morph Esports to slowly take one step at a time towards this side to retake. Anyway, beautiful coming with the dark cover towards heaven there, but Fat Penguin was able to get the trade out towards Chain. Now it's going to be down to 2v5. Let's be the wall with the wall bang. We're able to get a good win share. And Freya still coming in strong, was able to catch Dubstep. Last man standing is going to be our dear friend Cypher from Brand Esports. But the thing is, he's not going to be engaging because, let's be honest, not to say he doesn't really have the weaponry, but his utility doesn't really allow him to go
for retakes.
Exactly, not for retakes at all. Unless if he with his teammate, then I guess it's totally fine.
Yep. Just Vash is able to save his weapon at least, but Bren losing out the first full gun round on both sides. That's gonna hurt a little bit, of course. Morph is gonna take this round flawlessly, and that's gonna be a cause of alarm for Bren. They have to make these rounds clean as possible because Morph has just gotten one flawless round. That's gonna help the economy quite a bit. Morph will be able to get themselves on the board in round number 3.
Now that's the thing, right? Like we see Morph that's really great. Although yes, they're skill-wise, both Brand Esports and Morph Esports is very strong and exactly know how to engage on both of the side here. But what we commonly can tell between both of this team is that both of this team is really great at trading. Like if they lose one member, they're like, if I'm going down, I will ensure that I'll take someone down with me, or at least make this very difficult. But look at Brand Esports. Since losing another round, they're gonna be bringing up double ops. Yeah, they're going all in with this defense. But I'm a little bit concerned too because look at this. There's a lot. Not to say there's a lot of more Esports here. They don't really have any flashes. They have a lot of smokes, a lot of location revealing and information gathering too. So I guess in this case, Brand Esports figure out like since they have no flash, we can be a little bit more confident with this double op combination.
They have no breach. They're playing with a Raze as well as a Sova, as Famous gets a kill onto Jesse Bash. That's gonna open up the B side, but they do have Ching playing towards long, and the rotations are coming in from Borkum to try and stall them for a little bit. But they look like for the side of Morph, they are going to commit in towards B. Ching, he has to get this kill at the start, or else he will be overran very, very soon.
Speaking of being overrun, they're getting ready. They're setting all the position. Beautiful pickup coming from Free Wall on top of Ching. No more information. They still have the cyber, but it's not going to be matter because instantly members of Morph Esports, they're running straight towards the side. They got the amount of control too. Freya getting a beautiful wall back with the cloud burst coming with the retaliation with the cyber cage as well. It's going to be forcing Brand Esports members to rotate and fall back. But also at the same time, great decision coming from the side here of the remaining members of Brand Esports, because at least this way they still have weapons to be able to use to get that chance for the next round.
Yeah, if I were Morph, I would actually just hunt them right now. You know that if they lose this round, they will have no buy.
That's true.
And if you're able to take away the operator away from Dubstep, you're gonna put yourself in a fantastic position. Sure, you might lose one, maybe two guys, but the rewards will justify the risk that you're making if you just keep hunting them right now.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. But at the same time, it is a gamble, Zero. So I guess in this case, Morph Esports is being very disciplined about it, and they're like, you know,
they don't like to gamble, right? You know.
Oh, maybe we'll see later on. But I know Brand. But when it comes down to Brand Esports, when it comes down to gambling, they are really great at it too.
Yeah, you can say they are a little bit pink of health in terms of gambling.
Oh, pink of health, man. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming down. That's going to be the end of round number 4 here. In the 5th round here, Dispenser and Dubster, who was able to save their weapon from the last round, they're going to be the main fraggers here. And the rest of the team will be trying to assist them in any way possible. And Ching bringing up that bucket. I believe he's going to be trying to position himself towards his B side at hookah, because at least that way, it's probably, not to say that way, it's more like it's the only aerial location where you can actually try to force a close quarter combat and fully utilize that shotgun range damage.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see if that actually comes into play here, as a very bad buy coming here from the side of Brand. Morph has the opportunity to take the lead in this round. As Fat Penguin playing outside of showers, is Borkum going to be the one to stop him in his track so far? Boombot is going to be deployed as Hookah. That's going to clear the angles out, and we might see. Oh, just gets tagged. We do see the Rays getting tagged, but they lose the trap wire here. Famous knows that there is one player just across the ban. He's gonna wait for his teammates to rotate. Maybe wait for a paranoia before pushing in, but Ching waiting in the wings.
Now you can see the rest of the members of Morvis was slowly rotating and getting ready to converge towards this B side. I love the fact that they're not pushing from one point. They're actually going to try to engage from multiple angles, from multiple entrances. This is going to be putting Brent Esports quite a way. But they don't spawn Ching. This is going to be a lot of damage. Oh! He gets a wall bang with the Bucky. Trying to get another one. And Sally was not able to connect it. Still holding down the line. Borka was able to get a trade up on the other side. Recall ball going to be committed as well for the rest of the team. But Isley Ching stepping up with the Bucky. Swap with the Phantom to get the triple kill. This is pretty much why it's always great to have the Bucky. Yeah. Who says it's bad to have the partner of Captain America on you? Right?
Exactly. The Winter Soldier struck hard here, getting the 2, and he was able to get the 3rd as well right after switching out towards the Phantom. Huge play there from Ching, able to stem the bleeding, help them out huge in the following rounds.
But also you gotta give credits to the side of Brand Esports. Jesse Voss.
Yeah, they baited it. They baited it perfectly.
He was Jesse Voss, just like
kill me, come kill me.
He was like literally, my brother Ching. I am willing to die for
my
you.
body is yours.
My body is yours. Hit me instead of Ching, and
Ching did not disappoint.
Yeah, he never disappointed. Oh my god,
that lineup.
That lineup with that was the first time I saw a Bucky collateral.
Collateral, yeah. And Borkum will strike first, finally getting revenge on his Fat Penguin. No penguins for you. Go back to Batman. Gotham is not here. This is Bind.
Definitely not here at all, because this is the map of Bind, not Gotham here. There's no DC heroes here at all. Anyway, Borkum gonna be holding out the angle. Ooh, dubstep. Spy 1. I love the base coming up for him, but Sally, the picks will not be able to connect from either side. But anyway, Fiddlewall was able to get the trade off on Dispenser here with the headshot with the Phantom Spray. But look at the 4v4, but here comes the Aldroid. Draft coming from Dubstep once again. I think it's a little bit of a misclick there, but it's totally fine. He's still alive at U-Haul, and he's still be able to deliver. It's coming from the side. Ching was able to follow up with the rest of the team here. Last man standing Famous. He gets one trade, but instantly Dubstep steps up to get that double kill.
Yep, dubstep double kill stepping up here. Fantastic play from the Filipino side. And Bren extends the lead to 2. And looks like Morph might be forced into an eco. No, they can't drop a couple of guns. They have a Spectre on Fat Penguin. You know, Morph might still be able to force this round. But double operators is going to be very tough to push into.
Yep, and the thing is this, about this as well, like Brent fully understand that Bind is actually a defender favorite map, so and he's finally fully utilizing every corner, not to being too aggressive about it. Although sure, there are some moments where we saw Jet, or in this case Jet for the side of Brent Esports, and even the Omen slowly going for those aggressive picks. But in the end, they still managed to turn things around here with the rest of the team's gameplay and synergy. And currently the score is 4-2.
Was that 2 Hunter's Furies?
Oh yes,
it is. Ching gets 1.
Oh my lord!
Can Fiddlewall get 1? No, he cannot. So Ching is a better hunter. Fiddlewall more like Fiddle. How did you miss all those shots?
Oh my god, but then again, Ching the God really stepping up here with the Hunter tree. Will be hunting more members, but Dubstep with either way was able to get a nice pickup kill for himself. And now more Esports currently in a perilous situation. 2v5, I was about to say 3v5, but instantly Dubstep comes and literally gets to keep me in check. But then again, Famous fighting Jin, dropping him down and not allowing him to punish anymore of his teammate. We're looking at a 2v4. I say a 50% chance, but ooh, Dubstep with a triple kill, gonna be able to pick up Fiddle Wow with his rotation from the B long.
Yep, and Borkum will be able to clean up on last counter's Famous, making sure they don't lose too many members on this sure win round. And Bren extends the lead to 5 as looks like Morph might finally need to eco unless they force up on 2 Spectres. But that's the thing about forcing. You don't want to continuously force because that's going to ruin your economy in the later stages.
Yeah, that's right. And the thing is this, right? I believe at this point they were forcing because they're like, all right, we're on a third round. Third round, we have a little bit of money as well, so we can try. And it's not to say the economy is in their favor. It just so happened, lucky enough, the third consecutive round losing bonus is still in their favor. Yeah. But it will not always work out for them. But anyway, Broker is going to be denying Morpheus for once again. Is he able to pick off Famous here? And here comes Dubstep again on Fat Penguin. The double up hole coming from the A side is absolutely ridiculous. And the worst part, without any flashes on the side here, Morpheus is so difficult for them. But they never saw Dispenser. It was holding down that chubby. But another go for the spray down. But Fiddle, wow! Absolutely giving that wow factor to a Dispenser. Drops in first. And Chud with the class will be able to punish that operator as he was able to get close towards to the jet of Brand Esports here.
Oh, Barker! Huge shot getting the kill onto his Fiddle. Wow, that just leaves one player with the jump snipe. Not able to get it. Cud will fall. Barker with the triple. And Brand, what a hold on towards the A side.
Dude, I love the fact as well, like, it wasn't like a side type. He jumped. He was like, Joe was like, I got you. Nope. Broker is literally denying all kinds of cheeky plays. That's one boom. That's the first half. And then we're about to say, ooh, sadly the replay ended here. We will not see the second one.
That was cute though.
Yeah, it was very cute. But anyway, here comes, looks like Morph, no choice but to go for the eco. But Chart, once again, feeling a little bit confident that he's going to be forcing out that Vandal here. So it's going to be still Char's going to be trying to make the plays and be the playmaker for the team to give them that boost. But hopefully it will be enough because Brand Esports is currently in the lead by 4 points.
Yeah, Famous does have all his utilities, does have the showstopper as well. And if they want to play fast, if they want to go in towards B, they can use that huge ultimate. Jesse Vash holding on towards the operator, holding on towards long. There's one player, he gets it. Freya will fall. Teammates will not give it back now. Here comes the party! He doesn't connect though. Famous having to do with his best with the classic. Borkum gets the kill. Famous gets a kill onto Ching as well, but Borkum and Jesse Vash will be able to hold down the side as Bren able to start the eco round from the side of Morph, and they will be forced back towards the drawing board, thinking of something else that can work against Bren.
I mean, that was a real party for Brand Esports in that last round for sure. Like, oh my god, like instantly they were able to pick up from all angles. And the thing is, what Morph Esports was actually trying to do was they were willing to throw bodies, their own bodies, just to get on top of that side because they know with this double op setup, they need to be as close as possible and try to force missed shots coming from the side of Brand Esports. But they're very patient. They are very calm about this. They were like, if you want to come towards us, it's still totally fine. And whoa, beautiful pick coming for Famous as you will be able to shut down Dubstep.
Yep, and they are forcing Dispenser out of this U-Haul area as well as they're pushing forward. He's trying to spray through the smoke. No, Cut will be able to get a kill under Dispenser. That's a great start from the side of Morph. Borkum does have the operator, but he is his line of sight has been disrupted. They're trying to get him through the smoke. Oh, can the shotgun connect? It connects, but not enough. Borkum gets a kill onto his Famous. Cut finishes off Jesse Vash, and Cut gets another onto his Ching. Borkum stops him in his tracks. Will use Shadow Step to reposition, but look at this. Let's go towards B. It's completely empty. Borkum says, hey, can I join you guys as well? And he uses his from the shadows to go in towards the bend as well.
Beautiful teleportation there and reading the situation. Oh, but he looks to the way in the last area as well. But anyway, going to be coming for the pickup, and Borkum will fall here.
Great push there coming from Morph, able to finally get themselves another round on the board, but that will reset their loss bonus. They have to be careful. Only 2 more rounds in this first half.
Yes, and also really well played Karen for Chad, really stepping up for his and he was able to pick up three kills for himself. And Borkum, the thing is, he was really trying to hold on the line and was able to read at the fact that despite so much damage happened, he was able to spot out, or more in this case, he was able to heard the entrance, the door opening of the teleporter, and anticipated that they are actually rotating towards that B. That's why you saw him trying to make the play with that teleport from the shadows. But Dubstep starting this 11th round with a beautiful pickup on the Raze.
Dubstep absolutely huge. Getting these openings again and again, it was the crux and also the winning points of Bren, and they're gonna try and peek Dubstep. I don't know if he's gonna back off safely. He does still have Tailwind, but they are going through a shot back. Fat Penguin gets a kill on towards Dispenser. It was a headshot, so that's gonna be clean. 4 versus 4 as the both ciphers will be on towards B. Fat Penguin making sure no one is rotating or flanking from the backside, so it looks like they will rotate towards B. Jet pops the Blade Storm, so that's gonna be the aggressive fast play that we'll be seeing from this from Dubstep as they are trying to get an idea of where Morph is right now. They have no idea, they have no clue. They see a camera, that's about it. Jesse Vash is also holding on to his B side. No one has no idea whatsoever what's happening, but it will be Bren be the one to be hit hard first.
I mean, you know the saying, the calm before the storm, and now the storm is slowly closing in as Fiddlewall was able to set things out and was able to snipe away one of the members of Brand Esports. Slowly pushing from hookah and also from the B-long at the same time. Here comes the storm, here comes the thunder, and now we can see Dubstep getting ready to go with the tailwind, but same goes for Chad with the Blaze Storm. He finds out with the object. Was trying to connect, but Fiddlewall was so prepared. Picks up Dubstep. Paranoid will be able to connect. Chad trying to find the last man here of Brand Esports, but Freya will get to him first with the headshot, and Brandy's and Morph Esports will claim another point for themselves before coming to this last round, before the swap.
Morph might make it a very great attacking half because 5 points on Bind on the attacking side. That's fantastic. You can really build off of that once you move towards the defending side. Bren, they're trying to go for that double up again. Nope, looks like Dubstep will change his mind. He wants to play a little bit aggressive. Nope, he's just gonna ask his teammate, of course, to buy for him. Because why not? He's got the money. He can buy up full armor as well. So a full buy coming from the side of Bren. Morph as well, of course, getting that full buy. Dubstep switching up his positioning, playing through its hookah, hoping to catch someone off guard. But Morph not gonna fall for it once again.
And the thing is just like the reason why we saw this Jet able to come up with this solve, not because of that amazing annoying combo, but because of the fact that he really want to try to go to be that entry frag and go for that mid pick, because he knows his Raze is going to be there as well. But Raze, he knows this is the last round. Morph Esports do not want to give no quarter to the side of Brand Esports and give them any more chance or openings, because they really want to try to secure at least one more point before the round switch, because this is a defender side of map and Morph is doing quite a good job at racking quite the amount of points.
Yeah, we do have Cut maybe pushing towards U-Haul right now. He's waiting for his teammates to set up a flash in, or maybe just some information of where everyone else is in the site. He does have the tailwinds getting close, but Dispenser is holding close towards U-Haul as well. He does still have the curveball, and as the time is going to start, leaves Tico down. Here he goes into the crosshairs of Dispenser. He was so ready for that. He gets the kill. He's gonna back off. And he uses run it back. He's gonna run it back, but they get it. Freya gets the kill. Ching as well goes down to the Wild. 3 versus 3. He knows exactly where you are. And the Hunter does not connect onto his first shot. He's gonna try again. It's not gonna help. Wild, how are you missing all these shots somehow? Jesse Bash gets to kill those famous, but he falls in the end. Borkum as well as Dubstep. They have to come up big, trying to plot the spike. It will go down. No, Borkum gets to kill those Freya though. 2 versus 1. They're just gonna wait and peek together at the same time. No, Wow! That shot was just so quick. No fall for the backline. Dubstep has the stat above him, and he's gonna get a defuse. Fantastic round from Brent. That was so close down towards the wire, but Brent in the end managed to inch forward, and they win the half.
He almost made it happen for the team. This is really unfortunate as well. Like Dubstep really playing that 200 IQ play. He's like, all right, if he's so focused on facing towards his front,
I'm gonna rat behind you.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna rat behind. Oh my god, it's been a long time since I said the word rat. He's gonna rat behind, go for the flank and backstab him and just punish him entirely here. By the way, this is gonna be the second half here, and both teams gonna be able to swap things out. But then again, Brandy Swan was able to get a really great lead for this 8-4 here. But Morph Esports is gonna be on the defender side, and let's see how much points will Morph be able to take away from themselves to secure this game number 2.
Yeah, if anything, Brent is a fantastic attacking team. We've seen
fantastic.
Their coordination entering through a site is perfect.
Yes.
Granted, this time they don't have a breach for the easier flashes.
Yes.
They do still have Dispenser on the Phoenix and of course Borkum on the Omen, so they can still get things done here. Let's see how their attacking side will do, because Morph, look at their defensive side on towards Haven. They were fantastic.
Yeah, they were fantastic indeed. But now it all comes down to the fact that I think it's going to be a little bit more easier for Brand as well, because they at least have one flash, whereas Morph Esports, they do not have any flash at all. Although, of course, for the information game, Morph Esports is definitely not too far behind. And zone denial with the race is always going to be really great for the side here of Morph. But it always comes down to that one single flash, which is pretty much why we always see a majority of this team who especially loves to go for these tactical plays. They always ensure they at least have one flash and one smoke, or most cases, there's more flashes actually.
More flashes the better. And
ooh,
how will this work out for both of these teams? They don't have much counter initiation from either of these teams. They do have the raise as to use defensively. The boombot as well as the paint shells able to give you so much information.
Yep.
But other than that, they have to rely on the Cypher as well as the Sova to get the idea of where Brent has set up.
And the thing about this, right, Morph just cannot allow to go for retakes. Although, yes, they have the firepower to go for a retake, but with the amount of utilities they have, if we're talking about like a 5v5 in comparison, then the retake is going to be a little bit more difficult for the side here of Morph. Whereas Brand, although sure, with the Cypher, their pace is actually going to be a little bit more slow than usual. But but with the existence of Phoenix here, and also their lone flasher, I'll just mix up for that slow push coming from the side here of Brand Esports lineup.
Yep, I definitely agree. But now, Morph, they are set up 2 towards A and 3 towards B, but the rotations from the Sova are coming in after they saw the Omen smoke being dropped there towards U-Haul, as well as it is not Borkums, but the other Omen that dropped smoke. Spencer using the Blaze. He's gonna try and open things up, trying to inch forward. There is the Cypher as well as the Raze holding on towards elbow.
Still holding down the line as well, getting ready to push right into the base. They already commit the Blaze, by the way, so they're going to be no longer having that firewall for quite some time. But Dubside, he's getting ready to go for the rotation, and Fat Pang was able to pick up a beautiful kill on Brock to start the round with that frenzy headshot. He's trying to look for more. He's currently inside the cover of that dark cover, but I don't think they know he's in there unless he takes that pre-fire, or at least try to pick from the small. Dispenser, on the other hand, was able to get a beautiful headshot with that classic on the Raze.
Oh, dubstep with the perfect timing gets a cure into his Fat Penguin. That's 2 players down from the side of Morph, and the rotations are going to come in towards A. But he hears a teleporter being used. That might just be a bait. Dubstep gets the shot on towards Fiddle Wow's tiny head, and he goes down, only down towards the Cypher to try and retake the side, but he's not going to get it done. 4 versus 1. He might as well just get his trap wires and get the hell out of there.
Oh man, even though, yeah, sure, this is the eco round, I think at this point he just really wants to save that armor he really bought for himself here and bring it to the second round. Although, yeah, sure, light armor, let's be honest, it's like, not to say very expensive, but it still costs something. It's 400 credits, so in this case he's going to go for the save and see whether he wants to try to go for any of these exit frags.
With only a classic, it's pretty. It's a very tough call, especially if you have no utilities whatsoever to help you clear corners or even try to flash through something else. He only has 1 trap wire and he has full light armor. So he's gonna try and are they gonna spam? He's gonna spam through it, try and get the shots. It's pretty tough. But they have the time. They can spam 20-30 bullets into the doors and maybe get it. Oh no! Jesse Bash goes for it. Oh, what? What a play coming from Jesse Bash. He's like, okay, I'm gonna open the doors for you guys. Goes into the portal and just surprise Freya out from behind.
Oh my lord, Jesse is just like, hey boy, surprise boys. The best birthday present ever for
let me in.
Oh yeah. Let me in.
Let me in.
But really unfortunate Freya was not able to, although sure, he didn't really have a lot to lose either. Since it was the first round of the second half.
Oh, Dubstep.
But still, he really want to try to bring us for the next round.
I got confused a little bit. I was like, oh, Dubstep getting in quick, but just a replay. Of course, Brent full buy here. They are going to see very soon that the B side is completely empty. Freya does have a cybercam up on the ledge, which is a very common location you see, but B might be completely empty, or so they think. Decisive might have gotten the call to get the hell out, or what they're doing, trying to clear the corner.
Oh no! Oh no, and the best part about it, oh sure, he actually fell there. Actually, if their cyber actually didn't fall there, then they could have at least tried to go for this A plan, because the majority of the members actually fell for the bait here and instantly rotated towards this B. Now they're currently fighting inside hookah, but the boom buddy, the Roomba will actually get a kill on Dubstep. Now we're gonna looking for a 2v2, but guess what, folks? You got outplayed because the bomb is currently on A, and Dispenser gonna be dropping down that hot hand for some good measure. And now look at the members of Morph Esports.
They are so low.
Dude, they are not just only low, they are panicking. They're like saying like, the bomb's on A! We got juked here. But anyway, Blastfight could be committed from the race here as Chun Famous is trying to push towards the hall. We'll be able to get the pick out on Broken's hall. Gets the weapon switch here. Dispenser gets for the pick out Fat Penguin. But Dispenser pulling all the stops here as he clutches that round for the team here of Brand Esports.
That round was not supposed to go that way. Morph was on an eco, but Brand was not able to close things out cleanly. As Morph able to bring down 4 members and only 1 player standing remaining. Of course, Bren can still full buy, but that means they might be running low on utilities on some of the players. Morcom cannot full buy here, neither can Jesse Vash, so having to run with the Spectres, maybe a Bulldog. No, Morcom's gonna go with the light armor against full buy from the side of Morph.
But also all eyes on deck as well, because Brand Esports, their Cypher actually brings up the judge to tailwind with combo and still Dubstep was able to make the play on John, trying to follow up with the double kill, but Fiddlewall from the U-Haul will just deny him any pushes. But Fat Penguin try to step up the line, will bring down Ching the God here, and now gonna be down to a 3v4. Attackers trying to do their best. Dispenser managed to get the drop on Fat Penguin. Fiddlewall slowly fall back to get a little bit more better position and angle to try to go for the plan. Jesse Vash goes for the plan for the spike, and the spike has been planted here, and now it all comes down to the retake. Morph Esports, they have the utility, they have the firepower, and Freya was able to get the draw on Broker. 3v2 here. Dispenser stepping up, but not as much as Famous, as he was able to get the final kill on Jesse Vash with the pain shell. Really well played with that grenade throw, or in this case, very good Kobe. Amen to you, by the way, Kobe.
Very great round there from Morph, able to get that retake done despite losing out the site earlier on. So that's going to force Brand to be on an eco for this round at least. Looks like they are going to have that hero Phantom on the side of Dispenser. So he's going to be the one opening up. He does have run it back, so he's going to be playing point here. Dubstep will be following close to him as well. Maybe someone can drop him a shorty so he can be at least slightly useful. No, but he still has his Blaze Storm. So we're gonna have that possibility from the side of Brent to be able to steal an equal round away from Morph. Let's see how this goes.
But at the same time, we can also see Brand Esports, or Phoenix in this case, he still has his ultimate run it back, so he can play a little bit more aggressive to at least to secure this 16 round. But it all comes down to what kind of aggressive play is going to be coming from Brand Esports. Morph Esports, on the other hand, already so prepared. They already committed 3 men towards this B, because in this case, they're like, you know what, Omen, you can actually anchor down the sides. Now the rest of the members just fully commit towards this B to get ready for this defense. Here comes the counter initiation and also counter utilities as well to really set them up as they slowly dash on top of the side here. A beautiful tailwind, by the way, to allow them to get towards this pin. But here comes the showstopper, but the showstopper is not going to will be able to connect on Dispenser here. But Dispenser, he had his ultimate as well. Will be able, with the hot hands, he will be able to burn down his teammate alive. But John stepping things up for the team here in the 16th round with that triple kill spray down.
Great defense, great hold there. Despite all those ultimates, we start running back. Despite having Blaze Storm running against it, Showstopper coming up huge. Fiddlewall as well, able to land so many shots, and Morph able to get 2 in a row. That's gonna help out the economy quite a bit. And Brent, they're gonna have a full buy again this time.
Yep, but also looking at the ultimates from both of this team, Ching still has his Hunter Spheres, but same goes for Fiddlewall and Chud. Fat Penguin, on the other hand, is literally 2 points away, or at least 2 kills away before he's able to use his ultimate from the Shadows go for that TP.
Here we have another 3-man setup on towards A from the side of Morph. It's gonna use the our drone to scout out Hookah as well as A short. They're completely clear. Fiddle Wild might rotate towards B side very soon. But the Pin Shells buying some time. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, a little bit off the mark. He's not gonna get anyone. Or is he not? He's not able to deal any damage with the Hunter's Fury, so Dispenser has to try and get something done here. Being tagged, trying to spray through the smoke. Freya playing inside his own Cyber Cave, not really able to connect. He's trying, he has to reload. But inside, Dispenser and Borkum both getting one apiece. Wow! With the shot onto his Ching, Borkum does kill, bring down Famous though, and the spike will go down. Blaze stopping Fiddlewild's line of sight. It's down to a 2 versus 4 situation. Fiddlewild, can he wow us once again?
And especially while he's gonna be wowing us, he's also gonna be giving the wow factor towards the side here of Brand Esports. But then again, Fat Penguin is gonna be pushing towards the side. He wants better. Oh my lord, that flame coming in is gonna be able to fang up this Spencer. Fiddlewild stepping up for the team here. It's gonna be a trim kill. Can he get the quad? But suddenly, Borkum clutching this 1v2 from Hookah. What a well-played spray.
Yeah, Borkum definitely the one to come out on top with that quad kill. And he gets himself 20 kills on the board with only 10 deaths, 2.0 KD. What a fantastic play coming from the side of Borkum. Usually you expect it was either Dubstep or Dispenser to carry the heavy lifting in terms of opening sights or just getting kills. But no, Borkum says, I can do it as well as any of you. And he shows it in this match. 20 kills, 10 deaths only, and of course with his covers.
Yeah, but you really cannot underestimate Borkum at all because he has this long history of FPS plays tonight. But even Chart stepping things up with the jet off pickup too. Getting rid of dubstep, this is going to be a huge deny for Brand as well because they really needed dubstep to really set things up as they really push towards the side. Not only with the smokes, but also trying to pick out embers as a duelist. But Famous was able to get the jump on Dispenser, but Jesse Vaz was able to trade things off. Now it's a 3v4 here between both Brand and Mob. But anyway, here comes the Neuro Theft. They'll be able to know exactly where they are. And Borkum with the TV from the shadow. Spots one, go for the headshot. Borkum finds one, tries to connect on the second one, but they're playing with the time. Paranoid will be able to connect. He pushes forward, gets the double kill spray on Fat Penguin. Now it comes down to a 2v2 as he slowly get ready to reclaim back the spike that was actually dropped at A short.
Cut uses his ultimate, but Borkum gets him in the head, so that's going to give the advantage onto his Brand, and that's going to strike some fear on towards the team of Morph team as they are heading towards B right away. The Sova, the savior of the last round, or at least a 10th savior of the last round, trying to bring one back, but he might be some time away, about 10 seconds away from the bomb site, but he's going to run into a Cypher trap. Nope. Smart listens to the sound cues and he's gonna stop it. Oh, Spike will go down. It's gonna be a tough retake, 2 versus 1.
Anyway, he's gonna be pushing on his as they move towards the side as Fiddlewall from Hookah getting ready with the shock ball, try to force him back out of metal. But then again, there's one member contributing from Labs, and Jesse Vaz will be able to get the headshot here. And Brand Esports in the second game of this Vessel 2 will be hitting match point.
Match point for Brand. Morph still needs 6 more to force a overtime, and their buy will not be able to help them as much because looking at it, they don't have much money. If Fiddlewall and can at most maybe buy a Bulldog if he wants to. Spectre definitely in the books as well, but everyone else have semi-buys. They have either light armor and a rifle, or a full armor and maybe an SMG or a Bulldog as well. So this is gonna be very likely the last round from the side of Brand if they are able to hold on, because one more victory will send them one step further into this group.
So one more point only in to seal the deal in this best of 2, because this is the last game for this best of 2 between Brand Esports and Morph Esports. If Morph Esports really want to turn things around, they have to start coming back right here, right now. But anyway, as things stand, Fat Penguin really stepping up for the team here, will be able to get the job on Borka. Darkcom is going to be committed as well to allow Dispenser to have a slight cover as he goes for this quarter picks here from Box. First one, go for this radar, be able to connect it on top of it a while, but Fat Penguin was able to get the double kill and trade off on Dispenser. 3v4, Brand Esports 2-man short, but they do not have their flasher and they only have their soul smoker, but there can only be so much smoke that this Jet can only provide for the team, but Jesse Vash managed to tie things out with the members here 3v3, and of course with the spy cam just to give him a little bit more information on where they're at. But dubstep, Jesse Vash holding the fort from behind that teleporter as well. Gonna be denied 2 more members of Mob Esports, and now the sole member of Chud. Can he make the play? Can he clutch here for the team? Spawns 1, able to spin him off while he was still winning, but Jesse Vash with the wallbang headshot will seal the deal as Brand Esports takes this 19th round with 13-6.
Yeah, Borkum was absolutely huge in this round, able to secure a lot of opening picks and being the top fragger of his team, really able to set the tempo of the game. But fantastic gameplay from Brand. They're able to even out the scoreline. It's now 1-1. Another tie in this group. Another one.
Oh man, another one. We had literally 3. We had literally with the ending of this
ties.
With the ending of this third BO3, we have 3 ties inside this group stage. But guess what? The next matchup later on for the next 4th, 5th, and 6th BO2s, I don't expect to be a ties because that is actually a very, very scary lineup composition here.
Yeah, we have, I believe, AHQ facing up against was it Enter or
Enter, yes.
Yep, AHQ versus Enter next, and then followed by AHQ versus Morph. 2 very difficult lineups to fight against, especially for the opponents of AHQ. Enter versus AHQ, tough match.
Definitely.
Morph versus AHQ is going to be a tough match as well. I mean, this group is way more closer than I thought in terms of skill level, but the next few rounds will determine who will be moving on towards the main event. And as far as it looks so far, every single team has a chance.
So far, every team has a chance because currently everyone has been tying with each other inside this group stage here. But in the end, the next three BO2s will decide who's going to be our top 2 teams from this group stage that's going to be pushing towards that playoffs. Now, the thing is just like, you want to say anything about their line composition between both of these teams here, or in particular, I want to say for Morph Esports here.
I think the lineup is fine, just the lack of the flash does make attacking very awkward. I mean, clearing out the angles, you have to rely on your aim, and that's about it. You do have the raise to clear out the corners, that's one great thing, but you could have paired it up with, you just get rid of the Sova, maybe get a Breach, and that's going to help you a lot.
Yes, that's true. But in the end, I guess their priorities coming from the side here of Morph Esports is just more like, alright, we prioritize information a little bit more. Engagement wise, maybe they were just confident at the fact that maybe we can pick them off one by one with whatever information we can get, and we don't really need that flash because we have so many smoke covers, we have cloudbursts, we have dark covers. So I believe they were betting all on that, and don't forget about the cyber cage as well. They were betting all on these covers to really get on top of the site and hold it down for that own. Whereas Brand Esports here, they have their own personal flash coming from the side of Phoenix, and they're like, since I'm a duelist, I'm one of the best duelists as well, besides the Jet, I can be aggressive with it. And how many times we see this Phoenix with his ultimate run it back here, or in this case Dispenser, who's been playing all the one of the main duelists in the entire lineup of all the ages here. We've seen him play Reyna, finally we seen him play Phoenix. This just shows that how much confidence Dispenser has is in his own personal firepower. So he making full use of that flash constantly forces the side here of Morph Esports to really slow things down, especially if they were trying to force themselves onto the side here. I think that's a really well played coming from the side here of both these teams.
Yeah, of course, the shining star from the side of Brand, it's Borkum. He's been able to get multiple 3 kills, 4 kills. I mean, if you look at the stats after this game, we're going to see him having 3 or 4 multi-kills at least, and that's just the tip of it. He has 23 kills, while his next closest teammate has 14. That's 9 kills ahead of everyone else. And imagine if I said Borkum has 9 kills more than Dispenser or Dubstep. Would you believe me?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to believe you as well. Because let's be honest, if we're talking about history, not just in Valorant, they have such a great history and experience from their other FPS game titles. Broker in one hand also represented Brand Esports in another game title here in FPS. His skill is absolutely phenomenal. And if any other viewers back at home from the Philippines who's supporting Brand Esports and knows all these players, you definitely you are really happy right now. But same goes for Morph Esports, seriously.
Yeah, they did fantastic. I mean, Morph Esports, no one expected them to be able to take a game out of Brand, and here we have one. They took the first game and now they're tied up. That is fantastic result. I think they might be able to defeat AHQ as well.
Oh man,
tough call.
Tough
a bit
call.
too much.
Maybe not too much, but tough call for sure. It's definitely not going to be a very easy game. I wish I had this really long bit. At least it makes it more
very Chinese.
Yeah, not really very Chinese, but more like
more wise.
Yes, more wise. Like very
I
hardcore.
believe that AHQ will have trouble against Morph Esports later on. Yeah,
definitely a lot of big calls, but for sure, Philippine Pride, Indo Pride, definitely both this all their fans back at home.
I think everyone will be happy with their performance
super,
today.
Super happy for this performance. Hopefully, don't fight too much, guys, especially as well. Don't fight too much in the chat.
Make peace.
Yeah, make peace. Don't fight too much in the Twitch chat. You know, have like no toxicity. You know, no one likes toxicity. That's pretty much why. If you have time for all that toxic, don't forget to drink that water because that's gonna be very healthy for you, and you're gonna need to be hydrated as much as possible because you guys are gonna be cheering out for your favorite teams here.
Definitely, and I think the panel should be ready for us very soon.
Yeah, should be ready soon. Yeah, exactly.
So we're gonna throw it to the panel who is going to break it down on this fantastic best of 2, and of course the matches right after that. My name is Zero, and this is YOLO Lee. We're gonna see you later on.
Back to the panel for this wonderful Royal SCA Cup as we complete the 3rd series of a day, and lo and behold, another tie. This group has proven to be the most competitive. It's called Group D because apparently it's the group of death because nobody can overcome the obstacles put in front of them. My name is Mr. Ava Plus. Joining me as always, Getting Q and the Hound. Guys, what happened? How was Bren so dominant this game?
No? Well, you start first.
All right, because the first things that we have to talk about is how Bren actually took their main fragger, Dispenser, actually having to switch over to something a little bit more interesting. He had to play Phoenix this time while giving one of his teammates Omen, boss. I'm not going to say his full name because it sounds a little too similar to something else that touches home, but yes, I do think that that is going to that was a big change because number one, he was the first one looking to go in, looking to entry frag, and yes, he does find some picks, ending the score for with the final score of 4, not his KDA, but his first bloods 4, as well as boss also taking 4 as well. It really gives him that information, which shows how much of a player boss actually is, because he's the kind who needs that information before he can start just tapping heads.
For me, I think in terms of the agent pickups, I did like the fact that both teams actually played around some of the changes. There was the raise that you predicted to be picked up, and Morph were able to pick it up. So let's go over the overall agents that were picked up. Ben picked up Omen, Cypher, Sova, Jet, and Phoenix. Morph with Raze, Jet, Sova, Cypher, and Omen. So it was very interesting because Raze was able to basically try to, like you said, stave off some of the push or try to push or try to force members of Bren outside of the cover. However, when we look at what Bren did, they gave the top fragger, the top, and also the one that got the most first bloods on Phoenix. So I do believe that that definitely plays a big part. Also with the Blaze as well, it actually creates quite a bit of information gathering denial that I feel that is going to be very useful for a team. Whenever there's a little bit of hesitation from any side, there'll always be situations where because you hesitate, you give up so much of space, and members such as Brent take that into consideration and immediately basically hunker down and get some of the angles that were just so much better compared to Morph. Overall, the score from that previous game was 13-6, and it was just not that much closer than it was from the previous game.
Well, what changed, because the map picks there were actually opposite the last time, right? It was they won on the opponent's map pick, both of those teams. How does that work? Is that the power of being able to choose the defender's side, or is that simply just what happened in those games. Like, it's a coincidence.
Funny enough, I've got this creeping suspicion about Bren, right? That they like to actually take bind on their first map just to kind of recognize some of the habits, some of the responses, and some of the potentially, you know, how kind of gauging how good their opponent is before they go on to the next map, which they're definitely a little bit more comfortable on, and especially for a lot of teams who like to actually pick, you know what? I want Haven, or I want Bind, or I want so many of these other maps, which I think they are prepared for, and that's why I think Bren, they're just kind of feeling out the competition before taking it in the second game.
Why do you believe that? Why is this creeping suspicion?
Because number one, they're one of the only teams who actually decide, you know what, game one, I want Bind, a relatively neutral map in general, and then they just kind of feel it out from there.
Okay. Whenever there's a map such as Bind, like he said, relatively neutral, right? Then it goes around towards rotations and timings, and trying to pick out some of them, trying to get those entry frags. So when we look at how Haven is almost 9th across all these 4 days, it is going to be more of, okay, we pick Bind because it's something that's very familiar to us. It's neutral territory. It doesn't give that much of advantages to either side. But when they go over to Haven, at least they start to recognize when you're on neutral territory and you're able to defeat players in terms of, okay, there is a certain advantage that swings towards one side, whether it's Morph or to Bren, right? They'll be able to work with those information and carry it over to the next part of the game, which is the next map that comes ahead.
Yeah, but also notice that because of, well, that's why I think it's a creeping suspicion here. I can't confirm it for sure, but it's very interesting to see that the fact that, oh, we're going to go toe-to-toe for a very, very long time, and then we're going to try and clear this up in the second map, and that's why a lot of these are ending up 1-1s. Even against AHQ, same thing, 1-1 between the two teams.
I mean, it could also be just because both teams are incredibly close, right, to each other.
That's why, if this was like a best of 3, at least then it would be less of a creeping suspicion. But so far, in terms of in terms of like information that I have at hand, it's only just like 4 full games, and that is just tough.
Do you find that also happens to be? I mean, this is probably the group with the more defined styles, right? You don't have. I mean, you look at other groups again. Not to throw these certain teams under the bus, but for example, Resurgence, right? We didn't see much of a defined style. They played very much standard Valorant, just a bit worse than teams like, for example, AAA, right? But there's no such team here as of now, right? They all play a bit odd. They all have certain agent picks that they prefer. They're all playing they're tactically quite specially. Do you think that has to do with the 1-1s because there's a lot more figuring out that has to happen?
That's actually a really good question here because, you know, I would expect of all teams, you know, AHQ to be the most prepared coming into this tournament.
Yes.
And the same goes for
some of the
Bren.
favorites.
Yeah, but I think enough time has passed to be, okay, let's see if we can go above and beyond, you know? Not just play standard, play standard. They can easily, I think a lot of these teams can easily play like Vision Strikers and just, you know, keep those crossfires set up and just move together as a team, and it's not as interesting.
I'm glad that you bring this up because this question is now for you, Hound, to follow up. Do you find that Group D is simply competitive because everyone is a similar level, or do you find they're capable of competing with the top tier of each group?
I think each team here brings certain things that they do well, and like any other team, there's always weaknesses, right?
Very defined.
Very defined strategies, but at the same time, it's very hard for me to speculate or even point you in that direction because at the end of the day, we can speculate in terms of stats, and then suddenly RRQ goes 1-for-1 against a team that, is favored to win, right? So
after
at the end of the day,
overtimes.
7.
Yeah, 7
sorry.
overtimes, right? So that was yesterday's game. But with regards to today's game, right, it's very hard for us to say because you'll never know what they actually are going to bring to the table until they bring it to the table because each game is so different and the strategies may sometimes change between teams to teams because they all have to adapt. They all have to change their approaches between themselves and between what the enemy has to offer.
I like this. You know, there's a famous phrase among economists that a good economist will never predict. They only talk and analyze. But predictions, that's for noobs. And as he says, sometimes you just got to see no point in predicting it.
I mean, if you mind me being, you know, devil's advocate here, I think, you know, I think the game has been, even though the game has recently been released, I think not everybody has gotten the full grasp of what they can do in the game. Because we're seeing a lot of these teams, like, when is it going to stop being from, I'm playing CSGO to, I'm playing Valorant now?
Don't know what that game is, never heard of it.
Because a lot of these teams, they take those fundamentals and make it work, yes, except there's a lot of nuance wants is that Valorant actually takes to another level. And I think in those cases, I don't think everybody has, I don't think a meta has been predetermined just yet. I think everybody has kind of figured out certain jigsaw pieces. For an example, you know, Jet with the operator, of course, is going to be good. That's a very defined strategy. Fair enough. But how does it work together with team compositions and different agents, and how do you make it into a cohesive lineup?
Well, guys, I love just talking Valorant with you guys, but we do have a matchup that's happening, right? And we do have some information. We're going to inform our viewers. Enter will be playing in Haven, and HQ choose defense. So this is Enter's map pick. I want to hear predictions. I know I just said that maybe not the best players do it, but it's a simple. Is it going to be a 2-0? Is it going to be a 1-1? Who do you think is favored here?
I'm going to say AHQ for sure.
Okay.
Unless, you know, I want to give a huge, big benefit of the doubt, because I know I've been harsh on a lot of these teams just coming in, especially for the ones who come from the qualifiers and are expected to beat some of these household names. I do think Enter might be holding back a little bit. I do hope that I am wrong with this prediction, because I really want to see Enter really strut their stuff.
But you still think it's going to be a 2-0 for HQ?
I mean, the report card's a little too good.
You say it's 2-0 for HQ?
Yep.
Okay, I wanted that. I want the commitment for clipping later. Hound?
I'm going to go with the precedence of it's going to be a ties all across. It's going to go 1 for 1. So I believe that, yeah, Enter hasn't had that much of a great showing, but they did actually show up at Haven, right, against Morph. And I do think that AHQ could actually be a very strong team, but Enter as well. I do think that they have something up their sleeves, and I'm not afraid to say that it is going to be 1-1 across the board for today.
Okay. That's a bold prediction. That's why I want you on my panel. All right, let's see what happens in this game number 1. For this map, will determine a lot, as these two teams are also trying to get those extra points and trying to break the constant tie that is Group D. We're gonna see now map number 1 in Haven between Enter and AHQ. Who will take it? Will it be the Wild Boars, or will it be the Winged Unicorns? We're gonna see any second now, as we take a quick break and then move it to the casters.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. We're going over the final group, Group D, and to see the results of these teams, the general history, and who should be expected to go through to the playoffs that start at the end of this week. We'll start with AHQ Esports, not only likely to get out of groups to go to playoffs, but also to potentially get to the finals and maybe even win the tournament as a whole. I say this because this Taiwan team won the CGA Ignition event and also came second in the Africa Asia Invitational, losing to Attack All Around in the finals then. The CGA win was really good for them. They had an amazing showing in the really close finals, and they wanted to take that momentum into the Africa TV Asia Showdown that happened last weekend. This was a tournament that had Vision Strikers from South Korea, but also Absolute Jupiter, a real strong team from the Japanese region, and a team that beat AHQ in the semi-finals of that tournament. AHQ took a bit of a beating there, didn't really get to show their real strength. Still clear favourites to step out of their groups, but after that loss, will have a point to prove. You would expect them to have dominant results, much like Attack All Around and Vision Strikers had in their groups, but the other 3 teams in Group D will certainly want to avoid that. Ren Esports is going to be one of the teams. They're from the Philippines, and there really isn't too much to their name. They recently did win the Rise of Legion tournament, but unfortunately it was only a small event, and all other attempts to qualify for much bigger tournaments have been met with losses. Their lack of qualifying for the Hunter Fury event is another concerning sign for them. Are certainly going to struggle against the likes of AHQ, but might be able to string a couple of wins against these other 2 teams that we haven't mentioned. Morph Team is one of them. They're from Indonesia, and they do have a little bit more experience in some of the bigger events in Southeast Asia, but nothing to show this team being a dominant force, even in Indonesia alone. Whilst they took part in the CGA Pacific Open, they came bottom of their group, losing to AHQ and Team LZ, that is now known as Todak. He also came second in the Garuda Invitational, but there weren't really any teams from this tournament participating, not anybody that was really worth noticing at all. I'd say overall this is a team likely to take second place based off results alone, but there's definitely a void of potential not only for Morph, but the other teams within this group. Finally, we have Enter. This is the qualifying team from Taiwan, and yet again, it's a team that you certainly won't recognize the name from, but looking at Amenhola, A6, and Popoman, these are players from Super Domineering. They played in the CGA Pacific Open, they qualified for the event, but came bottom of their group, losing to Fives and Only One Word, who bombed out of Group A. This is a slightly different team, however, and these players did show promise for Super Domineering. It's a great opportunity for them to take advantage against some of the other quiet teams and book themselves a position to get to the playoffs, which are looming ever closer.
And welcome to the casting table for the Royal Sea Cup. My name is Zero, this is the Hound, and we will be watching two Taiwanese teams fight it out against each other on the map of Haven. This is going to be Enter facing up against AHQ on Enter's map pick. This is going to be on Haven, while AHQ will start off on defense. So both of these teams, they are playing in one of the the closest group we had so far throughout this entire tournament. They are all at 1-1 scorelines. Everyone has tied up against everyone so far.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing how some of these teams are going to be playing against one another. Looking at AHQ Esports Club, just a little bit to tell you guys here, both of them, both of these teams, Taiwanese teams, so there's definitely going to be a little bit of rivalry between themselves to see who is going to come out on top of the groups. We do see that they are, for AHQ, is the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open first place winner. They are the Rise of Legion 2020, I think in July, yes. First place winner as well. As for Enter, however, they are the top team from Hong Kong and Taiwan. They won the qualifier out. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, whether AHQ, who has been invited here, or whether Enter has fought here to let's see who belongs and who is the top team from Taiwan, because I still think that either way there's still quite a bit of precursor to get behind to determine who's going to be going forward. But this little victory over either team will definitely be like, okay, we're the best in Taiwan, we beat each other, so it's definitely going to be something to take into consideration. So when it comes to Haven, that's going to get picked up from the side of Enter. What are you looking forward to, Zero?
I'm looking for really aggressive picks. You know, these are two Taiwanese teams. They know, they are familiar with each other's playstyle in general, but I'm looking for really aggressive picks. They've played against Southeast Asian teams the whole day, and hopefully they have learned some of the benefits or just even the pace of what playing aggressive can bring forward to you.
Alright, so let's take a look at how these teams are going to go off. EO will be able to take down Senhoi Chick, very nicely done with a tap of the Ghost to the Dome. Popoman will be able to take the Arbiter, as we do see a 1-for-1 casualty count here for both these teams. Spike has been planted, and it seems that it's going to be the retake members of AHQ.
Yeah, they have brought very similar lineups here, only with the only exception of the Breach instead of the Raze for both sides. So Ayo trying to get some shots, and he connects both on towards Popoman as well as A6. So that leaves only one more member alive, and Ayo is gonna get that down as well, as Ayo gets a 4-kill. AHQ able to retake the site, and Enter will fall behind 1 point in the first round.
Very nicely done here from AHQ to take away the tempo from Enter. A very nice retake phase that came from AHQ. Enter, however, they were very wise to actually push in towards A, and I do think that that was something of a very good choice here. Let's take a look at the replay here. Very good recon arrow that comes out from Rant, if I'm not mistaken. EO right there with the double, getting 3 all together in terms of total kills for the round. EO definitely going to be enjoying it, and for the final kill.
Yeah, he's going to be able to save up money, and the entire squad of AHQ actually did not buy. There was only 2 Spectres being bought there for the side of AHQ. They want to save for a better economy later on, and this is something we've been seeing develop throughout the entire tournament. People are not fully committing to the anti-eco round, and instead they are just buying maybe 2, maybe 3 Spectres and then saving a little bit more. But the entry coming from Popoman, getting themselves into a site they might be able to plant here, and that is all that they can ask for right now.
Alright, so we're going to be going for a very big plant here from the side of Mao. We do see some shots there coming in. Oh, Mao being able to take down Siu. Some good stuff here being shown from Arbiter as well. Oh my god, Khan will be able to take down Amenhola. Very nicely done. Immediately AHQ goes for the defuse.
Yeah, still a pretty clean round coming from the side of AHQ. Because they didn't fully buy on everyone, they can actually just upgrade as well as walk away with whatever specters they had in the last round. So that is a very economical decision made, and it has paid off. Milk will be able to pick up the operator on the third round.
Well, nicely done here, coming in from AHQ. Full buys all across the board with an operator onto Milk. That's not going to be a good one for Enter. Got to be very wary for some of these long sidelines that members of AHQ are going to be holding on with a very strong advantage. Not to say very strong, excuse me, let me rephrase that. With a slightly small advantage towards attackers, considering that there are going to be 3 sites for them to attack, and the choices for the side of Enter are definitely high. What does AHQ have to be wary of when Enter decides to push onto some of these certain sites?
It's especially they have to be really be careful of, you know, when they go full on 5-man, because right now they don't have all rifles. There's a couple of specters thrown in towards the mix for a side of AHQ, so retaking, especially with an operator, is especially hard. And if it's the A site, the operator cannot. There's no clear angle for the operator to be really useful, but we do see Milk trying to find an angle right away before they even engage towards the site. But for Enter, they can just back off right now. They haven't fully committed towards the site, just baiting some utilities for now. But other than that, they don't have control on any other side of the map. So this is most likely going to be an A push.
Very nicely done here, coming in from the side of AHQ to slow down the push that's coming in from Enter. But I think they are going to be heavily committed towards it. We do see 2 members, 1 more member for the side of AHQ going to be rotating. It seems like full rotate here onto A as members of Enter now are going to commit. We do see it's going to be a 3 versus 4 with an advantage towards Enter as the spike has been planted. Now the time is going to turn the tables here as the pressure is going to mount for the side of AHQ to retake.
A6 gets a nice first kill and he's trying to get another, but looks like they're going to go for a save here. 4 versus 2, a very tough call, especially with an operator. The A side is the most difficult site to retake with an operator, so looks like Milk might back off. He tries to go for a kill, gets tagged a little bit. He's gonna think twice and get the hell out of there.
Well, bugging out is definitely going to be on the idea. Milk maybe might consider taking some of these exit frags. However, we do see that members of Enter are going to be going out, are going to be getting out from A long, so that's going to minimize whatever attempts to exit frag coming in from AHQ. Will be able to save off at least 2 weapons here for the side of Milk as well as Rainy, so that's not going to be too detrimental towards their economy, their personal economy, however. But nothing too much in terms of shambles here, but it's really important for members of AHQ to win this next round.
Yeah, definitely. This is their last buy round if they lose once again, so this is very important for them to win. Same for Ender. If they lose this round, their economy goes into nearly 0 once again. So this is going to be one of the earlier swing rounds that we do see happen, just because of the amount of kills they got earlier on, as well as the results. So Ender as well as AHQ, they are both really needing to win this this next round.
Alright, let's take a look at how Arbiter's going to go with the shorty. No, Amenhola comes out and decides to give him a bit of a peek onto Arbiter. Very unfortunate here. Arbiter should have been a little bit closer, but we do see the Bucky here onto Khan as he's going to be holding on towards this corner of A side near boxes.
Yeah, but the rotations have already come in. They are going towards C. Breach is already there, hoping to set up, but everyone else is a little bit far behind. Rainy, he has to buy enough time. He does have the fault line, which was designed to buy time towards this long position, and he's gonna use it. Tries to maybe slow things down, gets 1, maybe gets a second. He sees the jet, but Purple Man will be too fast for him, gets the kill. And that's gonna be the C side opened up as Senhoa gets a kill onto his IO, and the operator is just arriving onto his C.
Very similar playstyles here being adopted from both Enter as well as AHQ. Very much aggressive indeed, and a focus towards retakes here is going to be towards AHQ. However, with the numbers not in their favor, and maybe AHQ has to be very wary of the lurk that could be coming from the Omen on Enter here. They have to be careful that they don't get stabbed in the back and bleed funds, considering that winning at this juncture is going to be very important for AHQ to basically maintain that economy. I do believe that this could be the way Enter swings it around for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. It's only saving the operator and a shot and a Bucky, which isn't the best gun right now, but still, they still is able to save the operator, so maybe Milk can get something done with this gun. But other than that, HQ, oh, they lose Kant as well, so Kant will not have a will lose the Bucky, but will be able to upgrade to a better rifle. He's going to be using the Phantom, the rest of his teammates as well. They're going to have a full buy against full buy round once again.
Okay, so let's see how this is going to be developing here for AHQ. Maybe they may have to consider quicker rotations here and at least consider the fact that members of Enter right now, I don't think that they are going to be playing it as deceptively as some of the other teams. They may actually consider a fake and a rotate. However, we do see that members of Enter are quite adamant at taking A side.
Yeah, they really like this sewer as well as long control. Force rotations, and they do have it right now. Spotted out there is Milk. The pain shells will come out, maybe try and force him out, but Hunter's Fury as well. He's taking so much damage, he's gonna fall. A6 will get the kill on Kant as well as Milk. So that's gonna be the A side opened up there. Popo Man gets the headshot, gets a kill onto his Arbiter as well. So that's the A side completely opened up. But where is the Spike? The Spike is all the way still in base.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be very interesting. So it does go to show that members of Enter here did do a little bit of a mistake here by dropping back that Spike. However, they're not going to be punished from it, mainly because members of AHQ, they were able to get those trades off and are able to maintain all 5 members. So this could be most likely another save round for AHQ, and we might see a full-on eco on the next round for the side of AHQ.
Ayo sneaking in towards heaven, hopefully trying to get a few exit kills. Well, the breach has already given up here in terms of this round. Just hoping to save his gun. Ayo just gonna double back a little bit, maybe wait for the exact timing to get a headshot or 2 on the exit, but he's gonna back off. Or is he going for it? He might get 1 if the timing is right. They're heading for a shot. He has to peek now. No, A6 a little bit too accurate for him, and Ayo will fall as well. They almost lost every single gun. It's only the breach holding on for his Vandal, if I remember correctly. But that's all they have to play with for the next round.
Then that's all she wrote here for AHQ, as Enter will be able to go ahead. And
he falls as well.
Just as the round closes, Rainy has been taken down. Not the best turn of events here. We might actually see quite an interesting turn of events. A bit of a swing here in terms of the economy for members of Enter, as we do see 8,000 plus credits for Senhochik Mao as well as Amin Hola, and 5,000 plus credits for A6 as well as the final member for Enter. As we do see an AHQ, it is going to be another A hold here, as we do see they might actually push in, considering that they, oh my goodness, A6 will be able to take down 1 with the boom, as we do see that more and more members now are going to be trying to push out. Mao gets flashed, has to be very wary here. A6 has been able to take down Milk. A little bit of protein for him before he goes forward. 2 for 5 here. Very good stuff being shown from Amin Hola to take down Kant. The follow-up was good for Enter here. 1 last surviving member on EO, and the Sheriff is in town.
Hopefully he's able to get a kill on towards this Cypher, but no, Amin Hola holding the angle, able to finish him off, and that's going to be a flawless round going towards the way of Enter, and they are going to be rolling in money. Look at that, 8,000, 9,000 on almost every single player, and they will have the next few rounds in the bag, even though they might be able to just rebuy every single round up to the half.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel that members of A6 are actually members of A6, excuse me for misspeaking. Enter are actually looking forward to, because we do see that compared to AHQ, the vast the vast difference between them and HQ is very, very huge in terms of the credits. And I think that AHQ has got to be very decisive and very frank with how they want to be approaching some of these fights. Oh, Arbiter will be able to take down 2 into Popoad as well as Amenhola. But we do see Rainy right now going to be holding on to C. Don't know whether or not there's going to be a counter rotate here. 2 members down for the count for the side of Enter, as there may be a counter rotate. Not going to be any focus towards B, however, most members are going to be pretty much adamant of either taking A or C, but judging from the past few rounds, it has mostly been A for the most part for Enter.
Yep, it has been. Oh, Arbiter might fall here, taking so much damage from the pain shells, but barely surviving. 15 HP left. He got the early 2 kills. It was fantastic, but he has earned a well-deserved break. So they are going to actually back off from the sewers as well as A long, and they might rethink their plan of attack here with only 3 members remaining from the side of Enter. They have lost their jet, so they have to rely on this race to open things up. 3 versus 5 situation. Not the easiest from the side of Ender, but definitely not impossible as well.
Definitely not impossible indeed here. As we're going to be watching from the side of AHQ, they're going to, there's going to be a 3-man rush on to a C side
10
here.
seconds left.
10 more seconds left on the clock. There's going to be a definite sense of urgency. Hunter's Fury there going off, and Kai will be able to take them out just as he plants it. Nicely done. The spike has gone down to the ground, but we shall see. Members of AHQ right now definitely have the tempo as well as the advantage in round number 7. Another nice little tap there coming in from Sen Ho-Chik, but it's going to be Milk that tells him to get his proteins in, and another win for the side of AHQ, evening out the score, closing out round number 7 in their favor.
Yeah, definitely this round was courtesy of Arbiter with his early 2 kills, actually stopping the tempo from Enter heading towards A. So they managed to claw themselves back, closing out the gap. They are only 1 round away from each other, but Sen Ho-Chik is going to pick up the operator for the side of AHQ. They don't really have the economy to go for the operator at the moment, but once Milk has that in his hands, he can be quite deadly.
He can be quite deadly indeed, and when we look at it from this perspective here, coming into this buy phase for round number 8, what are some of the changes that AHQ that Enter has to be wary of here? Because AHQ has been contesting. Oh, but wait, before I complete that, it seems that there's going to be a big change here, an immediate push on to C, and it seems that members of AHQ have been caught with their pants down because the Cypher has been taken off of the count here, as we do see the quick rotations coming in onto Garage as well as C-Link, and this is going to be a fantastic turn of events for the side of Enter here. Another way for them to actually get the lead and try to get 2 rounds ahead of AHQ.
Yeah, this retake is going to be really hard because the post-plant positions are perfect here, but can't able to get a kill onto his Amenhola to start. He's spraying through the dark cover. He's getting some damage done, but not enough as the operator shots are coming in. Milk trying to defuse through the smoke. He's going to take some shots, and he's actually going to stick the defuse. They don't know they're sticking the defuse, and A6 Milk gets a double as well, but AHQ almost loses all members, just can't left with 27 HP, but AHQ in the end did manage to win the round just by the amount of smokes threw off towards the long corridor, and AHQ able to even things out in terms of the score.
I think that's the biggest problem here when it comes to planting for C long, because whenever there's going to be smokes that gets dropped from the defender's side to try to go for the retake, it actually denies quite a bit. And with the fact that Enter did not have the Hunter's Fury, or they weren't able to actually throw in a paint shell, is definitely something of not to say it's a bad decision coming in from Enter, but it's rather unfortunate that they weren't able to follow up and try to get it and try to get off a kill onto AHQ. However, that is going to be in the past as we head into round number 9. We do see Amenhola will be taking down 1 trade has been completed, but it's going to be a double and doesn't look good for the side of Enter here. Oh my goodness! Milk with the 3rd one, as A6 will be able to take him down for the count here, as we do see 3v2. Rainy as well as the rest of the gang of AHQ still with 3 members, as Mao and his last surviving member of Enter are going to be pushing, maybe pushing into A, but they got to be very wary though, because there is going to be one member of AHQ in heaven as well as A-Link.
Yo, the peak almost gets Io. Io gets away in time. Mao has to back off. The spike is still not inside the site as of yet, so they're gonna clear up the site. The race is gonna fall. Rainy will be the one in charge of that, and Mao with an inch of his health, 8 HP left. He's not gonna be getting anything done, and Io with the Rando will be able to get the kill, and they are going to reward Milk for his fantastic 3 kill with an operator for sure.
Very nicely done here, coming in from AHQ, stealing the lead away from Enter, but is not that far behind here, as Enter is still relatively even across the board here, as we do see operators now being picked up from both sides. We did see that in the previous round as well. Hopefully Senhochik will be able to utilize it well in this round. Milk has been quite devastating with the operator, has had varying degrees of success, and we do hope to see that considering that the C push wasn't as fruitful for members of Enter compared to AHQ. I do believe that that could be a very how to say, it would hamper
dissuade.
Yeah, it would dissuade the Enter from actually pushing on to C.
Yeah, Arbiter playing very aggressively outside of A long here. He knows that there is a couple of members, doesn't know the exact number. Amenhola might be flashing out, and they're gonna try and flush him out of this corner. He is trying to counter paranoia, does help a little bit. That's what the Dark come out. He spawns the Jet, he gets the kill, but the Boombot does so much damage. Mao will be able to finish him off though with the headshot, and Senho actually gets a kill on towards Milk. They know A is rather undermanned right now, but looks like AHQ will not be rewarded, as Enter will fall back. They will pull off the brakes, they will go towards another site, because they know that AHQ might have rotated everyone, and it's a very dangerous site to push into. They rather take C, which is completely left undefended at the moment.
Right, so we're going to be seeing how Enter now is going to be pushing on to C. Very good exchange here, but oh my goodness, EO took way too long to take down Amenhola, but Senhochik will be able to take down EO relatively quickly here. Khan will be able to take down A6, and here we go. The fault line is going to be good. Will be able to stun. No, it won't, as Khan will be able to take down Senhochik. Mao takes down Khan in return, and there it goes. A boom shakalaka onto Enter as we complete this round. Diffuse is going to come in, and it's going to be another round for AHQ, getting the lead by 2 rounds.
Very close round for them. In fact, it was Enter that had the numbers advantage throughout, but the retake from AHQ just came way too fast. They didn't expect the retakers to be already there when they planted the spike, so they weren't able to get in those nice post plant positions, and AHQ able to steal that away from Enter, and there are now 6 on the board right now for the defender side.
Okay, now let's take a look at how members of how members of Enter are going to be changing it up. I'm quite surprised that there isn't going to be any focus onto mid side here from members of Enter. They've literally been ignoring mid side, and I feel that that option to actually ignore mid is definitely going to be an undoing for Enter here if they don't even consider it, or at least try to pull some kind of deception here towards members of AHQ. However, we do see a little bit of hope here for members of AHQ, for members of Enter, as we do see Smoke's going to go up onto Heaven, as well as A-Link, as we do see, oh god, on to Amenhola. Very unfortunate here, as it is going to be the first casualty of this round for members of Enter. We do see now 4 versus 3. Spike has been planted a little bit too late with the fault line though for the side of AHQ, but we do see another one is going to go down. Mao onto Khan, as we do see another recall ball comes out. A6 will take down a Rainy as well. One surviving member. Will he stay or will he go? And most likely he will go.
Yep, Io doesn't have the members to back him up right now, so he will most likely save. He does have Neuro Theft, but it is useless to use right now. But you are right, they have completely forgotten that Haven is a 3-side map and has just been going to either A or C so far. They think B maybe is just a storage place for stuff like this, but you know, AHQ, they lose this round, and 6-5 is a certainty. Will it be a 6-6? as both sides should have enough money to continue buying towards the next round, but Ayo barely surviving with his life here.
I think the reason why some teams on the attacking side here doesn't want to go into mid is considering how open it is compared to C and A and the amount of resources that they have to spend. But considering that there is quite a high number of tight corners and tight angles here, it could actually be beneficial. However, very situational if you want to be taking B. Why? Because you definitely need the numbers advantage. If you have the numbers advantage, it makes retakes a lot harder compared to being able to... Actually, we're going to make retakes harder for AHQ. However, when we look at it this way, it is going to be an either A or C thus far, not even going to be a single B push. We do see some smokes there being dropped onto mid window from members of AHQ. Nothing much in consideration. Even members of AHQ are starting to consider this and recognize this. They immediately go 3-man onto A or 2-man onto C.
Yeah, then the nice Owl Drone scouted 5 people there, but the Hunter's Fury not really able to connect on towards anyone. They're actually just tickling people right now. Both sides, they have used their Sova's ultimates, and they are going to reset a little bit right now, waiting for a little bit more information of how many people are in towards the A side. This Shock Dart, I haven't seen this placement before. It's actually targeted. Not sure where it was targeted actually. Might have missed completely because no one took any damage. So it looks like AHQ still have no idea where everyone is. There is no info on the enemy except that they were last seen towards A, and Enter might surprise them with a full 5-man push here towards B.
And that's the thing, I feel, but no, it's not gonna be B at all. Zero, it's gonna be a full-on push onto A. It seems that it's not going to be the case. Spike carrier has been taken out for the count. Amin Hola will be able to take down Milk as well. Very nicely done, as Khan will be able to take down 3 members here and 4. Mao and Amin Hola, the last few victors to end the round before the swap. As we're going to be switching sides here. AHQ now on the attack with Enter on the defense. Okay, what would you like to see differently here from AHQ now that they're on the attack?
Being Taiwanese, what we've seen in their match against Brand Esports, they didn't really play aggressive. They were very passive, waiting for information, waiting for picks before going into their sites. But against a fellow countryman playing in the same region, most likely in the same style, I want them to play fast, play aggressive, not wait for information, not wait for picks, and just go ham on towards the side. That will definitely throw Enter, make Enter the panic for a bit. You know, they are not playing a style that we are used to seeing them play, and that might just throw them a little bit off.
Well, definitely going to consider taking a bit of a tempo breaker here for members of AHQ. AHQ right now during the pistol round may actually be doing the Enter special here as they enter into A. However, Enter is a little bit spread out. 3 men onto A, 1 onto B, and 1 onto C. And not going to see anything much here. Maybe a push onto mid, onto double doors could be a thing. They are going to be smoking out Garage as well as Ceiling. So it is maybe most likely going to be a C rush. Very nicely done. The Cloud in to the tailwind for the Jet. It's not going to be enough. Kant will be able to take down 1. Milk takes down another one as well. Milk takes 2 onto A6. We do see a 4v2 with the advantage onto AHQ. And oh, Mao onto Milk while Milk was looking the other way.
Yep, still this post plan is decent coming from the side of AHQ. Enter only has 2 players left remaining. Oh, Popo Man gets a headshot on those Kant. They have to deal with this Sova as soon as possible. No, Mao gets the kill before he gets traded off there. So 1 versus 1, definitely doable for Popo Man. He's trying to stick the defuse. He's sticking it. Oh, but he just gets it to half. And it's going to be Ayo versus Popo Man. And Ayo will be the one to win that fight. Very close. But in the end, AHQ comes out on top very, very narrowly.
Very decisive coming in from members of AHQ over Enter. A slight little moment of fear there for AHQ as members of Enter were able to basically touch onto the defuse, started the defuse animation. Luckily enough, AHQ recognized this, immediately went for it. A little bit of helter-skelter, however, but it was very close indeed between AHQ and Enter during that round.
Yeah, now a pistol round for the just a eco round from the side of Enter, while AHQ does have a couple of Spectres. They did buy 4 Spectres. So they are going to be a little bit more focused on winning this exact round than planning for the future. But that's alright. They are on the attacking side. They can afford having a little bit less utility, but Rainy will be able to strike first on towards Amenhola. That opens up the B side. But again, like you said, they somehow is maybe allergic towards the B side. And the Dow drone gets shot down. They didn't spot the shoddy player. Mao is very close, and they know actually where he is. Khan able to spam through the wall, gets a kill on towards Mao, and they're gonna enter in towards enters A side. That's gonna be the A side completely open. Only 2 players left remaining. The Cypher is way too far, and the Raze is not going to even try.
Very big sprays that are coming in from AHQ to get as much space as they can, but it's not going to be enough as members of Enter. Excuse me, it's going to be enough as AHQ will be able to take control of A. Spike's going to be put down to the ground as 2 members of Enter right now may be in a very precarious position.
Yeah, they are. At least they can full buy next round, which is a saving grace for them. Round number 9, definitely not the end of the world. Yet in terms of score that AHQ has gotten. Enter has 5 so far, and if they are able to win the round after this round, they might find themselves in a more comfortable position. But right now 9-5, definitely AHQ in the driver's seat.
9-5 is going to be AHQ in the driver's seat. Perfectly said by U0. However, St. Hoichik will be taken down by Arbiter as the round closes. Very unfortunate for him, but we do see that it isn't going to be nothing much of punishment as we do observe a full buys here and an immediate operator onto Popoman 4Q.
Yeah.
Ooh, I kind of like this. I like the recklessness that comes in from Popoman here. A little bit of a glass cannon.
Yeah.
So he's got to be careful in terms of making sure that that first shot connects.
Yeah, Popoman hasn't been playing really well so far. Only 4 kills to his name, and his gamble on his operator might not pay off. Oh, St. Hoichik though, his gamble on the spray does connect onto his IO. His location has been revealed, but looks like AHQ, after that, losing that player might slow down a little bit, back off and reconvene somewhere else. Maybe get some information, get some picks somewhere else, but that was a fantastic shot there from St. Hoichik.
Alright, St. Hoichik opening up the round with AHQ in the casualty list, and it is going to be Decisive that gets taken down. So considering that could be opening for a look, I would like to see actually members of Enter be a little bit more aggressive with their numbers advantage.
Definitely, I think I definitely agree with you. They're having the numbers advantage. They can just stick together as 2 or 3 and start clearing off the corners, making sure that there are no lurkers in C and no lurkers in B, so that they can actually just pinpoint where exactly AHQ is going to execute in. But right now it's a little bit too late here as Popoman trying to hold on. Oh, it's actually a bait. They're baiting utilities, they're baiting rotations, and it's working very well. 4 members of Enter have already went towards A, and B and C is completely left empty.
Alright. Oh, they're going to be spotted by the camera here. Very good paranoia on to St. Hoichik. Has to get him back. And we do see all 4 members here. We do see the immediate rotation here coming from the side of AHQ onto Enter. From AHQ on to Enter here, as we do see that with AHQ now holding on towards this, Arbiter will be able to take down St. Hoichik. Very nicely done from AHQ. Enter now has to get back and retake the site. As we are watching from the side of A6 here, I think a paint shell would be very good, would be exactly what the doctor ordered here. May actually be able to open it quite a bit. There goes Spike, and very nicely done on the Mao as well as A6, but Milk will be able to take down 2. Immediately dashes out, but nope, it's not going to be enough. 10-5, AHQ seems to be opening up pretty strong.
Yeah, Milk was on point with his Spectre, and right now he is on his Operator. He is going to be deadly, and Enter, they are going to be forced on an eco once again. They lost 3 in a row after the swap, and AHQ is looking to fully just abuse this right now. Enter has no money. They have a couple of upgraded pistols here, 4 sheriffs as well as a frenzy, but will that be enough? There is just full-on firepower coming from the side of AHQ. They have the Operator on the side of Milk, and they are looking to make a splash somewhere across the map.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing how members are...
Oh, that was close.
A6 gets just narrowly dodges that, almost gets hit. Luckily enough, it was pretty fast. Not to say pretty fast, XCB. Luckily enough, it was Milk that did not connect with that shot. If not, it would have been an immediate advantage for the side of AHQ. However, it is Enter right now that is on the short end of the stick in terms of the loadout. So whatever way this goes, Enter has got to make sure that they thrifty this out and try to get as much weaponry as they can from members of AHQ in order to be able to proceed into the next round without that much worries for the economy. But we do see that Khan right now is going to go for the recon ball up. Oh, nicely done there from Khan on to Popoman 4Q, as we do see that Mild as well as the other members of AHQ are going to be focusing towards the side of A. Mao will be able to take down Arbiter with a beautiful Hunter's Fury. And there goes another Hunter's Fury. We'll be able to take down another one. No, he
he gets a triple with his Hunter's Fury. Iron Falls as well. That leaves AHQ. How did that happen? They had full buy, but somehow Ender able to hold on the side and even stop the defuse in time. That was just completely all Mao on the sofa. His shock dart connected on the bomb, on the spike planner, and his Hunter's Fury just racked havoc. That was an absolute treat to watch.
Well, that was a definite treat to watch for sure, Zero. Look at that. It is going to be Hunter's Fury that closes out the game. Very nicely done from the side of Mao to help out his team to get back into this game. However, they have quite a bit of obstacles ahead of them in the form of AHQ, because AHQ has been performing really well thus far.
Yeah, definitely. That round maybe just was a little mistake that AHQ did. Wasn't really paying attention to their surroundings, especially the shock dart that killed the bomb plunder. Not to mention that 3-4 man Hunter's Fury that just completely stopped Enter from doing stopped AHQ from doing anything else. And looks like we're gonna have a short pause called by AHQ here. Just a little bit of technical difficulties from Rainy, who has disconnected, so he's gonna come back really soon. But I would like to see, what AHQ has in plan right now. They lost a round that they shouldn't have. What do they buy right now? I think I remember seeing one player doesn't really have that amount of money to really buy up fully this round. Maybe AHQ go on a semi-buy, or maybe they just force it up this round. What do you think is gonna happen? I'm
not entirely sure here, Zero. Mainly because that when we look at how Enter has been operating, they have been very aside from the fact from the previous round they were able to turn it around and just get those picks off onto AHQ. It hasn't been that great for Enter on the defense side here. AHQ has had more success on the attacking side, and the lead that they were able to garner during defense is definitely going to be helping them out. I do like to see members of Enter right now be a little bit more aggressive with their pushes, play around the fact that they go with the utilities and try to get members of AHQ a little bit off their balance. And that may happen at A long as well as C long, but it really depends on the type of loadouts, because it is fairly spread out for the side of AHQ.
It definitely is, and I'm just hoping just for one round, that either one of these teams, or mainly AHQ right now, head towards B. We had 16 rounds of no B action whatsoever. It seems like they are just playing a two-side map. Maybe it's a Taiwanese agreement, an unspoken agreement that, even though it's Haven, we never enter B. Might be something, we don't know.
We may never know, and we may never find out, considering that we are not within their comms or in their heads. So we can only speculate as much, but maybe it would be nice to see actually a B plan from AHQ. So B needs some love, baby. B stands for baby, and baby needs some love, that's for sure. But anyway, all jokes aside, we are most likely going to continue the game soon. I think Rainy was able to reconnect, so hopefully that's going to be the last tactical pause for today, and we do hope that issues of connection will not continue to curtail the pacing that has been set by these two teams. Very good pacing across the board though for these two teams. Enter did play it very fast. Both these teams played very, very fast indeed, and maybe that might be the problem. Maybe Enter may need to slow it down a little bit and force members of maybe like waste AHQ's time before they consider committing to one of these pushes, because when AHQ actually rushes in, sometimes it could open them up to some mistakes.
Yep, definitely. This is definitely something that both teams can actually consider. as Popoman playing aggressively in the sewers. Maybe he gets this opening pick. That's going to be huge. He gets spotted out though by the Outrun. The Hunter's Fury is going to connect onto his teammate, not actually him. But Popoman looks like he's going to be able to survive. Milk has an idea where he is, but he's not able to shoot through that wall. It's a little bit too thick.
Okay, there goes the shock dart. A little bit of shots there coming in from the side of Milk. We do see paint shells coming out, and it might be a rotation here for members of AHQ. Still going to be a 5v5 as 50 seconds is going to be left on the clock. You can see Milk already bunny hopping already. We do see that the cyber cage has been dropped down onto mid double doors, as two members of Enter are going to be holding on to C. We do see that members of Enter right now entering into C long. Paranoia as well as the smokes are going to be dropped down for the count here, as Senhochik right now won't be able to see anything. Rainy will be able to take down one onto Amenhola, but Senhochik will be able to reply onto Milk with a good shot, and it seems that they are going to be planted. Spike is going to be planted for C long as well as C garage. Oh, nicely done onto Senhochik. Definitely going to slow him down in terms of getting back the counter peaks. Very good stuff here from Mao. And Mao will be able to take down two. Mao will be able to take them down as onto Long. Though he would have been able to get it.
Oh, Rainy uses the rolling thunder to try and slow him down, but little does he know he's on the other side. But the reload! The reload from Mao actually loses him the round, and Rainy, in the end, able to get the last kill. AHQ barely surviving that round. That was just so close. Mao, I think, would have actually had him if he had bullets, but oh no. Only the 25 bullets on the fan. Only the 30 bullets on the fan, not enough for him to get the last kill.
That was just unfortunate, Zero, to witness what was happening from Enter, to be able to get all of that back into the play, and then suddenly be betrayed by the capacity of your weapon is definitely something that's going to be kicking members of Enter. But never mind, it's all right. I mean, it's all about looking forward, and it's all about trying to make the best happen with whatever resources that you have. But AHQ right now showing that they are the better team on Haven with 11 in their pocket, as Enter is behind by 5 rounds.
Yep, that was a round that they should have won, but they can't dwell on it too long. Like you said, you know, they still have a couple of more rounds to play. It's not over yet for them. HQ, they are again going poised to go towards A, but are they considering B? We don't know. They haven't went to B in the 17 rounds that we had, and I'm not gonna hold my breath for them to go for it on the 18th.
Neither am I, Zero, but we do see that it is going to be an A, I think, most likely, considering that they have smoked out on to have it. Oh wow, was that a very aggressive? Oh no, it wasn't going to be an aggressive move there. Oh my goodness, Milk! Onto 2 with the classic, very cheeky lead. Popoman will be able to take down Milk as well. EO comes in forward and takes down Popoman. And oh my god, Enter, the only one left standing is going to be Senhochik.
It's actually Senhochik and one more of his teammates. It is the Omen on Heaven, but I don't think they can do so much because A side is notoriously difficult to retake. Look at the crossfire they have. The moment Senhochik walks out, he has 3 guns trained on him. He's gonna get one, but he's gonna get trained off there by Khan. And Rainy will get the last on towards Heaven on Amenhola. This is gonna be match point for the side of AHQ.
Well, it seems that the Taiwanese team of AHQ looks to want to walk away with the maximum bragging rights here, but it seems that Enter is trying their level best to deny them that possibility. However, looking at members of Enter, they are doing it pretty alright. It's just that it's a little bit too late, considering that they are 6 rounds behind. They really have to dig deep here and make sure that for the next 6 rounds, they do not give up and do not make any of these mistakes, because AHQ will take advantage of it. Oh, Milk immediately, as I say, will be able to take down A6, but Popoman for Q will be able to take down Milk. Rainy gets back the trade onto Popoman, but it is going to be 3v4 in favor of AHQ.
That numbers advantage definitely still in AHQ's favor, so they are going to make a fast play towards C. Senhochik not in position to defend right now, and they're gonna get a free entry towards C. Senhochik spots that right now. He sees the mistake, and he's gonna go back right in. Gets flashed. He's trying to buy some time, gets a kill on this arbiter, nicely done, but Rainy will be able to get the trade on towards him as well. 3 versus 2 situation. Rainy does have a fault line to even stall things out a little bit further, but the rotations are very far away. One player will be coming towards the garage, the other towards the spawn, and gets spotted out there by the Cypher Can. That's terrible for Mao. He's going to be even slowed down even further, as it's going to be Amanhola trying to do his best to lead the way.
Alright, so we do see 3v2, gonna be pretty hard here to take into the fight. We go for the paranoia on the side of AHQ, excuse me, the smoke onto Ceylon. Very wise choice. We do see the flash, but it's not gonna be enough as Rainy will be able to close it out. 13-6 for AHQ. The first game goes over to AHQ.
Yeah, fantastic first game, but in the end, AHQ seemed like they were better prepared, they had better aim. Somehow everyone still avoided B though, but still Milk came in big, especially Kant as well on the Sova. He just did so much damage. And looking at the stats right now, Milk opened up the most in terms of first opening kills on the side of AHQ, while meanwhile on the side of Enter, it was between Senhoachi as well as Amanhola. Popoman, we expected a little bit more from him, especially on the Jet, but this game he was virtually non-existent. Only 6 kills to his 16 death. Definitely one of the underperforming players of this entire team.
Yeah, and that's pretty bad here. Definitely don't want to be too critical of his performance, but his performance, as said, could have been better.
Yeah.
Arbiter as well wasn't performing as much, but was able to get a few first bloods,
yeah.
So that has to count for something. However, Popoman, despite the fact that he did get 6 kills, sure, did contribute to the team, that's great, but not enough opening picks here. Mao was able to get quite a bit with the Hunter's Fury as well with 15, and that just goes to show that AHQ was a little bit more organized and a little bit more aware of what they needed to do compared to Enter. And looking at how Enter was operating in that map, I would like to see maybe a change in pace and maybe a prettier plan for them heading forward, because I don't know about you, but we haven't gotten our map pick for the next round, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to say. Bind. All right, so it's going to be Bind for the next map. So hopefully with Bind being picked up by AHQ, Enter will be able to turn it around here, because historically I think it was Enter that won at by. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was wrong information. Yeah. So it was supposedly supposed to be Enter that won onto Haven. However, it could be Bind, that could be the change of fortunes. So we shall have to wait and see how that works out.
Yep, definitely is. They still have one more map to play against AHQ, and even then they still also have another chance, which is playing against, I believe it's Bren. They haven't played against Bren yet. If I'm not mistaken, I don't.
Enter.
Yeah,
Enter has played against Morph and AHQ. They haven't played against Bren yet.
So Bren is the last game, so definitely they still have a chance to continue moving on. Remember, this is the group of ties. We have every single match before this in ties. This match may be looking slightly less likely just because of how good AHQ is playing, but they're not gonna give up yet. Definitely.
I think that we have quite a bit to consider here as we move forward. I do like the fact that Enter was a little bit gritty and were trying their level best to basically what's the word for it? Level the playing field with AHQ. However, AHQ seemed to be having the number of Enter, and I think maybe it's because that I don't know whether or not Enter and AHQ have met before in the past. Maybe there could be some off-chance meetings at some of the other tournaments that is not available online that we didn't see, that they were able to meet each other. But it seemed that AHQ was just a step ahead every time of Enter.
Like the reads were perfect. They were able to predict the movements coming from the side of Enter. So I think, I believe AHQ have met Enter, which was known as Super Domineering before this, so they were called Super Domineering with the exception of one player, which was Senhoachik, which swapped out one of the players. So yes, it seemed that AHQ completely read the minds of Enter, and that might have attributed to the loss.
Well, that's enough about us. Speculate so much. Let us go over to the analysts and find out what they have to say after this. We will be back soon for the next game between Enter and AHQ. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Royal SEA Cup. We're here with the great panel to analyze the HQ Esports Club versus Enter, and it was quite one-sided this time. Probably the most one-sided map we've seen in this group, which is not really saying much because every map has been kind of close. But this time, the predictions were kind of two. AHQ really taking one over Enter.
Yeah, AHQ are definitely going to be happy with the kind of round differential that they managed to open themselves up, because even if they do drop the next map, and you know, we've been touting this group as being super close amongst all of the teams, the round differential is going to matter greatly.
Yep.
It seems like, as of right now, you're seeing some really good team play coming out for AHQ, but there's also just this lingering doubt of just the unpolishedness of Enter here, especially when they're just trying to get onto site on the attack. It becomes so difficult for them because the timings are a little bit off. Some people, unfortunately, trying a little too hard to get on the site without like giving much information at the same time.
We saw something very similar though in the first match of the day, where Enter actually did not perform very well in the first map, and then in the second map they did incredibly well. They completely fixed their errors, right? But what's interesting here is that this was their map pick. It wasn't AHQ, so that kind of throws it throws me off. I'm not really sure what to think of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Originally, I thought maybe when they pick their map, they feel more confident. But
yeah. Well, I think what AHQ kind of did here, first of all they picked defense because you get to choose the side. So they actually took the first half 7-5. So they were fairly comfortable taking the rounds that they're supposed to. Okay. So, but when they move into the second half, they managed to take the pistol, and from that they kept the momentum rolling to the extent that they managed to take the first 3 rounds. After that, yeah, we did start to see a little bit of life coming out from Enter. They managed to take a couple rounds, but I think, you know, we have to give credit to Milk in particular, you know, the Jet, because he was able to really get in the faces of Enter and make sure that they were not going to be able to get anything going. The play that came up to mind, instead of getting a 3rd consecutive win in the second half while on defense, we did see that Milk was going to get right in the faces of them and prevent them from really getting any traction at all.
Do you agree with that? Is that why they were having such difficulty?
I think a good part of it is because of that. Because a lot of these rounds, especially when it came to certain econ rounds as well, you can definitely see like certain habits of like, I do still want to get up into your face, and I'm gonna like embed it into you, so that every time you see me, you want to be right in front, making sure that everybody else doesn't matter. It's just you and me, maybe your partner sometimes, but never with the entire team.
Also, we can actually point out, if we make comparisons to the first match of the day, right? We can point out that here HQ is playing a much more standard style of Valorant, right? First match, we actually saw the shotgun little cheese that we enjoyed. They kind of got surprised by that. So it was, there can be much more of a factor if they figured out their opponents, where here against HQ, there is nothing to figure out. They're just playing well. Like, there isn't cheese or anything like that.
Yeah, I think you know, that's very much exemplified in the first half, because if you, apart from I think 3 rounds, we saw that it was always an objective win by either side.
Yes.
And the spike was planted for all times, well, 9 times out of 12. And yeah, it so happens that you know, both of these teams are really gearing themselves up towards taking the objective. They're not going to be too overzealous in trying to get some of these early picks. They have faith in their retake ability as well on the side of AHQ. So they are not, you know, trying to give up too many numbers, pushing onto site. It's too often that we see some teams, maybe some which lose their cool, lose their head, that they're going to, okay, we're going to try and trade out, but because you got the whole railroad coming in your direction, they're going to get 1 or 2 picks that was not intended, but so happens, and then now the retake is going to be that much weaker.
I think honestly, sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, I think that's a really good point, because you can see very clearly in the game, AHQ on the defensive side, sorry, I can't remember exactly when, but I know 3 times in a row we see Enter coming in really, really hard and wiping out AHQ, even though we know they have great retake ability, and I think they figured it out as well. Okay, they're coming in, give up the site, let them go through, and once they go on the retake, even though they are sometimes at a disadvantage 4-5, 3-5, they are able to make sure that they can cleanly take it back, and also just stop any kind of engagement coming in from Enter.
I like actually what you mentioned there, because I do think that one of the biggest differences was the retake abilities. Clearly, HQ was very confident in doing that. Enter did not seem so confident when they were forced to do that. Hence the really bad score when they were on the defensive side. And I'd like to ask, though, why? What is it that the HQ is doing that Enter is failing to do here?
Well, I don't think that Enter, for example, is like if we look at the first half, that they were really failing at this miserably. I think you know, the scoreline suggests that. We know that you know, the tendency is on the defensive side. But what happened was when we saw the sides swap around, the defense couldn't really hold up too well here for Enter. The HQ were going to be able to, you know, turn up the aggression a little bit to the extent that they were not going to be able to stop them. I mean, it's evident from the fact that from a 7-5, which is a fairly close game, they ended up losing 13-6.
Yeah. Was there anything specifically you saw? You were like, Enter, you're not quite like if you compare the two sides when they're on defense, right? That's to me the biggest clear. Or maybe it was the aggression that HQ did that was better. What do you think, Gideon?
Well, personally, I think a lot of it has to do with utilization of their utility in a lot of these cases. Especially when you see for Enter, they have a very clear idea of what they need to do. Okay, this is where the smokes need to be. This is where Raze is going to be lobbing her frag, and this is where we're going to be looking, yada yada yada, and the story. But on the opposite side, I do think that the defensive. In terms of the defensive plan, it's much harder on a map like this, and more so especially since you do have the Raze, because again, you're quite limited on your utility. The moment it's done, you've got nothing left, and you basically just become a template.
But I think an interesting point to raise as well is when we look at it from a more macro level in terms of the agent selection. So we saw something fairly standard coming from HQ. It's the standard meta pick here, which is going to be your Jet, Sova, Omen, Cypher, and the Breach. But when we look at
you can recite this by memory. It's like when you're learning the periodic table as well.
Actually, I could recite the periodic table.
Me too.
Yeah.
Challenge later.
Touche. Well, not now.
Not now. But I want to, sorry, further your point.
Yeah, so I think when we look at the lineup being brought by Enter, they actually opted for the Raze and also the Jet as a bit more of the offensive side of things. You know, and when we look at Popo Man, he didn't exactly pop off in this one, as he kind of dropped only 6 kills and died 16 times. So when you're going to have that offensive lineup, you're moving on to your defensive half. It's not really going to sustain you too well, especially if someone knows how to abuse that. So they really needed to score more in that first half.
Well, I like the points that you're bringing up. Let's hope that Enter can kind of solve some of the very glaring issues in the second map. It is not their pick, but we've seen it in the series before that they were still able to make it work. Before we throw predictions, do you think Enter can take this, Jay?
I think it's going to be difficult. HQ shown the proficiency on Bind, which is going to be the next map.
Yes.
They managed to take it
it's
against.
Also 50-50.
Managed to take it against Bren, you know. So I think, yeah, we're going to see HQ take it 2-0.
You know my prediction. I saw it right at the beginning. 2-0, baby.
I mean, he keeps consistent. I respect that. I give you chances to shoot yourself in the foot, but you don't take them. So
I'm not gonna back out.
Exactly. Don't backpedal.
That's for YOLO Lee.
Free drive-by. Let's see what happens in this game number 2. See if our analysts are correct. It is in fact HQ takes the first 2-0 of today, or if Enter surprises us, much like they did the first match of the day, and tie this matchup. Let's throw it to the casters as they take it away for a go between HQ Esports Club and Enter.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. We're going over the final group, Group D, and to see the results of these teams, the general history, and who should be expected to go through to the playoffs that start at the end of this week. We'll start with AHQ Esports, not only likely to get out of groups to go to playoffs, but also to potentially get to the finals and maybe even win the tournament as a whole. I say this because this Taiwan team won the CGA Ignition event and also came second in the Africa Asia Invitational, losing to Attack All Around in the finals then. The CGA win was really good for them. They had an amazing showing in the really close finals, and they wanted to take that momentum into the Africa TV Asia Showdown that happened last weekend. This was a tournament that had Vision strikers from South Korea, but also Absolute Jupiter, a real strong team from the Japanese region, and a team that beat AHQ in the semi-finals of that tournament. HQ took a bit of a beating there, didn't really get to show their real strength. Still clear favourites to step out of their groups, but after that loss, will have a point to prove. You would expect them to have dominant results, much like Attack All Around and Vision Strikers had in their groups, but the other 3 teams in Group D will certainly want to avoid that. Ren Esports is going to be one of the teams. They're from the Philippines, and there really isn't too much to their name. They recently did win the Rise of Legion tournament, but unfortunately it was only a small event, and all other attempts to qualify for much bigger tournaments have been met with losses. Their lack of qualifying for the Hunter Fury event is another concerning sign for them. Are certainly going to struggle against the likes of AHQ, but might be able to string a couple of wins against these other 2 teams that we haven't mentioned. Morph Team is one of them. They're from Indonesia, and they do have a little bit more experience in some of the bigger events in Southeast Asia, but nothing to show this team being a dominant force, even in Indonesia alone. Whilst they took part in the CGA Pacific Open, they came bottom of their group, losing to AHQ and Team LZ, that is now known as Todak. He also came second in the Garuda Invitational, but there weren't really any teams from this tournament participating, not anybody that was really worth noticing at all. I'd say overall this is a team likely to take second place based off results alone, but there's definitely a void of potential not only for Morph, but the other teams within this group. Finally, we have Enter. This is the qualifying team from Taiwan, and yet again, it's a team that you certainly won't recognize the name from, but looking at Amenhola, A6, and Popoman, these are players from Super Domineering. They played in the CGA Pacific Open, they qualified for the event, but came bottom of their group, losing to Fives and only one word, who bombed out of Group A. This is a slightly different team, however, and these players did show promise for Super Domineering. It's a great opportunity for them to take advantage against some of the other quiet teams and book themselves a position to get to the playoffs, which are looming ever closer.
And ladies and gentlemen, and agents from across Asia and the world, this is the Valorant Royal C Cup, part of the Initiation Series. Prize pool of 25,000 US dollars up for grabs, and 16 teams are going to be battling against each other. So for those of you who just joined us, you can check us out wherever you like to watch, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, at ePulse Gaming. I'm Hound, he's Zero, and we are all about the Valorant plays, as we're going to be going to Bind to witness the fight between Enter and AHQ. Both these Taiwanese teams not only wanting to move ahead in the groups, but also prove to themselves this little battle between themselves, which is the best Taiwanese team here today.
Yeah, I think that is the more important battle between both of them. They don't care about this tournament anymore, you know. I just want to claim that I'm the best Taiwanese team, and that is the bragging rights that they're really fighting for here. They're going to go into Bind, where it is AHQ's map pick, but Enter will be starting on the defensive side. So they will have a slight advantage going into this, but remember, the last map on Haven, it was Enter's map pick, but somehow AHQ just dominated them throughout the entire game.
Well, wondering whether or not members of Enter as well as AHQ are aware that all of the games thus far has been a tie. Will this be the game where
the pattern
breaks, or will it still remain the same? We shall have to wait and see. Group D has been a very competitive group thus far. As we're going to be loading into Bind here, it's going to be Enter going up against AHQ, and yeah, for those of you who don't know, Bind is a very interesting map here. A lot of quick routes with the teleporters does allow members within an attacking team or defensive team to actually respond to it quite quick. But the thing I feel that's going to be very interesting is that mid-side teleporter there at A is going to basically funnel them mostly into hookah or into garden, and I feel that that could be a very interesting turn of events here, because just before the B garden, they do have another teleporter that could bring them as well towards A, so that is also something that they have to consider. Pistol rounds now for Enter as well as AHQ.
Amenhola gets a kill on towards Milk, but can't able to restore on towards Q with a mount. They're going to go towards B, and they might have opened up, but Amenhola able to hold his angle very well, gets 2 kills, and that just slowed down AHQ quite a bit. Io able to finally finish him off. He was very low already, but a spike not anywhere close to going down. They're trying to clear off the site before they plant clear off the site before they plant the spike, but Io will fall in the end. Rainy is left with 1v1 situation, and he's not gonna come out on top of that. Enter with a great defensive hold there, able to get the first round.
Very nicely done there from Enter. Will be able to take the first round. Immediately goes for the anti-eco buys, as AHQ will very much predictably hold on towards their ecos. So I do believe that this is going to be a good start for Enter, but the next 3 to 4 rounds will be determinant, because if Enter is able to basically force it into another 3 rounds in their favor, they will be pretty strong in the economy and kind of limits the options for AHQ. May have to force AHQ to eco for a few rounds.
Yeah, looking at the lineup, AHQ actually picks up a very standard bind lineup, going for the Brimstone as well as the Raze. While for Enter, they're going a little bit unorthodox. They have the Sova going down here. I was just talking about Sova, but he just falls. Rainy gets a first opening kill. Amenhola has to back off from the bend and give up the side. Arbiter gets a kill. This Popo man, that's suddenly become a great round from the side of HQ. Remember, this is their eco round. And Enter, they lost 2 players very early. They've given away 2 guns, and that is not going to be a good sign on this retake.
As we do see here coming in from the side of Enter, as well as AHQ is going to Sejhojik that will be able to take down EO, but it's going to be a numbers advantage for the side of AHQ, and it seems that this anti-eco round not working too well for the side of Enter. However, they will be able to even it out. Another one goes over towards AHQ, but whoa! Look at that! Enter, very fierce indeed. 1-for-1 here. Oh, he will be able to go for the defuse. Where is Rainy? What is Rainy doing?
He's just gonna let him defuse because he's being 20 HP. He's probably gonna give away that free money as well, and he hasn't have a gun. So Rainy, maybe he's disconnected actually, because he was the one that disconnected in the previous round. So maybe he was having some technical issues, but we don't know. Either way, I don't think that he could have stood a chance to finish off. I believe it was Sejhojik, right? So yeah, Sejhojik probably could have won the duel anyways, being at full HP as well as having a proper gun. But still, HQ did very well. They got 4 kills off an eco round, so they probably will be very happy with that.
Very interesting to see. Full buys coming in from AHQ. However, Enter a few Spectres being picked up here. What do you think about that, Zero?
That's their only option because they lost 4 members in the anti-eco round, which usually does not bode well for your economy. And AHQ went in with minimal utilities as well as just classic pistols, and that's gonna give them an advantage in this round as they're able to open up a kill on towards Arbiter. Sejhojik will be the one to fall. Sorry, not Arbiter falling, but Arbiter opening it up. And now 4 versus 5, ACLX will be on the retake. He's gonna play close here, gets triple P. No, loses up to Io as ACLX will fall. And another spray through. Oh, so much damage being down there, but in the end, only Amenhola was able to deal some damage. Brings down Milk and Io, but not enough as Rainy will finish things off, giving AHQ their first round on the board.
Well, nicely done here. AHQ's Rainy, Khan, as well as Arbiter will be able to take their weapons from the previous round ahead, and it seems that it's going to be a Sheriff round for Amenhola as well as Mao, where Sejhojik, Popo, as well as A6 will be holding on to the classics. I think I spoke too soon here. It's going to be a frenzy for A6 as well as a pump and dump. The shorty, the Bucky there working for Sejhojik.
Yeah, they're just gonna buy up as much as they can while preparing for the future. They're not gonna buy over the 2,000 credit mark because that just we're having 2,000 credits. When you lose if you lose the next round, it gives you enough credits to full buy. So that's what Enter is planning here. Just going for the maximum amount of money that they can spend while also planning for the future. Hopefully that these guns that will carry them over the top, but if it doesn't, it doesn't matter for them. Milk able to swing completely 180, gets a kill on towards Amenhola, and will try and clear off Hooker here. Purple man gets a kill on this Milk, but not before he gets traded off.
Very nicely done for Arbiter. That takedown 2 goes down with the smokes, and oh my goodness, A6 will be able to come in, but will be taken down from Rainy. And oh, the pop end up by Senhuachik, but it's not going to be enough. EO will be able to take him down for the count, as Senhuachik doesn't have the rage to fight off against the last 2 surviving members of AHQ.
Yep, still a pretty good round considering their situation from the side of Enter. They have been able to force 3 players from the side of AHQ to rebuy, so they're gonna be pretty happy about that. But still, right now, both teams having full buys. Let's see how it's going to function for both sides, because we haven't really seen Enter as well as AHQ both having the same amount of buy. This will be the first one.
Alright, so we'll be seeing how members of AHQ as well as Enter are going to be fighting off against themselves. It seems that it is going to be a long recon arrows there, recon bolts, excuse me, being thrown off from both sides of Enter as well as AHQ. Nothing much to be said between these 2 teams. Milk right now looking very closely towards Hook, moving very gingerly and very carefully towards Hooker. Has to be very wary of duck cover and goes in very, very strong indeed. There goes the paranoia, goes for the paint shells. Will not be able to take. Oh, Milk will be able to take that Pokemon before Q can't. Tries to go for the Hunter's Fury. Will not be able to land anything else. Nicely done here, coming in from the side of Enter, from the side of AHQ to take down Enter. But we do see the spike has been planted out from the side of AHQ. Oh my goodness, Milk from the side being able to take down not 1, not 2, but 3 members of AHQ. Beautifully done, as AHQ's Rainy will be able to come and help him out. Senhuachik, last surviving member in round number 4.
Yeah, the chemistry coming from the breach as well as the race was just perfect. Able to flash out Milk corner after corner, and it was just Milk landing those headshots, getting 3 kills, and that just pretty much sealed the round from the side of AHQ. They're gonna take the lead here, and it's only Senhuachik trying desperately to hold on to his Vandal as they are just hunting him right now. Look at that, everyone trying to find this Cypher, and Arbiter might have found him. He just checked this corner.
Oh, Cypher. Senhuachik turns it around for Arbiter. Very unfortunate here for Arbiter, and AHQ loses 1 member in that round. Not too detrimental for them, however, as they're going to be moving forward. Ooh, another Bucky here coming in for Amenhola. A ghost for Popoman as well as A6 picking up the Sheriff. Not the best pickups here for the whole team. Half buys all around. Some of them don't even have full armor, as we do see compared to AHQ. AHQ a little bit more complete in their loadout.
Yeah, they do have a couple of lost streak bonuses going their way, so they can afford to maybe try and get a win here, but I would rather them just go for a full... Speaking of that, Mao actually just makes me eat my words as he gets a first pick onto his Io. That's going to be a great opening pick with his Guardian, a weapon that has just recently been buffed in order to try and make it more viable. And so far, it has worked out, at least for Mao.
Well, it's worked out for Mao. Doubt that's going to be the case, as Vandal and Phantom are going to be a lot more efficient. We may see the Guardian only in certain situations. Oh, but we do see Senhuachik will be able to get it off onto Milk. Mao will be able to take down Rainy with a beautiful arrow, as we do see more and more Pokemon goes in, and wow, nicely done from Enter to even it out.
That was fast. Pokemon able to use the Blade Storm to get 2 kills, and HQ somehow, despite having a better buy, just got stopped in his tracks by Enter. And that was off Mao's opening pick on Io. That just set them up for so much information that they are committing towards the A side, and then the rotations came in, and that was just all she wrote.
Well, Mao right now still holding on to the Guardian. Very interesting indeed here, despite the fact that he does have the courage to pull by, looking to most likely get a down onto one member of AHQ and try to steal their Vandal or a Phantom, depending on who he downs. We do see Senhochik right now holding on to his showers here, as there could be an interesting push here. We do see two members here pushing on to A from the side of AHQ. The Cyber Cage will be dropped down here and will be popped up. We do see the cage has been pushed up here. Very good stuff being shown. There goes one from the side of Senhochik onto Arbiter. Will there be another one? There it goes.
3-on-3 right now. The retake is coming in. Milk gets got a couple of opening picks, but Mao once again with the Guardian. We talked about him not upgrading. It's working out so far, but Ayo able to get finish off him off. Finally, Milk trying to get a spike down. No, they are rotating fast in towards B, and they will make it before the Omen is able to. Popo Man is a little bit far behind. He's gonna take the portal for himself, so that's gonna be 2 versus 2 right now on the retake. Spike is just gonna go down. Popo Man opens up big on towards Milk. That makes it 2 versus 1, and Amenhola will not fall towards Ayo as he gets the headshot and they get a defuse. Enter takes the lead once again.
And that's the thing, I feel that is a very, very double-edged knife there for members of AHQ. Going in towards the teleporter is a big sound queue, and it's a very limited amount of space that you're able to move through. And especially when you want to go through those double teleporter, those doors, that's just a big sound queue here. Let's take a look at what happens to Popo Man here. Immediately opens up. Look at that as soon as he goes through. But it was a Milk that is the victim here, but they turned it around. Very nicely done here from the side of Enter.
Yeah, definitely making HQ work for these rounds. They've taken round after round, and it is round number 8 here for the side of HQ. They should have one more full buy if I remember correctly. Orbital Strike almost connected, but having the tailwind means that the Jet was able to escape. Milk playing very aggressively with the blast packs, and he's inside the site. What just happened? He just ran inside and took over.
Alright, so Milk with the Bulldog here trying to get off some shots on to members of Enter. Enter now trying to get in towards the side. Metal may be where they want to be focusing their efforts to, but A6 will be able to take down Milk. Very nicely done here. Popo Man now again very sneaky here with his Phantom from behind, but gets flashed for his efforts. We do see EO as well, going to be 4v4 coming in from Enter as well as AHQ. Very nicely done there with the line, being able to hit. Whoop, there goes another one here. Khan will be able to take down one as well as Rainy will be taking down 2 in this situation. It's going to be Senhochik against Khan, and it will be Khan that falls victim to it, and Enter now gets a hit, 2 rounds. It seems that Bind is slowly being a map that Enter is slowly picking up against AHQ.
Yeah, Enter's retakes have been on point so far. They haven't been really flustered about giving away the sites, but their retakes were on point. You know, they peak at us at the right time, despite AHQ's best efforts in stalling out. I mean, Rainy used his Rolling Thunder to try and stall out the push, but somehow Enter still was able to push through. In the end, Enter takes the lead and extends it by 2 more, as AHQ is going to be forced on an eco.
Well, forced eco round here for the side of AHQ. They do have to get back the funds. Hopefully they will be able to figure this out and double their profits. Do look very juicy to be using weapons from Enter here, but oh my goodness, look at that immediately coming in from the side of Enter here. Very aggressive indeed, coming in towards the A, towards the teleporter at B, coming out at A exit. Very strong indeed from the side of Enter to push it out, trying to go focus on the retake as we do see a rotate onto B.
Yep, still, the spike is going to go down, so that's going to be going towards the way of AHQ's favor, but they are right now hunting Milk, making sure he cannot save with the Sheriff, and right now they're going to focus on the retake. Spike is plenty of time left remaining for them to defuse, and with 4 people, they should not lose this round. Popo Man leading the charge, he's trying to spray through the metal containers. Oh, Rainy makes it close, but Popo Man and Ma will stop them in their tracks as Enter gets the 6 on the board.
Very nicely done here from Enter. Another round in their favor here, but it does mean that AHQ will be able to buy out the next round. Would have been ideal for AHQ to be able to close out the round with a big win in their favor. However, we do see that Enter right now very healthy in terms of the economy and credits. Not too healthy for the side of AHQ. I think AHQ definitely needs a big win moving forward here, and they do need to close out the gap that is starting to build between themselves and Enter.
Yeah, we talked about the improbability of this being a tight series once again, but Enter just wants us to make us eat our words right now. 6-3 currently in the lead. Sure, it's a defender-sided map. Sure, Enter started on the defensive side, but they are proving that they can fight against the best. At least what we can see so far, AHQ is actually falling behind quite a bit. And if they lose this round, AHQ is forced to go on an eco once again, and we might see a 9-3 half.
Yeah, we might see a 9-3 half in favor of Enter here if they keep this up. But looking at AHQ is a pretty scrappy team. They were able to basically come back. They were basically able to get quite a bit of a lead here in the previous round, in the previous map. However, looking at this round, looking at this match of this best of 2, this might not be the case. I'm pretty curious to see how members of AHQ are going to be playing from behind here. They have been doing so for the past 9 rounds with a little bit of mixed results. But we do see that Amenhola right now will be able to open up 1 kill onto AHQ. There goes the flashes onto Rainy. Rainy right now, rather interesting to see that he isn't going to be following up that push and decides to go for the rotate on A. Very wise choice here coming in from the side of AHQ.
They're just playing with Enter right now, but Senhoa is not playing. He gets the double. That slows him down enough, so the spike is not going to be planted in time as Ayo way too low. He's trying to get behind, get a kill. He gets 1 with 9 HP. Can he get a second? Improbable, but he gets it! Gets the double! But in the end, Amenhola will stop him before he does any more damage, and Enter gets the 7th round on the board for themselves, but that was very close.
Round 10 ends with Enter ahead by 4 rounds. Look at this beautiful stuff being shown by Senhuachik, but it is going to be EO that tries his best to get off these kills. There goes 1, and there goes 2. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a third here. And it is going to be Enter that walks away with the 10th round in their pocket. 7-3 as we head into round 11.
HQ, this is pretty much their last buy. If they can't win this round, they will be facing a 9-3 scoreline almost certainly, and looks like they are going in fast. It's A6 holding the cross there. He does have everything in his arsenal to try and slow things down for a bit, but Enter has lost 1 player. This Hunter's Fury does connect a little bit, but on the other side, Kant's Hunter's Fury does not seem to be able to hit his mark as they get the spike down. Kant holding on the cross. Amenhola might be able to catch 1 player off there. It is the Rays playing on towards U-Haul, but little other than that, he's just waiting for the rotations to come in.
Alright, Raze as well as Breach, if I'm not mistaken, are going to be playing towards U-Haul here. Very interesting to see how members... Oh, nicely done there from AHQ to be able to get their fault line off. There goes 1. Will it be another one? There goes 2. Will it be a 3? There goes 3 coming in from AHQ's Rainy. And Rainy right now giving the team a little bit of a rallying cry here, saying that they're not going to go down so easily as we hint to the number 12. Let's take a look at that again from the perspective of Amenhola before we switch over to Raimi. Raimi right there, beautiful stuff being shown here. There goes 1, there goes another one on 2, and there goes 3. Very and there coming in from the side of AHQ.
Absolutely perfect usage of skills coming from the side of Rainy, and on a breach he's getting the top frags. Not something unheard of, but definitely impressive nevertheless. As Popoman has the Operator, has the Bladestorm as well. This is the last round. They might as well just use everything in their arsenal. Now, no longer having the Hunter's Fury, does have the Shock Bolts as well as the Scouting Arrows as well, just to get some information. But looks like AHQ will be focusing their efforts towards a push.
Alright, so it's going to be an A push here. Coming in from Showers for the side of AHQ. They do have to win this round very effectively here, as they're going to be pushing out not just towards Ace, not just towards Showers, but also towards the Teleporter and A. Khan and Milk will be able to take down 2 here. but Senhochik will be able to take down one as well. 4 for 3 with an advantage towards AHQ. Not looking good for the side of not looking good for the side of Enter here. Not going to be any re-rotates here. Oh, Mao will be able to take down card. Very nicely done here for the side of Enter. We do see more and more members here. Hola trying to get that, but U-Haul here. Oh, it was EO that gets him down for the count. Hola will be able to will be taken down by Milk. Rocket, excuse me. Oh, Showstopper tries to go off. It's going to be a 1v2 fight here, but no, it's not going to be enough. Mao gets his third kill and will be able to get the defuse. Oh
no! Ayo able to get behind him and just surprise him with the backstab. Mao not able to react in time, and in the end, it was a 7-5 scoreline. Enter still wins the half, but ever so slightly. AHQ, this time they will be on the defensive side. Let's see if Enter is able to attack better than AHQ.
Well, both teams now going for the very interesting start here. Is going to be a switch over, as we do see Enter now going to be the attacking side, whereas AHQ is going to be on defense. Seeing how the lead has been taken by Enter, will they still be able to maintain this lead after the swap? We shall have to wait and see. Pistol rounds begins in 5 more seconds between these two teams, looking to most likely see an A rush here, considering the positioning from members of Enter.
Yeah, they didn't get too much utility as well, mainly relying on their aim, because Trigos was purchased. They're gonna have to rely on these opening picks in order to win this round, but 2 versus 5 is gonna be very difficult for the side of HQ to hold here, unless they somehow... Shock Dart almost connects onto his Ion. The second Shock Dart forces him to the corner. Milk sends it out. Spike has been planted. Amenhola as well as Mao both get a kill, but Arbiter gets a double on A6 and Senhochik. Oh, Milk with the one tap onto his Purple Man's hit. Gets the kill. Oh, this grenade is gonna do so much damage. The paint shells almost forcing him out. Both of them are very low. Milk doing all the work for his team, and they're just gonna get the defuse for free.
Oh, nicely done. Another one for Milk here. And this could be another one for the side of AHQ. AHQ win this round, closing it out for themselves here with a big win. And this is definitely going to put a damper onto the side of Enter here and their aspirations for winning this matchup.
Yeah, despite being close in the end, it seems like AHQ will be able to retake the lead after this round, because they'll be on an anti-eco. Well, pistols purchased there by the side of Enter. Of course, Enter can just buy out if they want to try and contest this, but that's usually unlikely. Milk trying to clear the corners with the boombot, almost connects, but able to back off. Oh, the paint shells, a little bit unlucky. Went into the boxes, or else it could have done a lot of damage, but still. Enter hasn't lost any players yet, neither has AHQ.
Alright, so we do see here very sneaky Amenhola. Onto Arbiter, you sneaky child, you. Oh, just as he was stuck in the animation, EO comes out and says hello onto Amenhola. Enter right now being a little bit, can sense a little bit of the desperation in them, and very nicely done there onto Semochik as well as Popoman, but it's not going to be enough as Built will be able to get down those 2 members of Enter, as we do see AHQ tie it out heading into round 15.
Yeah, Kant still playing with the Bucky, but he feels pretty comfortable with it. We've seen him use that a couple of times in the Haven match. No exception here. He's gonna go for the Bucky. Milk is gonna stay with the Spectre, and of course Arbiter and Io definitely might be upgrading, and there we go. Not a full buy here from the side of AHQ. Enter definitely has the better buy, so this is the round that Enter can try and pull themselves ahead once again, but we'll see. The attacking side from the side of Enter has been a little bit lackluster so far.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing how some of these two teams here are going to be interacting with one another. A slight little advantage here to the side of Enter, considering the weaponry that they have. Smoke screens have been dropped down for the side of Enter, for the side of AHQ to stop that little... Oh, but wait, Arbiter from behind though, very nicely on to Anhoichik, but we do see, Hola will be able to take down one for himself as well as A6, but we do see EO will be able to get one as well.
Right now, Popo Man, and we're gonna kill Milk with his plane shells. Gets 2, and it's down to a 1 versus 1 situation. Spike has already gone down. It's slowly ticking away, and this was more 1 versus 1 situation. Popo Man able to get a kill, gassed around from the side of Enter, and they make it through. AHQ. What just happened there? I thought they might have had the round. Milk got a double with his plane shells, but in the end, it was Popo Man with the triple to end things from the side of Enter.
All right, let's take a look at this now. It is the end of round 15 as we head into round 16. Enter will be able to get 1 round ahead. With this being in mind here, Enter has got to maintain this lead and try to get as much distance as they Oh, but they got to be careful though. Only a stinger for the side of Milk. Not going to be an ideal choice here considering the amount of range and distance between themselves and AHQ. Want to keep these fights as close range as possible. We do see EO right now. Sheriff tries to go for one of those shots, takes a little bit of damage. Oh my goodness. Oh, right onto EO. But Arbiter will be able to do the pump and dump onto Aminhola. Mao will be able to take down Arbiter as well. Very nicely done here. Spike has been planted for the side of Enter onto A side. Really interested to see how Milk as well as other members of AHQ are going to respond to this, going towards this rotation onto tower.
There is Showstopper on the Ray, so they can use that to maybe get a trade on towards the Q. Popo Man has to back off. He gets shot through the smoke though from Rainy, and that's going to help them out. Pain Shell's slowing down Kant a little bit. But where is the Showstopper? Is it going to be used? Mao as well as ACLX both get a kill. Rainy trying to even things out. 1 versus 2 situation right now. The Sova is so low that he's not trying to go for a retake. He does have a lineup that he can do from... Oh no, never mind about that. And Hoaching will finish things off for Rainy, and Enter will take their 9th on the board.
That was just unfortunate there for AHQ. Rainy was looking the other direction, just when Enter's member... I think it was Senhoichik, if I'm not mistaken, that came from the side of the corner, just within his peripheral vision there, definitely kicking himself. However, fortune definitely favors the ball, as we do see Enter right now still maintaining a 2-round lead here, heading into round 17.
Yeah, round 17, another huge swing round. Ayo has picked up the operator. If he's able to maybe do some damage, they're able to try and claw things back, but Enter does play at a very fast tempo. And speaking of fast, they are entering showers fast. Aminhola leading the charge. Arbiter's control a stim, maybe try and get a trade off, but looking to use the defensive Sky Smokes to just buy a little bit of time. Gets hit by the recon bolt, uses the zero. Here comes the Hunter's free, connects once and he will connect twice. That's a free kill for Mao. The third one will just be thrown away in celebration as they are opening up the A side. Only the Cypher left on towards the U-Haul. The spike will go down, and AHQ, it's retake mode once again.
The retake mode once again for the side of AHQ. Doesn't look very good for the side of AHQ here, hitting onto this map. We do see members of Enter right now with 5-man advantage compared to AHQ's 4. Doesn't look good, as we do see ACLX will be able to take down 1 as well. But another one goes kablooey onto Senhoichik, as Milk will be able to get 1. EO will be able to get another one. There goes the 1-for-1, but no, it's not going to be enough as Enters. ACLX will be able to get down 3, and he does deserve a big pat in the back. 3 rounds in favor of Enter as we head into Let's check out this replay here, Zero.
Yeah, Milk had a fantastic play. He got one from the back, and he had his ultimate. He preemptively shot it towards the U-Haul area and got a kill. So it's down in the end towards the 3rd kill which he got on this Omen, making it a 1 versus 1. But unfortunately, we did not catch the last one. It was fine. It was very close, but in the end, Enter inches ahead. And they are at the double digits right now for the side of AHQ. For the side of Enter.
And it seems that my predictions from the analyst table is going to come through if this keeps up here. 1-for-1. Well, you said that Outcasters are eating your words. Well, I have predicted that it's going to be 1-for-1 because also you eat your words.
I will eat my words. This is one of the unexpected, results that we've seen throughout this tournament. I mean, HQ, they were touted as, the favorites to win it all. And Enter is making them have a run for their money. They're making it very close. Sure, this round is 4 versus 5 right now for HQ, so they have the slight advantage, but Enter is still leading in terms of the score.
Well, it can be a very close game. Can't be said yet here. I might have to eat my words because it's still 10
it's not
to
over
7.
yet.
It's not over yet. It ain't over until the lady sings, that's for sure, as we do see it. 40 seconds left before the round comes to an end. Enter now definitely feeling a little bit of the pressure. There we go, a little bit of push. Very nicely done there onto the molly just to make sure. Oh, but nicely done by Milk there to take down one, as well as EO will be able to take down Mao in exchange. We do see one final member here for the side of Enter. Not a very good spot for him to be. There goes the flash there. It seems that there's going to be a little bit of hesitation there coming in from the side of Milk. They've got to be careful that they don't line up too much. But oh, it's going to be Rainy there. Very aggressive indeed coming in from AHQ. So all line up that way and just fire
really
upon
dangerous.
into shower.
Yeah, looked pretty dangerous, but in the end, that triple pick worked out there for the side of AHQ, and they will be forcing Enter to be on an eco. That's gonna be beneficial for the AHQ side as they have a full buy here. A6 does have enough money to buy, even though he buys this round, so they're gonna go for some upgraded pistols and a hero phantom, hopefully to try and open up a side with a very fast play.
I'm really interested to see how Enter are going to be playing this out. We did see Enter actually pick up a Thrifty, if I'm not mistaken, in one of these rounds. So maybe this might be their other Thrifty that may work out for them. ACLX has been hit already, as well as Popoman. They've got to be very careful on how they want to be approaching this here, as Enter right now, as well as AHQ, are moving towards B. So that's going to be a focus with B. Milk right now tries to get some of those shots off, goes for the paint shells. Popoman will be able to take down Rainy with a nice shot. Popoman takes down 2. Milk will be able to take down 1 as well, but it's going to be A6 that gets it off. Kant will be able to take down 1 in form of A6. It's going to be a 2-4-3 here in favor of Enter, and doesn't look good here. Could be a Thrifty here if they work this out. Well, not entirely a Thrifty here because it isn't a full eco round. I think one member for the side of AHQ or for the side of Enter was able to pick it up. Arbiter will be able to take down Senhoichik. It's going to be a 1-for-1 here. Who will be able to get it off?
Yeah, Arbiter's not looking in the right position, but his aim was true. Mao not able to do anything else other than that, but still, despite all that, AHQ was able to clear things out, but Enter did make it close. It was down to a 1 versus 1 situation, not the ideal situation you want to be in, especially if you had the better buy. But right now, it is round number 20, one of the biggest swing rounds we will ever have in this matchup, because whoever loses this round, they will be completely out of money. If AHQ, they don't make this clean, they will be having a very difficult time trying to claw themselves back, because Enter is not having the best money themselves, but on the attacking side, they can work with less money.
Oh, a little bit of panic there coming in. Amenhola will be able to open up onto EO. Very nicely done here. Will drop down the Incendiary to stop them from pushing. But we do see Arbiter will be able to take down 1, but Senhoichik gets onto Arbiter with the trade. So we do see it's going to be a 3v4 here. AHQ in a bit of a bother here, but we do see Kant will be able to take down Senhoichik and even out the odds here. Enter right now desperately needs to win this out. Popoman, I think, spots out somebody there. Oh, but his aim wasn't too true, as Milk will be able to take down Popoman. Goes for the showstopper. No one is going to be there for Milk to hit that showstopper onto, but we do see Kant right now taking down another one, and this could be an opportunity for them. Oh, Mao being able to take down Rainy. Gonna be very interesting indeed here.
He does have Hunter's Fury. If he connects on 1, that might be an opportunity, but he actually just closes his back. He might not be able to stop his defuse, and it's gonna be defused. Khan will be able to finish him off, as well as Mao. What happened to his Hunter's Fury there? It looked like he only used it once.
Exactly. I think that must have been a mistake there.
Yeah.
Definitely fat-fingered it. I'm not entirely sure what happened here, but I mean, it happens, I guess, in the heat of the moment. There's always room for arguments in terms of what entirely happened, but hey, it is 10 for 10. You know what that means, though. It's going to be an interesting and a doozy here. AHQ with a very interesting buy-up. We do see at least a Vandal on Amenhola and a Spectre onto Enter here. So, but most of them, but everyone else will most likely be carrying sheriffs as well as pistols. So not very good for the side of Enter. However, we have seen them being able to turn it around in their favor. So it is going to be A very interesting fight here going into round 21 after this little tie between these two teams. Slight advantage to AHQ though.
Yeah, of course, but Amanhola is able to open up the kill onto his Arbiter. Io though will be able to finish him off. There is Blade Storm up and running. We do see the rotation scrambling to try and come in. Io with the close range up, not gonna connect, and Mao will finish him off. Can't just only going through the portal at this moment, so the spike will go down for sure. 4 versus 3. Mao might be able to win this duel. If he does, that's gonna be huge for the side of Enter, but Milk will pressure him with a kill onto his A6. A6 will be revenged though by Senhoachik, who finished off Milk, so it's down to a 3 versus 1. It's Popoman as well as the rest of the gang versus the Breach, who is playing onto his side of U-Haul. He is completely surrounded, he's been tagged, and he is in all the danger. Popoman with the nice Blade Storm gets his head as Enter is going to reach 2 1s. That is 11 on the board. AHQ still trailing behind. They are very broke from the side of AHQ. They can't force a buy, but I think the best call right now is just to eco and play for the overtime.
Well, I don't know about you, but we do see some 2 Buckies here coming in from EO as well as Khan. I do not know about that. I'm a little bit not that confident, but hey, we've seen EO as
We've seen it work.
We've seen it work, but it has to be definitely close range fights here. So it definitely limits members, 2 members of AHQ from taking some of these long range fights. However, we do see Enter right now, full buys there onto them. They have to be very wary. If they open up with a pick onto members of AHQ, members of Enter here, it could actually be very, very bad for Enter heading on towards round 22.
Yeah.
Oh, very close one there. And it's going to be EO that gets taken down for the count from the side of AHQ. Doesn't look good for them. Another one onto A6. Very nicely done onto Arbiter there, as they do see that A is going to be open season for plants here, as we do see Popoman will be able to take them down. Spike has been planted. Kant going to be very aggressive indeed. Gets taken down. Oh, very nicely done onto A6 there. Onto another one, but it's not going to be enough. Amanhola takes him down and stops his nonsense with the Bucky. But that, I have to say, was a beautiful display by Khan on his Bucky.
Yeah, definitely, but in the end, that force buy would have bitten them in the back, because look right now, they worked on 2 Buckies, now they have to work on 4 because they have completely no buy right now, and with Enter on the on match point, they might just very well make this a tie.
It might be a tie, judging from what we've seen. It's gotta be a tie, because I don't want to be eating my eating his food. So anyway, all jokes aside here, and all hunger pains definitely put aside, we do see Enter right now. Senhoachik going to go spray within the cage. Oh, A6 gotta be careful though. Sees that AHQ decides, oh, I'm gonna bug out and not go for the peak. There goes the Roomba Boombot. Gonna go try to find someone there. Not gonna get anything out of it. But we do see very good cages there being dropped down from the side of Senhoachik, trying to deny whatever pushes that may come, or excuse me, whatever angles that members of AHQ are holding on to.
Yeah, there is a Rolling Thunder to slow things down, and it's gonna connect onto us too, but not the worst. Popoman opens up a kill onto his Io, and Rainy is trying his best. It's only a Stinger, it's a terrible weapon close range. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, connects onto us 1, that's A6 down. Rainy gets a kill onto his Amanhola as well as Senhoachik. What is happening? Suddenly it's 1 versus 3, and it's only down towards the Sova to try and finish things off, and he's not going to be able to. Milk will be able to clean things off, and somehow, someway, AHQ is not giving up.
I don't know about you, but AHQ doesn't want this to end. We might actually go into an overtime here. Shades of yesterday between RRQ and Armory Gaming. I don't know about you, but these 2 Taiwanese teams are very stubborn indeed, not wanting to give up, heading forward. But we do see full buys across the board with EO. Will be picking up a very interesting pickup here in the operator.
Yeah, Milk, look at that, 28 kills, 17 deaths. He has been carrying his team at the back of his... Popoman almost gets the kill. In fact, he didn't really get shot, but it was Io that took a little bit of damage from the Phantom, and that just scares him off away from that aggressive angle a little bit. Popoman has been the shining star coming from the side of AHQ. And let's see if he's able to carry his team across this line, because they are just so close. They are inches away from this finish line, and it would be really heartbreaking if they lost in overtime.
very interesting here as we do see AHQ right now. 3 men holding down on to the B side, onto A side, excuse me.
Yeah.
As we do see Enter may actually move their way onto B, but oh no, Milk will be able to open it up. Very nicely done there, but still going to go over towards him, and Milk will be able to take down 2. This could be a very interesting turn of events here. Not very good for the side of Enter here. 3 men are left standing, whereas members of AHQ are left with 5. But no, I spoke too soon. I mean, hold up, we will take down Arbiter. Popo Man for Q right now, moving slowly into Hookah. Rainy will be taken down Amin Hola. Very nicely done here. As Kat will be able to take down another one here. And it seems we're going to have an equalizer as Mao decides to bug out and is going to be very wary on how he's going to be taking this out. 4v1 situation. Goes for some of the sprays across, but nope, it's going to be enough. Mao will be taking down Milk here. A bit of the necessary. Oh, but EO will be able to take the scope aim too true towards Mao. And we're going to go into overtime.
Second overtime of the tournament. The first one had 7 rounds of overtime. Hopefully, we might be seeing something like that. I don't know. I'm interested to see a little bit more overtime because HQ, one of the favorites to win this entire tournament, has trouble actually winning against teams like Enter. And Enter has been playing very well up to this point where they might be starting to panic a little bit. Sure, they had 2 rounds. It wasn't that much of a lead against AHQ, but still not being able to close out must be feeling very frustrated.
I think Enter and AHQ really like me casting the games. Really like us casting the games. That's why they want to put it into an overtime. However, suspense is definitely going to be the name of the game here. Just so you guys know, the overtime rules are very simple. It's going to be first team that wins 2 in a row.
Yep.
That's the way that they're going to win it. Oh my goodness, Khan immediately opens up with 2 here. Not very good, as Senhochik will be able to take down 2 as well. Senhochik will be taking down 1 as well as Amenhola replied. But AHQ will be able to take down. Oh my goodness, look at that. Rainy takes down 2. And there we go. AHQ wins it out at round number 25.
Match point.
Moving on to round number 26.
Yeah, that aggressive play from Khan set it all up, and then it was Enter who tried to go on the offensive. It wasn't just enough, and Rainy was able to clean up all by his lonesome. I mean, it was a terrible situation to be in from the side of Enter. You committed to the push, and instead you just got completely destroyed there by Rainy. Oh, that was really bad. They were so close from getting this tie, but AHQ might just run away with it. Right now, Enter on the attacking side where they got plenty of rounds as well. Definitely, they are no slouches in terms of attacking, but AHQ seems like they are cool, calm, and collected.
Cool as ice is definitely on the agenda here for the side of AHQ. However, Enter right now, looking towards pushing onto Showers and may actually consider pushing onto A. They've got to be very careful of the trap wires that's been set by AHQ's Cypher. Oh, there goes the fault line. Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of AHQ.
Trying to stall things out there by pushing very aggressively forward. Oh, he dinked actually. He connected a shot on towards the Popo Man, and that's gonna force him to back off a little bit. Milk actually going for the backstab. This can be huge. They don't know he's behind them. He will push at a very great timing. Popo Man trying to enter into the side. He has been inside. He's going to be able to kill off Ayo. A6 will fall though. Mao on the backside. Milk is still completely undetected. He's from the back line. He gets the second. He's not able to get the third. It's down to a 2 versus 2. The spike is not planted at the moment, so time is still of the essence. Oh, Senhochik gets hit by the fault line, and he gets the hit on towards Rainy. He gets the headshot. We must still have a fight here as Khan 1 versus 1. No, Khan will end it. Khan will send AHQ over the line, and they will be able to finish this series 2-0 and breaking the pattern, ending the streak, combo breaking us on a full day of ties. And AHQ will pretty much at this point secure their spot in the next stage of this tournament.
Darn it! Darn it! I only want to eat food, bro. I don't want to eat words. So I'm man, I was hoping that my predictions would come through. I was kind of rooting for Enter, not because I have a personal stake in it, just because I like patterns. But hey, you know, it was a very what can't be denied about it is the level of play that was being shown by both teams. It was very competitive across the board, and I'm definitely sure that both the Taiwanese teams were like, we gotta win this. We gotta win this. Even if we don't make it past groups, right? Even if we get eliminated after this game, it doesn't matter as long as we win this against AHQ, or AHQ wins this against Enter. It's going to make the case for at least one of the best teams in Taiwan.
Yeah, and definitely, if you look at the scoreboard, the entire team of Enter just played so well. I mean, Senhoachik, Amenhola, Popoman, Mao, they all came up big, but Milk was just way too good for them to handle. He has 5 first blood kills. Of course, Amenhola has that same amount of entry kills as well, but Milk was the stopping power that AHQ needed to step up, and he stepped up big, getting multiple multi-kills all by himself. That was all Milk. And the last round, when he rotated all the way back and got 1 kill, that just stopped a lot of the tempo coming from the side of Enter. And I think he is one of the biggest contributors to this success, to this victory coming from the side of AHQ.
Very nicely done here for AHQ. Definitely Milk will need to get some cookies to go with his Milk, that's for sure. I don't know about you, but Senhoachik, Amenhola, Popoman, as well as Mao did contribute quite a bit to his team, however, but it was Milk that did quite a lot of the heavy lifting for members Ayo, Khan, Rainy, as well as Arbiter for AHQ. But at the end of the day, right, the biggest winners are definitely the viewers at home that was able to watch such a competitive game between these two teams, and the break of the pattern. Though I don't enjoy pattern, I'm glad that I was able to cast this game between the two strong Taiwanese teams, mainly because of just how strong they were to be able to just push it out. And I did like the fact that Enter was very gritty. They never gave up. And the most important thing is that they were not shy to scrape their knees, basically, and make the fight very, very messy for AHQ. I do realize that AHQ tries to keep the fights as clean as possible, but when you fight against Enter, who likes to make things a little bit messy, you can't help but get your hands dirty in some of these exchanges.
You have a gentleman and a street fight going into it. When you have to get your hands dirty, and that's what I think AHQ had to do in order to win up against Enter, and they did just that.
Oh man, and this is just something else. We've got quite a bit more lined up for you guys. I think we have 2 more games lined up for you guys, 2 final games of the group stages before we start playoffs tomorrow, and that's something to definitely look forward to. I don't know about you, Zero, but it's been a crazy long day 4, and it's been very competitive indeed. Do you have any closing words for our viewers at home before we pass it over for the analysts?
I think just stay tuned for the last 2 games, because this group, closest groups we had so far. So if you blink, you might just not realize which teams made it to the next stage. So of course, stay tuned to ePulse Gaming and the Royal C Cup. I think my name is Zero. The Hound is with me, and we're gonna go to the panel who has some more to say about this match.
Hello and welcome back to the panel for the Royal SEA Cup, as we're here watching the last few matches of Group D. We just finished up matchup number 4, and there was a bit of terror there for a second. We thought, we're going to go into 7 overtimes again, but luckily for us, actually, AHQ managed to bring it home relatively early, and honestly, that was a double comeback by AHQ towards the end. By the way, before they speak, Ava Plus, Player the J, and Gideon Q. So, Jay, what did you think of that match? How did they manage to bring it back HQ there towards the last few rounds?
Well, I mean, they had to really try and just dig deep against what we were seeing coming out from Enter. I mean, it started in the first half where we did actually see them fall behind quite a bit, and they did manage to close the gap ever so much to bring it at least to a 7-5 half. You know, after that, you know, the momentum didn't initially go in their favor. I mean, they did get the pistol round and the follow-up, but then yeah, it was business as usual for the likes of Enter. You know, they demonstrated why that this is their map. They were able to get 3 rounds on the trot. You know, so after that, it was kind of close. There wasn't really a whole lot in it between the two teams, and luckily for them, they did manage to close it out, and they were playing on match point as well, you know, for a couple rounds.
Honestly, I was sweating already for AHU because that was where my prediction, and I don't want to be wrong because I've been so wrong on this entire tournament, and especially when, you know, Enter, that pistol round alone gave them so much momentum coming into it. I thought they could, but AHU was able to shut that down really quick the moment they got the big boy guns.
Yeah, but I think once they got the momentum going to catch up to the 12-12, I think AHQ, they kind of had the ability to follow through when it came to overtime. They decisively managed to take it 2-0. We didn't have 7 overtimes, so, you know, it's a different scenario for sure, you know, so I can't argue with that. But yeah, I think we did see some of the clutch plays. Kant especially, he was in a 1v2 situation, and it could have very well been Enter to eliminate that last HQ player, but he still managed to hold out, win that final defensive round, and they managed to take it 14-12.
You did see Enter towards the end kind of, I think they almost felt like the nerves were starting to get to them, you know, especially when you rack up such a nice little lead there, and you're actually coming back from the last game as well, and you're doing much better, and then all of a sudden you see them catching up. There's a sense of dread that starts to build up in you, and it was very clear, to, at least to me, in the overtime, where it didn't seem like they were playing like their usual selves, like they played the whole game, right?
Yep.
But I don't want to talk about the lackings of Enter, because actually did really well here. I mean, being the qualifier team, that's very surprising. They beat the favorite guys in the group, or almost beat them. What did they do well? How did they get that lead this game, Gideon?
I think they started off pretty okay, and I think a lot of it has to do with the composition that they did bring in the map as well. Mostly just being able to be on, especially when they're on the attack, they were looking pretty decent overall. I do think that they kind of polished up a little bit more on their communication, because again, you could see a lot of their players, especially who are unaware of what they're walking into inside, was able to kind of just snap immediately to where his crosshair needs to be. Getting those clutching out some rounds as well definitely also helped really just turn the momentum on AHQ.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they did actually take a little bit of an aggressive lineup again, you know, so I think when we consider that, they managed to achieve that. They made it difficult for HQ to sustain on the defensive half, but ultimately they also have to deal with the fact that because we have this kind of composition as well, it's going to be harder. I mean, they did have Senho, who was delivering on the Cypher in general. I think, you know, he was definitely a super solid component of that, you know, and they had a great supporting cast, but ultimately, you know, these clutch moments that HQ was able to deliver. I think Milk came out with a few great plays on the race, and yeah, of course we saw Kent right at the end. These were the clutch moments that really proved decisive when we look at, you know, the fact that we went to overtime.
Yep. Do you find that, we talked last panel about the major difference, especially in defense, where you can clearly tell HQ was much more comfortable, especially with the retake. Did you find that they fixed that towards the second map? Did you see much sturdier plan when it came to defense?
Well, I think when it came to the defense, at the end of the day, both of the teams didn't fare so well, because they did. It was both sides managed to get 7-5 on their attacking halves, at the end, and I think they just managed to get the requisite amount. We didn't actually see as many objective-based wins. We did actually manage to see very decisive side takes where they tried to prevent the plant from going down in the first place, but because of that, the kind of selection that we saw for both teams when it came to the attacking side, they were able to finish off the defenders more often than not.
Would you agree with that?
I think a large contributor to this is I do think that this game, you really can see the mentality of a lot of their players, like how sloppy they get sometimes, and then immediately the next round they're like, oh, I can't let that happen again. Right? Because you can definitely see through crosshair placement, a lot of also the confidence of like being able to peek out, swing wide on certain areas definitely could be attributed to it, but I would like to believe that overall AHQ Milk especially really came up on top towards that towards the end of the sorry, not even I keep saying over half overtime, where something really snapped him and you can just see his confidence walking into sites.
That's true. You did see much more confidence in the last 2 rounds. And of course, I mean, overtime is such a important part of the game. When it happens, it's so unique that you obviously concentrate a lot on that. But it was very obvious difference in confidence when you got to the last 2 rounds. But I do want to actually stress that point about the defense that you're making, though, Jay, because you say that their defense was just okay, right? And we actually saw much more of just one confrontation, right? The full-on confrontation. Can I get on site? Can I not get on site? Do you think that benefited Enter in that sense because they were much more confident in the initial taking rather than
definitely benefited them. The lineup well suited for that.
Right.
But yeah, it's gonna be a double-edged sword at the end of the day. So you switch halves, you're gonna have to as well coming from the opposing team. Not to say that you know it's like 3 duelists on your team, but I think you know these are the kind of differences that we're kind of seeing come about.
Well, thank you for analyzing this matchup for me, but we do have another matchup, which of course we're going to analyze with another panel. However, I would still like to get your predictions. It's Morph versus AHQ now, and now for those of you that aren't following, by the way, if Morph, no, there's no if, Morph needs to kind of win this, right? Because AHQ, thanks to his 2-0, puts himself just 1 point above everyone else in the group. And Morph hasn't managed to beat Enter either. They actually tied with Enter as well in the first match of the day, which means that they don't really get a 2-0 here, or at least 1 point, their chances of qualifying are quite slim. Now my question is, can they do it? Do you guys believe it's possible the 2-0 for Morph, or do you guys think that HQ will take this?
I think Morph, they had a good game against Bren, and Bren, I would rate them quite highly based on like the game that we saw initially that started off well, it didn't really start off. It was the second match, you know, where they face off against HQ. But I think Morph will be able to take a round. I think they have the tenacity that's required to win a round, map, sorry, against HQ. So there'll be a share of spoils.
So you think it's 1-1?
Yeah.
What about you, Gideon?
For sure, it's going to be 1-1. I think Morph is a little bit more map dependent.
You're confident.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, he can be confidently saying what I just said, you know, for the second
this
panelist
man
in a row.
analyzes and he just piggybacks off your analysis.
Well, no,
shamelessly as well, by the way. So proud of yourself.
I got to start charging for this stuff. You know?
Your consultancy fee, please.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll give you a hint. It's not cheap.
Yeah. Oh boy, but yeah, I do believe that Morph is a little bit more map dependent. AHQ, I think their fundamentals are really strong. Their team play is really strong, and that's why I do think that map selection is going to be so important, especially with the best of 2. If it was best of 3, maybe it would be a lot more different. But I do think that Morph will be able to cap themselves off in the right maps.
Okay, let's see if both my analysts are correct here, and it is in fact a 1-1, or if we get a 2-0, which upsets the structure of these groups, perhaps giving HQ the advantage they need to qualify, or Morph the chances they need to qualify. We'll see now very shortly as we throw to a quick break, and then we'll go to the casters for map number 1 between AHQ Esports Club and Morph.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. We're going over the final group, Group D, and to see the results of these teams, the general history, and who should be expected to go through to the playoffs that start at the end of this week. We'll start with AHQ Esports, not only likely to get out of groups to go to playoffs, but also to potentially get to the finals and maybe even win the tournament as a whole. I say this because this Taiwan team won the CGA Ignition event and also came second in the Africa Asia Invitational, losing to Attack All Around in the finals then. The CGA win was really good for them. They had an amazing showing in the really close finals, and they wanted to take that momentum into the Africa TV Asia Showdown that happened last weekend. This was a tournament that had Vision strikers from South Korea, but also Absolute Jupiter, a real strong team from the Japanese region, and a team that beat AHQ in the semi-finals of that tournament. HQ took a bit of a beating there, didn't really get to show their real strength. Still clear favourites to step out of their groups, but after that loss, will have a point to prove. You would expect them to have dominant results, much like Attack All Around and Vision Strikers had in their groups, but the other 3 teams in Group D will certainly want to avoid that. Bren Esports is going to be one of the teams. They're from the Philippines, and there really isn't too much to their name. They recently did win the Rise of Legion tournament, but unfortunately it was only a small event, and all other attempts to qualify for much bigger tournaments have been met with losses. Their lack of qualifying for the Hunter Fury event is another concerning sign for them. Are certainly going to struggle against the likes of AHQ, but might be able to string a couple of wins against these other 2 teams that we haven't mentioned. Morph Team is one of them. They're from Indonesia, and they do have a little bit more experience in some of the bigger events in Southeast Asia, but nothing to show this team being a dominant force, even in Indonesia alone. Whilst they took part in the CGA Pacific Open, they came bottom of their group, losing to AHQ and Team LZ, that is now known as Todak. He also came second in the Garuda Invitational, but there weren't really any teams from this tournament participating, not anybody that was really worth noticing at all. I'd say overall this is a team likely to take second place based off results alone, but there's definitely a void of potential not only for Morph, but the other teams within this group. Finally, we have Enter. This is the qualifying team from Taiwan, and yet again, it's a team that you certainly won't recognize the name from, but looking at Amenhola, A6, and Popoman, these are players from Super Domineering. They played in the CGA Pacific Open, they qualified for the event, but came bottom of their group, losing to Fives and only One Word, who bombed out of Group A. This is a slightly different team, however, and these players did show promise for Super Domineering. It's a great opportunity for them to take advantage against some of the other quiet teams and book themselves a position to get to the playoffs, which are looming ever closer. Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use, and with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers, as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still meant to be. 'Cause I'm incomplete when you ain't by my side, when you don't wake up next to me. Yeah, I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete. Yeah, I'm incomplete. Hey. 'Cause I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. We're going over the final group, Group D, and to see the results of these teams, the general history, and who should be expected to go through to the playoffs that start at the end of this week. We'll start with AHQ Esports, not only likely to get out of groups to go to playoffs, but also to potentially get to the finals and maybe even win the tournament as a whole. I say this because this Taiwan team won the CGA Ignition event and also came second in the Africa Asia Invitational, losing to Attack All Around in the finals then. The CGA win was really good for them. They had an amazing showing in a really close finals, and they wanted to take that momentum into the Africa TV Asia Showdown that happened last weekend. This was a tournament that had Vision Strikers from South Korea, but also Absolute Jupiter, a real strong team from the Japanese region, and a team that beat AHQ in the semi-finals of that tournament. AHQ took a bit of a beating there, didn't really get to show their real strength. Still clear favourites to step out of their groups, but after that loss, will have a point to prove. You would expect them to have dominant results, much like Attack All Around and Vision Strikers had in their groups, but the other three teams in Group D will certainly want to avoid that. Ren Esports is going to be one of the teams. They're from the Philippines, and there really isn't too much to their name. They recently did win the Rise of Legion tournament, but unfortunately it was only a small event, and all other attempts to qualify for much bigger tournaments have been met with losses. Their lack of qualifying for the Hunter Fury event is another concerning sign for them. Are certainly going to struggle against the likes of AHQ, but might be able to string a couple of wins against these other two teams that we haven't mentioned. Morph Team is one of them. They're from Indonesia, and they do have a little bit more experience in some of the bigger events in Southeast Asia, but nothing to show this team being a dominant force, even in Indonesia alone. Whilst they took part in the CGA Pacific Open, they came bottom of their group, losing to AHQ and Team LZ, that is now known as Todak. He also came second in the Garuda Invitational, but there weren't really any teams from this tournament participating, not anybody that was really worth noticing at all. I'd say overall this is a team likely to take second place based off results alone, but there's definitely a void of potential not only for Morph, but the other teams within this group. Finally, we have Enter. This is the qualifying team from Taiwan, and yet again, it's a team that you certainly won't recognize the name from, but looking at Amenhola, A6, and Popoman, these are players from Super Domineering. They played in the CGA Pacific Open, they qualified for the event, but came bottom of their group, losing to Fives and only one word, who bombed out of Group A. This is a slightly different team, however, and these players did show promise for Super Domineering. It's a great opportunity for them to take advantage against some of the other quiet teams and book themselves a position to get to the playoffs, which are looming ever closer.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're ready for our match number 5 here for group number D. And, you know, with how everything is stacked at the moment in terms of results, honestly, we could see any of the teams here, and no one is safe at the moment. But of course, we do have Morph versus HQ at the moment. But first, my name is Play of the J. He is Yolo Lee, and we're going to be bringing you all this action.
Oh man, definitely so excited about this. All of this is really thanks to ePulse for setting up such an amazing tournament here for the Royal Sea Cup, for all of these amazing teams to get to showcase their skills, or more in this case, their Valorant play skills among all of us viewers and fans for us to see. Now we're going to be, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be seeing our first map here. It's going to be on the map of Haven here, and I believe this is going to be AHQ choice. And of course, Morph is going to be picking the defender side, which is totally, not to say unexpected either, although because Haven is more have been that kind of map which is attacker side favorite, but the ratio has always been like, you know, like a 50-50. It's not really like, oh, it's heavily favored, that kind of thing. Yeah. So for them to pick defender side, I guess it's just to show that maybe Morph Eastward, they just love defending a little bit more. They're still very comfortable compared to being very aggressive or offensive in this case.
Yeah, I guess they want to see what AHQ is going to be bringing to the table in terms of the tempo when they come to the attacking side first. Now, of course, we did talk about it extensively just now on the panel about how the offensive-sided picks for both teams did lead to more attacker-sided halves when it came to the Haven side of things. So we could be seeing something similar here. But of course, you know, HQ, they just played the previous game. They did manage to take it 2-0 versus Enter. I think, you know, it's going to really depend on how much Enter wants to try and adapt to what they were able to see just now, because it was very one-sided in that match. HQ was able to take it 13-6, so we'll have to see how that is going to be panning out.
Definitely a lot of things to see. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally inside here. The 5th series of the night between Team Morph Esport against AHQ Esport Club here. So definitely on the green side, Morph is going to be on the defender side here. Their lineup is going to be Omen, Sova, Reyna, Cypher, and that Jet. Whereas AHQ is going to be the attacker side. They have Breach, Cypher, Omen, Sova, and the Jet.
Yeah, so very standard lineup coming here from AHQ. Now, we are going to just wait for one of the players here to reconnect, but it gives us a bit more time here to talk about the lineups. Now, Morph, they are, of course, going to bring the Reyna in lieu of the Breach, which has been quite the mainstay. But I think, you know, when we look at over the course of this competition, Reyna's pick has exceeded expectations.
Yes, and the thing is just like by far, this is actually in the one of the very group stages where we see the teams actually is very confident with that fragging ability to really make Reyna fully utilized inside this game. Because I have always mentioned back in the panel, and I believe some of the viewers back can sort of agree with me that Reyna is sort of like an agent that's pretty much very skillless if you cannot get any or many frags for yourself. Although she still has one of the best flash, which is the Leer inside the entire game here among all the other agents. But other than that, if you can't get kills, if you can't get frags, then you're pretty much can't able to really support the team or fully utilize all of your kit.
Yeah, totally agree. Of course, we did see Reyna being brought to Haven the last time Morph played, and that was against Bren. So they are definitely feeling this composition, and now they're going to be off the marks here. They're going to have a bit more balanced side, but they are still going to be poking down this A-long. Going to be able to spot out and damage a little bit on the Morph player, but he's going to be falling all the way back here and wait for Famous to go all the way to that Heaven side.
And at the same time, Molten team, especially AHQ, they don't really take it as nice and easy as well, because you must remember as well, they don't really have a lot. They don't actually. They have a flasher here, which is going to be the Breach though, but they still want to try to get as much information as possible. Because remember, Cypher is the kind of guy who's not really fast paced. He's the kind of guy you want to take this nice and slow, get as much information as possible. Then you're going to be jumping right onto the side. But Mel on the inside was able to tailwind right on top of point A. The rest of the team is currently underway, going to be planting their spine once it gets down, and now it's going to be coming for the retake for the side here of Morph Esports.
Yeah, Morph really taking their time. They want to make sure that they have this retake as a 5-on-5 situation, but we are going to see that HQ still going to be dedicating one player here to watch the flank here. They're moving in here, moving around the side. He's going to be able to spot out one, but not able to take out Rainy here. But looks like there will be a couple trades here. Rainy is still delivering the goods here with the 3 frags here. Arbiter and Milk are going to be contributing, and it's been a clean sweep over there. Of course, they did lose one player, but overall, what a good defensive post plant here for the likes of AHQ. They're going to be quite thrilled with this, but they are going to be going full anti-eco here.
Oh man, Rainy was raining all over Morph Esports parade here as he was able to pick up 3 frags, triple kill, especially with the ghost, by the way, by himself, of course with a beautiful assistance with his team. But anyway, coming since they were going to be winning that piss around, they're going to be having that money advantage, or in other words, the gun advantage in this round 2 here, as they slowly pick up all those anti-eco weaponry. So we're going to be seeing a couple of 2 Spectres. So one of them still saving up that weapon because I believe they want to try to pick up that operator. But ooh, Mill was able to draw a first blood here with the Frenzy.
Oh, that's a nice early pick here. Now, of course, it's going to be a little bit annoying for Morph, but now Chud here is moving in here. He's going to be able to catch Arbiter unawares. So HQ going to be biting the bullet there a little bit, but now they're going to be aware of this push coming all the way through the spawn side here. The C-long push, but now the Planet Elite is going to go down. IO here, not able to stop the whole flood there. Chud, he's going to go down, but they're going to still be able to trade 2 of the players here. Now, with the weapons that they pick up, they should be able to make a significant dent into 2v2.
Now continuing back towards the 2v2 is, although the majority of the members is already on site, the punish has been planted as well, but they have the weaponry. They did quite a lot of economic damage as well. Sadly enough, AHQ will still take the win here, coming on top. But then again, this was an eco round coming from the side here of Morph Esports. So the fact they were able to drop 3 members here and force them to rebuy is absolutely insane.
Yeah, but this is going to, of course, be quite good for Morph. They were able to take down 3 of the members of HQ. It's going to hurt them a little bit, but ultimately HQ, they would upgrade 3 of these guns here to rifles. They will still have those Spectres carry forward, so if any damage can be dealt with those, it's going to be very well worth it here in round number 3. And we're seeing a similar poke and prod coming out from HQ. They do want to try and contest and make sure this A long side here is not going to go off cheaply. And Fat Penguin, though, he's got other ideas. Milk is going to go down, but we are still going to be seeing the Sova going to be waiting for his right opportunity to strike further.
Fat Penguin definitely got that milk for himself here. Now without the disappearance of Jet here, we're gonna be looking at a 5v4. Definitely not impossible for AHQ to be pushing towards the side because they still have the smokes, they still have the flash on the breach. And not all the thing is this, they just have to slow things down without the existence of this Jet, who is normally initiating straight on towards the side with that Cloudburst and Tailwind combo.
Yeah, now they're just trying to get a little bit more information. They have a little bit more balance approach. Now we do see Morph, of course, trying to do something similar. They are not sure where they're going to commit. They do know that they have the numerical advantage here, but Famous here, he's going to be able to catch out IO. Not a lot going on there. Now, of course, this is going to prompt them to try and focus their attention. They are going to be moving through sewer.
30 seconds left.
We will be seeing a little bit of reposition here from the Omen getting into position, but now they are fully aware of what's happening. They do have the recon dart here to be able to spot it out, but likely they're going to wait for the members. Oh, it does look like Fidel. He doesn't need to do that. He's going to get 2 kills straight away, and he's doing it here with the Spectre as well. Fat Penguin comes in. He's going to take down Cat. More. They're going to be looking pretty here with a flawless round.
Dude, absolutely flawless coming in from the side of Morph Esports. But here is the wow factor coming up from Fiddle. Wow, what actually happened was he was actually on top of heaven. Despite the dark cover, he knew exactly with the positioning and also information given for his team. He was willing to jump down onto hell there and was able to not only getting 1 pickup but following up with the second one later on. So after that, pretty much literal AHQ, the rest of the members pretty much in panic because losing even more member, and with that retake and with the entire swarm of more Eastbound members, they were able to retake this very easily, making it a beautiful flawless round.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to be seeing more strike back here. So we'll see how this 4th round of the game here is going to be working out. But this is going to, again, be a little bit more poking and prodding. Now, there's going to be 3 people dedicated here by HQ. They are going to still have a lot of cloud bursts that they are using to try and gain a little bit of map control. But it's going to be relinquished here by Morph. They're going to recede back all the way into the A side.
We see Milt doing what she do best with the Jet, but same goes for Ayo. I think he's got enough, quite the amount of information, but he has no idea. He has this suspicion that someone's going to be at this corner, but he turns to the wrong side, and Cullen was able to get the first pick of him with the headshot to the back. He's definitely going to be feeling that in the morning for sure. Now it's coming down to a 5v4, but the game is still available, and it's still possible for AHQ to push towards that side.
No, they do need to make sure that they have the numbers advantage. This is not a full buy from them by any stretch of the imagination. So now they are going to have to face 3 members already waiting for them. Not He's going to be meeting him with the full aplomb there. Fat Penguin going to be contributing as well. But not here with the 3rd on the round. He's going to be able to move in on side here. And Fat Penguin, he's going to clean up the rest. And Morph with 2 flawless rounds in a row. They're going to be building up this economy quite substantially. And with the sheriffs that we saw being bought here by HQ, not going to be too effective, but this is going to be a full buy from them. But this is going to be an absolutely crucial round. Now, we are likely to see the likes of Morph bust out the ultimate. Do have them, but we can already see Hunter's Fury is only 1 point away itself, so that could be influence here, and see how well Morph can manage the ult economy.
Speaking of the economy as well, I just love the fact that Chart in that last round, right? Although he is a Jet, but he's not going for any of those confidence pick or those early entry pickup. He's trying to maintain it as much as possible. Now here comes the same way. Fiddlewall this time, he's going to be switching position with Chart as well this time, as he's trying to hold that A long, but Rainy is going to be able to draw the first blood here, tying it down to a 5v4. Mill slowly getting that little bit more confidence, but he has to be careful because Fat Penguin, he doesn't know he's at this corner. The minute this dark cover disappears here, he's gonna be able to have a clean bigger find one, trying to get the second one, but Arbiter was just a little bit too fast for him to follow up. Now dark cover, a couple of free fires, so he will be able to tag a little bit, but still not gonna be enough because John is still very healthy. Following up with a double kill, but Arbiter was able to follow it up and trade things on, but same goes for Famous. We're looking at a 1v2. Spy has not even been planted as well, and the Spy is currently on the side and out the hands of AHQ Sniper. Wow, it's going to be happening here.
Chud and Famous with the crossfire, really going to stitch them up. Io's going to pick off Freya, and now with that, it's going to be a 1v1 scenario, but Famous, he can afford to wait and see if the spike is going to be planted, but this is going to be a very difficult situation, but it's still going to be Famous that comes out on top there with the headshot, and looks like Morph is going to make it 3 in a row. And it did look as though that HQ was coming up with the next level play. They knew that Fidel would have only one more ult point that is required to get the Hunter's Fury, which most inevitably Morph would use that to their advantage. But they were going to flush him out there with, of course, the Aftershock, and there was just not a whole lot that they could do, as there were like 3 players all stacked up on that side to try and impede them.
Yes, but anyway, in this case, now ASQ, they have to try, although some of the members did have enough to go for the buy here, but we're still going to be going for this slight pause. But while we're waiting about this, we can talk a little bit about how has been the past few engagement coming from the side here from both ASQ and Morph Esports. Remember, we're looking at the entire lineup of ASQ as well, although they have a great initiative with the breach, allowing them to set things up for the side, but because of the existence of Cypher and the rest of the team, they have to take this as nice and slow as possible and get that information. But is this exactly what AHQ was trying to go for with this lineup composition here in Haven?
But at the end of the day, I think you know, AHQ, they seem to be getting onto the site with a little difficulty, but the retakes coming out here from Morph has been great. Now, of course, in the most recent round, we did actually see it become a little bit more preemptive to even prevent the plant from going down. Was going to be proving crucial. So yeah, they were ready once all of the cyber cages, the dark covers came out from AHQ, and they were ready to move through it. They were not even waiting for the rest of the team to start moving in onto the site. So they were able to burst through. They couldn't even focus on that plant.
That's why I was really thinking of the fact that like maybe more Esports bring in the Reyna sort of works for them when it comes down for the retake, because all they have to do is part of it is just pressure their opponent's side once they get the plant down and just constantly get that point back. But what I'm concerned is once we switch back to the offensive side, will it work with them or not? Because with a breach defending, let's be honest, trying to push against a breach, especially when he's holding down the side with the fall line, even with the rolling down and flashpoint, is going to be ridiculously difficult and annoying to deal with.
Yeah, so right now, this is going to be the crucial moment here for AHQ. They have to really try and map out how they want to come back from this. They don't have the, I mean, it's not insurmountable by any imagination. Morph at the, I think the thing that HQ can take from this the most is that Morph, while they did win that out, it was a very narrow and a costly win. But again, the economy might just be too good for them. They managed to win 3 rounds in a row, and let's not forget, is those first 2 wins that they got, they were flawless rounds. So the bank here is built up to a certain extent. HQ, they are working, of course, with the max round money bonus, so they are getting 2,900 at the moment. So we could expect to see a little bit more in the way of a light buy.
Light buys or not, and the thing is, I just really hope that Team Morph Esports doesn't really let this get all those, especially those 2 flawless victories in the row, to their head and be overconfident about it. Because let's be honest, whenever we see Arena picked up as well, there are times where we see players just get a little bit overconfident. They're like, all right, I got the frag, I'm the main frag, I'm going to start picking up players one by one. But for now, we see Morph being very mellow about it, being very humble. But maybe as the rounds slowly continue on, maybe we might see some slip up that AHQ might just use to exploit once they figure things out.
Yep, so we are back. So sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. Fidel here trying to land the shots here with the Hunter's Fury right at the start of the round. This is a little bit reminiscent of what Sinatra would be doing here. Not landing the shots here, but the Blade Storm going to be completely missing here for Milk. Fat Penguin is going to punish as he pokes through. He gets the second there onto Io. And not really working out here for AHQ. And I think, of course, Milk with the Blade Storm, definitely one of the shining hopes on an eco round like this. But now, look at them pushing here onto the Seaside Arbiter. He is going to be able to get one, but Freya hiding in the backside. He is going to be able to take them. But look at the subsequent frags here. Chud going to be getting the final 2.
Oh, dude, let's just like slow things down a bit. Let's just start from the very beginning of what happened for the last round. That the Blade Storm coming out from Mill, who was actually trying to catch his Fat Penguin. I tell you this first, Fat Penguin was just pretty much like, even though his name is Fat Penguin, I don't think he was fat at all because he was able to just sidestep all of that missed Blade Storm here and was still not only able to shut down the Jet or Mill here, he was able to follow up on Arbiter here, picking up a beautiful double kill, and that literally put HQ, I think, and the rest of the remaining 3 members to become very panicked as they started pushing towards this B.
Yeah, Arbiter was making some significant inroads there, but was going to get shut down, just like the rest of AHQ. So, this is, again, not going to be the fullest of buys here. Milk going to be opting for the Sheriff. There's not going to be a whole lot of presence on the A side. I think that Morph knows they don't want to get overloaded here, but Famous, though, he's going to be picking off Io, who's going for that aggressive peek on a garage, double doors. And with that, we are still seeing a little bit of poking and prodding for AHQ. They seem to be losing a few ideas as to how they want to approach this, but of course they are just poking and prodding, gathering a bit more information to try and plot things out.
So anyway, Aldro's going to be able to spot out quite an amount of pepper. Fiddle getting ready to drop out the recon, both finds one, but Mill was able to be picked off. Cut here, shutting him down for good, making it down, tying things down to a 4v4. Now Mill currently under hell here, or under heaven in this case here. He's waiting for a possible retake from the side here of Morph East. Well, Hunter Fish going to be coming there and won't be able to snipe down Faber down for good. But Fiddle was able to trade things out on Mill, followed by the double kill on Arbiter as well. We're going to be looking at 2v3. They need to be really quick as possible. But Sally, Freya, the North Gardens coming in hot here, literally executing the last 2 members here, and now they're gonna go for a casual defuse on this fight.
Oh, good retake coming out here from Morph once again, but we'll see how things are going to be shaping up after AHQ is going to be able to buy a bit more, but they have extended the lead here by the 3 points. But yeah, 4 rounds in a row unanswered, and 5 rounds unanswered here by AHQ. This is something that they really need to turn around as soon as possible. But of course, they will be looking forward to the defensive half. They are taking a very balanced lineup, so they could be looking at everything to be a bit fortunate. And in any case, we'll see that the operator here going to be brought out by Chud. So might be a bit of a dampener here. He's going to go for the sewer peak.
And by the way, he got spotted out as well. He's going to be dropping out that cloud burst and instantly fall back. To go for another angle, another corner that allows him to go for that snipe composition with that operator. Oh, he's gonna be finding one. As well gets for the tag, but Sally was not able to get tagged instead, and instantly has to tailwind away. He barely gets out alive with 11 HP. So I believe Mill knows that he tagged him, but he feels very bad about it too, because he's like, wow, how could he really miss a clean shot for himself, especially since a window of opportunity was pretty much open for Mill just now.
Yeah, so now we are going to be getting the AHQ players here moving into A. They are trying to get the plant down. Arbiter already taking up position here on Hell. And the spray here by Milk is going to be good, as he's going to be able to take down another one here. Chud here not going to be able to answer to that one. And I'm not sure if Milk here, is he going to be drafting up to heaven to try and take at least the operator. There's going to be a little bit of a reward there if he can, but they are going to be keeping their eyes on the prize. 2 players here going to be hanging out by B mid, and again, just going to be looking here for any opportunity to try and get some exit kills.
Anyway, now the time is slowly coming up. By the way, beautiful copper is going to be used as well just to mask their sights on top of this heaven, because he knows someone's currently up there. He's going to be dropping down even a second copper just to buy a little more time. But anyway, the rest of the will be full map because the spike's going to be coming down. But Fat Penguin was able to pick up a couple of extra frames for himself, trying to connect the tower. He gets the second one, almost gets the third, but because of the paranoia, he's going to be gunned down for good by Io here.
Oh, and now look at this. HQ is at least going to get one back on the board after the successful spike being going off. And now this is going to give them a chance to solidify the bank. There's still going to be the opportunity here for Morph to buy this round. Even if things go wrong, they can still buy again. But they are going for the double operator here. Fidel Wow is going to be peeking out on this long side as Chud is going to be hanging out on C-Long.
But anyway, at the same time, if you notice as well, although the double up is going to be picked up from the other side for the team, their AHQ's Cypher has his neural theft. So the fact that if the one of the member were to be dropped, he can actually use it and try to figure out where the remaining position, and then they can try to figure out how they are going to go contesting against both of these double up openings. And if you know, wow, still holding on this angle from the side itself, and we're going to be dropping out even the flash point. But anyway, here comes the tailwind with a beautiful flash coming from the CV. Mill was able to shut him down for good, but Fat Penguin managed to trade things off currently because of the parallel, even dropping down the down cover to allow him to trade things off against Arbiter. But coming in with the Blade Storm will be to pick up one member, and we're currently looking at a 2v3.
Oh, Fat Penguin didn't need much vision here to get the first frag, and now we'll see that the retake coming in here, but Famous not able to land the shots. It's a 2v2 scenario here to try and close things out. Chud here trying to look for an opening, but of course Spike only just getting planted, not going to allow them much time, or rather there's a lot of time, but Io doesn't even care. He's going to roll for the wall fight. The shot's not landing. It's going to be able to get out Io, but Cat here is going to be able to close it out, but Freya had the chance to eliminate Cat, but couldn't hit the shots. Could hit it onto Io, but now that does mean that AHQ is going to start rolling momentum. This is the last full buy that Morph can go for, and this is going to be crucial if they want to try and close out this defensive half strong.
And the worst part about it as well, in the last round, we saw Freya, he took his eye off for a second, and because he did that, his gun or his operator muzzle was actually spotted out outside of Heaven's window, allowing the rest of Io to know exactly where it was and to go for that wall bite. By the way, here comes the engagement from the rest of the team here. AHQ dropping down the fault line and even down the cloud burst. He knows someone is at that corner, but he had no idea whether he was able to escape. Here comes the line of sound, here comes the recon as well. You should be able to know and figure things out. Spots, oh, that was beautiful. Spots already. Kat was still able to pick out one, and but then again it'll be traded off by Ken. But Kat has did so much damage as it is, as he was able to pick out two crucial member, which was needed for AHQ to actually push onto the side.
Yeah, that pressure was going to be devastating against HQ. Now they have to find other inroads. Famous though is going to punish Io for peeking out of the B window, and now this might prompt AHQ to try and save their guns. I'm not sure if they want to try and continue to push. This could still be on the cards depending on how they look at it, but Kent, he's going to be at least getting a little bit more information here on the B side, clearing out the tripwire with the Owl drone, but now there's going to be a little bit more rotation coming out here from Morph with that little bit of utility being expended. They're going to be trying to clear a bit more of that mid side.
And it looks like our team AHQ. They look like they want to try to go for this B plan, but it's gonna be careful as well because the timing is not really working out in his favor. Actually, he just came up just in time. He needs to get through that double door, but he gets spotted out instead. Probably not get tagged either. But Fidel did find him out. Cypher gonna be coming out with this unknown location. Gonna be revealed. Watch him for the corner. But he missed out the first shot that was so crucial here. But Freya will be able to secure this defenders round for the side here of Morph Esports.
It's good movement coming out from Morph to be able to catch the rotation coming through the garage side of things. Not going to be left unnoticed, but now, of course, Chud here did get things going as he was taking these aggressive angles. Going to be able to take down two players, including his opposite number. Rainey had the right idea, of course, to flush him out, but Chud, instead of going for the tailwind back in towards the A side, definitely went for that second kill. Now, Morph does find themselves in a good position yet again. There's only going to be 2 rounds left in this half for HQ to try and make it a little bit of a better story of this.
Yeah, anyway, speaking of better story, they have to start creating their own story for themselves here because Morph is constantly on a roll here and still constantly dominating as well as Fat Bang was able to pick up a bit of kill on Arbiter, slowly denying another push for themselves. They still have the jet and the breach on the side of HQ to allow them to set things up and engage to any point of the side here, but all they got is literally point A. They cannot go towards this point B because it's a little bit too dangerous and a little bit too solid coming from the side. Ooh, he gets spotted out towards the side here. They're going to be able to try to force him out, but the Paranoid gonna try to buy him a little more time, but not enough at all because Rady was still able to pick up Fiddle Wall at the side here of A short.
Oh, good picks coming out here. Milk going in here with the place missing the right click, and Fat Penguin's gonna punish. He gets the here.
Yes!
Cat going down. Io finally finishes him off, but at what cost here? Rady goes down as well. But now Io, he's gonna stem the tide. They are trying to come through the connector side. He is all by himself. He will be trying to get that extra money here for his team, but he does have the option for this clutch opportunity. They're coming into on side here. They're not giving him a lot of time. He gets one here. He might be able to get a second. Not able to click on the head of Famous. And they are going to be able to get the defuse. More going to be putting 7 on the board.
Now, see, this is the part where Reina comes into play for the side of Morph Esports, right? Because they are so confident with those retakes, right? And every time their teammate was able to pick up one, or at least Reina in this case, or Famous was able to pick up any members of AHQ, he's going to be able to dismiss and go in while he was in town. Will get that information, pop back out, and go for that heal. I believe that's pretty much what he was actually trying to go for when it comes for this retake. So Morph Esports totally dominating right now with a total score of 7-4 here. But remember, this is literally the last round here, and all the buys have to be bought. Even the Guardian is even going to be coming up from the side of AHQ.
Hey, you gotta spend that money any way you can. But now Morph does have to thank Fat Penguin quite substantially here, but Chud, he was one of those who also shining bright for his team, but he's gonna take it down. Now Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to get intel here. Milk is gonna be able to stop Fat Penguin from influencing this final round of the half. Now Famous here is gonna at least be able to trade one back as he's stemming through the connector side, but now we will see this retake has to happen with only the 3 members remaining, and they still got 4 to worry about.
Oh, Lear's gonna be coming in as well as they push towards the side, but Mil is there with the punish, not only 2, but 3 members of Morph Esports. Last one said he's gonna get the quad with the updraft towards heaven. Now that's what I call divine judgment coming out from Mil.
Are you kidding me? He's able to land the shots there, and yeah, updraft just to say peekaboo. I see you, and now looks like HQ gonna at least close out the half decently here. It's only going to be 7-5, definitely not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, especially since defensive side has tended to work out a bit better when you do have these kind of lineups where, yeah, I think HQ could have brought a more aggressive one, but with this balanced lineup, I think it's going to be working well in their favor. We did see earlier on as well great combinations using the Breach and the Jet, so we could see that again as they want to try and throw off Morph. This is going to be our second pistol round, and we're already seeing that HQ lining up here on the B and garage side.
Now taking things nice and slow as well. Fault Line's going to be committed. Here comes the Owl Drone to give a little bit of information. They were only able to spot one towards the garage, but they're not sure whether there's actually 2 of them instead of 1. He's still hanging behind the double doors trying to buy enough time. Paranoid is going to be committed just to give out any position. By the way, Radio was going to be picked up, but Arbor was able to trade things back on shot. Here comes Milk, the last MVP from previous round, taking a beautiful kill on Fiddle. We're looking at a 3v4 here. HQ trying their best to hold down the line, but the point is this: I love the position coming from the Omen for the side here of here.
Oh, and look at the shots there. Not going to be able to take down Fat Penguin when he's got a bit of armor there. Going to be pairing it up with the Frenzy, and now that's going to clear out this seaside. There's still going to be the chance, of course, here for HQ. They do have the 3 players. We can already see the rotation coming out to long, but the Tripwire has given away his position. Now Arbiter is going to be pushing here from the garage side. You might be able to get some angles there, but look at the coordination coming in here. They do have IO moving in as well from the spawn side of things here, but Arbiter not going to be able to get through garage here. Milk will be able to take down his man on the C-Long, but it's Io down here. It's a 2v1. Look at this situation. It's so difficult for him. He does manage to nail 1. Can he make it 4 on the round? Use the tailwind to get away here. Famous still trying to lock him down, but Milk with no HP. He only is 1 shot away. And Famous going to be able to dink him in the head, and Milk is going to be extinguished here from our second pistol round.
Dude, they were going left and right. Milk almost got his second quad kill in a row. But anyway, Famous really playing around with that corner here. Same goes with Milk in this case. But in the end, Famous came out on top here with the ding to the head, making that her triple kill, her third kill in that entire round. By the way, coming for the buys as well, Marv is going to be going for this anti-eco as well, going to be coming up with 3 Spectres and even committing one Phantom and even a Vandal as well.
Oh yeah, so they are really busting out all the big guns here on the anti-eco. So see how they want to try and maneuver around with this. They are, of course, going to be on attack, so they have to be careful about all these short avenues, and that's why you have 3 players here from HQ all stacked on the A-long. They know what they are going to try and do, but of course, they are going to start flushing out here from the Cubby side. Oh, there's not much that he could do. He's already taken so much damage. Cat is going to go down, but Rainy at least gets the trade here on the Chud.
Oh, dude, and I also love the fact that Cat was so afraid. He was like, oh, someone's gonna pick me. He turns away at the very last minute instead of trying to pick back and gets punished for it. But anyway, Famous was able to get the drop on Rainy here. Not to really say tying things down, but making things more advantageous coming from the side of Morph Eastwell, who has 1-man advantage. And Arbiter here is not looking that healthy at all. Now the rest of the team slowly and just pressuring for the side. But Io, he is the lurker, and he's so close. They don't know. He's right behind them. He's just waiting for his teammate to give him a little bit more information before he slowly creeps up behind them and instantly punish them for it. By the way, currently we can see HQ trying to buy enough time. Ooh, Milk with the shorty, but then again, Famous with the Venom was able to punish Arbiter for good. Say good for Penguin. Io sadly a little bit too far and a little bit too late. Would not be able to assist the game, but he's going to be trying to do his best. But Fiddle, wow, it's just like, hey man, just go back home.
Yeah, Milk with the smoke there. Unfortunately, not going to be fast enough. Otherwise, the Super Shorty would make a bit of short work of the more players. Fat Penguin, especially, who was there. But luckily for him, he was on the point. But this is going to be AHQ starting to bounce back if they can. It's going to be this full buy, and I don't really think that they want to fall to this, especially since we still have 2 Spectres on the board for more, so they are going to be very economical so far in this game. It's 9-5, and let's not forget, this is AHQ's map pick, but Morphs did have the opportunity in the previous game to watch how the Taiwanese are going to be playing this, but now we are engaging here on round number 15, and this is actually going to be a bit of weightage here for both A and C by the defenders.
Well, look how close they are between both Arbiter and even Io here in this, or Freya in this case here, as he slowly pushes forward. He knows he's still holding out this corner. He's going to be using his spike to not only spot him out, he wants to try to get this Spectre, shut him down, but just barely at the hit. We'll ding him with the Spectre here. Freya is going to be sending Arbiter back to the Valhalla in this case. But anyway, 5v4 members of Morph East was still taking it nice and easy here because they know there's the existence of the breach. There's still a lot of counter pushing on the side here of AHQ with the flashpoint and the smokes here. They're trying to pick off a couple of more members before they feel more confident before they push onto one of these sides.
And now they are still poking and prodding, coming into Garage here, but Io is going to shut down Famous, and that's going to be a little bit annoying here for North. They have to try and see, so they want to try and push through this, and with the utility that they still have available, could be on the cards, but they are starting to wait a little bit more here to the C long, but there is going to be Io pushing down aggressively here, not able to land the shot. Penguin will punish him. What kind of timing was that? Definitely going to be against the AHQ player.
Darkham's going to be used as well to try to cover the very entrance of Garage. But Bill, he spots one going for the play down, but Insta gets picked up by Card. Here comes a couple of trades. We're looking at currently at a 1v2. Fiddle Wow alongside with Fat Penguin, and Fat Penguin will secure the round as he picks up Rainy, and Morph Esports will be hitting that double digit first. Jay.
Oh, I'm not sure if there was the fault line by Rainy there at the last second, and he actually stopped the plant. I couldn't quite catch it, but I do think that it would be very close there. I'm not sure is there enough time to plant the spike, but it matters not because Rainy still did peek out, and he did manage to get, or he did get taken out. So that's going to be 3 rounds on the trot here to start the attacking half for Morphs. They are looking pretty good for it. They already have this 5-point lead, and we're running out of rounds for AHQ to turn this into something positive, as they're going to have to be on the eco side of things now. If they lose this round, they are only going to have 2 rounds to try and make do with this, and that's not a lot of buffer to work with.
Definitely not a lot of buffer or even rounds to work for on the side here of AHQ, but then again, we still need to give that the benefit of the doubt as well, because sometimes remember, this is their map pick as well. Although sure, maybe they don't like to play on the defensive side, but they still have to make these work if they want to get as much points for themselves before they pick up the top 2 teams. So towards this playoffs. Ooh, but even the Paradox, it's still not enough, as Io was able to get the drop on Fat Hangman. Freya was able to trade this back with Io, making this down to a 4v4. You see the rest of the team taking this nice and easy, playing with the time. Although best part about it, Morph realized that HQ doesn't really have that Cypher anymore, so it's gonna be a really hard push for them, and they have to make a gamble with that Jet Tailwind Cloudburst initiation combo.
Yeah, it has been working out pretty well for them. Let's see if it's going to continue to be a factor. Of course, against Eco round here, only Sheriff's going to be in the hands of HQ. Going to be working out pretty well, all things considered. But Milk has other ideas. He pops the Blade Storm, gonna be able to catch one. Now, of course, we are seeing them pushing in here. Famous already popping out the Empress, gonna be getting that little bit of intel. But now Milk trying to land the shot here, not happening. Missing the right click, but it doesn't matter. He takes out Famous here. But now they are all streaming on the side. It's a 2v2 situation though. Kanda, he has the Bucky, not gonna get close enough and land enough with the pellets. And that's Fidel. Wow, to take down his opposite number. Morph, though, taking considerable damage as well. But they are still able to full buy. If they can take down AHQ, this is almost certain to be a win in their favor here in map number 1.
Oh man, this is all or nothing in this point, Jay. Seriously, they're going to be gambling with their lives instead of going for this eco for themselves. But then again, they also realize if they go for this eco here, that's pretty much like giving, not to say a guaranteed, but of course it's a higher chance of giving a free round towards Morph Esports, who is only 2 points away from securing the first game of this BO2.
Yeah, and now this is gonna be a little bit precarious, but now Milk still gonna be peeking out. We'll finally have Operator's hands. He's gonna get the opening pick here. Freya getting shut down as he's trying to explore it through Bard, but not happening. I think they can kind of guess here. That was the Cypher. He's gonna be on the lurk. This is gonna be an A push. We can already see 3 players stacking up here for the defenders, and they're already starting to take a little bit of better angles to be a bit more unpredictable for Morph, but they are still going to be hedging their bets, of course, as they do still have 2 players over on BNC.
Still holding on the line, so a lot of smokes, a lot of commitment is going to be committed as well. But anyway, Shot and Favor doing a lot of work towards the dependency of AHQ. Now going to be down to a 4v3. Mill instantly has to fall back because he knows he has to operate there and he doesn't really do well in close quarter combat. Has to fall back to go for this reset. But Rainy, he only needs 1 more kill before he gets that Rolling Thunder. If he manages to get this out as well, he's going to be able to assist his team in many ways possible. But Mill was able to tie this on Shot, able to pick one, and Mill's going to follow up with the double kill with the wallbang on Favor. Ready gets from the heavens above here on Fat Hangman, although he gets traded off, but now it's going to be coming down to a 1v2. But remember, Fidel all alone. Spike's been planted. He needs to be careful. He finds out to go for the spray now, and Ayo turns things around for AHQ, and AHQ will live the fight for another round, Jay.
3v4 retake working out in the favor of AHQ, and they got to thank their lucky stars and Milk here for making it happen. Milk with the 3k on the round, going to be absolutely chuffed with that performance, and this is exactly the kind of momentum that is needed. But the Indonesian team of Morph, of course, will have the chance to still buy in this round, and they could still make it a very difficult proposition because HQ, they have to get 7 rounds in a row here to really come out with it. It's still a difficult task despite the fact that they have this balance lineup that might work well here on defense.
But remember, Rainy doesn't really have enough to get that Phantom or even the Vandal. He has to stick with whatever guns he could afford, and that's going to be the Bulldog. But then again, if he's able to drop 1 member for the side of Morph Esports, then maybe potentially he's going to be able to get that beautiful weapon switch to get that better of firearms. But still comes to the mix here, still taking things nice and easy, because remember, both teams having Cypher here, they need to get as much information as possible. They don't have any aggressive lineup like the Phoenix or any major amount of flashes, although yes, the Breach will be great for the initiation, but Rainy is currently on the defensive side. So right now he's just going to go look around. He's giving a lot of information towards his team. Now they're trying to figure out where in the world are they. They're not alone. They're not at A. But that just shows that Morph Esports, they're still dangling and dancing around their spawn. But finally we can see on the minimap that they are getting ready to rotate towards the C long.
Oh, yeah. And oh, no, look at the moment there that we saw the likes of Milk moving up onto the platform. He just misses it. He gets it! Colorado here to shut down Chud and Fat Penguin. They're going to start rotating over for the defense. And, whoa, players straight away down there for more. Now, this is going to be prompting quite the rotation coming out. But we are still going to be seeing the Hunter's Fury coming out here for Cat. He's going to nail down Freya. There's only one player left as Payment down. And Io is going to be able to get the double to finish things. And wow, this is gonna be perhaps a great round here for HQ to bounce back. Morphs, they're gonna have to opt for maybe a little bit of a light buy here. They are actually going to be buying Spectres.
Oh man, and the thing is this as well, because not all of them is going to be committing towards this buy here. They're going to get some of them will go for full armor, some for light, but only one of the members, make that 2 will be committing, or sorry, make that 3 in this case. I guess they finally just committed towards this, guys. It's fine. Fully commit this buy, not fully go for the full buy. Whoever can buy something, get that chance. So we're going to be seeing 3 Spectres against fully equipped 4 rifles and 1 operator. But this Milk was able to start things off, and was able to snipe away Famous, and ready going to bring the raid to its final wall. And now 2 members of Morph Esports are currently out of commission.
Oh, the aggressive peek here working again very well here from Milk out of the garage double doors, but now this is again a difficult proposition for Morph. They are 2 players down, and they essentially did a force buy here to try and counteract what is going on against the likes of AHQ, but it's not working out. Oh, Chud here is going to finally win in the battle of potatoes here, but oh, look at the trade coming out. Arbiter is going to be able to finally get it on here, but he's moving here along the A-link side. He is going to be able to spot out Chud. And I think that was a bit of a gamble that didn't pay off here from Morph. They invested heavily into the 3 Spectres and a Sheriff, if not mistaken. And now they are going to have this option with this now $2,900 coming into the bank to just nicely buy.
The thing is this as well, like, they were so confident with that gamble, although yes, sure, they was hoping with that gamble they can win the round, but at the same time, they already has the precaution, already all the fail-safe plan has already been going to work as well. That contingency plan worked because they fully understand if they lose this one, it's going to be the 3rd round. So they're going to still get the 2,900 credits, and they still will have enough to go for this full buy with this rifle. But then again, Morph Esports, they really do not want to lose this round, because they know if they do, then they're going to be potentially giving 2 more rounds to the side here of AHQ, and that's going to put AHQ in a double-digit corner, very close time to Morph Esports' score.
Yeah, 2 ults in favor of HQ can't directly impact things, as of course we do see the heavy mid presence. They are pushing towards B. Oh, Milk missing the shot. He needs to hit those. Now he's going to be able to take down Fat Penguin in the end. He actually runs right past his teammate there, but now they are going to be streaming here onto the B side. Io, though, they're coming in from the sides, and they're starting to take them out. The flank here going to be exposed as well for more.
Okay, still looking for one. The last one setting off for a while. Surrounded from all sides. Managed to get 1 trade up, but then again, will be picked off instead by Arbiter. So in the last one, he's just going to be losing 2 members. But Morph, now with that full buy since they lost, they have to go for this eco. And you know what that means. AHQ will potentially get another round for themselves here. And now Morph Esports has to work even more harder to secure the last 2 points for themselves.
Yeah, but they are going to still be opting to buy here, it would seem, as really they want to get back to winning ways, but we'll have to see if this is going to be paying off. There's only going to be 1 Vandal on the board, and Sheriffs and SMGs across the board, and now they're going to actually take a more aggressive stance on A. We don't even see the lurk coming out over on the C side, as we typically saw before through Freya, but now this stack up on A lobby, they are just trying to gather as much intel as possible, but doesn't look good for them in this round.
The thing is, it's like, the thing about gamble is that you actually will lose really hard. Although the rewards, high risk will come with high rewards, but you're going to be punished time and time again. And the thing is you're not really committed like a full proper force proper buy either. It's all pretty much very broken, and only some of them only has like a Spectre and a Vandal. Anyway, coming down to the side here as well, going to be a couple of smokes and teleportation. Now we're looking at a constant force push here. Dark Coming is going to be used towards Heaven. So towards the side. Here comes the counter utilities as well. Paranoia is going to be committed, but thankfully with all all this smoke. Cut will be able to stay alive, but sadly for now, Valorant Hamilton was able to go for the moldown with the double kill. There's the trade was there. Cannon trying to pull up for the team. Well, how you get picked up by that Sharon? It's been a while, and Famous is keeping this team alive and strong. We're currently looking at a 2v2 as well. Smart to be playing. Ooh, here comes that drop. And Famous will be able to drop down Mill. After Shark will be trying to put them back. And Famous is pulling the win for the team here with the quad kill. And now more V1 is 12-9, Jay.
Oh, Famous just mowing everyone down here with Emperor. Said he's going to be really carrying Morph here to the map point. It's 12-9. The Indonesians can still take this here with a few rounds to spare. And let's not forget, with the stacked group, they need to try and get the best round differential as possible because they don't know what's going to happen later on the second map. And looking at this, it was a nice take coming out from them. We did see that Chud was throwing a bit of fakes there. Tail went into the side there to make them think otherwise in terms of the presence on A. Now, looks like C here is going to be bombarded by the Hunter's Fury, but Fidel is only going to land a shot on the third and final arrow.
Either way, the thing is whether it lands or not, the whole goal was just to try to force him out of that corner as well to see if his teammates were able to pick him up. But then again, Mill sidestepping and positioning was really well played. So the rest of the team, even with the Hunter Spirit, was still not enough to allow his teammate to get the kill on Mill. Dark Cover's going to be committed as well. Looks like we see North East was slowly pushing down to the side. Look at the amount of smoke already committed, even with the tailwind as well, forcing Mill to instantly back up because he's holding the operator. It's not going to be really great with that close quarter combat against the rival. But here anyway, Freya's going to be able to start things out as he was able to shut down Rainy. That's pretty big. No more breach of force back, but I try to tie things out with a 1v1 on his own personal mirror image here, tying things down to a 4v4.
Oh, and now looks like the retake is full force by Fidel. Gets his second there just by watching the flank here. Famous and Chud, they're going to stitch up the rest here through the crossfire cannon with only 10 HP in a dream. Gets 2 of the players. Now, he has got a lot to do and not a lot of HP to do it in. And he's going to really get spotted out. Oh, no. This doesn't look too good here for the HQ player. He's going to try and stick it, but it's not going to happen. Does look like Morphs here. We'll take our first map here of the final series of their group stages. So, looking at this, HQ falls on their map pick here, Haven.
Oh, dude, and just really unfortunate as well. By the time they finally came online, it's just a little too late. Morph Esports has done significant amount of damage and got many scores, managed to rack up many scores for himself. And the thing is this, Mill, it's not to say that the rest of the team was underperforming or anything. Look at the score as well. Mill is currently on top of the leaderboard here with 7 first blood, which is like literally nothing to be surprised of as well. This is pretty much how Jet is going to be playing. Like, you sort of try to force out those first blood. Once you get that pickup, you instantly going to be trying to tailwind away. And 7 first blood is significantly huge, by the way, Jay.
Oh, it definitely is. Milk trying to do the best that he can, but just not able to carry the team to victory here in the first map, and a bit unfortunate. But I have to give credit to Morphs. They did put up a really good fight. I think the kind of aggression that we saw coming out from them really allowed them to maneuver forward here in this game, and as a result, they are looking pretty here to take the series. As let's not forget, Morph, of course, they need to try and get the best results here to move through. They did already take one map in each of their previous series, but because of how things are very precarious or very close in the standings, there's the high potential that things could be out of their hands if they do not win both of the maps now. When it comes to our final match of the day, which we have Enter, of course, which is going to be playing against Brett.
Yeah, and the thing about this as well, like all and everything as well, Morph still has one or more, and even our dear friends from this team of AHQ still has one more game in this 5th series here to see whether they're going to be able to take the win for themselves here. But most importantly, I think AHQ is just not comfortable with the amount of aggressive plays, because remember, Morph Esports, they're not playing just aggressive here. They're actually throwing out a lot of smoke, and that's actually making AHQ very uncomfortable with this, because they're so used to one smoke and a couple of flashes. But in this case, there's just so many smoke, cloudbursts, dark cover, and even with the existing tailwind, he couldn't see anyone in there. And since they're not very comfortable with close quarter combat, they constantly fall back. And when that happens, that just allows Morph Esports to constantly get a full control on one side when they're attacking. And after that, it's just really hard for AHQ to really go for those retakes. But either way, More Esport, that is the pride. Everyone back at the Twitch and everyone back at home very happy of this performance coming in from Morph Esport here.
I think what was quite telling in the second half when we did see a lot of the attacks coming out here from Morph was going to be able to create a lot of space getting on the site. When HQ was able to find the tells there on how the attacks were going to be piling towards A in particular, Chud was able to create so much space, and with the 3-player stack there and trying to be proactive in defending it, they got taken down straight away, you know, and that really made the retakes very difficult here for HQ. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it here for our first map of the series. We still have one more, and we're looking at how these teams are going to duke it out on Ascent. So we're going to be tossing it back to our awesome analyst panel, and we will see you guys in just a little bit. I'm Play the J, he's YOLO Lee, and we'll see you.
Hello and welcome on the panel to answer the question. What happened in the game we just witnessed? My name is Mr. Ava Plus. Joining me here is Seek and Strike and finally the Hound. So you can get some inside psychological perspective. First, I'm going to start with you, Seek.
Yeah.
From the gameplay perspective.
Yeah.
What happened there?
I mean, I think we went into this game asking the question, what are SEA Valorant teams? Can they play Valorant? Let's find out. And we found out that it's actually not going to be a breeze, such a cakewalk here for AHQ, right? As they will go down in map 1 to Morph. So we could see yet another tie here. We did get a 2-0 at least last match here for AHQ over Enter. So we could actually see potentially AHQ still in an okay position.
Yeah.
But if they get 2-0'd here, I think their fate might be in Enter's hands. It's going to get really fun, and we're going to get the math nerds to crunch some numbers behind the scenes here and let us know what those outcomes could be.
Actually, we have a bunch of admins that hate these teams because they're like, oh my god, we have to take out the calculators now. Hound, I want to look at the other perspective. He talks about the game, right? But I want to see, you know, what are the players thinking? I know you have that insight in the player's psyche, so.
I tend to look at it more of sometimes it's very hard to actually pinpoint in terms of player psyche because it's, to me, you can never really tell what motivates a person and sometimes what really, not just the motivations behind it, but what really drives them to make some of these decisions, right? So let's take a look at what, yeah, exactly, right? So let's take a look at what they know, what we do know thus far in terms of agent pickups here. Game number 1, Haven, Morph picked up Omen, Sova, Reyna, Cypher, and Jet, whereas AHQ is going to pick up Breach, Cypher, Sova, Jet, and Omen. So relatively similar thus far, except for the Breach and the difference between the Breach and the Reyna. So what do you think about this here, Seek, in terms of this agent pickups here? Because when I look at it, I think that Morph wants to play for picks. They want to be fighting it out with the Reyna as well. Yes, we've always said it time and time again. Reyna really pops off in terms of value, in terms of getting those kills off and making sure that the dismiss and the heals are put to maximum use. Do you think that they did that accordingly?
Yeah, definitely. I think Famous, by the way, deserves a really big shout out there. They won 3 1v1 clutch scenarios. I think they had 2 2Ks, a 3K, and a 4K as well there, utilizing the Empress to clutch out some really, really big rounds for the team when they were at risk of losing eco control and possibly letting AHQ back into the game. And overall, Morph generally deserves a big shout out there, winning the Thrifty round there to secure the 12th round and eventually go on to get the 13th. But I agree. I think the Reyna, we're actually seeing a lot more here in the SEA region.
Yes.
I think in a lot of our research, we're looking more, yes, at the previous Community Cups and some of the more Japanese and South Korean tournaments. But a lot of the Valorant has been really set the meta. It was in Europe, right? That's where the Breach meta started. We definitely see that here. But Reyna was nowhere to be seen, almost as
or in America either.
Or in America, yeah, for that reason. So I think this is really interesting. Just a quick note. as well. Milk played very aggressively here as well on the Jets, was that operator, but sometimes I frequently saw Milk actually getting caught out, lurking through sites usually, trying to really get up close and personal through the smokes, but very frequently Morph were actually already lurking towards where that Jet was stationed. So a lot of the times it was just Jet throws the smokes, has to pull the weapon back out, and then is killed inside of her own smoke by someone walking through the smoke. So I think that's a really, really great job, just a great job there done, rather, by Morph against the Reyna overall, against the Jet, rather, overall, to keep her under control.
Let me add to this little meta discussion, right? I find something that I've always found about SCA teams, particularly in most esports, actually, is that due to the really vibrant local scenes in these communities, much more so than you would get in, because in Europe, for example, there's no such thing as a necessarily local, right? If you're Spanish, the idea of playing with a French player is not that difficult to you. There's not the idea that the country's not so closed off, and more importantly, they're smaller. So you kind of have to play with people away from your local scene. But here we see, the Thai scene is huge, the Indonesian scene is huge, the Filipino scene is huge. In esports in general, this area is actually quite big. And so most of the time in esports, I actually find that SCA players tend to be the more quote-unquote high-skilled and lacking always in the tactical department. But the skill is always there because they constantly practice. They play a bunch of ranked games. They tend to be very young players as well. And I think that Reyna suits their style because that is the confidence you would see from a young, skilled player.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit pubby as well, but and I don't mean that in a bad way.
No, in a good way.
Reyna would excel in pubs. That's just straight facts.
That's
right?
how you carry your team.
But also Famous, he was kind of crazy. He was just kind of like running down long, running into sight, and actually chasing after these kills. Like that's how the agent is supposed to be played. I don't think it was really AHQ responding poorly or anything. I think it was just Reyna taking really smart peeks, knowing that the team was there to back her up in case they got traded away for the refrag immediately. And I think that's how you have to play the agent. And Morph, their playstyle really suited her.
You pointed her out, actually, Hounds. I want to see. Did you approve of this pick as well? Do you think it was well utilized?
I think for me, I really do not have any, how to say, I don't go against any kind of picks. I've always looked at it from a very holistic kind of view in a sense that whether they're able to utilize it efficiently.
Right, exactly.
And the fact remains is that, yes, I totally agree with what Seek said and what you said as well with Europe, the comparison. And a lot of these players, like when you look at Morph and AHQ, they make some of the more rudimentary mistakes here, like very basic mistakes in the sense that crosshair placement is off, the flick is a little bit too far off or too short. But in terms of the ideas that they have, if they actually put more hours into those ideas and expand into it even more and try to break some of the limitations that are inherent for these agents and what they can do and really push them, I think that Southeast Asia can be a very strong powerhouse. And considering that our region is historically, I mean, when we look at Indonesia, Philippines, maybe sometimes Malaysia as well, when you look at Thailand, and all of these countries, how they play very aggressive. They tend to be very like, with reckless abandon, you would say, whereas more when we look at maybe like Europe and NA, they tend to be a little bit more calculative. They tend to be a little bit more...
Except G2.
Yeah, except G2, yes, of course. Well, I mean, there are a few exceptions to it, of course.
Yeah, I mean, one of those exceptions, although not really in Southeast Asia, but still within this tournament here, is Vision Strikers, right? That's kind of the scary thing.
Eternal debate.
Oh, well, hold on, right? Is because you put a class-based FPS system into the game, and the Koreans, they will come. You build it, they will come, and they are so good at it already here. So, but and back to this match here, of course. I don't know. I think they just really did a good job of shutting down Milk, who is still the top fragger there on the Jet. But I kind of agree with you. Sometimes you do see like poor rotations coming up from AHQ, especially their last 2 rounds. I was a bit surprised to see them just a little bit slow to commit. That's partially to do with the way Morph were playing, especially in A. Very frequently, I saw them actually go for a lot of the mind games where they'd push A, they'd use some utility, smoke off heaven, fire off a few shots, then they would run back, walk back to lurk again to see if they could catch anyone now trying to peek that tight angle, and then walk back again. So they found quite a few kills that way, and they knew that, AHQ knew that was a very real possibility for them to come back many times. So again, just well played by Morph there on the attack.
Do you think there's anything, actually, Pound, what do you think AHQ should change for this, like a map that you'd like to see so that they can at that win?
We're going to Ascent, by the way.
Okay. So.
Ooh, okay. Thanks for that
Mhm.
piece of information. I think I would like to see AHQ played a little bit more like how they did with Enter, in a sense, for that first game. I think that they were a little bit more, what's the word for it? There was a little bit more conviction in the way that they actually committed to some of these fights. Whereas for some of these games that they had, for the first game that they had against Morph, there was a little bit of should I, would I, maybe, you know. I mean, I wouldn't actually say that that's a fact, but judging from the gameplay and some of the slow rotations, it does seem to me that that sense of urgency and panic only comes in and suddenly the speed comes up. You know what I mean, from them? And at the end of the day, we'll have to see what Ascent has to offer, because to me, I think AHQ has a very strong capabilities against Morph, but Morph tends to be a little bit of a wild card here. You know, you would think that people tend to follow it this way, but then Morph decides to split everything, every expectation on their head, and do something completely different.
Well, the game is about to begin. The second map is about to start. So I would like to hear Mr. Seek Strike first. Do you think we're gonna see a tie, or is it gonna be a 2-0 this time?
No tie.
No
2-0.
tie. 2-0. Okay. Very confident.
Yes.
What about you?
Indonesia, boleh? 2-0 for Morph.
All right, full Indonesian panel. All right, nice to see this here, some camaraderie. So let's see if my panelists are correct and Morph will take the 2-0, or if AHQ managed to bring this back and get the tie. Because with this tie, if AHQ manages to get it, they pretty much secure their spot out of Group D. So there is a lot riding on this match, because Morph is also thinking the exact same thing. Let's see what's going to happen as we throw it away to the casters for the last match of the series. HQ versus Morph. Take it away, please.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another round of the ePoils Royal Sea Cup for the 5th series of tonight, and also the last game for the BO2 between Team AHQ Esport Club versus Morph Esport, all the way from the Indonesia. And of course, thank you so much for the panel as well, Avo, Nick, and even Seek Strike for such an amazing analysis. But of course, I'm Lily, also known as Yodeli, partner once again, the play of the J.
Well, anyways, I think, with this position that we find ourselves in, Morph, they managed to get 3 map wins here, so they're looking pretty good for it. But I think, to push everything beyond reasonable doubt, they'll be looking to push AHQ as much as they can, because let's not forget, AHQ already does have the 3 maps. If they have one more, they are going to be guaranteed for sure.
Yes.
But of course, there could be permutations following on from the final match that we have that hasn't taken place between Enter and Bren. So yeah, I think both of these teams will be highly incentivized here to really give their best effort.
Yeah, in other words, what Jay is trying to say as well, this last round is going to be quite crucial for both of these teams here. Who's going to be able to take it on top? And the last game, especially, just want to recap for you guys on who actually took the win. It was actually Morph Esport who was able to tie the score here of 13-9 against AHQ on a map which AHQ actually picked for themselves. So in this second game, it's definitely going to be on the map of Ascent here, which is actually picked by Morph Esports. So I'm actually looking a little bit more forward here, because now we're currently playing on a map which Morph is going to be a little bit more comfortable with. But then again, all expectation, all this prediction has always been made to be broken here. So let's see whether the other AHQ is able to turn things around back towards their favor against such a dire situation.
Yeah, and today we have seen very not as diverse of map selection as we could have. We've only seen one round of Ascent so far, which was Morph that was going to be taking that in our very first match of the day and map as well. But apart from that, we've just seen Haven and Bind, and maybe because we've seen HQ play Haven every single round, I think Morph was more than prepared, you know, to really approach that one. But HQ, I mean, we're no slouches by any stretch of the imagination. But now, when we move on to Ascent, of course, we're seeing that AHQ is actually going to be opting to pick defense first. But I think, you know, we have only seen a few instances where the attack side has really been able to come out the stronger on this map.
And the thing is, just like it's been a while. Like after witnessing some of Morph games, they rarely play a kind of lineup which has many flashes either. Although there's that one game they did manage to bring a flash agent towards the game, but it's still not enough. I still believe, although sure, it has worked out for a couple of games. But if Morph really wants to seal the deal, they need to at least have some kind of contingency plan, or just for a little bit of that reassurance as well. Because we saw the Reina play coming from Morph Esports as well. Really great duelist. He was able to really step up for the team here. So I think it'd be really cool if he was able to swap out for that finish. So at least that way, not only will you still get a dueler agent, but you still also have that one flash to really secure for the team when they go for that engagement.
No, yeah, I think you're quite right. I mean, at the end of the day, let's not forget that Morph. They did actually bring Reina when they were here on Ascent. They did also bring the Killjoy, in fact, you know. That's in lieu of the Cypher. So we'll see how this is going to be working out in the match versus Enter. It worked out pretty well. It was 13-7. So I think when we consider those kind of results, it's going to be promising for Morph and every Indonesian fan watching on Twitch chat. But now we are going to be heading here into our first round here, and HQ starting off on defense, looking exactly the same in terms of lineup that we saw on Haven. Actually, there's not going to be a Killjoy this time coming out from Morph.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, they really do not want to bring out the Killjoy, but I guess in this case, they're just like, you know what, forget the ball. We are pretty much very comfortable with the kind of lineup for ourselves. Let's not try to break this kind of composition, because that's why the term exists. If it ain't broken, you don't fix it. So in this case, the Indonesian team is going to be very confident with their kind of lineup for themselves as they slowly go towards this first base round. But anyway, while we're waiting here, let's just look at according to the lineup. So Morph going to be introducing to all their lineup composition to you amazing people here in the Twitch chat and whoever is viewing and supporting both of these teams. Morph Esports, they're going to be starting on the attacking side here. They are going to be bringing in Sova, Jet, Omen, Cypher, and the Reina, whereas HQ Esports Club, they're going to come in with the exact same one which they played for the last game as well, being the Cypher, Sova, Jet, Breach, and Omen. Now the thing is this, right, this kind of composition, like a lot of people by analysis, they're going to be saying, oh, HQ looks like a better lineup composition, but again, after witnessing from the last game as well, where the Reina and the rest of the team was able to step up, especially Fat Penguin, who was the guy who was the main fragger, who pretty much set up the tempo for the early stage of the game for Morph Esports, as they were able to rack up many points for the south before switching to the offensive side on the map of Haven.
Yeah, we'll see how things are, whether it's going to be similar here on this map. We are finally about to start here, as we are going to see a little bit more of a stack coming out here on the top mid side, but there's going to be quite a bit of challenge down A lobby and bottom mid. But Ayu is going to get the first frag here, as that's going to be Famous's head taking clean off his shoulders over by Tiles. Can for the refrag is going to be good, but oh, look at the Morph. They're going to be able to get 3 quick kills there, and now they're all rushing into A here from main.
Still going to be pushing it as well. Like Fat Penguin is definitely looking very confident with the dark cover towards doors. They could go to but then again, he is going to prioritize this fight plan because he is to the attacking side. Armada trying to go for the wallbang, was able to do a couple of tags, but not enough to get the pickup. Ken, who was currently on top of Raptors, spots them up, and at the same time, he wants to go for this plan. He wants to ensure all angles is pushed out before he goes for the plan. Fat Penguin is getting ready, and both teams is currently under dark cover, was able to go for a couple of trades, and sadly the round will be sealed, as Khan will seal the deal by getting rid of Khan.
Oh, and yeah, those decisive kills out in mid side of things was going to be opening quite a bit of doors here. They're going to be taking our first round on Ascent, and they're going to be fully buying here in terms of, even one Phantom to add to a couple of Spectres. So We're going to have to see how HQ wants to respond. They are actually opting for the Bucky here, and we have actually seen this work out pretty well for themselves. We did see them use it against Enter as well on Bind. So this is going to be something that they do favor, but that Bucky player is going to be over here on the B main, and see whether Kant can get anything from this.
And the thing is, this is pretty much like, I wouldn't say the only best location, but in this case, he's the most comfortable with as well, because it's the only area which is really close as well, that's going to be able to fully utilize that full damage of that shotgun build-up. But over here comes the Dark Cover, going to be coming towards this B, towards this A shot, which is going to be really crucial as well, because that's forced a lot of members to go towards this A long, as they're going to be crushing right through a very tiny entrance, and this might not work very well for the Sire team of Esports if they are not careful, also able to pick up any members as they slowly engage in.
Oh, this is quite a stack here of the defenders, and I think that Morph does feel their presence, and they're actually going to be tapering their expectations a little bit more. Don't want to really get into a fight that could suffer a bit more consequences than before. Famous here actually going to be taking the Spectre here from his teammate. Now that is going to give him a little bit more firepower. You do want that on your entry at the moment. Famous here going to land a bunch of shots there. Arbiter is going to be feeling it. 19 HP remaining. Dark Cover goes down here, but it's not going to really matter. They're going to spray through that, and now look at the 3 kills that they have managed to rack up your milk. There's got nothing much that you can do here. It's going to get mowed down. Famous moving up here onto the Famous side of things.
Famous, a really good idea with the weapon switch as well, passing his teammate, passing him the Spectre. They're going to be, because he's so confident with that frag as well. This is getting a little bit more closer together. But anyway, he has the Bucky spot. One go for the straight up, but sadly he missed the first shot, and Fat Penguin will heavily punish Ken for this, and it's going to be allowing Morph Esports to get the second round as fair as a flawless round for themselves.
Yeah, now we'll see if HQ can bounce back. They are going to be able to buy up this round, but yeah, Morphs with the buy that we saw coming out from them, they actually only opted for those 3 guns. So with the 2 ghosts that they had remaining, they're going to be able to buy a couple of additional rifles. So they're going to add a lot more potency to them. And if they can continue to with this momentum, that's really going to work out for them. But now we do see that there's going to be that 2-player stack both on the mid side and also on B to wait for any potential advancement. They are going to be taking quite a bit of control here in the middle. Morph here, and Milk here is going to be able to trade out with Penguin.
Still, either way, sadly, Fat Penguin will not be able to hear the be back towards the side, but at least in this case, Morph Esports, they still have their main smoker here, which is the Jet here, and at the same time, Jet is going to be their main initiative towards this side. So, they still have the main fragger, they still have the initiative, although it's really unfortunate they will lose, Morph will lose their Omen here, or Fat Penguin in this case, but it would not stop their onslaught as they will slowly try to push in towards this slide as they take this one step at a time here.
They might have to rely on the cyber cages quite extensively. Losing your Omen first is not good if you want to try and ingress on a site using the dark covers, which of course going to be regenerating over the course of the round. Now we see that they are going to go for a 2-pronged attack. They are trying to clear things out mid. They know that there's a tripwire here right in front of Pizza and waiting for the right time to take it out. But we can already see 2 players going to be taking up position here on B, Rainy and also Ken. Going to be all the way here and back to side. I think now they realize what is up here. The sensor arrows are going to be going out here for the both sides. In fact, here giving quite a bit of intel. Rainy not able to take out Famous. Famous take out both of them. Now this retake looks incredibly difficult as Arbiter and IO have got a world to do.
Definitely a big wall to cover as well, now especially with the spike plant as well, but it looks like AHQ still figure out maybe they want to try to go for this exit kill and not really engage towards the side, because let's be honest, it's very hard to retake point B, especially without enough utilities and without the manpower needed to really push all the way in. So AHQ is going to be playing the humble play and also the safe one as they slowly fall back to a more better and safer location to ensure they do not drop any of the rifles which they bought from this round.
And Morph not really going for the hunt at the moment, and usually you only want to do that if you're going to have a little bit more in the bank. You can afford to lose a couple of your players, but this is definitely making significant inroads here for Morph. 3 rounds in a row on attack in a sense. is gonna definitely be good in their books. They have got their second map win in their sights, but it is still early days. AHQ can still bounce back. Of course, they did save the 2 weapons. They won't be able to have a full buy, but we can probably expect the other 3 players here to try and come out with a little bit of extra buys for themselves, as they do want to try and complement this as best as possible. Can actually going to be opting again here for the Bucky. Well, yeah, gonna just be one Bulldog lower here in terms of the weapon tiers.
Yes. And the thing about this, looks like actually they were thinking of whether they really want to try to commit these full buys or not. One of the members was able to pick up the Bucky, but the rest of the last 2 members, they were like saying like, you know what, it's fine. We have a Vandal, you have a Bucky, I have a Phantom. Let's just commit. We have just the right amount of money. Possibly maybe not able to buy all the utilities, but it should be enough because AHQ is trying to remind themselves they're not on the offensive, they're currently on the defensive. So they just have to hold that angle, be very patient, and not too be greedy or even impatient to really push out to get all those pickups for the rest of the team here. Now look at especially on the minimap as well, Jay. We see a majority of the members still trying to play with the time because like I said before in the last game, having a Cypher on the team here just makes this really slow things down, especially if there's no breach or any form of initiation coming from the side of Mole. Although there is the Jet with the Cloudburst and the Tailwind combo, but it's really hard because the entrance is just not directly on the side except for A.
Oh, but there's going to be more players here for AHQ. They're trying to stop what they can. Io is going to be able to get the first here. The Paranoia affecting him a little bit late. He's going to still be able to take out one of the more players, but now they are trying to get on site. 2-2 here. One bunch through the tree side of things, but they do have 2 players to worry about. Io, though, is going to take down Chud. Arbiter meets his hand here, but oh, look at Famous. He's going to get nailed there by Milk. Transitioning over here, over to the A main side. He takes down Fat Penguin. And with that, AHQ gets their first round on the board, and with 4 players on the board as well, that's pretty good. But Cad, he's a little bit too far away. He's still gonna have the Bucky only.
Yeah, and the best part about it is, well, the gamble. Not to say like a major gamble, but it still worked in his favor. It is forced by, and all of this was really, thank God, because of the positioning and corners they were actually holding, not being too greedy or aggressive, and being very patient. But most importantly, and also 2 of the members of AHQ was able to bring back 2 of those rifles, which really turned things around for them.
Oh, but Milk here, he's going to actually be able to afford the operator at the moment. Trying to lock mid-side. We have seen Morphe here. Very mobile in the middle of the park. Famous is going to be suffering from that one. It's going to be poking out, but look at the dark cover coming in here from Arbiter. He's going to immediately cover the angles, and we already see the reposition here to Garden for Milk is going to be quite the moves, I do believe, to stop any ingressing here from the catwalk side of things.
Now also slowly pushing towards this catwalk, and I think as well at the same time they realize that the Omen is not really here, so there's no dark cover to try to mask or even try to prevent it for this pushing. Now they're slowly pushing to the mixer, but at the very last minute, Fatman was not able to spot the IO, who was at the very edge on that side with the Cloudburst. He was able to punish it really hard for it. Anyway, here comes the pre-firing through the walls. He's going to be able to tag IO just a little bit, not enough to kill him, but it's just able to fall down. But we got the rotation for coming from the big Mill. But Selling was not able to connect, and even while Freya was flashed, he was still able to get a bit of a pickup on Mill. But it looks like not going to be really well played, as Reddy going to be trying it with the flash point. Still, he was able to flash all 3 members, was still get punished and dropped for it. Ken on the other hand was able to get a beautiful kill with the Hunter Fury, and with the Bucky, he was cut down to the ground for good. And the last man standing to be between Buckets, and he gets a double one on it. Although it will be a total of a 3-man pickup for him. And this is exactly what I was telling Gideon. It's always great to have the sidekick of Captain America on your fighting against such unstoppable odds.
Oh, Cad coming up super clutch. The Hunter's Fury going to get the first pick here, and then the double Bucky frags are going to be absolutely sensational for his team. He's going to be able to win these 2 1v1. And not a lot that more could do it. It looked as though things were going really south because, of course, we did see there were 2 engagements, which by right, AHQ did have some advantage because of the flashes, but of course, Milk didn't get it, and he still got taken out there by Freya. And of course, we did also see Raining not able to get any of the 3 players that were right in front of him after all of them were blinded for days.
But can't really step out in that round, and hopefully he can do it again, because right now AHQ is just 1 more point away to just tying things out with more Esports. Definitely not the first time we've been seeing it. It's pretty much very similar for the last game too. And now all this comes down to just that timing and a little bit of luck coming from both of this team here. Famous already getting ready with this steal to re-engage towards his side. He knows full confidence, but the rotation has already been done from AHQ. Jen, here comes the combo followed by the tailway. Well, still, he missed a couple of knives, was still finally able to collect the last one already. Gets the double kill on Ken, but Mill was able to follow on with his own personal double kill with the blaze up against Punisher. But Freya, that's a trade on Io with the neural net as well. Both, now we have the team finally knowing exactly where they're going to be at with that neural theft. Famous holding down the line. Here comes the wall spray coming from the side here on Pizza on top of Io. Arbiter going to be pushing straight on the side. He was able to pick up one kill. He's looking at Fallout, but he's still able to follow up with a double kill again, despite not having the advantage of getting the pick first.
Arbiter just nailing the shots here. He's going to win out in that even fight, and I dare say a little bit unlucky that he was a bit late to taking advantage of the neural theft, because you could see they were trying to get the wall bang there from the boathouse, or rather from the shed. In any case, we did see take, I think, coming out here from Morph. They were able to get the dark cover towards the spawn side of things that isolated Milk. He wasn't able to influence things. Then, of course, the Cloudburst and the dash into the middle of that B main side of things was going to allow him to isolate Rainies and then get the second kill onto Kant, but it was going to be a little too late, and yeah, unfortunately not able to win out in that very tight situation.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, AHQ finally tying things out with Morph Esports. Everyone in the Twitch chat going absolutely well for this. My name is Fiddle. Gonna be throwing in that Aldron to scout things out a little bit, but sadly the Aldron is instantly going to be picked off. By the way, Milk with the operator. He knows he's getting ready. He's just hoping he's ready for a single hit, but sadly Famous is gonna get the drop on him first. There goes the operator. There goes the jet. But then again, the route is not over just yet. As long as they have the breach, and then the Omen HQ should be able to hold as long as they don't go for any more aggressive plays. Anyway, ready to push forward, will be able to punish Famous, but there's a trade-off on the side of Fat Penguin. We're looking at the 3v4, no more breach. Now the rest of the main members of AHQ, they had to play with the position and the right timing as well. But here comes the lurks coming up from the side of Iowa as he pushes aggressively from the Asian, was able to get the draw on Fiddle. They pushes even more, but Fat Penguin punishes Iowa, but Arbiter gets the trade back. 2v2. We're looking at the time before this member. Arbiter going with the shadow step, but suddenly gets punished by Gun. He goes with the tailwind, tries to reposition to get a better angle to go for the spray down. But then again, Cat still holding down that B, not being too aggressive about it because he's still very disciplined about it. But with the neural theft, they pretty much know exactly where he is, and they're getting ready for the rotation, which is this 1v2.
Well, Kant did win a 1v3 not too long ago, so let's see what he's going to be able to muster from this one now. He will be able to have the intel, but he is just going to be creeping in here and looking out for the potential options right now. It is planted here for long, so he really does have to try and take this fight at the very least here. Freya is going to be very low on HP. The double peek, though, is going to be good. He's only able to take down Freya, but Cud will be able to clean things up, and the trade's unfortunately not working well in mid. We did actually see that Arbiter was able to avenge Io, but didn't account for the fact that Freya was still there. Tiles came in there just as he was TPing back on top of the catwalk, and now we find ourselves with HQ not able to maintain the momentum with a 4th round in a row. It's going to be Morph breaking that one, and we're still going to be seeing gun rounds coming out from both teams, albeit Milk does have to opt for the Bulldog this time.
No, especially because they do not really have the best of economy. They just try to make everything work in their favor. But sadly, in this case, he has to be coming up with the Bulldog. Definitely not the best rifle, but it just have to do. And remember, as long as he pick up one, drop one member of Morph Esports, he can always swap out the Bulldog for a more better one. But here comes the slow push coming from the rest of the team. Can gonna be chiming in with that Owl drone. Easily gets picked off, but he gets the information there is 2 members currently outside of that B long. Try to see if we can try to go for this side picks here, and the rest of the team is taking this as slow as possible here.
The distribution, I think, coming out from HQ's defense has been relatively consistent. It's only just been whether or not Milk is going to take aggressive peeks down the mid side, and that's only when he has the operator in his hands. He's actually going to be hanging around here in spawn. using his passive ability to float in the air to be able to see a little bit into mid, as there's going to be that a little bit of elevation in spawn. But now we are going to see that two players are going to be stacking up here towards A short. It's going to be Famous and Freya going to be peeking out quiet currently. We're seeing Arbiter still holding on here. He's going to be getting ready with the paranoia when the push might be coming eventually.
Anyway, Favorite's going to be taking the first step forward, finds him out, especially before he gets thrown in the down cover too. Hunter Shuri going to be committed and will be trying to force that back. And the majority of the members of Morph East were very quick and very super about it because they know time is running out. And thankfully enough, the aggression and that one single push forces 3 members of AHQ totally out of position and out of their comfort zone, and they couldn't react properly in time and got punished by the rest of the members of Morph Esports as they will finally get the plant down, and the rest of the last 2 members of AHQ has to fall back and save that weapon.
Great take coming out here from Morph. Of course, the Hunter's Fury working wonders, and yeah, really catching Arbiter off guard. Was going to get picked off in Garden. Now they are going hunting. They are pretty comfortable with the kind of economy they have. They know that Kant is not in a great position together with AHQ, but it looks like Fat Penguin, he's going to be meeting his end, and now they're all swarming here over to the B lobby side of things. So don't think that they're going to really be able to influence this one here. They're going to be able to save at least 2 guns for their trouble, but not much else.
Yeah, definitely not much out at all. But anyway, Morph Esports looking really great now as they finally break that tiebreaker that's been constantly going back and forth. But then again, at the same time, remember, this is the map of Ascent here. It's actually a really defender favorite map too. So the fact that AHQ is currently defending, it is imperative for them to rack down as much as point as possible before swapping towards the attack side. Because let's be honest, but at the same time, with the current lineup they have, especially with the breach, it should make the attack side a little bit more dangerous compared to the side of Morph Esports here. But anyway, full buys all around coming from the side here of Team AHQ and Team Morph, and Mill once again in the middle trying to maintain that mid control and see if we can go for any quick picks.
I mean, 5 rounds on the board already here for Morph on the attacking side is pretty good. If they can get some more from this, they are going to be sitting pretty, unless AHQ really does have some great attacking strategies to work against Morph. But right now, they are just feeling everyone out. Now, of course, it's not going to be great buys coming out here from AHQ. As of course they don't have the maximum cash coming in just yet, but they do have the 2 guns available to them. I'm not sure if they pass it over to the other side here, but Arbiter, he's going to actually get caught out. A little bit of magicry coming out here from Fidel. It's going to actually rotate all the way back through the spawn side of things, but now there's no one here on the B side of things, and this could be leaving things quite open. There's going to be 3 players moving here on this pizza stack. Could really be bursting down the door in the moment's notice. You can see the take here is going to already be set up as Freya already moving to B main.
Oh, now they're going to be breaking out the door as well, and Raiden was able to get a beautiful pick. Oh god, that was actually pretty big. Oh, Favorite dashing into the base. They're going to be popping that dismiss as well to try to give a little bit of tenable, but Raiden coming down the rain all over that parade, getting a beautiful triple for his team, but Fidel was able to trade it off and punish him out. 10 seconds on the clock. They really need to get this spike planted as fast as possible. Spike! No! He gets the spike plant too! He has to reset it! Io will be able to clutch this for the team at the very last second. There's Sova dropped Fiddle dropped the ball as the spike was just literally probably like a 0.2 second away before being planted.
Oh, and yeah, it's so unfortunate that he wasn't able to continue. I'm not sure what the reason for that was, whether it was lag or whatnot, but whatever it is, he stops there, but it didn't actually stop the wall banks for coming in, and Io really coming. Of course, Rainy's here, getting the double kill there. It's going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, the 3-man pickup coming from the side really put a huge dent to Morph push as well, losing a lot of members as well. And the thing is, it's just really, I think at that point, like the minute, oh my god, the minute Fiddle, right, the minute he accidentally like removed the plant, right, instead of fully planting it, right, I think he started panicking and started realizing, oh no, I forgot the plant down, and then with the timer going out as well, he went to replant instead of trying to go for the pickup. And I think because of that small opening, their opponent Kent was able to fully exploit it and just wall bang him through the very edge of that floor.
But there was just no time as well remaining in that one here. So I think just making sure that Fidel here, his internet is going to be okay, the connection to the server before we get started here. So just that little pause is giving maybe a bit of a timeout here for the teams to think how they're approaching this. Of course, AHQ is looking to build on that last round. They did manage to take it there in whichever circumstances that you might find that to be in. It's still going to be them closing the gap here ever so slightly. I think if they can try and close this out as strongly as possible, I think, you know, all things considered, if they get 6 rounds, I think they would be okay to move on, considering that it could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And the thing is just like, let's just look at the score as well, like 5-4. It's not like it was like one-sided or anything. It just shows as well that this map is not just only defense favorite. It just fully fits with the kind of line composition coming from both of the teams here. Like literally, the minion morph gets on top of the site and gets everything all angles and corners and all booked out. It's really even difficult for HQ, even with the existence of the bridge. They'll one-man shot just makes it so hard for them to go for any of these retakes for the side of the team here. By the way, now finally they're going to be finally going to be positioning their Omen back at that A shot, which he's going to be able to fully utilize that dark cover on at a certain placement where he's able to board out as spotlights to go for that spray down with his weaponry.
And looks like HU will be guessing where the push is going to be coming from. A main is absolutely stacked at the moment, and now the dark covers are popping out here towards door and heaven. So this is going to be the move here to move in. Cut here, using the tailwind again to get inside. He's going to be staving off the pressure on heaven with the cloud burst going down. And really the retake here has to be a little bit concerned. Mill missing his shot there. Oh, no. It's not going to help out his team with that. Cat here is going to actually able to nail down Penguin at that distance. Io moving in here also from heaven. He's gonna get extinguished though, and now with the series of trades is again down to Cat, but he's not gonna be able to do it. Cut though, after being the first man in, he's gonna close things out there with the 4K.
Oh, the first man in, last one out as well. And the best part about it, I'm pretty sure that it's a really clear example that Morph East for their communication is very clean and swift. He literally tells Fiddle, like, die for me. Fiddle went for the pick, although he was very close to get that pick off on the Ken. Sally Ken was a little bit faster, but with that self-sacrifice from his teammate, Kat was able to get that final pick off from the team, securing that 10th round for the side here on Morph Esports. We're currently currently 2 more points before the round switch here. Morph Esports is definitely looking try to settle those 2 points for themselves, but same goes for AHQ.
Oh yeah, and Cut, I mean, like with the initiation is going to be absolutely crucial if he's able to keep this up. But of course, there's only 2 rounds left here in the half, but they are going to be stacking up here on the B side instead. Ken, he's been getting the Bucky here every single round. I think he knows what's up. You can already see the rotation coming in here for Rainy and Milk as well, as they are trying to stop out with this. But the flash there is going to be good there. Freya, just not a lot that can be done. You can already see this is already slowing things down. But Fidel spamming here through the dark cover is going to be able to find his mirror, and now this could be the overload that HQ needs, as there's still going to be Arbiter all the way over on Garden side.
Oh man, enemy weapon switching, trade around as well, because they're getting ready to prepare to dive right into the belly of the beast here. And now they're just trying to decide whether Famous is going to go in first, or will it be their own personal jet with their Cloudburst and Tailwind. Still playing with the time, but looks like Fiddle trying to spill up the stepping stones for the rest of the team here, because he knows he needs the core members to get on top of the side and can't afford to lose. But before Updraft is on, here comes the Cloudburst with the Tailwind combination. But sadly, Rainy was just not fast enough to try to go for the swing. Big hammer, but Mill coming in with the Bucky once again. Get the pick up on Fiddle. I am in the trail of gun, which is pretty big. But here comes the Bucky plays are happening all over the map, and they don't know he's actually at photos, and they managed to secure the round. The eco round is working. The Buckies are pulling the win here, Jay.
Oh, the Bucky plays, as we see, it's a bit insane here coming out from Arbiter, Milk, and Cat here. I mean, there were only, I think, 2 Buckies, in total, but it proved to be enough, as they were going to be able to secure almost all of the kills. Io was able to get the last one with the Frenzy, but that that defense was absolutely exemplary coming out from HQ. Morph, though, unfortunate that they're not able to catch them out. They might still be able to get this next round as they're going to be looking to make this push back here on the A side after not really panning out on B. But Morph, I think, you know, is a little bit unlucky that they got befallen by all the Bucky play that we've been seeing coming out here in the Royal Sea Cup.
Oh man, it must have been so painful as well. Like they're gonna be feeling that in the morning for sure. And the thing is, it's not the first time we see like the team being like the whole Eco team bring out the Buck as well. The first time it's actually gonna be played by Myth Attitude, who went with a 5-man Bucky. By setting on the other side, Team AAA was able to fully exploit that weakness. But anyway, here comes Fiddle coming in with the Hunters, really trying to zone them out as much as possible. But Ayo was still able to get the drop on cut, but Famous were able to trade things out. Ayo still very strong, double kill, but same goes for Famous. But look at it, the team was able to tie with each other with a 3 versus 3. Cat out the smoke into the fire, and Freya was able to get a beautiful pick. And with the Neural Theft, he will be able to figure out and tell the entire team where exactly the last known location of the rest of the members of AHQ. But then again, Mill, despite knowing the information, he still gets backstabbed from behind with the blades of, and he's still going to strong with the sample kill on Fiddle. Famous triple kill on the top. This 1v1, can he pull the win? And Mill will secure it with a triple kill with an operator sniping here from the corners. And now AHQ will tie the round with Morph Esports 6-6, Jay.
Oh my goodness, Milk really coming out clutch there. It looked as though it was going to go sideways after he missed with the Blade Storm right click. But yeah, I'm not sure why Freya was still so concerned. I know that there was still going to be Rainies coming down here from Garden, but that's going to be the pincer movement coming out from them. And of course, Fidel not able to do a whole lot there, but Milk in a do or die situation going to be able to take Famous in the final round of the half, and I think Asian can be satisfied with making it 6-6. Now, this is of course going to be Morph's chance to get more rounds here on the board on the defensive half, which they could probably be expected to be good for it, considering this is their map. They have been comfortable with it. And let's not forget, they finished with a 13-6 when they duked it out versus Enter. They might be able to do it again still.
Yes, but then again, at the same time, we're talking about AHQ, who's very great at adapting to such a very uncomfortable situation. And the fact that they were able to just tie things out with Morph, this is going to be pretty big for this out. But the thing is, at the same time, Morph's got to be really careful. They don't really have a bridge to really counter initiate. And we're coming in as well. Ready pushes forward with the cyber kick. Going to be able to slow things down as Fatbang with the frenzy was going to be able to get the draw first. But here comes looking at a couple of trades happening on both sides of the team here. We're looking at a 2v3 at this moment, and instantly Cat has not just had to pick up the spike for the rest of the team as they slowly prepare to slowly engage towards this B side. But most importantly, Ayo is really super close. The Fiddle spots on the muzzle, but even with spotting him out, Fiddle still gets the drop on Ayo first. And we're looking at a 1v3. Can Cat pull the win here, or can he not do this for the first round of this second half?
Oh, the gunfight's just working so well here from Morph. I mean, of course, that one was an individual situation here, but Fidel, he's going to be able to get his second on the round. But yeah, Fidel and Famous being able to refrag accordingly there for Fat Penguin and for Freya was going to be absolutely crucial. Now, we did see Fat Penguin with the heads-up play. He actually pushed through the A main side of things once he saw the Owl drone and able to really take advantage of that. So, you know, that set them on their way. And now, yeah, we're going to have all these little tea parties going on here.
I mean, that's not a tea party. You see a doll with a knife that's like pretty much licking at his mouth there. That's no tea party, Jay. That is not a cute doll at all.
Well, I think determining what that is a discussion for another time. But oh god, here he's going to take down Milk with the dairy play out here with the Marshall. But he's going to circumvent the danger coming in for the Paranoia. Arbiter not able to confirm the kill, but the stack is going to be appearing here now with the dark cover available. He's going to be waiting here. Kills here for Khan, taking full advantage of no armor here coming out from these AHQ players.
Dude, quad kill! And the reason why I'm going absolutely crazy over this is it's not an operator kill. It's a Marshall! A Marshall! I literally, like, if you want... If you're low on budget to get a sniper rifle, you go for a Marshall. But the fact he's getting quad kills with a Marshall, close quarter combat as well, which is literally snipers' worst enemies. He still managed to pull things off. Sadly, he was not able to get the ace, but so much damage has been done here.
Oh, God, and you just gotta love the hip fire on the Marshall is so accurate compared to the operator, to be sure. And yeah, I think he really got in the heads of the HQ players there, and now going to be pretty happy. I'm pretty sure able to upgrade here to the operator, and now he's going to try and control the mid side of things there. It's going to be a bit of a spread here from HQ again. Poking and prodding, trying to gather a little bit more intel, but the spread here, or the defensive distribution, is quite similar to HQ. But here, he's going to have to use his tailwind to try and get away as they start pushing down the mid side of things.
This is really why it's really great to literally throw down the smoke towards that mid. It's literally going to be forcing a lot of members to go back. By the way, Cut playing with death there. He almost got picked off, but thankfully not. They didn't really spot him too much inside the smoke. He's going to be able to escape here. But then again, HQ doing significant amount of damage with the rest of the team, and now they're slowly converging towards this side here. But sadly enough, the spike isn't really on the side just yet, but it will eventually reach. And our dear friend Fiddle scouting around to see if he can be able to pick up any member, but he barely misses him. He literally looked, both players will walk literally side by side away from each other.
Oh my goodness, that was so close. And now don't know if Fidel is really going to be able to catch them out. You can already see there's a bit of hunting here from AHQ. They got 3 players going to be moving through the attack, the defender spawn. But oh, now Milk is going to be really close here. He's going to actually take down Cut, and he's going to be rewarded with the operator. And there's only going to be Arbiter, who's still going to be watching out here. And now with Fidel, he's actually going to be picking off one of them, but I think this is still going to be an uphill task. He's just trying to look for exit kills here at this point, but he's going to run into Cut. He's going to take down Cut here at the moment. No, looks like Fidel, he's actually going to be the one to be caught out as HQ. They're striking back.
Dude, honestly, let's be honest, I think that one pick, that one less information that Fidel could have gotten for his teammate Cut would have at least saved his life towards that B side, because literally as he was literally, when the time was a little off, as he was turning towards that A shot, towards that catwalk, and he didn't really get to spot Milk, who Milk also didn't spot Fidel, by the way. Cut was so confident that no one was going to be coming from that B long, from that B main, and literally after he was able to get that snipe, he was hoping to go and rotate back, but Milk was able to push forward and punish him for it. So really unfortunate that because of that one little information, Cut was actually going to be found there and drop that operator. But this is a new round. AHQ slowly turning things back towards their favor, and the current score is 7-8 here, and Cut is getting ready to dive in because he's already charging up that Blaze Storm.
Man, talk about timing, and Famous though, he's gonna get the pick there onto Milk, trying to aggressively peek down the mid side of things, but Famous is gonna oblige him. And now with a little bit of dark cover coming in here from Arbiter, it's gonna be deafening a little bit of these sight lines, but there's still just gonna be the general control coming out here from AHQ in the middle of the park. They don't actually even have any tripwire is going to be able to watch the flanks for them, and Famous, he's going to punish Arbiter as he's peeking here through that pizza side of things, and really getting caught out now with that Famous. I think he's going to be able to rest all the way here in the back of sight. They're just going to lock things down. They have the man advantage, and now they know it's coming here through the tree side of things. There's already going to be 2 tripwires to slow things down. As
30 seconds left.
He's actually going to be still watching out here, but he's going to get caught on cams. Oh my goodness, he wasn't caught. He was caught unawares, and now this is opening things up here for HQ. But there's still going to be the trades coming in. Cut is going to be able to take down Io. There's only going to be Rainey's that's left. He's running out of time, and he's looking to see, can he confirm any more kills? But Famous, he's looking for another frag here to add to his tally, and he's gonna get his 3rd on the round. There's gonna be cleaned house here by Morph, and HQ, they're gonna be bumped back a bit.
Oh my god, really well played coming from Famous, really holding things out for the rest of the team. But most importantly, Freya, that by the way, that spy camp was really well placed as well. No one actually noticed it at the same time, but he got a little bit too overconfident about it. He was so confident he was not going to be spotted out. But then again, Cat was just, his spy senses started, or his game sense started kicking in, and he's like, someone is nearby.
Well, actually, it didn't kick in because he got killed on cam. So, yeah, I guess next time his spider sense will need to tingle a little bit faster. But oh, look, they're pushing here onto the B side of things here all the way. But it looks like more here. They're ready. They set up the crossfire. The one way is great here. But God, he's going to be able to take out Arbiter. But there's going to be quite a few trades. Milk is going to be decisive here. He's going to get through. He's not able to get the third there off the Fat Penguin. He's only one dagger away from going down. And this is going to leave Io all by himself. He's only got 2 players to worry about, but he does have at least got the operator available, and he's gonna peek him! No, Fidel! He's gonna give way! So is Fat Penguin! Io, he's gonna take the clutch!
Oh no, this was not what it was meant to happen. And the best part about it, Io must have been feeling like a big man right now. Was able to clutch that 1v2 with an operator. And remember, he was playing the Cypher, so it's ridiculously hard for a Cypher to actually push into a site, let alone clutch this kind of situation. But just really fortunate the fact that the remaining members of Morphe actually just went for that peaks one by one. So, by the way, well played from Io. Really playing well with those corner angles and able to snipe it beautifully. The last 2 members of Morphe Sport.
Yeah, they had to peek, and yeah, it looks like because of that, there's only going to be 1 point in this, and now we are going to see actually the defenders going a little bit closer over to the B side here, but now he's trying to land the shots here with the Harvest Fury. But he's a little bit too close to really land them. He only gets 1 there onto Freya, and now going to be backing up a bit. Io, though, on the flank watch here. He's going to catch out Fidel.
But either way, the rest of the team still trying to take their time as much as possible more. They did lose the Sova, which was really unfortunate as well. And even their own Fat Penguin is not looking at too healthy, but God pushes it so aggressively from the long, and actually will get the bucky headshot on Arbiter. I believe he saw it coming, but his process, I think he brain lagged there at the same time, because he's like, what are you doing here?
Oh God, here, can he get a second one with the shotgun? He will. Cat goes down. There's going to get flash though, and he's getting pushed here by Radiance and Milk. Milk is going to not be able to get the refract. The dismiss working out well here for Famous, and now with the Cyber Cage here. Oh no! He's going to be able to flick over here. Now, it's again a 1v2 situation in a very similar circumstances, albeit there is no operator here in the general vicinity. Milk is looking around here to see what is going to be in his immediate surroundings.
Okay, they need to hold the angle. They need to hold the corner as well. Freya's doing a really great job. By the way, Tailwind to the side, but he didn't really check the corner, and Fat Penguin will punish Milk for it, and he's going to be able to swap out a Spectre for the Phantom for himself here. Morphe Sport hitting the double digit. The dream is real. Morph might just potentially get that 2-0 off of AHQ Esport Club.
Yeah, Morph really wanted to swing the momentum back in their favor, and they made sure that they bought accordingly for that, but now they're going to be rewarded, albeit Cut doesn't have the heavy armor, but they're still not going to care. It's definitely going to be a viable buy for them, as we tended to see on a lot of the overtime rounds that we've had so far in this tournament. But now this is, again, you know, they're going to be back and forth every single round. No one can string a couple rounds together for 4 rounds at the moment, and with that, Famous, he was coming up huge until he was shut down by Milk, but now looking to see what can he do versus this advancement there all the way here in front of Pizza. Milk still looking to try and get these opening picks that made him so valuable in the first map.
But either way, they had to take this nice and slow now. AHQ, I believe at this point, they're finally feeling the pressure of the fact that Morph Esport is just 3 points away from taking away. By the way, AHQ, they finally get their hands on top of this side here. They need to quickly get this spike planted down as well, because they really need to position themselves and cover all the corners, all the angles, and prepare for the possible retake from the side here of Morph Esport. Now we're gonna see who is gonna be taken on top, and Famous will able to punish Io for looking a little bit too far across the horizon here, and Fiddle with the recombo gonna be able to break, and Famous will be able to break up the rest of the door here as the rest of the team is getting ready to run in. There's the Lear, but the Lear is to get cancelled, and here comes the blades of Famous coming in really hard. Famous was able to punish Gun, but Famous with the triple still coming strong already with the double kill. There's the core kill. Famous will be able to clutch this game here with the 1v1 and the quad kill with the defuse. Morphe Sport, ladies and gentlemen, is currently 2 points away for taking game number 2 here of the best of 2.
Only 2 rounds separate them here from guaranteeing their safety, and even if they were to lose so many rounds, it would be so difficult for other teams here to make up the difference. But now look at the plays coming here from Famous. He was going to shut down IO first, and he'd move in to site here, being so integral here for the retake. And the HQ, they're out here with ideas. They're forced to buy here and really have to opt for a couple of SMGs as well, in the form of the Stinger and the Spectre.
Oh no, the thing is this, because it's like the second last half as well, they have to force it out despite, I know they really do not want to force it out, but they just have no choice. They cannot even take the risk of just giving 1 round away to Morph Esports. 2 rounds is already a lot to ask to try to defend and come back from here. Anyway, with the operator currently inside all of this smoke, he's getting ready to push forward. He hears a couple of footsteps as well, but the thing is, he's not willing to take forward. He's gonna take all his bets here once this dark cover dissipates to see if he's able to get a nice clean pick up. The rest of the team of AHQ slowly rotated towards his mid, and they're getting ready to engage on one of the side, but B is currently still open though.
Oh, it's really open here. They rotated it a little bit too quickly, Morph. Now they are trying to scramble back, but currently there is going to be the presence inside here. But Famous, though, he is going to be able to pick off the first player here as he's peeking through. Now they are trying to counteract this here, but they're getting crossfire here all the way from Market. Freya is going to be able to land the shots there. And now with the Empress coming out here, Famous, he's going to fancy his chances picking up another multi-kill potentially. Now Cut, he's going to be able to take down IO first. Now looking to try and ingress here from the stair side of things here. Kant is going to be watching closely, but this is Famous's chance here to come around side, but he's going to get 2 guns there at the same time. Kant and Rainey's combining expertly here, but Rainey, he's going to fall down to Cut, and now only Kant is left here. He's not going to be able to come out with it. Bad Penguin is going to extinguish all hope there, and defenders are going to be able to get the defuse. They're going to be on map and series point.
Oh no, and this one as well, because they didn't really go for the eagle, they will have to force up with whatever they got. Arbiter, he went for the Vandal, but he realized he doesn't have enough money for the armor. Now he's going to be bringing out the bolt down. There's still a couple of Vandals, but it's not fully equipped armors. And they're going to be with light. 2 members are going to be coming with light armor. That's going to be Rady and Ken. And at this point, Morph East will also realize they're good on the side here of AHQ. They're not going to be able to fully commit the best buy of their life. They're going to be able to just skirmish whatever they can afford and try to gamble and take this win away from Morph Esports, because they are only 1 round away, and Enterprise is looking very strong in this last game.
Oh, look at the Owl Drone rising up all the way up top, and not able to land another Hunter's Fury there. But Famous, though, he's going to take down Milk and really shut him down. But so much damage is being done here as, of course, Fidel going to be pretty pleased with that play here. He's going to catch Arbiter off guard. He's single-handedly done so much damage, but now there's going to be return fire here from Cat. Cat is going to deliver yet again on the Hunter's Fury, and Fidel is going to be biting the dust.
Oh man, another one bites the dust for sure. But anyway, coming down to a 3v3 here. Now AHQ, all bets is off the table here. They're very low. They're not really that healthy at all. They're going to be committing a lot of skills here. Here comes the Aftershock, going to be forcing them back. But giant fat Penguin will put Rating down the ground. Kevin the Sheriff, 1 man standing. It's going to be down to the 1v2. He has to try to make the play, but Cut will seal the deal as Cut was showcased who is the real Sheriff in his last game. And ladies and gentlemen, Morph Esports will take 2-0 against AHQ, and even on AHQ own map.
Oh, what amazing plays coming out here from Morphs as they're going to be cleaning them out. And they have really delivered here in this series. And, in fact, they also managed to get the 7 points here on the attacking side. So I think they can be pretty pleased with the turn of events. No, sorry, actually it's on the defensive side. Sorry.
Yes.
But yeah, still, regardless, Morphs able to take 6 rounds on attack and showing why Ascent is their map pick here. And with that, actually, Morphs is going to confirm that they're going to be able to go through into the playoffs. So congratulations to them. They're going to be having 4 map wins here. HQ, they still have a chance. They have 3 map wins at the moment, but it really comes down to the points differential if there's going to still be a split of the spoils after the next map.
Oh man, but either way, this game has been so intense. Every time Morph Esports versus AHQ as well, that first half is always so close. 75, 6-6. All these kind of ties constantly going back and forth. But in the Morph really came out on top. And the thing is, the best part about it, there was no like amazing strategies or like tactical use either. They just stick with their guns. And when I mean stick to their guns, I mean their firepower. And as we saw Famous and Cut time and time again, taking those early picks, entry frags, multi-kill, quad kills for the team. And what even more crazier part as well, it's Famous in this second game, he actually pulled off 7 first blood, and that's like 4 more than the Jet here on Cut. So what I think is what Morph is really trying to go for, although sure, it will be a little bit more better if they have a little bit more better engagement here as a Breach or a Flash, a couple of Flash like a Phoenix as well, because firepower, and like this is not like 100% full brute force aggressive team. They still play a little bit safe as well. This kind of meta, this kind of strats can only get you guys so far. And the thing is, and especially if you are able to get towards this playoff, there are other even more aggressive team or even more tactical that's going to be coming towards your way. So you guys gotta really prepare for yourself here.
Yeah, so I mean, I really have to give credit to Morphs here for overcoming AHQ, and now AHQ, of course, after winning their previous game, is going to be falling down at this one. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you are hydrated. And I think on that note is here, we're going to be tossing it back to our awesome analyst panel, and that's going to be it from us for now. But we still have one more match in store, as of course. We still have to see how Enter and Bren are going to be faring in the very final match of Group D, which is going to decide who is going to be moving on to the playoffs and join Morph. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Play of the J and YOLO Lee. We'll see you in just a short while.
Hello and welcome, guys, to one of the last panels of the day is the Royal SEA Cup, and we just watched the penultimate series, and it was 2-0, which was quite surprising to many of us after watching Group D. Very exciting group, very competitive group, but now towards the end, we're starting to see the cracks. We're starting to see the breaks, the team that can come slightly on top. My name is Mr. Apple Plus, joined here by Seek and Strike, and of course the Hound. Guys, what can you tell me about that game?
Well, I wasn't surprised. I predicted the 2-0. Well, that's a shame.
I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all.
Don't continue.
I'm not surprised at all.
He pulls after dark, man. He's so upset that his bones are rattling inside his little body.
Okay. What did you guys think of that game? Surprise or not, I do not care. Give me your analysis, please. What did Morph do right? How did they manage to get a 2-0 Hound?
Okay, okay. I can't believe. Yeah, poor little M&M's right there. So 8-13 for Morph on Ascent, right? So, oh wow, there's a lot of tension here happening. But for AHQ, in terms of the agent pickup, it was Jet, Cypher, Sova, Breach, and Omen. For Morph, it was Sova, Jet, Cypher, Reyna, and Omen. So, I don't know about you, but ooh, this Reyna pickup definitely is, I think Morph is on to something. I really think Morph is on to something. I'm not trying to say that just because they pick Reyna, it's an auto win, for sure, right? But I think Morph has known that, okay, if we play it aggressive, if we push the pace, and don't get me wrong, Twitch chat was going crazy, Milk versus Morph, right? But Milk is one man, right?
Morph is a team.
Morph is a team, right? So I'm not trying to say that the sum of all parts of AHQ equals Milk. Don't get me wrong, right?
Sum of all parts, yes. The Zoe can. 2% milk.
2% milk, yes.
Only 2% milk. It only adds up to 2%.
But then at the end of the day, right, I think that yes, there was some really crazy clutch pace that came in from AHQ, but I think Morph played a better game. They were a lot more aggressive. They were a little bit more confident. I felt that they were a lot more confident in their playstyle, and I think that a proverbial light bulb turned on for Morph. We just defeated AHQ. We can do this, guys. And they just had this level of confidence that I felt like, you know, the spirit of that Indonesia boleh definitely came out.
Would you agree with that, Rich? Seek and Strike?
No, I mean, they're both right, aren't they? I would agree. I think this Reyna is just absolutely kind of crushing it right now. I mean, we saw them on an eco try and push through the catwalk, only to then be greeted by the Marshal, which ended up getting 4 kills through the smoke. That was
ridiculous.
That was pretty exciting, you know. We saw a lot of great peeks as well out from Famous when they were using the invulnerability there to scout some people out, back off just to bait them to try and peek right into the crosshairs of a teammate behind the Reyna. It was really good stuff. I think Famous and Cud there, Cud actually had a lot of amazing plays as well. I think we saw a lot of eco rounds, 2 eco rounds specifically with the Buckies that ended up working in their favor.
Yes, the one in the very early, which is incredibly surprising. They got a thrift.
Yeah, I don't want to like discredit Morph here, right? So don't take this the wrong way, but I think they just really play well on these 2 maps. These 2 aggressive style maps suit them very well. When there's a lot of avenues of attack that they can be taking, when they can be a little bit more unpredictable here, when they can actually have the lurker be a little bit more aggressive towards the mid lane, like in Ascent, like in Haven, and try and slow down the push here from AHQ, who they fell here, and they were looking pretty good to start the day, but eventually, and even in our last series where they got a 2-0 here, but yeah, Morph, like you said, Indo Bola, right?
Indo Bola,
Indo Bola. They're going to get it done, 2-0.
Okay, I want to ask Alan, because earlier in the previous panel, you're telling me that, you know, it's not about if a pick is good or bad, it's about if a team can play to its strengths. Do you find that the Reyna pick is particular to Morph's strengths as a team?
I don't think it's just particular to Morph's strength, but I think that what they did well in terms of that was just making these aggressive plays that, I mean, AHQ wouldn't think, okay, they wouldn't do this now, would they? And then suddenly, boom, she just comes out, gets as much information as they can, and it throws people off. I mean, it's how do you plan against unpredictability, right? I mean, when there's a meta, when there's like a so-called meta, when there's like a certain way of playing a certain game, right? And then someone just comes and turns it on its head and just say, hey, surprise, guys, we're going to do some crazy aggressive plays. I think that's what Morph does really well. It can come and bite them in the back, in the rear. I was going to say something else. I was going to go bite them in the rear, that's for sure. However, when it works in their favor, it's something to behold.
Okay.
Yeah, Famous got some pretty insane stats here, to be honest as well. 207 average damage per round. That's equal to at least a kill and sometimes up to a kill and a half every single round, which is just incredible. He's backed up by Cud as well with a very respectable 183 damage per round. It's just these stats are, how do you play against these when you have 2 super aggressive people averaging a kill and a half combined, or 2 kills and nearly 3 combined?
I like that you're showing me this because when we first started the panel, you know, it's we did discuss this, right? These guys actually did incredibly well. Their stats show this. But when you're looking at the games, you're not seeing these individual players. You're seeing Morph as a team, which for their opponents, it wasn't quite like that. You did see quite a clear difference between perhaps their top fraggers and the lower fraggers. And I think this speaks to Morph's strength, right? The strength relies in their tactics and in their creativity rather than, oh, we're just really good at shooting.
I think they have a lot of trust as well.
Yes.
We were sitting over there watching the game with Zero, and we saw something that was kind of incredible, where Morph on their eco, or on their anti-eco round on the attack, remember they were walking catwalk, I think, to start the second half with the Reyna. The Reyna didn't buy anything. And then at some point, they turn around as they're walking down the catwalk, and Reyna goes, give me your gun. Give me your Spectre. I didn't buy anything. I'm going to go run in and kill them. And they did exactly that, and everyone followed the Reyna. It just all came together. I think they have this, not only the aggressiveness, but also the teamwork, and they just meld so well together when they go on the offensive. It's really cool to see.
And you've always spoken about the trust, how important it is to be able to trust when you're in the game to make these split-second decisions, right? And you can just say, yep, IGL, I believe in whatever you're saying.
Blind trust works. It works when you're too afraid of the consequences. When you're more considered about all right, you want this, but okay, are you sure you can do it? Are you sure you can basically pull it off? But immediately, as soon as, like how Seeks basically said, right, just give me the gun, just give me the weapon, and I'll be able to do to do some of the work. You guys just follow me. That blind level of trust, sure, there'll be consequences. Maybe you might argue about it after the game, but just think forward.
Yeah,
just think forward and just let it go.
In the moment, it's no hesitation.
No
Here's the gun.
hesitation.
Here's the gun. Go get it. Right? I love it. I really do. I think that's really awesome to see.
No hesitation. No man left behind. Thunder gun. So now we have the next game about to start. It's the last series of the day. Brent Esports versus Enter. We have to throw to the casters because I really want to watch this game. But I would like to know your predictions before we go. Seek and Strike, Freeze.
Let's start with Mr. Thunder Guns himself here, right?
Oh, Thunder Gun Express. Always the way.
Yes!
Always
My
the
man!
way to go. Always the way to go. I'm going to go with, just because Brent Esport against Enter, 1-for-1.
1-for-1.
Yep.
Back to the draws?
Back to the draws now.
All right.
Interesting. I think we've now seen something here, maybe a break in the second half of the day. I'm going to go for a 2-0 in favor of... Oh, it's so difficult, right? In favor of Bren. In favor of Bren.
Okay, you've heard their predictions, but can they become a reality? And also, can the dream that Brent has to qualify from this Group D also become a reality? We're going to watch now as the first map unfolds in front of our eyes. First of all, though, we're going to have a quick break, and then we'll come back with the last best of 2 of the day. It's Enter versus Brent Esports.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. We're going over the final group, Group D, and to see the results of these teams, the general history, and who should be expected to go through to the playoffs that start at the end of this week. We'll start with AHQ Esports, not only likely to get out of groups to go to playoffs, but also to potentially get to the finals and maybe even win the tournament as a whole. I say this because this Taiwan team won the CGA Ignition event and also came second in the Africa Asia Invitational, losing to Attack All Around in the finals then. The CGA win was really good for them. They had an amazing showing in the really close finals, and they wanted to take that momentum into the Africa TV Asia Showdown that happened last weekend. This was a tournament that had Vision Strikers from South Korea, but also Absolute Jupiter, a real strong team from the Japanese region, and a team that beat AHQ in the semi-finals of that tournament. AHQ took a bit of a beating there, didn't really get to show their real strength. Still clear favourites to step out of their groups, but after that loss, will have a point to prove. You would expect them to have dominant results, much like Attack All Around and Vision Strikers had in their groups, but the other 3 teams in Group D will certainly want to avoid that. Brent Esports is going to be one of the teams. They're from the Philippines, and there really isn't too much to their name. They recently did win the Rise of Legion tournament, but unfortunately it was only a small event, and all other attempts to qualify for much bigger tournaments have been met with losses. Their lack of qualifying for the Hunter Fury event is another concerning sign for them. Are certainly going to struggle against the likes of AHQ, but might be able to string a couple of wins against these other 2 teams that we haven't mentioned. Moth Team is one of them. They're from Indonesia, and they do have a little bit more experience in some of the bigger events in Southeast Asia, but nothing to show this team being a dominant force, even in Indonesia alone. Whilst they took part in the CGA Pacific Open, they came bottom of their group, losing to AHQ and Team LZ that is now known as Todak. He also came second in the Garuda Invitational, but there weren't really any teams from this tournament participating, not anybody that was really worth noticing at all. I'd say overall this is a team likely to take second place based off results alone, but there's definitely a void of potential not only for Morph, but the other teams within this group. Finally, we have Enter. This is the qualifying team from Taiwan, and yet again, it's a team that you certainly won't recognize the name from, But looking at Amenhola, A6 and Popoman, these are players from Super Domineering. They played in the CGA Pacific Open, they qualified for the event, but came bottom of their group, losing to Fives and only one Word, who bombed out of Group A. This is a slightly different team, however, and these players did show promise for Super Domineering. It's a great opportunity for them to take advantage against some of the other quiet teams and book themselves a position to get to the playoffs, which are looming ever closer.
Thanks, panel, and welcome back to the Royal Sea Cup here as we're coming into our final best of 2 of today. And this one's going to be a bit of a doozy, especially since there's so much on the line and so many little details you're going to have to keep in mind as we go through this game. My name is Getting Q. This is Play of the J, as we will be your casters for this final best of 2 between Bren and Next. These guys, oof, enter just like... they can frustrate me so much. Sometimes they're really, really hot, and sometimes they just get a little cold.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we've had such a competitive day, like how things have transpired and whatnot, you know, it's like I can't blame it. Sometimes these teams can really turn up the heat when necessary. We've seen the most number of drawn games across all of it, and that's why when we consider the implications now, I mean, it was briefly touched on by the panel, you know, but as to you know, who has the chances to go through, it could be either of these teams depending on how the results go. So of course we have Bren. Bren has 2 map wins so far, you know, so we have both Morph and AHQ who both have 3. So they need a minimum of 1 and a good round differential to go through, or if they take both, they will for sure be in, and then it will be between AHQ and Morph to see who goes through. But it is not all. Enter also have a chance.
Yeah, and that's the scary part here, because Enter, they're going to be needing 2 wins off of Bren, which is going to be difficult in itself. But if they can, they really do prove that they do belong within the playoff section itself. So I want to see how that kind of goes on, and then after that we could talk a little bit more about those round differentials, because that's going to be a make it or break it for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we've not had such a close finish before, and looking forward to seeing how this is going to be panning out. So where are we going to be playing? We're going to be playing on Haven first. This is going to be Bren's map pick. And, yeah, we'll see how it's going to be panning out from that. We do have Enter going to be picking the defensive side first. And I think, you know, we've seen a lot of Haven today. I think all these teams are going to be very well aware of how everyone is playing on this. So it's just anything new being brought to the table.
Of course, but still, I still have my creeping suspicions about Bren and this map overall, but let's see how they actually perform, because this time they didn't actually decide to go for bind, but instead they wanted to make sure that they get some aggressive plays down, and what better place to do it, especially on an attack focus, well, I wouldn't even say attack focus, but more so an advantage for the attacker's side on this map.
Yeah, and now I think with this very first round on the board, we do see that Enter going to be opting for a little bit of aggression. They do have both the Raze and the Jet being brought in lieu of flashes here, so it's going to be a bit interesting, but otherwise it's going to still be relatively standard. And now we do also see that instead of bringing the Breach, and actually this is the same lineup that we saw coming out in the previous game, where we did have, of course, have more bringing the Reyna, which has started to prove to be quite effective, and I think we see Bren also bring this out as before.
Yep. It's a tough call, because personally I like Breach because I play Breach, but besides that bias, I think overall it's really smart for some of these teams, especially when they have such strong fraggers on either side. Dispenser once again going to be playing on that Reyna, but also ACLX on that Raze really gives a lot of pressure for the team, allowing to clear out some tight corners, and more so people who are trapped are basically going to die.
Yeah, and when we also look at this is a slight departure for Bren of what they brought in to Haven the last time when they faced off against oh no, sorry, actually it is the same that they used to face off against AHQ, so it did work out well for them. 13-9 was that score, and it's actually been quite a while since we've seen them play, so let's hope that they haven't cooled off too much, as we do want to have a doozy of our final match.
Yep, hopefully both of these teams are warmed up as we are going into it. It's going to be a bit of a... Oh no, the pause is already done and they've already gone through that 30 seconds. Perfect, which means that this game is going to be starting off for exactly how it started on this map, as they will be, again, what I'm expecting to see, Bren attacking the A side.
Yep, and this A side 3-man stack here for Enter to really try and counteract this is going to be potentially devastating. Now they did just dedicate the cyber cage here to really try and fake it out the attack, and they're already in the B side as a result. Look at them, they're going all the way through here on the A connector, and they might be able to meet up here, but it looks like Mao here is going to be able to halt things. He gets 2 kills here for his troubles. Dispenser also going down 3 kills here. Borkum not going to be able to take down the solo defender, and now they have the spike accordingly. Now Jesse Vash, he's the only player left remaining, but he's not going to have a whole bunch of luck.
Yep, and that moment's going to knock him out with a dink and a shot to the neck. That's super unfortunate overall, but that's going to be Bren's attack onto the A side, completely thwarted by Sova.
Oh, and that was a nice play there. Mao is going to be the hero here, coming out from Enter, as they were able to shut that down. But of course, when you move at such pace, you're definitely going to be telegraphing your position. And I think they really hoped that the fake was being sold there by the cyber cage, and also for the owl drone that we did see coming out from Jing. But it wasn't meant to be, and now it looks like the advantage here going to Enter.
I absolutely love the fact that Bren is actually pulling off these fakes, putting more variations in their style of attack. Now they're going to be moving towards C side here. Already a good amount. I'm not sure how many he spotted, but I'm pretty sure he spotted at least 2 pushing up over. And now the rotation has already happened. Jets on the site. The rest of the team looking to pull through. Reyna does realize that she does check backside, and unfortunately he's going to go down, trading 1 for 1. Still not going too good for Bren. That's going to be a 2 for 1. And finally they even up the casualties. The rest of them are going to be running through spawn. Borkum making sure that he's taking the nice close tight angle. He's going to teleport on out of there to reposition.
Oh, he's trying to carry the team on his shoulders, but only with 45 HP. This is not going to be too good, but the spike is planted at the moment, so there's going to be that fear for Brett. Now, this 2-player retake ACLX is going to be trying to go for a little bit of coverage here, while Borkum here is trying to see what he can do. Not a whole lot, as of course we do have the Spectre for the anti-eco side working out, but again, they did take quite a bit of losses for that. It potentially could limit things a little bit, but it looks like they're still able to buy 3 rifles and maintain 2 of the Spectres. But yep, full buy coming out here from the rest of Bread.
Yep, they're going to be covering each other from Enter here. But overall, I think their eco is still relatively healthy. The only person who's really going to feel it is Sen Hoachik. And overall, I think he can be covered by pretty much all of his teammates. He just needs to focus on that armor. But if this round doesn't go well, that could be a different story.
Yeah, I think they do need to try and deliver here on this full buy, Brent. But they did deal enough damage to try and, you know, make sure that there's a bit more long-term success as a result if they can take this. But now there is still going to be more of these aggressive pushes here coming out on the A side, and really just trying to gather a lot of information from the front. But now there is going to be, of course, this pressure coming in from the C long. We do see Dubstep and Dispenser starting to strut their stuff here. And if they can get this opening pick onto Senho, it could open the doors.
Yep, Cypher, if Cypher checks this map right now, he'll know for sure that somebody actually tried to push through sewers. Well, sorry, not even sewers, or even A long, to try and get out into the gardens. But the Hunter Spear is coming out of Mao to look for any kind of indication on where exactly Bren is going to be attacking the map, because it's been at least a good amount of time since nobody has really seen any bodies besides Cypher on that C site.
Yeah, and this is gonna again be a very difficult puzzle to unlock here for Enter, as they do want to try and see how they can rotate as best as they can. But I think looking at the positioning coming out from them, I think they have prioritized on the C and B side. They do have the presence on A lobby, but Borkum here, he's gonna get spotted out here. Paranoia coming out, Dubstep still moving in here with the tailwind, not able to come out with the aim, and Hola here able to get the shots there from the spawn side of things. here. ACLX, he's gonna be catching the flank watch there. The lurker's not gonna influence things too much. Dispenser though, he's gonna hit back. He gets 2 here. He's looking for the 3rd here. Now there's only gonna be 2, well actually all 3 remaining players all condensing here. But Dispenser, he gets 1, but not anymore. He's gonna have to settle for the 3K, and Enter makes it 3 in a row.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, because all they had to do was get onto the side. They had everything going from them. They finally opened up garage side and going into that connector through to get to C. It was looking so good. They pushed through that. They pushed through the shrouds. They were on the side. They're ready to set up that post plan and start cutting off and smoking off the spawn site. They just didn't seem to get that kill onto Senhoichik, who sat all the way at the back of the site and just made sure he was constantly putting pressure on them, making sure, oh, not only do I have to watch spawn, but I gotta look at my back once in a while.
Oh yeah, and you know, they did try to look at their back, but ACLX was going to be able to catch out Jesse, so not going to be really influencing all that much in the site retake. I mean, Dispenser is firing on all cylinders, but there's only so much you can do when you still have 3 players left to take out. And the 3K was not going to be enough. We're going to have a little bit of a pause while we sort out some issues here, but stay tuned. We will be able to start here pretty soon after the reconnection here from Ching is successful. And looking at this, Enter, they really want to qualify for our playoffs starting tomorrow.
Yeah, they are working very, very hard, and so far it's going really well. And they're going to need to take this momentum, especially from the defensive side. The more points that they can gain for themselves, it's going to be a huge buffer going into the attacker side. Right, but Bren, on the other hand, oh boy, they've changed it up so many times. They just need to land their shots now.
Oh yeah, and that thing is now, because they've lost 3 in a row and they did a full buy, now they're going to have to opt for full shares here in an attempt to really try deal the damage. Look at all 3 players here going to be hanging out here on A-Long. ACLX and Popoman both going to be getting these opening frags. Paranoia coming out, but it's a little bit too late. They do catch out ACLX though, but there's going to be enough Cloudburst available here for Popoman to really try and retreat from. And now the Sheriffs, they're in a difficult spot with these longer angles to try and confirm any kills.
Shock arrows coming up, going to secure that kill onto Jesse Vash, who locked himself right into that corner. Can't really get out of there. Unfortunately, the cross was just way too dangerous as Enter close out this round 4-0 against Bren. Now, at least now they're bringing out the big boy guns. And Odin?
Odin coming out to play. I believe it's if I'm not mistaken, it's the very first one that we've been seeing. And yeah, we've been missing a little bit of that weaponry diversity here. But now get the shock dart on point here. Jesse going to be feeling the burn on that one. And now that Sheriff round really not working out. But it's going to be another full buy for Vandals and the Phantom. So just give Bren the option. But I have to say, Enter is quite on a roll.
They really are. But at least Bren this time making sure that they're not actually bringing the Odin, especially when they are from behind, opts to go for the Vandal instead as they look to kind of, you know, spread out, press their luck through B. They didn't see Eamon Holla sitting there as the information has been given out. Jet picks up a free easy headshot as the rest of the team looks to push through Garage as well as C-Long.
Oh yeah, and now they are already here on the seaside here. Dispenser here does have Empress working out, and the dismiss here gonna work out, but still getting caught out by Mao. Thought he was safe, he exited that in vulnerable state, and now he's gonna get punished. Jesse though, he's gonna get the refrag here onto Senho, still hiding out behind the platform. Now there is still gonna be Mao peeking around the side. He does get the headshot, and Enter, they make it 5 in a row. ACLX also going to be able to survive from that round, and I don't think that they're going to mind losing 3 of their players, as now it's going to be another eco round coming out from our Bren side.
Oh man, Bren is oh boy, this is they're making it hard on themselves, that's for sure. They're definitely making it hard on themselves, especially on an attacker-sided map. Bren haven't been able to take a round off of Enter overall. It looks like their strategies are being telegraphed a little bit, but the variations all come to the same goal, and Enter are making sure that those sites that they usually attack, A or C, are going to be locked down.
Dubstep going to be using the Blade Storm here on the eco round. Definitely going to be a good option available. But now B-side here is going to be completely taken here straight off the start here. But now look at the positioning here on the both of the links. They're going to be able to take down 2 players there. Eamon Holla and Popo Man both combining now. Looks like there's only going to be 2 left, but Ching at the very least is going to take down ACLX, getting a little bit too adventurous down the A long side, but it's only going to be Ching that's left. He still pops his ult here. I'm not sure if that is going to be very worthwhile, given the fact that this is not going to be a round that they're likely to win here. The defenders here are going to be able to win after defusing the spike. They could have saved that for their gun round, which would be subsequent to this, and then they would have a better chance of overcoming.
I mean, it's a show of confidence here that they are not going to require Sova's ultimate to actually push through. And overall, yes, it does hurt the economy just a little bit, but it's still a tough game to win coming in from Bren, especially a 6-round deficit overall. They really have to start changing things up, but now with the big boy guns, they really need to win this round. They've tried it 2 times already, didn't work out, maybe 3rd time's the charm.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens from here, but Enter, they do have 3 ults available to them as well. They've been able to sit on them for a while, as well as build up the bank, but this is going to be a bit more of a split push here. ACLS looking to use his, but it's not going to hit. He's trying to spam through the dark cover, almost able to confirm the kill there, but not going to be able to do it here. Blastback coming out there, and ACLX is still going to be able to get it. Doesn't have the damage as it does before, but ACLX doesn't care. He's going to pick up his second in quick succession, and now he's looking for this other player, but Mao from behind, he's going to be able to weigh in. Ching, he's going to go down, and another gun round is going to waste here right before the eyes of Bren.
Yeah, and right now Jet, she's hanging around A connector so far. She's in a very difficult spot, but still wants to go onto the side. They find a lurker, and that's going to be it. Defenders win this round here, as once again, Bren just struggling to get anything out of Enter, because I don't know, Enter just looked way more warmed up.
Yeah, Enter are firing on all cylinders, and of course, both of these teams did have a break just now, so it's up to them to keep warm and everything. Yeah, and I think, you know, looking at how they want to try and take this, of course, this attacking side hasn't been working out too well in this particular instance. They have to try and go back to the drawing board. You could see they're desperate to try and get back to winning ways. They're going for a bit of a broken buy here at the moment, as they do want to try and claim a round win as fast as possible.
Well, now they're going to be pushing through. I'm pretty sure they can see a good... Oh, no, they've been hugging the wall quite nicely. He's not entirely sure, but the Lear comes out, and immediately that's going to be the first frag coming through. Dubstep goes down. Dispenser takes a headshot at the Centaholic. Now that they've secured the site, this is the post-plant position that they've been waiting to get all game, and this just might be their round.
Yeah, I mean, they do give up one of the players here in the form of Dubstep, but they are going to be able to get 2 picks there for their troubles, and now there is going to be a 3-player retake coming out here, but they're all going to be in the same spot here, and all Pokemon running right into the middle of the pack there, leaving only Mao here left remaining here. He's going to be able to take down his opposite number, Ching going down, but there's still going to be 2 players left on site. He's trying to split them out, but it can't happen, as Dispenser, he's going to get 3 kills there. And finally, Bren is going to be able to put one on the board.
Big rounds coming in from Bren. They need to make sure that they win the next until they switch sides. They can't afford to give Enter any more rounds from here on out. It's just slowly digging their grave if they do. But Enter, they're feeling hot. They're really feeling hot, and I think this is going to start snowballing out of control if momentum isn't stopped right. Enter overall, their economy is healthy. Bren slowly trying to come back into it to try and even things out. But if Enter stop this next push from Bren, I think it might just break them.
Oh, and right now the next push does seem to be afoot onto the C alongside. It was kind of telegraphed there. They might back out potentially, as this will be 2 rounds in a row, but it's Dubstep and Dispenser going to be right here at the mouth of C Long, looking to push in here as soon as the dark cover is going to dissipate. Currently no one rotating over here for Enter, just leaving Senho all by his lonesome. Oh, now there is going to be Popoman moving in here from spawn. He's going to be behind the boxes there at the moment. He's going to get 1 aim in as well, but now with the push coming in, Dispenser, he is going to be able to take it. He's popped the Empress and might be able to claim some more here if he's going to catch those rotations.
Dispenser's already been taken out. It's a 2v2 situation. They've got the post plant. They set up the crossfire. Unfortunately for Cypher, he's going to be going down. Recon Arrow going to respond. Unfortunate timing there. Sova peeks just as he's trying to finish that animation, getting blasted as Enter once again. They're going to be able to share those ult points off of the spike diffuse as they move on 8-1.
With the pre fire bang kill there.
He's crushing it.
Absolutely sensational as he is going to be able to catch him out. The Cypher none the wiser here. He's going to get destroyed here and just no chance. And the Dart here also going to be completely occupying Ching, not able to prevent the stack kill.
Mao's senses is so warmed up. It's like he has spider senses at this point. It's just, oh no, I'm tingling. He could be by those boxes. Might as well pre-fire. Gets the kill and follows it up, but a quick another one before diffusing. I think these rounds are slowly starting to go into Enter's favor, and they're getting more and more aggressive. Look at the confidence of which they're actually pushing out through A side now this time with the Rays coming through A long while Jet is in sewers. Now they just have to start rotating. They see the utility being used.
Oh, Senho shooting through the dark cover, gonna catch Dispenser, and this is not looking so great here for Bren, and they're gonna be forced to relinquish that kind of positioning that they taken here. Jesse also not able to make any inroads, and he's gonna claim another one. Dubstep's head goes sky high. And now it looks like Inter is gonna have a clean sweep, and Ching, he's gonna get aim and hole as he tries to go through the garage window. But he's got all the angles covered here, also from the C side of things, and also from spawn. ACLX is rotating over, and he's gonna be able to get the flanking shots. Just no one able to cover on the A lobby side.
Look at Enter now. They are coming off so hot and with so much momentum on the defender side. They really understand what they have to be doing. The individual play is, the shots are just going off. I can't, even with my Dragon Ball Z Power Scarter, it's just over 9,000.
Oh, that is absolutely tremendous. They know the stakes that are at afoot here on the final day of our group stages. They want to emerge from Group D, and to be able to do that, they need to take 2 maps and also get a good round differential. So they are very well on their way. Oh, Mao coming out here with the initial shots here of the Hunter's Fury, not able to land them as he tries his best Sinatra impersonation, in fact.
Yeah, that's a good point. But now looking back into this, Bren, once again, they're trying to spread out, making sure that they are looking for any opportunities to try and get onto the seaside. They have Garage secured for themselves, but Enter, they feel it, they know it, they smell it. They've already rotated on, and even Race is falling back into sewers to try and get onto spawn side of C.
Desperation setting in. They are starting to push here through the garage. They're coming through the tunnel here, but they're still going to be Pulpo Man, still going to be inside the middle of C, but he finally falls here as Dispenser crowding around him. But look at all of this meat grinder situation and going to be opening onto that C-link side. We already have 2 defenders all going to fall around that side. ATLX and Mao trying to go in for the retake, but it's a 3v2 in favor of Brent, so they could continue to watch the side. Mao was absolutely brilliant on the retake in the previous round. He might be able to come out gold in this one.
They'll do it again. This time they changed it up. Instead of hiding directly behind the box, you can even see the gunshots of which Mao actually tried to go for it. He made sure, I'm gonna pre-fire this. They're probably gonna do it again, but unfortunately he wasn't there, and somebody else decided to pop up to take off his head.
Oh, Mao, he has 16 kills and 3 deaths. Absolutely insane from this man as he looks to carry his team over the finishing line. Currently, the Taiwanese team, they do have the momentum on their side. There's only going to be 1 round left here in this half before they transition over to their offense, and they have a very good chance of taking this without letting Brent even settle into their defensive side. But look at the peek here from Popo Man, demonstrating exactly why Jet is right now the premier offer. It's going to be able to take down the opposite number and still get away.
Wow. Wow, barely took any damage off of that, especially peeking that aggressively, but unfortunately, Popo Man gets hit by the operator coming out of Ching from Bren as they are looking to play for picks, both sides at 1 casualty. They are taking it nice and easy, nice and slow.
Yeah, I think, you know, with Ching getting back the trade there, they can actually play their normal game at the moment. 2 Jets out of the game is not really going to affect them too much, but ACLX, he's been dominating here on this A-link side, or sorry, A-long side, and he's still going to catch Jesse, just hiding behind the boxes in A lobby, and he's going to get finished off, and this is really slowing things down even more. And look at where Borkham is. He's going to hold up here behind Gong and really see if he can catch any of these rotations coming through mid.
It's gonna be tough. I mean, they're dropping the smokes already, and we're expecting Reyna to actually drop down the spike on a default position. They can set up a crossfire by window side, but even then, it is still a tough place to hold. They're making sure they are just covering their angles.
Oh, and the dark cover gonna stack again here on the A-Link. There's 3 players ready to move in. Senho, though, he is gonna find Ching as he's gonna transition through grass, see if he can get an angle here from the mid window. But there's gonna be the push coming in here from the A-Link. They're all coming in here for the Spencer with the crossfire set up here. And now this is gonna be absolutely devastating, but Senho is not looking to give up just yet here. Eamon Hola, he's gonna be moving in, and they combine to be able to clean house. Bren, they're going to be starting the second half here in an incredibly disadvantageous position.
Oh my goodness. Enter, I think they've been doing some mathematics in the background, because I think they finally realized if we win 2-0, it's going to come down to map differential, and they want to be the undisputed winners of this group. So that's going to be a big ask, but right now Enter is making the dream work.
And they definitely have the motivation. I think the nature of the ferocity of the defense, you know, has been a little bit on the aggressive side, really not relinquishing map control too easily to Brent at all. I think especially the A counteraction was really good coming out from Enter. ACLX in particular, really pushing down the long side, but supported when necessary.
Yeah, I mean, they're making all the smart moves. They're even aggressively pushing out of B, expecting Brent not to actually fall for this. Fall for this one more time. But they've already switched sides, which I obviously didn't notice because I'm clearly dyslexic. As the rest of the team of Brent is going to be starting to push aggressively, even though I thought they would enter for a good amount of time.
Well, in any case, it could be a case of great minds think alike here, but they are actually going to be second-guessing themselves, backing out, as of course they did actually utilize a couple of their dark covers here to really try and sell this. This is actually going to keep 2 of the members here from Brent on site here at the moment, while Enter is going to be moving all the way around to C, where we're only going to have Ching.
Don't worry about it. Omen will get it back eventually. He just has to bide the time, play it slow. They still have a lot of time on that clock here. As Brent's Ching, he's going to be the first line of defense to deal. Oh, he sees 2 already. There comes the arrows.
Oh man, and they're going to be able to go right past there. Dispenser, though, is going to take that Popo man. Ching, though, he's caught with his pants down and not going to be able to sustain here. Now, there is going to be a retake situation, but look at the losses that has been sustained by both sides. It's going to be a fairly even fight. They're kind of waiting for the bit of repositioning that we do see from the C-long side of things here for the defenders, but still not a lot of HP left here on Dispenser, so this is going to be a little bit difficult for him to push right into this.
I'm not entirely sure how Bren really wants to approach this situation, because again, we've got 2 people stacked down in garage side. We see Omen, he's going to be dropping down the Paranoia. Great way to actually push through, but unfortunately the crossfire had been set up. Cypher needs to just buy some time. Unfortunately for Omen, he's already been taken out, and they finally finish off Jesse Vash here as they run off as the spike will explode. Oh my goodness. They literally are on fire. Like, if I didn't have the screen in front of me, I would assume all of them are running it back like Phoenix.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the timing was slightly off from that. I mean, the Paranoia was a good bit of a maneuver here to allow them to push in, but it wasn't quick enough from the spawn side. So already we did have the case where Eamon Hola wasn't going to be nearsighted anymore by the Paranoia. He was able to confirm the kill. And in the end, that proved decisive because we did see that eventually the other 2 players from Enter were eliminated when the rest of Brent also ingressed on the site.
Oh, this is so good! I'm not sure whether or not the Owl Drone spotted up Dubstep, but now he's in perfect position to shoddy some unfortunate fool walking through sewers. But luckily for Enter, they're not going to be going through that way. They're just feeling it out. They're trying to see whether this bubble will burst if they put enough pressure on it.
And they are not under pressure at all, because with that opening pick and the fact that they're on 11 points, they can feel very comfortable that they can drive this home. They've gone full anti-eco here. If they put this one on the board, basically Bren is already gonna be having their backs against the wall, and the Enter's job of really making Bren sweat. Just the nature of how they've been able to do this will be enough.
Oh my goodness, the timing couldn't have been anyone's. Just as he peeks, but that's going to be Jesse Fox going to be next on the chopping block, followed by Borkum as well. He gets to the initial trade-off, so it's a 1v4. And this round, the anti-eco, unfortunately, not going to be coming out too well for Bren, but Enter... Oh my goodness, they can close out this game. What can Bren do? They're going to have to run the greatest comeback of all times if they want to make this work.
Oh, this has been completely in shambles here. Bren on their map pick of Haven. They are going to be soon on this map point, and they're going to have to try and pull one back when we move to our second map, which is going to be on Split. But hey, that's Enter's map pick here. They haven't shown their hand or what they can do on it. So, you know, I think with all these unknown quantities, Bren's got to be sweating under the collar.
I mean, especially for this game, they know for a fact that, ooh, this is going to be a really rough game to bring back, especially when they have 10 rounds ahead of them. It's going to be a long day of games if they want to make this comeback come true. However, for game 2, yes, there is a bit of an advantage, but Enter so far, and especially with the trend going on with both Enter and Bren, they somehow they are just unable to win their own maps, but somehow do especially well on their opposing team's maps.
Oh yeah, I think that's been a good hallmark for them to really surprise the competition, who have to feel a little bit more confident. But I think, you know, if it's going to be your favorite map, who knows? There could be a lot of information and VODs out there that really is not going to help you. But of course, with how VALORANT esports moves, it's going to be ever-changing. But yeah, we'll see how that will be playing a part in the future. But now we are going to see that Enter is actually going to be waiting a little bit more here onto the A side. Currently, not a whole lot that Bren can do to stop this, as there's only going to be Jesse here hanging out in the backside. But now this is actually going to be prompting a little bit more help here, as really there's just not a lot of resistance should they all pile forward.
Yeah, Enter, they know for a fact that Sewers is clear. They know for a fact A Long is clear. They're still playing for picks in case anybody decides to peek out. And Bren, on the other hand, they refuse to get picked off like they did before. They can't afford to lose this next round. If not, it's going to be Enter game 1.
I would like to see, even if the site falls, you know, that they have a retake scenario, that they have at least even numbers. Oh no, Dispenser, he's going to catch out Senho, and now this is giving Bren the man advantage here. I dare say rather rarely here, but now they're starting to push here onto the A site. They do not want to hold off any longer, but there's going to be presence here in Heaven. It's not going to matter. Dubstep, he's going to pick up 2, and look at the amount of speed and ferocity that they managed to muster. Both their fraggers of Dispenser and Dubstep going to be contributing greatly. And Dubstep, could this be the time for him to wake up? He has been languishing almost at the bottom of the score screen here, and very unlike him based on the other 2 games that we've been seeing so far.
Hopefully it's not burnout and more of getting back into the heat of things, you know? They need to get their arms warmed up and ready, because that's when you see a lot of these players where they make the comments like, my hands are cold, or I'm not warmed up yet. It's a very real thing, surprisingly enough, and unfortunate for Bren. Enter just seems to be so much more prepared.
Well, hopefully we can see him come up to his best here, as we do want all players here to fire on all cylinders. And now it looks like Owl Drone here is going to be spotting out the potential push here from Inter that's going to be coming from the C long. But I think with that bit of information gathered, it might question whether or not they want to try and fake out that they have rotated elsewhere. But they're aggressively peeking. But right now we're not actually seeing reciprocity here from Bren.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the position of where Dubstep is right now, already deep into the enemy lines. They just have to take the time. Spencer actually using the Empress. He needs to find one, but unfortunately, he's going to be going invincible and taking out another one. Can he find another one? Can he get it? But unfortunately, he gets taken out as the rest of the team slowly pushing through and making sure that C Long has been completely cleared out with Enter's corpses.
Oh, Borkum and Dubstep will be able to clean up what Dispenser started off there as a... Yeah, Enter really choosing to still pile into C. I mean, that's up to them, you know, if they want to be doing that. But that does mean that it's going to be a couple rounds in a row that they've lost out, and they actually have to go for an eco buy. So I don't know. Maybe they could have done something a bit different in the form of rotating to other angles. The initial owl drone coming out from Ching really did kind of give the game away.
Yeah, definitely. And I think overall, it's just at least they don't have to worry about the ultimates coming out of Bren. They exhausted quite a bit of resources from them, but they got to play this eco round and look to hurt Bren's economy as much as they can. I don't expect them to win this, but it's going to be the setup for that 13th round victory.
And they still need to try and maximize things as much as possible. The chasm is quite big there, but oh, look at the push coming in here. Bren, though, is going to be able to slow this down. The paranoia coming out. Dubstep is going to pick up his third one of the round. Borkham starting to peek here into A-Long. That's where the last two players are going to be residing. And look at all those corpses there, all by the sewer side, just not having any success with that push. ACLX, though, he is going to be hanging out here with Mao, see whether or not that they can catch out any of these other players, but they're going to be a little bit trapped as the Spencer is going to be watching out here for their rotation out there should they decide.
I mean, as long as they continuously be dropping smoke down by A-Long, I mean, they don't have the information of how many people are on A-Long. They have a general idea. Reyna, however, is just sitting by gardens. They don't have to do anything but just sit back, relax, and wait for the show to start.
Oh, they'd be making popcorn right now, but of course, Brad, they still need to keep very focused here. They could bring this back, and it would be quite a comeback here if they could. Mao, though, he's going to actually be able to take down Borkham. I think that's going to be considered quite the win just because he's able to take down yet another member and really hamper the economy a little bit more for Brent. They are still going to be on this winning streak 3 rounds in a row, but they're going to have to string a lot more together if they really want to bring this to overtime.
This is going to be a very crucial round for them. Like, eco rounds definitely are always a plus for the side of Brent, but the moment Enter gets the big boy guns, that's when it's going to be a much more deadly fight. Double ops coming in from Bren.
But I think we see a good correlation here between Dubstep's uptick in kills and also the wins coming out from Brent. They have been sorely missing his performance in the earlier rounds, but yeah, they're living on the knife's edge here as really any mishap could really earn them a quick map loss, and yeah, they really need to try and bring this at least at the very least as close as possible.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, you know, Enter has been doing this the entirety of the game. They've just been pushing themselves time and time again, getting such a huge lead, especially against a team like Brent. More surprising than not, but let's see how they actually play this attack out, because once again, they're going to try and stack the odds against Brent as they look to push into A one more time. Brent, that recon arrow is going to reveal the rest of the team, but the paranoia comes out almost immediately. The op doesn't exactly land, but the Hunter's Fury is going to spot them out as they look to push on through. Heaven is going to be covered, but unfortunately Jesse Bosch was able to secure that kill.
Not enough initial damage here, and everyone's going to be having most of their players, but oh, Popo Man taking down 2 straight away. Zeno as well, only 1 left, but it's not going to happen here for Brent. They tried valiantly 3 rounds in a row, but Enter finally breaks the trend, and now we're seeing the Taiwanese team take the first map of this series, and they're looking challenging here for qualifying for the playoffs.
Where was this Enter earlier? This is a tough position to get themselves because they have to win these 2 games. That in itself is difficult, especially against Brent, and the performance that we've seen throughout this group. The report cards definitely are very varying between these 2 teams, but I'm happy that Enter finally are strutting their stuff. They need 1 more game to qualify in for the playoffs. Brent, on the other hand, I know the Filipino fans are still going to be cheering for them. This wasn't their best performance, but you gotta put some faith because they have been crushing it on their opponents' picks of maps.
Oh, and yeah, I think they're gonna have to, try and maintain that level of form that they managed to garner, even when it's not gonna be on Terra Firma. But, I think Haven, everyone's gonna be able to bust out their respective strategies and plays to a certain extent. But the next map is where it's going to get incredibly interesting. Enter, we haven't seen them play this map. We've seen no one play Split at all today, so I think everyone's going to be wondering how they want to approach this. We've seen only a couple teams consistently bringing it.
Yeah, and it's definitely a huge advantage for one side, and I think that's the idea coming into this. They're playing off of so much momentum, and the performance that they gave just now, being so hot and warmed up, I can't even blame them for actually going to Split, even though I personally don't like the map, but I can definitely understand it to give your team the best opportunity of getting into the playoffs. This might be an intelligent option.
Yeah, and especially if the Bren has got good strategies on their own, they're going to be starting on defense first, which could actually prompt them to make a little bit of a comeback and deny any hopes here to the Taiwanese team for actually getting through to the playoffs. As really it has come down to this very final map and match here in our group stages. If who is going to be making it through to the business end of the Royal Sea Cup.
Talk about group of death overall. I mean, so many teams have gone 1-1 against each other, and when it really matters to get that 2-0, that's where teams are just sweating. But we're only going to see the best performances amongst these teams only if there is a huge amount of pressure on their shoulders. Can't get diamonds without those.
No, exactly, and it's a shame that we have to see up to this point where really Enter has had to come up with a result in that game to really see their best round so far, or best map so far, and well, maybe we might be able to see a little bit more from them when we move on to Split. Now, we're not too sure exactly what kind of agents that they're going to bring to the table, but it could be a little bit surprising. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a short breather over here while we toss it back to our lovely analyst panel for their breakdown of the game and their predictions on what is going to be happening on Split. So you've been listening to Play of the J and Getting Q. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Welcome, guys, to the BTS Pro Series. No! Welcome to the Royal SCA Cup! Welcome to the Royal SCA Cup! My name is Mr. Okay. Plus. It's After Hours. I'm here with Leonard Lee. And Zero.
Right, welcome back, guys.
Welcome back. We just saw a wonderful series, guys. We just saw a fantastic series. Bren Esports were on the way to, no, not actually qualifying here. Enter actually making headway and proving what they did in the beginning of the day, that they are a team to be feared. Just because they came by the qualifiers does not mean that you can discount them.
Definitely.
Why are they doing this? What are they doing that so well?
I think it's just the underdog factor. When you know everyone's rooting against you, there's 1,500 people on Twitch chat right now that's saying, no, go Bren, Viva Bren, whatever the slogan is. They just get fired up looking at that. Where's my fans? I'm going to make myself some fans. And they just went out banging every single round. It was just Mao. It was just everyone else coming from the side of Enter just being absolutely crazy.
And the thing is, like, when we saw Mao play every time making a play in each of the round, I was like, yo, that's like Lord of the Rings Legolas going to town. Man.
Yeah, Bren was like Urukai coming in. He was just counting kills. Like, I got 5, 6, 7, 9, 25. Oh, he was just on fire this round.
Oh, absolutely insane. And the best part about it is, so I think maybe Bren was a little bit pressure on the fact that, like, okay, they're a big name, well-known team, and also quite a history as well. And seeing the fact that Enter just constantly hammering them time and time again.
Relentless.
It was relentless. Oh, they were
It was like a wild boar. It was
Yeah,
exactly like their logo.
Finally,
Right?
at the last game, at the last hour, you know, they channeled their logo, they channeled the inner spirit, and they just went ham. Bren Esports had no answer to Dispenser.
Yeah,
They've got dubstep. They tried their best, but they just couldn't do anything about it.
They cannot really try. And the thing is, like, every time we see Bren, they try to try to calm down a little bit, reset the strategy. They're like, all right, go for equals, get the next round, try to reset. But the thing is, every time they try to do that, Enter is like, no way, man. we're not gonna give you that chance. We're gonna be like, hey, we're having such a great tempo. We're just gonna keep hammering you until the point where you just cannot come back at us, and especially on the map of Haven, which is pretty much like the bread and butter.
Yeah, Brand's East, and it's especially one of Brand's best maps as well.
Oh yes, forgot about that too. So really, really punishing for them. So especially seeing such a not to say like one-sided score, but this is gonna hit them mentally hard when they're gonna be going to the game.
That was terrible.
Yeah. And especially when you need these points to qualify, right? Right now, Enter, if they actually take the 2 points, they actually have a chance because they tie against the top team. HQ is almost, they're out. They're 100% out of the Group D. And of course, we know that we already know one of the winners, which is going to be Morph. Yes, Morph definitely makes it out because they have more points than the rest. But now it's really up to Bren and Enter. And Enter can actually tie this with Bren. And then when you look at the head-to-head, especially after this dominating victory, this puts you on the spot. Right? Because, of course, how we would calculate the head-to-head is how many rounds have you won and what the round difference is. And now Brent just got destroyed when it comes to rounds. They didn't lose by a bit, which might have put them better in the tie. Now they're really scared because if they don't win this next game, it's over for them, or it could be over.
Actually, AHQ still has a chance to qualify.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, so they are in a 3-way.
Oh, because they managed to get 3 points in the end.
Yeah, HK has 3 points. Bren right now has 2 points. They just need 1 point to go to a head-to-head against HQ. New Enter, they are 1 point at the moment. Actually, 2 after this round. So if they win, they go to a head-to-head against HQ as well. So anyone can get out of this group right now. Literally anyone.
There's a bloodbath right now. We still also don't know how the head-to-head goes with AHQ, so we have to do the little math there. And AHQ is kind of sweating because they know they're probably crunching the numbers and going, oh no!
They can't give away one more round. No!
Dude, that's sweating buckets for sure. I'm pretty sure they're like, oh no, don't do this to us at all, dude.
What does Brent need to do now? I mean, it's the last game, literally of the group stage as a whole, right? The pressure is there for sure. How do you keep a cool head? What is it? If you're the IGL, if you're the IGL, Yoli, what are you telling your teammates right now?
Definitely, I'm going to be telling my teammates, don't think too much about it, but don't dwell in the situation. Forget about this previous round. Just focus on right now. Baby steps, small steps, 1 step at a time. We lose the first round, doesn't matter. There's always the second round. Try to turn things around. Don't start panicking because there's a couple of rounds which we saw in the previous game. Brand started panicking a little bit. The minute they lost one of their frontliners, the initiator, they start like, oh no, we're entirely collapsing at this point. So second game, going to be really crucial. They need to get that pistol round for sure because that is going to be their breakaway. They just need a win. 1 win just to maintain that momentum, reset that mindset. That way they
who cares about the rounds? Just win.
Yeah, just win.
Get at least the chance that you might win that head-to-head.
Yep.
What do you think that Brent needs to do on this second map pick, particularly maybe in the drafting or in the strategy phase?
I think they just need to play themselves. They got a little bit sucked into the game that was Enter's tempo. Enter actually reminds me a little bit of Todak yesterday.
Yes.
The tempo they play, you know, they go in all in. They don't care. You have 5 people, you have 2 people here. I'm just going in if I want to. And, you know, Brent got a little bit sucked into that. They got a little bit just flustered by the tempo that Enter was trying to play on. And then they just forgot, you know, their usual checklist. You have 5 things to check. When Enters just started to enter the site, they just threw away the checklist and took out their guns. That's what happened. That's not supposed to happen. You're supposed to, you know, swipe to the page that says when opponents are rushing 5 at me, what do I do? 1, slow them down. 2, call for rotates. They didn't do that. They just got flustered, and then Enter just did whatever they wanted with them.
And I think also like overconfidence also played like quite the role inside this as well because they had the Reina pick too. And let's be honest, whenever there's a Reina pick, there's always like a flex, like saying. Whenever we see a team pick Arena, it's always like a flex. Like
I'm gonna get 4 kills this round.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna get multiple kills. I'm gonna be the top fragger. I'm gonna be one that's setting the pace for the team. But of course, maybe in this case they wanted to pick the Arena because her Lear is possibly the best flash the entire game compared from the other agents. But in this case, they thought like, all right, since we got sucked into Enter's more like realm of their comfort zone, right? And we have a Arena. They're like, you know what? We're confident in our firepower. Let's just go with it. But what happens is they literally entered the jungle here, and they got hunted really hard for this.
Yeah, and there's just what we keep saying, right? Some of the teams particularly, there's always one in each group, right? They force you to play their style, and if you do that, you're gonna lose. It
Mm.
happened multiple times in literally every single group. In fact, in Group B is probably the best example of how you beat these, right? Because Paper Rex was doing that, but Vision Strikers managed to come through. They showed how you keep temperance, how you keep your head cold, and you don't let them suck you in. And this is what you need to do in this last map. Are there any agents that you think might come out, any specific picks that you think might come out that would help them accomplish this?
I was thinking maybe Sage might be viable if they're going for this all-out aggressive style. You slow them
True.
down. You have 2 slows. You have a barrier orb as well, just to buy time, and then you can plan either whether you want to talk about giving up the site and then retake after, or just stall them and then wait for the backup to come to hold the site. So Sage, depending on the map, I don't remember what the second map is.
Yeah,
but if it's say
We
split,
have not been told what the
Yeah, we're
second
not
map
been
is.
told.
if it's
this yet.
split, pick that.
Yes.
Pick that. I want to say pick that agent right up. Jesse.
Pick that.
Pick that. Yeah, Jesse Vash, fantastic player on the Sage. We've seen him play multiple Sage games.
Oh yes.
He just recently switched to Cypher, and he's great at Cypher as well. But Sage is his bread and butter. He can go back to that, and they can rely on it for sure.
Yeah. He plays a support role very well,
Yep.
Jesse
Yes.
Vash. He's always quite low on the frags because
Yeah.
he's just using his utility to make sure his team has all the available information. But of course, the difference between Sage and Cypher, they don't quite
Different
play
play
the
style,
same
yeah.
way. You can't just quite stay. I mean, of course, Cypher does want to live for the longest time, but you can't quite stay back. Cypher does lurk a bit more than
Yeah.
the Sage would.
Correct.
So maybe going back to the basics is the easiest way.
Definitely fundamentals is going to be playing a key role into this here. But for me, for the agents here in particular, sure, Sage is going to be great if it's on the map for split. But if we're talking about like an all-rounder, an agent that's able to play on all, which is really great on all 4 maps, I think Dispenser just needs to pick up that Phoenix. If he wants to duel, if you want to pick up, go for the Phoenix. He's also a really great Phoenix, by the way. He's a great race player, great Phoenix. And the thing is this is my first time seeing like firsthand how he was playing the Reyna. Sure, the first 2 games, the first 2 BO3 games he was playing was really great. But in this case, it wasn't really working out because Enter kept constantly applying that pressure. So I guess bring out the Phoenix may just set things up a little bit for the team. Of course, the Flash is not as great compared to the layer from the Reyna, but the curveball Flash still does quite an amount its usage here.
Yeah, and Phoenix also has useful abilities besides that Flash. We've spoken about this a lot. Reyna, her abilities besides the Flash, maybe in competitive, not so prominent, not so powerful. So you're really just picking us a little leader.
Yeah,
right?
for the kills.
For the kills.
Yeah. But in the case of Phoenix, maybe that utility could be nice. He's also quite nice against the aggressive lineups, because he can deal better with them as the entry frag.
Yeah, definitely. You drop the Blaze, you drop your hot hand, suddenly people can't really push in without taking a ton of damage. And then your teammates can just clean up after that, even if you've died.
Yes, and also just want to remind everyone again, Reyna, if you can't get frags, you're pretty much skillless. So you can still use the layer, but if you can't get frags for yourself, especially from the previous round, it's very hard for Reyna to really fully utilize her entire kit. So Phoenix would be a really great replacement should Dispenser want to go for that dual pickup.
I like the idea as well because one of the things that Phoenix does nicely is actually he's one of the better shotgun users in the game.
Yeah.
Which has actually, I see that laugh immediately. Which is actually one of the better ways to deal with a bad econ, right? We've seen this multiple times again that when you're trying to go for this kind of half buy round to try to stabilize, shotguns have been really prominent. Particularly, actually, Bren Esports has been the team that brought this in Group D, and you could try to take advantage of them if this aggressive playstyle is overwhelming you.
Yep, definitely. It's a great weapon on a pinch, especially in tight corners. And Split is
Oh,
filled with tight corners.
90 degrees corners. Oh
I guess
my
we're just
God.
accepting now that we hope
It's
the map
gonna be
is split.
It might not be, but if it is, it's a great pickup. Whether it's a Sage or whether just
Phoenix.
have the option of picking up.
This is the prediction I care
Bucky,
about.
the Bucky or the Judge a little bit more. It can work out for Bren.
Definitely for sure. A lot of things definitely going to work out, but I guess they just need to remember about the fundamentals before they go into this game against Enter.
Keep a level head, and see if they can take that last point that they need to have a chance to qualify.
Yep.
Right now, this is literally the most match point you could imagine.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because this point will determine who has a chance to go head to head with HQ, and then we'll start comparing the points and see who can actually make out a Group D. The match is about to start. Before we do so, though, final predictions.
Ooh, final prediction. I think we're going to go for Brand Esports for this one. I still think they have the potential. They have quite a history from previous FPS game titles. So I think they will be able to turn things around after relaxing after a couple of minutes here.
I've been a Brand Esports fanboy since day one. I
Yes.
mean.
Okay.
But
He kept
right
talking
now,
about him like, mate, they're not in this group. Stop.
but right now, you kind of want to root for the underdog. I mean, Ender, they didn't do so well in the first few maps. You know, they got They didn't really get demolished by HQ. They actually brought it quite close in the second map. And I'm thinking that an underdog story can be really great in this tournament. So I'm going for Enter.
Okay. We have our predictions, and the map is about to begin. Are you ready? Because this is the last map of the group stages. There's no more chances.
No more.
We're gonna get every single qualified team right after this map ends. So please stay glued to your seats. Do not leave this monitor on. Our brains are fried. We've been here for 14 hours. I don't even know the name of the tournament anymore, but it does not matter because we are about to watch the last match of the group stages. Please take it away, casters. It's going to be Brand Esports versus Enter to see the final team to make it out of the group of death. Group D.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are here for our very final map here of our final match of our final group. And we are going to be able to find out who are the top 8 teams that will be duking it out in our playoffs starting tomorrow, and we'll see who's going to be the champion on Sunday for our Royal Sea Cup. And this, of course, being our Ignition Series event here for the Southeast Asia level. I'm Play of the J, and I'm thrilled to bring you this fine match here together with my co-caster Gideon Q.
It's going to be a great set of games so far, but now it's time for the very final map. Unfortunately, it has to come out of my mouth, but it's going to be split, and they all know how much I feel badly about this map, but it is a very strategic move coming out of these teams, especially for Enter, because they are going to be able to really start showing their stuff, especially when you want to have a lopsided map for the defender side.
Yeah, the only thing is because the Enter picked it, of course, the side to be first is definitely going to be picked here by, Brent. So I think we are seeing that the defender side is going to be Brent's starting side, which, split is going to be the most polarizing in terms of, attacker, defender, sided biasness. And we'll see how they are going to be shaping up here. I think when we look at the Brent lineup here, we are going to see it's going to be quite standard, I would say, for a split. We are still going to be seeing a Raze very useful here. And actually, we're seeing almost the same lineup from Enter, but they are taking the Sova.
Breach, Sova, the only two that really are the differences for these sides. One is good at gathering the information, the other is good at slowing people down and hard pushing sides. And especially for the defender side, that fault line can be a very powerful tool, especially since that, a lot of teams, previously a lot of teams would like to bring Sage in, but after the patch, it's not as good, so people have to get creative and innovative. Enter is going to be starting off on the attacker side, looking to push through B here. Only Omen and Raze can cover that angle, as well as, I can't necessarily see, that's Breach.
Oh yeah, and Dispenser actually going to be swapping off the Reyna here, so we'll be opting for the Raze as well. Oh, they're going to burst here onto the B side. There is still going to be Dispenser popping out. The bait shells, it's going to land right on his opposite number. ATL though will be able to get him back and also still get the Boombot kill. But Cheng here, he's all by his lonesome. Amanola is actually going to be pushing in here from the garage side. There is still going to be the spike left out in the B side. He's going to have to rely on the rotation coming out here from B Heaven to try and get another angle going, but the numbers are not in their favor at the moment. So Amanola is going to have to spray here. He has a little bit of breathing room, but it's not going to be working out. Dubstep does take out Senho, and it's only going to be a cleanup here by Jesse.
You can see the decision making going in his head. He tried to fake out. He tried to do a quick fake out with his TP, trying to give the idea. Oh, oh, I could be instead of the left side, be on the right side. So it takes, you know, a 0.5 second reaction time to actually flick on over to the other side. And maybe that was going to be the advantage. However, he was buying a little bit of time for his teammate to push through mid and get into Heaven, because once you have Heaven control, that's going to be that's going to allow you to have almost I don't even want to give a percentage here because it's so difficult to say, but again, Heaven is going to give you, especially for B and A side, both Heavens allow you to control the site so much better. Oh, first frag's trying to go through it, unfortunately doesn't connect all the way. Dubstep, he's going to be pulling out the go, something more accurate, something more reliable.
Oh, but it does give them the opportunity to move in here. The dark cover allowing them to get that a line of sight blockage here from the Heaven, but they have moved into screens that they're going to be able to take down the breach, and now this is allowing them to get access here for Amenhola. He's going to be meeting his end. Dubstep is going to be able to zone in on the Hell player, but it's Dispenser's Pain Shell, which is going to be doing the massive amounts of damage.
Oh my goodness, and he literally has ice in his veins. He did not budge, and the moment those paint cans come through, but now they're going to look for the shorty kill. Unfortunately, that's not going to be working out. Dubstep needs to land the shots. One more would be enough, but can he have enough time to defuse this? He's sticking it, commit to it, and he's got another win for Brent and securing the round as well, taking out the last member and picking up a Bulldog.
That's a pretty good round here coming out from Brent, but of course, you know, they are going to have a little bit of those lost weapons, but they do want to upgrade regardless, so it's not going to matter too much, but we are seeing a bit of a broken buy as a result. Despite winning that anti-eco round, they are actually going to be opting to take a Guardian along with the Operator and 0 armor for Dubstep, but hey, these are some of the, you know, advanced measures that you're going to take to try and guarantee that you continue this momentum.
Yeah, and if Brent win this, they're going to have so much of that momentum running with them. Some of them are bringing in judges as well. That Guardian is going to be looking to try and protect B side. As we can see, Breach up onto B Heaven as well. Nobody seems to be pushing through mid just yet. No utility, not a lot of utilities has been wasted. All they see is that Shroud of Darkness for now. A side completely clear. They are avoiding this Cypher.
And this is continuing to lock down the mid side, but with all these guns coming out here from Enter, this could be exactly what they need to really lock it down. The dark cover going to be preventing Popoman from really being able to do much here. Oh, it's going to be him getting taken down here by top of the number. Dubstep picks up a second one on the Seno. He's going to be retreating all the way back through to A Heaven. The job is well done. There's going to be a crossfire set up here, but Amenhola is not going to care too much about it. He's isolating Dispenser. Moves up, picks off Ching as well with only 16 HP.
And now, oh, can he get one more? Yes, he does! Amenhola finds another headshot onto Dubstep, who's going to try and stop them, but unfortunately, Omen, he finds 2 with the Guardian. Can he find a third? Yeah, and oh, I really thought he got there, but Mao still making sure that his shots land penetrate through the wall. He's going to drop down that spike. He has to be careful because Cypher has Heaven from here, but he makes a really, really smart move, looping around. He's only at 4 HP. Headshots are going to matter. He needs to one-tap Brent's last standing member, Jesse Vosh.
Oh, and yeah, all that damage being done through the box. High penetration on the Guardian working wonders, but Bash, he doesn't know exactly where it's... And oh, the Hunter's Fury coming out. It's going to delay the time a little bit more and able to land the shot there. It's going to give away the position, but he's going to stick it here. He did it! No! He had his knife! And oh, Jesse Bash, he's going to fall! And the clutch here is going to be coming out here for Enter as they steal it away here from Brent at the death.
No, and we're going to have to watch a replay of it. Oh my goodness. Okay, at least it doesn't get that last part because, oh my goodness, that was super unfortunate. Pulling out your knife when it should have been your gun. He had that round. He just needed 1 bullet to connect.
Oh, that is so unfortunate, and Jesse is going to feel very hard done by, but yeah, in any case, we will see how Brent wants to try and bounce back from this. They're opting for pistols to really try and slow Enter down. Of course, it's still going to be a tough task to try and push through split on the attacking side, but I think, you know, with that, there's a lot of momentum in favor of Enter. They're going to really enjoy some of those picks, especially we saw Amenhola getting the 3K.
Yeah, it's looking good, of course. But, I mean, Enter overall, they don't mind these whiffs happening because when they happen, they're going to take full advantage. Unfortunately, Borkum got a little impatient. He shouldn't be peeking, especially with the shorty, because that's not going to net him too much. I mean, the amount of pellets that actually connected barely even scratched the surface of his HP.
Yeah, like less than 10 damage, I do believe in that instance. But ACLX, he's going to rotate around to the mid side. Watch for the flank there. It's going to be the push coming here from A main. This is going to be only the Cypher that's still on the site. Everyone else has been parked in the middle of the map. And now this is still going to see some delays coming out, but I don't think that the plant is going to be denied at this present moment in time. Dubstep, he does get caught out in heaven, but now look at the push coming in here. Decisive is going to get 2 of them with the one tap there onto Senho.
Yeah, they're going to satchel charge survive. Fault line comes through, but they are making sure they are watching Elbow carefully. They clear both out. Jesse Bash and Dispenser. It's going to be Breach. Ching, he needs to make this work out. All he's got is a classic right now. He can't seem to find any weapons across the field to really help himself. But, ooh, I mean, this Phantom would be pretty good if he can secure this one, this kill. He's just got to walk down the ramps and just look to the left. Unfortunately, it's going to be ACLX finding that kill. Great headshot as Enter look to tie out the rounds 2-2 against Bren.
Oh, so Enter, I think when they did manage to get the opening frag there onto Borkum, as of course he was peeking when maybe he shouldn't, as we saw on the B side of things. It really put Brent at their mercy. They had to still keep honest on the B side of things in case there was going to be a weightage of the players there, but the quiet rotation over to A side was going to be enough. And yeah, when you only have one player in the form of Senho to try and hold things down, it's always going to be difficult on your eco.
Yep, Paranoia even coming out. Ooh, Ching finding the first pickup onto Mao of all people. Let's see how Enter is going to play this game without their top fragger from last game. Let's see whether or not they're going to be able to hold on to their guns here.
Oh, and we're seeing a bit of a spread push here. Of course, after losing that first player, they kind of have to see prod and see what they can do. And of course, if they bring guns to bear here, oh my goodness, he didn't check the mailroom corner there. Eamon Hola is going to pay for it with his life. Dispenser though gets refrag straight away here. And now look at the push coming here onto the B side of things. ACLX, he's going to be able to get down Borkum after he does take Popo Man. So this is going to allow for the plant to potentially go down. There's still going to be a bit of presence there in the center of the park, and really waiting for that presence from the teammate to really try and get a little bit more secure before the plant goes down.
Yep, and again, once again, Heaven Control is so important. Breach has secured his position as Cypher is taking a little bit more of aggressive. He hears the bomb being fired, he just has to sit and wait. Somebody's going to peek out, and there he finds it. That's going to be Jesse Bash taking the final frag of this round.
Wow, this might be a little bit of a bounce back here for Bren, and it's, they really need to string a few of these rounds together if they want to try and get the lion's share of the points on this first half. Definitely going to be very crucial for taking the map overall. Enter, though, they are looking pretty promising here regardless. Now, they are going to be able to afford that full buy to really try and counteract as much as possible. And, you know, you can see how decisive a lot of these opening picks are at the moment. And, I mean, we always say that about any round of Valorant as well. You know, those who really do get that opening frag really are likely to take it away. But you can see with so much on the line and with a map like this, it's always going to be absolutely magnified here on the effect.
Yep, once again, he's going to be setting up at an off angle to make sure that B is going to be secure. That seems to be the pattern of what Enter has been doing so far. They kind of put their feelers out there like they did in game 1 and see who's going to crack under that pressure before pouring into that site. They've got a great spread. One at mid, one is looking towards A side, especially with Cypher making sure that any lurkers coming out of A side will be known to the team as they look to rotate towards B.
With this being a gun round here for both teams, this is probably going to be resulting in quite a number of ults being popped here, as this is always going to be the very decisive moment for them. ACLX, he does have the showstopper available once the Omen gets tagged here, we can probably expect to see him come in, but I think they know the gig is up. Look at how many players coming over here from Brent.
Yeah, they saw Raze initially. I'm not sure if they spotted out Omen there on the left, especially how high he was elevated, how low the Owl drone was going. I'm pretty sure he didn't see his feet or any discoloration at all. Yep, they're going through it. Unfortunately, Dubstep's going to be the first one. They don't realize that Borkum is still there at his off-angle. They finally take him out. Mao got the initial kill, but now the spike is wide out in the open, and there's almost no way for Enter to take this out. Xenoholic, he's going to really have to pull a miracle here to win this round.
Oh, the intel just not going to be good enough, but Senho, he's coming in here. He gets 2 straight away. He's looking for Dubstep at the moment, and he's going to continue to close the gap. He's going to pop over Dubstep, though. He catches him out, and he's going to clean house as Brent moves clear by 2 points in the first half.
Oh, if they had a bit more time. Look at that timer. That timer was really forcing him, and he was so close to clutching it out. The flick was just slightly too far, and unfortunately for him, Dubstep was making sure that he wasn't going to win this round. I mean, look at that. Boom, boom, boom. 2 in a row. He sees Dubstep, and Dubstep at the time, if he listens to the call, all right, drops down the smoke, play for that time. Let him come to you.
Oh, that's very unfortunate there for Senho. Not going to quite get that one, but coming very close. And we actually didn't see a lot of ultimates getting popped, but we did see that ACLX has used his, and fortunately did get shot in the back. But now we're seeing the eco run coming, round coming out from Enter. They're still pushing down mid, but they are going to be focusing a little bit more on vents. But the game might be up here. Senho did get spotted out on the A main side of things.
Yep. This is tough. That Boobot's gonna see so many people, and he doesn't even realize it. Please don't peek this. Please don't peek this. Up! Here it comes. The up jump comes through, and luckily he's got a friend right behind him to secure it. Dubstep, God bless! Because if he wasn't there, Dispenser would have had one field day with a lot of lead.
Yeah, and he would be cursing timing again and again and again, almost undoubtedly. And now Dubstep, though, is of course going to be helping out his team member. And look at the amount of utility being dumped here. They know exactly what's up. Aim and Hola, though, he's going to be falling as Dispenser going to clean house. And look at Brent. They are on a roll. They got 5 ultimates. Their economy is booming. They are looking to really close things out and bite back. They want to book their spot in the playoffs.
Both of these teams are hungry, without a doubt. So hungry. But let's look at this replay one more time. You can see Dispense, he's panicking. He's like, oh boy, but Dubstep was able to secure his retreat backwards. And that's kind of the main issue with the map, especially if you are trying to push up through mid. You're more likely to go to B because at least it gives you access to more options, especially to get onto B Heaven. But more importantly, Ropes is just super dangerous. It isolates you. It puts you in a very compromised position. There's nothing you can do. First kill coming in from Dubstep. Great pick off. Not with the up, but with the Vandal. And I think the jig is up.
Yeah, it could always be a very difficult one here already with that early loss here against ACLX. That's really going to be putting a little bit of a break here on this push. They are still going to be taking it slowly. They are trying to see can they isolate any players. And at the same time, they're in a way faking that they could have been rotating over towards mid or towards the garage side of things. So really just not showing their presence. That's exactly what Brent is being led to believe at the moment. But they're holding fast. They're going to get ready for a retake more than anything else. And now it looks like the smokes here are going to be all dropped here onto site. They're trying to do what they can. Jesse, he picks up 2 straight away as he's going to be lurking all the way here in the back of site though. Mao, he will come up big though with only 2 kills, and then is unfortunately just going to fall a bit short.
Just a little short. I mean, the moment the jig was up, it was so difficult to kind of play this game, but Bren had an amazing response to this because in most situations, especially even for a lot of amateur teams, they like to over-rotate. They see the information, oh, we should all be getting onto the site. We need to defend it, defend. But Bren, ice in their veins, stood strong, 2 on A, 1 ready to transition at any point of time. And when push comes to shove, we know for a fact after that round that Bren will be able to clean up house.
Oh, they're going to be so glad with that. They think that, you know, we're going to be going here for the operator. It looks like a double shock dart coming out here to try and do something. Dispenser having a little bit of fun here, perhaps, but we'll see that the push is going to be coming down the mid side of things as Enter just want to try and make inroads into heaven.
Talk about bad timing. A showstopper once again. This time it's not going to whip, and unfortunately for the Boombot, he's become a Roomba Bomba once again, clipping the side of the wall, bouncing back when it just wanted to go and be free out in mid.
Yeah, not gonna happen, and that's gonna be an ultimate wasted here. Oh, Senho! He's gonna be absolutely surprised here by Dispenser using the blast pack movement here that Flights would be proud of, and he's gonna be able to clean that one up as A control is there, but the plant has gone down on B side, and now this is gonna be a 2v4 retake. I think they're gonna potentially be going for some of these exit kills. Ching, if he's able to get 1 or 2 of them, then it could open inroads into B.
Oh, I mean, he looks like he's going to be expanding his ultimate. Make sure you check your left, my friend. Yes, he finds one more on top. He secures both of those kills, and this is going to look good. ACLX kills off the center. Ching, one more! No, but he was looking towards Heaven's side. He wasn't sure where the last one was going to be. Eamon Holla coming up a thrifty round for Enter.
Ching was on an absolute roll there, but unfortunately it was not meant to be, as Eamon Holla will be able to clean him out. But look at this, he's absolutely on point. And you know, over the course of this week we've seen some really great plays, but we saw a lot of careless plays as well. And you know, it wasn't going to be Ching added to that highlight reel. He was going to be able to take down 3 of them in one mag, but unfortunately getting caught with his flashpoint out. And yeah, that was always going to be a little bit on the sad side for him.
They got to be really, really careful, especially when they're playing without that information, because they didn't know where the Omen was going to be. Omen moved out of that Rolling Thunder, came back in, and unfortunately, all Ray saw was ACLX in that situation, and not Omen.
Yeah, and now we just have a little bit of presence being put onto the A main side for Enter. This is usually quite standard, as you do want to try and keep some of the players there for Brent on the A side, whether it's on Heaven or where currently we are seeing Senho. But we are going to still see the mid presence, of course, is always very prevalent, and attack to get anything going, more often than not, they also need to make sure that they have this control before anything else can happen.
They need to make it work. They need to make it work. Enter slowly again, creeping up through mid side. Hopefully they don't make the same mistake again, but you know, all of that is so dependent if they get caught. It looks like they're going to be transitioning into B here. Ching ready to fight them off and slow down the push with the flash points, but again, they need to have that control over Heaven's side. Even Raze is ready to rotate.
Oh, and now they're starting to push in here onto B side here, but Eamon Holla is going to be able to get the road here. But oh, Dispenser with a triple kill there. It's going to mow them all down here from the B Heaven, and no chance given here to Enter. They're going to be moving up 7-3 here, as really this is starting to break the back of Enter, but I think they know that this is of course going to be the way of things here, and they just need to try and at least get some rounds before they swap over.
Yeah, they don't need to lose confidence. In game 1 itself, they're doing pretty decent on the attack, but their defense was incredible against Brent, so they still have that running for them, and they're just waiting this out, trying to take as many points as they can until the switch.
Oh, and now look at this full push coming out here from Enter. Of course, this is a little bit of an eco round for them, so they're going to be moving in here. Oh, it looks as though they might have a few extra weapons though, but they are starting to move. Oh, the collapse coming out here from Dubstep, as that screen's presence is going to be absolutely devastating. They're still trying to push him. He's already only on 12 HP, but he's going to get spotted out. Luckily for him, he's got assistance here. Ching is going to be able to clean up ACLS. JC is looking for another here. That's, oh, Popo Man, he's going to be taken down here. The judge just not working out. Flawless round coming out from Brent.
Wow, I don't even know what to say that. Like, strategically, I'm not entirely sure. It was looking really, really good from Enter, but the collateral through the smoke, and then another one gets gunned down through the smoke. It's like, what can you really do with that?
Well, those are occupational hazards, and you really have to just, you know, give it a go. And let's not forget, I mean, that was kind of a throwaway round for Enter. They did, of course, invest in the judge, and that's why they are having a bit of difficulty now deciding on how to go about their full buy round. They're going to have to opt for one last Bulldog here to really fill it out. But I think they feel the aggression coming on the A side. But we are seeing enough of a variance out from Enter that, you know, it's keeping the likes of Brent honest.
Yep, and they are just making sure, again, their strategy is playing for picks once more, looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately it's the opposite, as Dubstep is going to find the first for the first kill onto their lurker as they look to rotate towards B side. Omen all by his lonesome self, trying to look for information before falling back, taking his time, dropping the smoke, dropping the paranoia and the smokes as well. Rolling Thunder
comes out as from Ching. That's an interesting use of it, but I guess, you know, after how many times they've been conditioned to think, okay, they're going to be pushing through, they usually send 3 people through B Heaven, and maybe I can catch them off.
Oh, but look, this is getting the time here for Dubstep to get in position in back B. He's going to pick up another couple kills here, and Forkham and Ching will be rounding things out. And Enter seemingly running out of a little bit of these ideas. And, you know, Dubstep is starting to pick up his game. 18-4. He was so quiet on the previous map on Haven. And, you know, it's so important for him and Dispenser to really deliver for the team if they want to try and have some success. So he's definitely woken up here on the second map of the series. And look at the disparity that we have going. We're going to be swapping halves here, as now Brent will be taking it to the attacking side.
Yep, let's see how Brent actually approaches this map. We haven't actually seen them play on Split before, so this is going to be a lot of new information. Enter, hopefully they're ready to feel the assault of Brent. 9-3, 6 round wins differential that it's just going to be so hard to come back from, especially after what Enter did to Brent in the previous game.
Who knows, maybe Enter does have some tricks up their sleeve, but right now the attack here is moving in here all the way up onto the A ramp side, as Dubstep has made some significant inroads. Doesn't have the super shorty, but will be trying to catch them out here with the Ghost. He's really just locking things down, but look at the tripwires, all going to be positioned here on A main. This is prompting maybe Brent to go down the mid side.
This is going to be really tough coming up through ropes. Oh, that's going to be fine. The first kill as they look to try and take control over Heaven. Both Jet and Borkum are just taking their time, keeping their tracks, making sure that they are just peeking corners. Oh no, he did see him for half a second there, and unfortunately there's going to be Popo going to be taking him out. Popo Man finds the second one onto Dubstep, and Senaholic is going to take out Dispenser as they look to try and keep control over the site. You can already see Breach. He's making a run for it. I don't want to be any part of A anymore.
Oh, I think this is all down to Popo Man getting those 2 crucial kills after they already made inroads there. Amenhola is going to put a stop to that push into the B Heaven side of things, and he's going to continue to lurk around. Ching, he's got a lot to do here if he wants to try and get a little bit of bonus money here for his team, but he's going to still be creeping down towards the stair side, but he's going to be running into problems in the form of Senho, and that's going to be Enter starting to reverse the trend of scoring here as they get their account open on the defensive side.
Oh, this is good. This is a good start. This is a good start. Let's see if they can bring this back, because this is going to be a tough back to come back. It's a tough game to come back from. Tough back to come back. What was I even trying to say at that point? But yeah, it's late. Both of these teams still seem so fired up. This is their time. This is their moment, and this is their time of night.
No, indeed, as you know, they can be a nocturnal bunch, but there are going to be 4 Spectres invested here by Inter as they do want to try and have an effective anti-eco going. Now, this is still going to be a potential spot here for Brent to make it work, but it's still going to be difficult. They have to try and bring a lot of guns to bear, but there's only going to be 3 players in the middle of the park.
Yeah, and a lot of utility has been expanded onto this mid side. They're not going to be having a lot of smokes to work with, especially if they want to try and, you know, feel out and look to go for that post plant. Those smokes then become so much more valuable.
Yeah, and now this is actually giving a little bit of space to work with, but Popo Man and Seno are going to deny that straight away. The coordination here is going to be great for the defense. Popo Man picks up another Amenhola, picks up a double as the 2 players emerging here from the garage side. They're not going to have a whole lot of luck with them, but Brent has the chance now to go for the full buy. Could see a little bit of a difference here, but man, what do you think that they need to do to really break through on this attacking side?
Well, first of all, not be playing on Split. Second, my guess is that they also need to start playing for picks a lot more. They're going in very, very aggressively. Popo Man is really good at holding these angles, and I think at this point of time, going on to B, they just need to be a little bit more patient in terms of what they have in terms of utility. They really need to start focusing on one side rather than trying to spread it out, because they're trying to be using these tripwires as well as the spy camp to get information on areas of which they're not even looking to attack. That information gathering is important, and that's why most teams take Sova. Brent, on the other hand, very, very attack focused. However, on a map like Split, that info is going to be key.
Yeah, unfortunately, is, you know, just the given how Split is always going to be, you know, do I really want to take the Sova? Is by far most ineffectual map to a certain extent. It's still going to be useful for Enter. That's definitely why they opted to pick him. But it could be something that, you know, will be the difference maker. But so much disdain for this map, Gideon. You know,
yeah,
like, I don't know what it did to you.
Well, I've had some bad times on it. I've talked to a lot of people, and most would generally agree this is a very polarizing map for sure. You know, a lot of people agree either really, really like this map or really, really hate it. And I just happen to be one that would like to be in the middle. But, you know, when you're hanging around people who really, really hate it, it starts to rub off on you.
Oh, okay. Well, definitely going to be following the Masters in that case. But now it looks like the push here coming from B-Heaven, all executing with Spencer and Jake. Going to be landing the shots there, dubstep as well. This could be Brent claiming their first round win here, and this is exactly what they need here. Oh, looks like it's going to be almost a clean sweep there. Senholic, though, is going to be taking one with him, and now with this, Brand is going to be edging ever so close, and as you mentioned, this is a polarizing map, and you know, just because you know it's a 5-point difference here doesn't mean that it's going to be so easy for them to clench the necessary 3 points more that they need.
Well, you say that until they really bring it around, and that's just going to show you how Fender-sided this map actually is, and it's really frustrating. But you know, these are pro teams. They got to take any advantage and use it to its full potential. So they've got to abuse everything this map has to offer them, no matter what I say. Because at the end of the day, these guys are going to be making the big bucks, and all I can say about it is, holy, their shots are on point.
Oh, yeah, and I don't think they need reminding of that one. They're going to be having these great shots for days. There's no great shots there from Ching, as he's not able to land it there onto the head of ACLX, but he's going to thank his lucky stars. He's actually going to fall all the way back here to the stairs. Does not want to be the one to allow his team to go one man down, which really does hamper their ability to react to the kind of attacks that Bren is doing.
Yeah, it looks like Bren is going to be going for the setup, moving into... Oh, wait a minute, they're using their utility, especially that fault line towards B Heaven side, while the rest of the team is looking to push up through ramps, control A Heaven, and look to get on the site. However, they still have to worry about this Cypher, that info. They spot out Sova at the back of the spawn, so that's going to be enough information to actually make the pull the trigger, go on in with the tailwind to bring out the ultimate of the Bladestorm. He needs to start with this spike initiation, but the rest of the team come through the flash. What's out for Ching? That's gonna be 2. One more. Unfortunately, the animation is not gonna win, but you can't stop the Popo from coming in through Heaven.
Oh man, the plays coming out there from Ching as he cleans house, and really, hey, you sold the fake so well. Jesse is gonna take down Aim and Hola. There's only going to be one player remaining here. Popo Man has got a world to do. He's going to be saving his Vandal here most likely, or at the very least looking for the exit kills. But Dubstep getting a little bit overzealous there, not able to land the Bladestorm. And now we can see Popo Man firmly going to be saving this. But, you know, really using the fault line there in mid by Ching, you know, onto the B Heaven. It actually kept 3 of the Enter players all focused around there. We saw the investment by the Paranoia, a dark cover as well, to really halt the expected push coming from B, while at the same time they were all pushing out back there from screens on A.
Ooh, let's look at this one more time, because you know, overall, it's pretty shocking the amount of members that actually stacked up to try and protect B Heaven here. A Heaven here. The first initial pick, Spycam is gone, but the flashpoint, that's where Breach really shines. Controlled areas, especially when he can shoot through the wall, so not through the walls, well, happening on the other side with that flashpoint. It's such a powerful tool if timed right.
And it was perfectly timed there. The late rotation, because of the sold fake, meant that 3 of them all tried to push into Heaven at the same time. And boy, did Ching punish them for that one. Now, this does give Brent the chance here to close things out and say they edge closer and closer to that map win. They're currently on 11 points. Enter's got a lot to do, and despite having the better side here, they're not looking too good for it. Borkham here is going to open the account here for his team now, and we'll be looking to see, can they make inroads? You can see immediately the rotation over to A.
Because you don't go through ropes unless you're going towards A, so it's a really good option here. But just in case they have Jet double double check B Heaven in case this is some kind of fake out. So now that they have enough information to make the call, they're going to slowly pull over. If they just have to keep control over this area, and Jet making a really good decision. She's not peeking out just yet. She's waiting for the right opportunity or for some unfortunate fool to walk through.
Oh, look at the plays coming out from Borkham. He's so easily going to be able to get onto site. The flanking shot's going to be good here for Brent. Looking for more. Oh, man! Look at that! Death from above! Going to land right in front of Ching, and not a lot that you could do, but he was completely blind in the process.
I don't even know what to say about that. I mean, I knew the animation for Breach was going to be slow, but oh my goodness, could it be any slower at that point of time? That's so unfortunate to see. But Brent, they're still up here as Enter. Woman is still holding on to his own. They can't seem to defuse. There's no way he's going to be able to defuse this spike, especially with the hold that Brent has. Over the A site.
Oh man, this is going to be map point in just a moment here, and now this does mean that Bren will be moving most likely onto that 3 maps, but oh, Amen Hola, he does want to try to deal a little bit more damage here to prevent them as much as possible, but you know, when you're on that map point, it's really difficult. Look at the buys coming out. It's going to be a bit broken on this force.
Yeah, and I mean, this just shows perfectly why this map can be extremely polarizing, not just for the defense, because once you get that spike down, the retake is so difficult to do if you don't have that kind of map control. It's pretty wide, a lot of tight corners as well, so you got to be making sure that you're checking each and every one of them as you are pushing into the site, and also when you're trying to retake the site.
Bren is really showing here they're not really faced by, you know, the difficulties faced by attacker sides, and honestly when we've gone to split in the earlier parts of this group stage, you know, we have actually seen a lot of attacker sided rounds really come to fruition, but we'll see if this is going to be continuing here. If it does mean the end. Jesse though, he's going to be pursuing that agenda here. He takes down Mal, and now that's going to be A with quite a bit of opening, but Dubstep, look, he's unrelenting, trying to get the wall bank, but not left enough.
I mean, this is just Overwatch. It's suppressing fire, making sure that he's not even going to move from his position. Yeah, sure, you can clearly see him shooting in the exact same space every single time. He's not even making micro adjustments. They find the first kill onto Amen Hola here. Oh, the showstopper. I didn't even know if it actually collided with the pillar or went towards the spawn side, but I can clearly tell that it's not going to be hitting anybody.
Oh man, but Poco, man, he was going to be hit by the Rolling Thunder, but now ACLX, this is all on his shoulders. He is the last player, but Borkham, he finishes it off. Bren will be able to clean things out in an equally polarizing scoreline of 13-5 in favor of Bren.
That differential is going to come so big for Bren here. What a great game to watch. Actually, not just a great game, but just a great series in general. Just looking at it, how different these teams are. It's crazy.
Oh man, and I think, you know, looking at this, when we consider the permutations of this, now I think it was 13-5 in the first map, right? When we have 13-5 here, that means there's no difference in the points differential. So if we look at the current standings, currently Morph is on 4 points, so it doesn't affect them. HQ is on 3 points, but with a -2 differential. Brent came in here with a +5. So with no, but the +5 could be taking into a. I don't think it takes into account our first map, but we have to wait and see what the admins say here. But if it is the case, then there's no change to the round differential. They're tied on points with HQ. They might take the tiebreaker here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is really stressful. Like I can't seem to put the map together, and we're just gonna have to wait for the admins to actually update this to give you guys the officials of who's gonna be making out of this group. So for now, at least we know that Bren can at least rest easy just for a little bit, because that series was so stressful.
It was, and you know, we have to feel also for Enter as well. They put in a great performance. The Taiwanese team really going all out on the first map, but unfortunately not able to really match that performance in the on split. But you know, Bren, you know, they finally woke up, and with that kind of reversal of fortunes, it could be enough. But as you said, Gideon, we might have to just wait and see what the admins are going to finally say here. But it might be a tiebreaker scenario here between AHQ Esport Club and of course Brand Esports.
You know, overall, especially in the competition, more likely the format, just the way it is, the draws, and some of the teams here, if it was just a little bit different in the draw, the groups, we could have seen a completely different bracket in the playoffs in itself, and that would have been crazy to see. You know, some of these other teams who just had to go against stiff competitions in the group, and especially in Group D, I really think there's some quality in here. Had they spread out a little bit more, they might have been able to really soar high and spread their wings.
Yeah, I think Group D is easily the group of death in terms of who is going to be making out, and of course they have got quite a bit of skill at their disposal as well. But everything is random seeding here for the Royal Sea Cup, and it's been a pleasure to cast here on this show together with you, Gideon, and I hope everyone is enjoying the Ignition series as well at home. This brings us to a close here for the group stages. So we're gonna, of course, let the tinkering and the number crunching back to our analyst panel to really conclude on this one here. But that's it from us here this evening. We like to thank you for tuning in and listen to what the analysts have to say and who's going to be making it through. So thank you very much. I'm Play the J. He's Gideon Q. Hope you have a very good night.
Hello guys, and welcome to the last panel of the day for the Royal SEA Cup. We now have finalized our group stages.
Yes. After a crazy day.
Yeah, after a crazy day, definitely for sure. Most of it crazy for the past 4 days as well. We saw teams going head to head with each other. Tremendous skill and potential. Each of the teams really throw out all their wits to really take that top 2 spots in each of this group stage. Unfortunately, for the teams that couldn't really make it, kudos to you guys for really trying their best. But for those who managed to get through, congratulations, because you guys are going to go to the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of going through, it is going to be Brent that making it through thanks to the that last map win against Enter. They will have a better hit-to-hit record against HQ, which they are tied in points. So that will be Brent Esports moving on towards the main event. They'll be on second seed, while Morph team somehow out of nowhere they've adapted themselves and made it towards the main event as the first seed of Group D, a group that we thought would be a shoo-in for Brand as well as HQ.
Yeah, but also Enter as well. Like we were all, let's be honest.
They were, as the broadcast like to call him, Eater.
Eater.
They were great. I mean, they played their hearts out, but in the end, when players like Dispenser and Dubstep, they step it up, they go up to the 120%. It's very hard to stop. And props for Enter from going this far, taking the map against them and Morph as well. They were fantastic in this tournament. But unfortunately, we can only have 2 teams moving on from each group towards the main event. So their road ends here.
Yeah. Either you bring that up because I would like to do a little recap of all the teams that passed through the groups. If you have missed the group stages, do not worry. That's why we have a panel. So from Group A, and I actually had to look it up to make sure. I don't want any mistakes here when I tell you the exact information. Group A, we had the 2 tied teams making it through, Attack All Around, and Myth Attitude. Myth Attitude, by the way, from qualifiers. Impressive run by them. In Group B, no surprise, Vision Strikers made it through, and Blackbird Ignis as well. So the Korean and the Japanese teams still in the tournament. Blackbird Ignis only making it through due to the tie with Piparex and the round differential between them. In Group C, it was Boom Esports and Tordak.
Also qualifier?
Yeah, of course. These are all the qualified teams. I'm not saying any non-qualified teams. Tordak, the Malaysian team, representing their country, still alive here. And finally, in Group D, as we just mentioned, it's going to be
Morph.
It should be more. Okay, no, it's not. It should be Morph and Brand Esports we just mentioned, which are going to be the final teams to make it through. These are all in order as well, so if you can go back and check out, who the first and second is. Of course, you can just go on Wikipedia as well and check out the brackets because we're going to start with the playoffs straight up tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to start at 11 a.m. with the first match, SGT. But of course, we have a little pre-panel. So if you have missed a couple of days, you want to see the best highlights, the recaps, whatever it is, 10:30, be here. 10:30 SGT, so, put that into your time converter and figure out your time zone. Little trick, by the way, if you put this on Google and you put another time zone in, it will tell you exactly what it is in your time zone.
Oh, no way. Yeah,
yes, I know.
man.
Yeah, I know. You don't have to do any calculations in your head. So, next time you're late to a meeting, Frank. No. So, these are the teams that qualified. We have 8 teams, 2 from each group. It has been wonderful group stages. And, there's also a person that's not going to be with us the rest of the days, and I would like to give him a little bit of a shout-out because they have been a staple of this tournament. They've brought the hype. They've brought us happiness. And we just watching the matches, I was commenting with Zero, like, this person, they just make you want to smile because they bring the happiness that you'd expect from someone enjoying esports. And that person is on the panel with us right now. It's Mr. Leonard Lee, YOLO Lee.
Thank you so much, man. Love you guys, but most importantly, love you, all of you viewers as well, who has stick with us all the way from day number 1 of the ePulse Royal Sea Cup. Really amazing stuff, man. Seriously.
Yeah, especially Q, Mr. 69. I've seen you in Twitch chat every day.
Yeah, man. Oh man, big shout out to you, big man. And the rest, seriously, and the rest of the many names which we cannot afford to list up because there's just too many of you.
I also appreciate the person in Twitch who did the math for me for the head-to-heads because we have a skeleton crew right now. We had no clue who was making it through, so we appreciate you. We just have to say goodbye, really. It's the end of the day. You guys got to go to bed as well. It's getting late for everyone. I want some final closing words. First from Zero.
Yep. I mean, congratulations to all these 8 teams who made it through. They've really proven their mettle. But for the other 8 teams who didn't make it through, of course, don't feel bad. All of these teams, they have shown that they can play at the highest level, and I'm sure we'll see them in the future, definitely.
Definitely, for sure. Like a lot of potential coming for the teams who make it to the players, and of course for the teams who didn't make it as well. What I want to say is, of course, really unfortunate, I am not going to be available during the players, so I will not be able to see all of these amazing teams, their full potential all the way through. I really want to see how well they're going to be elevating themselves to take that top spot. But either way, I'm still going to be supporting you guys from all the way from the sidelines. And of course, our amazing hosts and panelists and the rest of the casters. I'm going to be supporting you guys all the way, not just in spirit, but of course in prayer.
Don't cry.
And you joke about this, but he's actually going to really cry afterwards.
Oh, yeah. I'm a very emotional man.
He's a very emotional man. So, for now, we have to say goodbye, but we'll be back in so little time. Not even enough time to go to bed. So, stay tuned. Give us a follow on the channel. Give us a follow on Twitter. However, we will not be on this very channel tomorrow. You'll find out then where exactly this tournament is going to be broadcasted. Do not worry. If you follow Wikipedia, we'll be announcing it. And the best way to know when we're broadcasting is to go on Twitter and follow @EPulseGaming. Not only will you find out when this tournament is live, who's playing, and how the playoffs are going to be conducted, but also you'll get a chance to participate in ePulse tournaments, which means you can actually make a small amount of money by playing in VALORANT small community cups. Because we're here to improve the community. Now, we have the announced teams. Please turn it around, Leonard, so we can actually find out what score I would give you as a panelist.
Thank you so much. But sadly for you, for our amazing host, I want to give him a little bit of 100 out of 10. Just lacking that extra 0, but I guess for you guys, probably you can add like a extra more 0 just for such
The extra 0 is the one in your heart, of course.
Oh.
So with that wholesomeness, we're going to say goodbye, guys. Take care. Remember to play ranked, but don't be toxic. And to always look up at the moon as you're shooting, as they always do in my Iron 2 matches. We appreciate you, and we thank you guys for supporting us this whole time. We'll see you again in the playoffs in just 10 hours, so stay tuned, and until next time.
See ya.